I received the news immediately. After Patrick Hale finished paying the bill, I was actually quite surprised. Was this guy really that straightforward? He just swiped his card and settled the bill without a word. Keep in mind, that total was at least $3 million. It seemed I had underestimated his depth and composure. Originally, I thought Patrick Hale might come knocking on my door to demand an itemized breakdown. He'd want to know what kind of meal could possibly cost $3 million. I never expected that he would just pay the debt in silence. He was a man of class, after all. This actually gave me a new perspective on the Unity Society and a better assessment of Patrick Hale's true financial strength. Even though the Unity Society was currently on the decline, their financial resources were still not to be trifled with. Soon after, I announced another piece of major news. The company would be releasing 50 million shares for everyone to purchase. The subscription price was set at $3 per share. Currently, the Grand Apex Alliance's total capital had been split into 1 billion shares, putting our valuation at $3 billion. Last time, the company had offered 20 million shares for subscription. This time, the scale was even larger, releasing 50 million shares directly. The previous 20 million shares hadn't completely sold out. There were still a few million shares remaining. After all, not everyone could come up with $100,000 in cash all at once. Once I announced this, the core members were absolutely electrified. During the last round of subscription, they had purchased shares at a price of $2 each. On top of that, it was a buy one, get one free deal, meaning their actual cost was only $1 per share. In such a short amount of time, the share price had essentially tripled. For example, if they'd initially spent $100,000 to buy 100,000 shares, those shares were now worth $300,000, and that was without even considering dividends. This was more profitable than playing the actual stock market. Of course, that was only true for people like them who didn't understand trading. I can't believe it. In the blink of an eye, my net worth is $300,000. Yeah, no kidding. If you'd told me this before, I wouldn't have dared to dream it. Even if my parents worked all year, without eating or drinking, they could only save maybe $30K or $40K or $40K. But I've only been following the young lady for 6 months, and I'm already worth $300,000. That's almost equal to my parents' total income for the last 10 years. My parents are just farmers back home. Selling grain only brings in maybe $10K or $20K a year. These few months have topped my parents' entire decade. My folks run a little shop, and even they make less than $100K a year. The young lady is too good to us. It's like she's afraid we won't have enough money. If you haven't bought company shares yet, hurry up. I'm in the finance department, and let me tell you, the total valuation of the Grand Apex Alliance is easily $4 billion. Buying now means you're clearing a profit of $1 per share instantly. Buy 10K shares, and you've made $10,000. And that's not all. Every year, the young lady pays out no less than 20% of the profits in dividends. If we pay out $100 million in dividends next year, based on the total shares, every 10K shares gets a $1,000 payout. That's way better than bank interest. Wait, so the 100K shares I have will get me 10,000? Exactly. And that's just if the dividend is $100 million. If the company makes a killing next year, the payout could be way more than that. It'll only go up in the future. And that's not even counting the pure profit from the rise in stock value. Holy crap, we have to buy as much as we can. I'm just waiting for the company's valuation to hit hundreds, or even thousands of billions. Why then, I'll at least be a millionaire, right? Think bigger. If we hit those numbers, forget being a millionaire. You'll be worth 10 million at the very least. Damn, I'm going home right now to scrape together every cent I can to buy more shares. While everyone was passionately discussing the new round of stock subscription, one person remained somewhat silent. Tyler, did you finish buying your 100,000 shares yet? No, I only bought 20,000. Only 20,000? What? Your parents won't support you. If you have to, borrow some money. Otherwise, you're just throwing away hundreds of thousands in potential profit. My parents are just ordinary farmers. They don't have that kind of money. Besides, never mind, it doesn't matter. 20,000 shares isn't bad. Even without my salary, I'm worth 60,000 now. That's enough to find a wife. You're quite the optimist. You can subscribe for shares at only $1 each. It's a real shame not to max it out. Tyler Taylor looked at the young lady standing on the stage and let out a long breath. He was already very satisfied with his life now. His monthly salary was generous, and today he'd received a 5,000 year-end bonus, plus an extra $8,000 for his performance. Because of his outstanding work, he got that extra reward. Right now, he had about $20,000 in cash, plus $60,000 worth of stock. Back in the countryside, he was definitely wealthy compared to his peers. As for why he didn't plan to keep using his money to buy more stock, it was because his father was seriously ill. Every day in the hospital cost over $1,000. It was ironic, really. In the past, he had been very similar to Harold Taylor's son, Kevin Taylor. He was incredibly rebellious, spending his days loitering and getting into trouble in the city. He even used to think his parents were incredibly annoying and far too naggy. He fought with them constantly and rarely ever went home. It wasn't until he followed Lance to join the young lady that he gradually began to change. Especially after what happened with Kevin Taylor, he realized more and more how out of line he had been in the past. He swore he would work hard to make money and honor his parents. Later, he took advantage of his time off to go back home. Firstly, to see his parents, and secondly, he had planned to ask them for a loan to buy more stock. He knew the company's value would only go up, and buying it would be a form of security for him and his family. In the Grand Apex Alliance, no one was worried the young lady would scam them, because they only enjoyed such great benefits, and made this much money because of her. They had absolute trust in the young lady. Tyler Taylor was no exception. Not long ago, when he had happily returned home, he didn't get any money. Instead, he received the devastating news about his father. His father, who wasn't even 50 yet, was now bedridden and as thin as a rail. His mother spent every day in tears. Even more ironic was how his father's illness was discovered. It was during a paid blood donation. When certain hospitals were low on plasma, they would organize emergency paid donations, offering 100 plus a 20-pound bag of rice. His father went. Who would have guessed that one trip would lead to a cancer diagnosis? Human health is a strange thing. Before he knew he was sick, his father could still work the fields. Once diagnosed, it was like the spirit was instantly drained out of him. His condition deteriorated rapidly. Fortunately, the illness was caught relatively early, still in the early stages. There was a high probability of successful treatment. At the very least, the 5-year survival rate was high. As long as there was no relapse, he had a good chance of living into his 70s or 80s. Of course, even if such a major illness can be cured, the cost was not something an ordinary family like theirs could afford. In addition to the money Tyler had previously saved to buy stock, he'd also spent the $20,000 on medical bills. He didn't buy any more after that. He needed to use all the remaining money to pay for his father's medical bills. While he was still lost in thought, someone suddenly called out to him, "Tyler! Tyler! Mitch is looking for you." Tyler Taylor snapped out of it immediately. He hurried over. "Mitch, what are your orders?" Mitch immediately pointed toward a large cardboard box sitting by the entrance. "Those are survey forms inside. After the young lady finishes her speech, find a few guys to help you hand them out. They need to be collected no later than the end of business tomorrow." "Got it, Mitch." Tyler Taylor walked over right away. But when he saw the content of the forms in the box, he froze in his tracks. At the very top of the form, several large words were printed. Grand Apex, Alliance Employee Family Situation Survey, starting next year. The company has decided to abolish the year-end bonus system in favor of year-end dividends. I've mentioned some of this before, but I want to emphasize it once more to everyone today. From now on, every year the company will set aside at least 20% of its profits for dividends. I can say this with absolute certainty. As long as we maintain our current growth momentum, your dividends will be far greater than the year-end bonuses you're getting now. As for the circumstances where we might bring back bonuses, it would only be when the company requires a massive amount of capital for expansion. But please, rest assured, I will never let you be at a disadvantage. This is a decision I reached after careful consideration. Last year was an exceptional case. It's only been 6 months from the founding of the Grand Apex Alliance to the end of the year. Plus, the employee stock ownership system was rolled out quite late. That's why we chose to issue year-end bonuses at this annual meeting. But next year will be a different story. Given the current implementation of the stock ownership plan, the vast majority of employees will hold shares. Switching to year-end dividends will be much more appropriate at that point. Replacing year-end bonuses with dividends has both pros and cons. The advantage is that it tightly binds the interests of the employees to the company, enhancing their loyalty. Once employees hold company stock, the company making money is synonymous with them making money. This undoubtedly boosts employee morale, fosters a long-term sense of belonging, and helps reduce staff turnover. Likewise, dividends can also ease the company's cash flow pressure. After all, year-end bonuses are a fixed overhead. They have to be paid out regardless of whether the company is profitable. Of course, you could simply choose not to issue them, but I don't think that would be right. With a year-end bonus, employees can at least look forward to a happy new year. Dividends, on the other hand, are normally only distributed when there is a profit. If the company needs capital for expansion, like opening new branches, or investing in new business sectors, we can flexibly adjust the dividend payout ratio to avoid any cash flow strain. As for the disadvantages, they primarily concern our entry-level staff. For example, new entry-level hires might not have any shares yet, or their holdings might be very small. If future profits drop and dividends decrease, their income would be much lower than that of veteran employees who hold more stock. Ultimately, from a long-term development perspective, the benefits of the dividend system far outweigh the drawbacks. I will do my best to adjust and maintain a proper balance. I will also always adhere to the philosophy of common prosperity, ensuring that we open stock subscription windows periodically every year. I want to guarantee as much as possible that every employee can hold shares and benefit from the company's growth. I'm also going to have some research done. For instance, once we open the stock subscription, if certain employees consistently choose not to buy, I want to know the actual reason. Is it a lack of trust in the company, financial hardship at home, or some other factor? It's a guaranteed profitable investment, so why do some people still refuse to buy in? If it's the former, then we'll let them be. If you don't want to buy and miss out on dividends or the growth bonus, then you can't blame the company. But if it's due to specific circumstances, then we need to identify those gaps and see if there are ways we can adjust and address them. I had just finished announcing that we would implement a dividend system and would no longer issue year-end bonuses. Among the Grand Apex Alliance members in the audience, almost no one expressed any dissatisfaction. They already understood the advantages of subscribing to stock. It was equivalent to purchasing a financial product with a very high return. That was inherently a good thing. So why would they be unhappy? Most ordinary people don't know how to manage their finances, so buying company stock is undoubtedly an excellent option for them. Only a fool would be against it. Of course, all of this depended on the fact that the company's leader was the young lady, Vanessa Miller. If it were any other company, their first reaction would probably be that the company was trying to swindle them out of their hard-earned money. When the explanation was mostly complete, I had Mitch arrange for people to hand out the forms. This was the simplest, most direct, and most efficient way to quickly understand our employees' family situations and the reasons why they weren't purchasing company shares. Why did I suddenly decide to conduct this research? It was because during the last round of stock subscriptions, a portion of the core members bought very few shares, and some didn't buy any at all. If they just couldn't save money and spent it all, then fine. Not everyone has the discipline to save, and I can't force that on them. But if there were other underlying reasons, I wanted to know ahead of time. I viewed it as my responsibility as a boss. Tyler Taylor returned to his seat after helping hand out the forms. He looked at the form he had kept for himself and felt a surge of emotion. The form listed detailed categories like family members, health status, financial burdens, and housing conditions. Tyler, what are you spacing out for? The junior sitting next to him nudged him. Tyler Taylor snapped back to reality and forced a casual smile. I just didn't expect the young lady to conduct this kind of survey. Isn't it normal? Even though we have so many Grand Apex brothers and sisters now, the young lady still cares about us. That's why she's giving these forms for us to fill out, right? Yeah, the young lady has never forgotten us. On the stage, I continued with my speech. This round of equity subscription is entirely voluntary. The company will never force anyone to participate. But finally, I want to say to all of you, the Grand Apex Alliance is not just a place to make money. It is a home for all of our brothers and sisters. If you have any difficulties, you can reach out to your leaders at any time. Tyler Taylor's heart skipped a beat when he heard those words. His eyes slowly began to redden. The young lady had emphasized it repeatedly. Was it really necessary for him to keep hiding his situation? He looked down at the form once more, finally plucked up his courage, and in the column for major family illnesses, he wrote a few words. Father, early-stage liver cancer. After writing it, he felt as if he had used up all the strength in his body. Then he added a small line of text underneath. I hope the company can advance me 5 years' worth of salary. I am willing to put up my future wages and equity as collateral. He only knew that the upcoming surgery costs for his father, and the medical bills would be incredibly high. So he wanted to prepare as much money as he possibly could. The deadline for turning in the forms was before the end of work tomorrow. Today's main event was still the annual meeting. After the forms were handed out, the formal meeting was essentially over. Mitch immediately instructed the hotel staff to pull back a curtain that had been partitioning off a section of the ballroom. Rows upon rows of claw machines immediately came into view, with a massive pile of prizes stacked in the center clearing. There were refrigerators, color TVs, computers, and all sorts of other gifts. Once everyone is finished with dinner, you can go directly to collect your game tokens. Everyone can get 100 tokens. By the way, let me tell you, the win rate is incredible. There are even hidden grand prizes inside the dolls. 10 red envelopes with 8,888 in cash each. Whoever catches it, keeps it. Everyone let out a cry of surprise when they heard that. Then they all ran over and started playing. The win rate really was generous. With those dolls, you could practically grab one with every single attempt. Out of 10 tries, you'd only miss twice or thrice at most. And that was usually only if you made a mistake, the kind of gameplay you'd never experience at an arcade or a mall's claw machine. They experienced it right here at the annual meeting. The staff were replenishing the dolls almost constantly. Before long, someone started shouting, "Holy crap! I won one," a guy with bleached hair shouted. He excitedly held up the Pikachu doll he just caught. He pulled out a slip of paper from inside. Limited edition YSL lipstick set. Only after he shouted did he suddenly realize what it was. His expression froze instantly. Lipstick? The surrounding crowd burst into laughter. Johnny, that really suits you. You'd look pretty glamorous if you wore that. Haha, get out of here. Why would I wear lipstick? Can't I just give it to my girlfriend? Wait, Johnny, you have a girlfriend? No, so what? Am I supposed to be proud of that? In the end, he traded the lipstick set with other colleagues for different prizes. Seeing how lively the scene was, I caught a few dolls myself and then left. Anyway, there wasn't much left to say. I'd just let them have their fun. Just as I stepped out of the hotel doors, I received some shocking news. Patrick Hale had been ambushed and nearly killed. My first reaction upon hearing this was, being the boss of the Unity Society is truly a high-risk profession. That makes 3 now, doesn't it? If I remember correctly, the previous 2 bosses of the Unity Society both met violent ends. Their final outcomes were quite tragic. I didn't expect Patrick Hale, who had just taken power, to face the exact same thing so soon. It was hard not to wonder if the position of the Unity Society's boss was cursed. Patrick Hale took so many people with him when he left. How could he have been ambushed? Young lady, the specifics are still unclear. All we know is that Patrick left again by car after returning. With the driver, there were only 3 goons accompanying him. Someone tampered with his car on the way back. When they got out to check the vehicle, they were attacked. If Ethan and his men hadn't arrived in time, he probably would have ended up just like Boss Ray. Lance, who do you think did this? Could it be Arthur Vance and his son from the East Sea Union? They've always been at odds with the Unity Society. Plus, we just scammed them out of so much money. I didn't state my own theory directly. Instead, I countered with a question. How did the first boss of the Unity Society die? Lance shook his head. I'm not entirely sure about that. I hadn't joined the Unity Society back then. Perhaps the Vermilion Hall leader would know. He's the oldest veteran in the Unity Society. With Patrick Hale out of commission, is he the one in temporary charge of the Unity Society? Yes. Interesting. The Vermilion Hall leader taking over the Unity Society. I recall he's nearly 60 this year, right? Yes. Though the old man is up there in years, he holds a great deal of prestige within the organization. Especially after Boss Ray's assassination. He was the one who stepped up to stabilize the situation, preventing the Unity Society from falling into further chaos. A retired veteran hall leader, suddenly reclaiming power. Could there be something hidden behind this? To be honest, I also had my suspicions that this Vermilion Hall leader was the mastermind, but my gut told me something was off. In my past life, information regarding the Unity Society wasn't very detailed. Although I knew the ending, I didn't know the process leading up to it, because much of the information was just glazed over. So now I can only speculate based on what I already know. Regardless, this incident gave me a sense of urgency. I felt like I needed to form an alliance of my own. Otherwise, if the Grand Apex Alliance is always the one on the front lines, it wouldn't exactly serve our best interests. At the very least, I need some allies who can take a bullet for us. The first person who came to mind was Nolan Sterling. That guy is qualified enough, but just him alone isn't sufficient. I need more people to join. Actually, I already had a candidate in mind, but I was a bit hesitant. Mainly, I didn't want to get too entangled with him. Otherwise, if something goes wrong in the future, it would inevitably bring some trouble. That's right. This person was Logan Shepard, the hidden young master of Pearl City. Plus, I always had a premonition that someone was intentionally helping me, trying to push me toward a certain position. I really don't think the people targeting Patrick Hale were only aiming for him. It felt more like it was being done for my benefit. I told Lance to keep a close eye on the Unity Society's movements, and then I went home. By then, my cousin, Derek Miller, had already returned. Sis, I've basically mastered everything about photography. When do I start casing the joints? Derek Miller said, eager to get started. I looked at him and asked, are you sure you've learned it well? Derek Miller said very confidently, of course, sis. I'm not bragging, but I'm a quick study. There's nothing I can't handle. If you don't believe me, ask Theodore Vance. Or ask Mitch and the others how I'm doing. Seeing his expression, he didn't seem to be lying. Go home tomorrow then. Okay? After the word sank in, Derek Miller widened his eyes, thinking he had misheard. He never expected that my first instruction would be telling him to leave. Truthfully, he didn't really want to go back now, especially after witnessing my authority and the prestige of the Grand Apex Alliance. He really couldn't bear to leave. What young person wouldn't want to make a name for themselves in the big city? What, you don't want to go back? I looked at him with a faint half-smile. Derek Miller quickly shook his head. No. I'm a bit reluctant to leave you, sis. I was amused by his reaction. I can tell you're not just reluctant to leave me. All right, I'll tell you the truth. The reason I had you learn photography is because I then laid out my entire plan to him. After Derek Miller heard it, his eyes grew as wide as a bull's. Sis, you're going to turn against your own blood for justice. As soon as the words were out, he realized he had misspoken. He immediately covered his mouth. I didn't mind. Keep your mouth shut. If you do a good job and you want to work in the city, I'll arrange a position for you. With that, I pulled out 2 bank cards. This first card has $1 million in it. You are not to touch it. The other card has $100,000. Take it home to your father. Derek Miller took the 2 bank cards, his hands trembling slightly. This is too much money. He was very clear about his family's current economic situation. They were essentially buried in debt. Someone might ask, given their family's condition, why were they so adamant about sending the sister to a private middle school with tuition that cost $4,000 or $5,000 a semester? The reason was simple. He and his father didn't want the sister to be distracted. A boarding school would allow her to focus during the second half of the school year and get into a good high school. When it comes to education, many farmers in the countryside are actually like that. They don't mind suffering or working hard themselves. As long as their children can go to college, they'll support them even if they have to sell everything they own. Getting into college is a bit of an obsession for many people at the bottom. Many believe that only by going to college can they truly change their destiny. That is why they spare no effort in supporting their children's studies. Their family is no exception. Letting Yolanda Miller brave the cold wind every day, biking over 10 miles to go to school, is just too much hardship. It's simply better to send her to a private school. Oh, don't worry about Yolanda Miller. I've already spoken to the people over there. They'll give her pocket money on a regular basis, as well as food and supplies. Derek Miller wasn't the type to be overly polite. Don't worry, sis. I'll take the lead on this. I won't let anyone in the village say a bad word about you. I'll say I was the one who did it all. He knew how some people talked in the village. If Vanessa Miller really sent her own father to prison, the village would definitely gossip. No matter what, he's still your dad. How could you do such a thing? With just a few rumors, they could paint Vanessa as a completely selfish and wicked woman, because in the eyes of some people, especially the older generation, doing something like this is an act of total betrayal. No matter how bad a father is his child You can't be the one sending him to a cell. Derek Miller, knowing people might talk behind his cousin's back, was prepared to bear the infamy himself. I actually didn't care about my reputation at all. Was my reputation in Pearl City not already as bad as it could get? Just focus on doing your job. Oh, and where are Grandpa and Grandma? Originally, for the company's annual meeting, I had planned to bring them along. Grandpa refused. He said, why should they interfere with a company gathering? So they didn't go. They just headed out. They probably went to wander around the mall. Grandpa and the others have really taken a liking to malls lately. The two seniors like visiting malls. Not because they enjoy shopping, but because their granddaughter owns many supermarkets. Every time they go to a different mall, Grandpa always walks around with his hands behind his back, inspecting the product displays like an old expert, checking the service attitude, and so on. Then he compares it all to Grand Apex Supermarket. When he gets home, he always mutters a few words like, Vanessa's supermarkets are still the best. That feeling is just like an ordinary senior bragging about their child getting a perfect score on a test. He's very proud. Sis, I'll go check on Grandpa and the others. All right. Go ahead then. I didn't plan on going back to school today. After a quick wash in the master bedroom on the second floor, I lay directly on the bed and started scrolling through my phone. If this were my past life, every time I got back to my place, I would basically flop onto the bed and mindlessly scroll through my phone, often until midnight, and then reluctantly put it down. If I wasn't afraid of being unable to get up the next morning, scrolling all night would be perfectly normal. But the entertainment features on phones nowadays are quite limited. Basically, you can only play simple games. Like Tetris. There's almost no entertainment value to speak of. Fortunately, the phone I bought can stay logged into an IM account, so I can check group messages and chat with friends. In the university class group, everyone was basically talking about the winter break and buying tickets to go home. University breaks start relatively early. There are only a few days left before the break begins. Some students have even left campus ahead of schedule. Perhaps seeing me online, Lily Harper immediately sent a long string of messages, all of them crying face emojis. Even without words, I could tell at a glance what she was trying to express. The girl definitely didn't want to go home. I could already imagine the atmosphere at Lily's house during the holidays. From New Year's Eve to the start of the year, it would definitely be full of posturing and politics, because most of the family and friends who visited would likely be from within the government system. In such a setting, Lily Harper had to suppress her true nature and act like a very well-behaved girl. It'd be a miracle if she actually wanted to go home. If you really don't want to go home, you can come to my place for New Year's. I casually sent the message over. Vanessa, you said it. It's a deal. Lily Harper replied in a split second. I'm going to call my dad right now to ask for permission. Staring at my phone, I was a bit stunned by Lily's reply. I was just joking and said it casually, but this girl actually took it seriously. Then again, that's her style. She does everything with full intensity. Not long after, Lily Harper sent me another message. My dad agreed. I'm going home with you for the holidays, Vanessa. I only replied with 4 words. I don't believe you. Sure enough, Lily Harper's excitement immediately deflated on the other end. However, messages kept coming one after another. Vanessa, why are you so hard to trick? Nothing gets past you. Do you have any way to get my old man to agree? Or how about I sneak back with you without telling him? I was completely speechless. What are you thinking? What if your dad reports his daughter missing? Then wouldn't I become a kidnapper? Besides, I really can't afford to cross your father. Tell you what, I can take you to my place for a few days. But when New Year's Eve gets close, you stay home like a good girl for a few days. I'll have someone send you back then. Really? For real. For real. Love you, Vanessa. After chatting with Lily Harper, I browsed through messages in other groups, especially the group from my old class. Although I've joined the village's alumni group as well, I've hardly ever said anything. Many people in the group had already returned to their hometowns. They were starting to clamor about organizing dinner parties. Some people had even arrived in Pearl City, spending their time in internet cafes and such. They were reluctant to even go home, but I wasn't very interested in any of that, including the class reunion they organized to come to Pearl City, to eat and hang out for a day and night on the 28th, then go back home on the 29th for the new year. I never really liked going to internet cafes, and I didn't like staying up all night singing or anything like that. So when I saw their messages in the group, I basically didn't chime in. Just as I was about to turn off my phone, I received an unexpected message. It was from Claire Grant. If you have time, let's find a place to talk privately. To be honest, this was the first time Claire had taken the initiative to reach out to me. After thinking for a moment, I agreed. Then the two of us made plans to meet tomorrow night at a restaurant in a certain mall. Afterward, I thought about what was going on with Patrick Hale. That guy was in the hospital, and I didn't know how badly he was injured. I wondered if he'd pull through or pass away. If he didn't make it, the Unity Society would probably get exciting again. Of course, there were pros and cons for me. The pro was that I'd have a better chance of controlling the Unity Society. The con was that it'd be easy to get targeted by the police. Even if no one reported it, this was still a criminal case after all. Just because you don't report it doesn't mean the police won't handle it. Besides, the police themselves have always kept a close eye on these syndicates. I expect once Patrick Hale is in a condition to be questioned, the police will go to ask about what happened. But you can also see from all this that there's really no future in being a criminal. They were hacked and didn't even dare to call the police. If it were me, I would have definitely called the police immediately. Of course, I could also easily become a suspect in this matter. I put down my phone, stood up, walked to the balcony, and stretched. I looked at the sky. It was already getting a bit late. Grandpa and Grandma still hadn't come back. Before I could pick up my phone to call and ask, the ringtone rang first. It was a call from my cousin, Derek Miller. "Aren't you guys back yet? How was Grandpa and Grandma's trip to the mall?" "Sis, something happened. We're blocked in the mall right now. They won't let us leave." "What happened? Tell me clearly." My voice turned cold instantly. I felt both anxious and furious. I can't explain it in a few words. That shrew is saying some really foul things. "The cops will be here in a minute." "We're here, sis, so come quickly." "Grandpa and Grandma aren't hurt, are they?" "No, they were just pushed once." After I hung up the phone, I went straight downstairs. I made a call while walking. "Lance, take a few brothers to Udall immediately. My grandparents are being blocked there." "Don't worry, young lady. I'll take some men over right away." After hanging up, I floored the accelerator. The red sports car shot out like an arrow from a bow, roaring as it charged out of the garage. In less than 10 minutes, I arrived at Udall Mall. From a distance, I saw a crowd gathered on the 3rd floor. I could vaguely hear the sound of an argument. I rushed up the escalator, taking 3 steps at a time. "Move." I pushed aside the onlookers. Seeing the scene before me, I was instantly fuming with rage. A woman wearing heavy makeup was pointing at Grandpa and Grandma, shouting loudly. "They are the ones who broke the LCD TV. It has absolutely nothing to do with my son. And what's wrong with this store? Letting just anyone in? Look at them, they're obviously from the country. They probably haven't seen an LCD TV in 8 lifetimes. We really didn't break the TV. My wife and I didn't even touch it. That's right, we were just passing by. The TV suddenly just fell over." "Old man, stop talking nonsense." The woman yanked her son over and pointed at him, saying, "My son is so small. How could he possibly push a TV? It was clearly you 2 old fogies. Your hands and feet aren't clean. You knocked it over and now you want to dodge the bill." The fat boy hid behind his mother and intentionally stuck his tongue out at my grandparents. He even slandered them, saying, "Mom, that old man pushed it. I just saw it." The surrounding crowd began to whisper. Some people pointed and gestured, but not a single person spoke up for the 2 elderly people. Grandpa was quite angry, but he still suppressed his temper. "Young lady, you have to be reasonable. We're at an age where we wouldn't lie. Who are you calling, young lady? Don't try to act close with me." The woman was relentless. There are plenty of elders who don't deserve respect these days. Wasn't there a news report recently about seniors like you who intentionally fall to scam people? Now you're actually trying to frame my son. Manager, you have to make people like this pay, and they need to apologize on their knees. Otherwise, they won't learn their lesson, thinking they can just touch whatever they like. Before she could finish her sentence, slap, a crisp slapping sound suddenly rang out. The entire mall went silent instantly. Everyone was stunned, including that arrogant woman. She clutched her burning cheek, her eyes widening in disbelief, as she looked at the stranger who had suddenly appeared. "You dare hit me? Do you even know who my husband is? Believe it or not, I'll make sure you regret this." "I don't believe you." I withdrew my hand, my eyes cold. "However, I can make it so your whole family can't stay in Pearl City. Do you believe that?" I had never been as angry as I was now. My words were also noticeably much heavier. What kind of people Grandpa and Grandma were, I knew better than anyone. With their personalities, if they were truly responsible, they would have taken the initiative to admit it. They certainly wouldn't deny it. Besides, it's not like they couldn't afford this small amount of money. Then look at the little fat kid hiding behind the woman. It was obvious at a glance that he was lying, even though it's not quite right to judge a person's character by their appearance. For a child of this age, a lie is generally very difficult to hide. Just now, he even intentionally made faces at Grandpa and Grandma. How is that a reaction a normal child should have? He was clearly a spoiled brat. Seeing that I wasn't intimidated, but instead had a very tough attitude, the woman began to feel a bit unsure, but when she thought of her husband's background, she regained her confidence. I'm telling you, my husband is a big shot in the streets. None of you are getting away today. Is that so? Then have him come here right now. I turned to look at Lance, who had rushed over, along with a dozen members of the Grand Apex Alliance. I directly ordered, get the security footage, and while you're at it, find out who this woman's husband is. When the woman heard about checking the footage, her expression shifted for a moment, but she remained relentless. Go ahead and check. It was these two old fogies who broke it anyway. However, once the footage was retrieved, the screen clearly showed the brat running around wildly in the store. As he passed by my grandparents, he bumped into the TV, causing it to fall and break. The evidence was as solid as a mountain. I looked at the woman coldly. Do you still want to talk your way out of it now? Seeing that she couldn't deny it anymore, the woman suddenly flopped onto the ground, slapping her thighs and howling, "Ow! Oh my! She hit me!" Bullying a poor mother and son just because they have more people. She obviously wanted to confuse the audience by throwing a tantrum. The electronics store manager also felt a bit of a headache seeing this, but he still braced himself and stepped forward. Ma'am, our security footage shows that your son is the one who broke the TV. You need to pay the full price for the compensation. A total of $6,999. Pay? Pay for what? Why should I pay? I won't pay. You're teaming up with these gangsters to bully a widow and her orphan, and you want me to pay money? Is there no justice left? As she spoke, the woman suddenly scrambled up from the ground and lunged in the direction of Grandpa and Grandma. She reached out to grab Grandma's sleeve. Lance reacted very quickly, stepping in front of them with one stride. The woman couldn't stop her momentum and crashed directly into Lance. Then she immediately made a false accusation. While pulling open her own collar, she shouted, "Indecent assault! Assault! This group of thugs is harassing me." The sound was like a pig being slaughtered. She even rolled around on the ground. Her carefully styled hair was now a tangled mess, making her look like a crazy woman. I couldn't be bothered to continue watching her performance. I walked over to Grandpa and Grandma's side and said, "Grandpa, Grandma, it's okay now. Let's go home." Grandpa sighed helplessly at this scene. "Forget it. Kids are just mischievous. We'll just pay for the TV." Pay for what? It wasn't our fault. Don't even think about giving them a single cent. I glanced at the pair of mother and son who were still throwing a tantrum. My anger flared even more. Shut up and apologize. The woman had no intention of listening to me. She thought that since there were so many onlookers now, I wouldn't dare do anything to her. Lance wasn't polite either. He simply waved his hand to clear the area. As soon as the words left his mouth, the dozen or so black-clad men from the Grand Apex Alliance immediately went into action, pushing the crowd of onlookers away. When the crowd saw that this group wasn't to be trifled with, they didn't dare to linger and quickly ran off. After all, these men in black looked like real professionals. It's better to avoid trouble than go looking for it. Moreover, some people recognized who these men were. Once they knew they were with the Grand Apex Alliance, they ran away even faster. After clearing the scene, someone went straight to the electronics store's security station and pulled all the cables. Seeing that this strange girl seemed to be playing for keeps, the woman who had been throwing a tantrum finally started to feel real fear. Just then, her phone suddenly rang. Seeing the caller ID, she acted like she'd found a lifeline and hurriedly answered the call. She cried out, "Honey, hurry up and save me. Someone is bullying your son. We're in the electronics section on the 3rd floor of Udimall." A cold, middle-aged male voice came from the other end. "Damn it, who has the guts? Put them on the phone. I want to see who's so eager for a death wish." The woman suddenly regained her confidence. She wiped the tears from her face and glared at me viciously. "You're finished. Once my man gets here, you're all dead." Lance snatched the phone away and handed it to me. I took the phone and said in a calm tone, "This is Vanessa Miller. You can come over now. I'll be waiting for you." The other end of the line suddenly fell into a deathly silence. After a few seconds, the only sound was the dial tone of a disconnected call. The woman sitting on the floor was stunned. What was going on? Did he accidentally press the wrong button and hang up? Her man was a boss in the East Sea Union. How could he possibly be afraid of a young girl? He must have hit the wrong button. When she got her phone back and tried to call him, all she got was the automated message that the call was not being answered. I couldn't be bothered to care about that. I looked at the woman again and said firmly, "Apologize. This is your last chance." The woman's face turned various shades of red and white. Finally, she reluctantly mumbled, "I'm sorry. I didn't want to deal with them any longer." I helped my grandparents up and turned to leave. After walking out of the mall, Grandpa patted my hand and said earnestly, "Vanessa, don't be so impulsive in the future. Hitting people is never the right thing to do." I pursed my lips and didn't argue. I knew I had indeed been impulsive just then, but thinking about the way that woman slandered Grandpa and Grandma, my anger flared up all over again. "Grandpa, I understand, but some people won't learn their place unless they're taught a lesson." Grandpa sighed and didn't say anything more. He could clearly feel that his granddaughter had really changed. She was completely different from before. He didn't know if this change was ultimately a good thing or a bad thing. After taking my grandparents home to rest, I called Lance over. "Did you send people to keep an eye on that mother and son?" Lance nodded. "I've already dispatched men." I thought about the caller ID on the phone and grew thoughtful. I never expected Arthur Vance to have a mistress, let alone a son. When I was on the phone earlier, I saw the contact name. With Arthur Vance's status, there was no reason for him to hang up without a word. He clearly didn't want me to know who he was. So he must be hiding something. I lightly tapped my chin with a slender finger, a playful glint flashing in my eyes. I suspected that the identity of that mother and son must be a secret. At the very least, Arthur Vance's family doesn't know they exist. If that's the case, things are about to get very interesting. Patrick Hale's situation was even worse than I had anticipated. The next day, before I was set to meet Claire Grant, I received the latest update. Patrick Hale was still lying in the ICU, with no signs of regaining consciousness. If things continued like this, the Unity Society would be leaderless for far too long, which would be very disadvantageous. When the tournament finally began, it could even affect my own plans. Regardless of whether Patrick Hale agreed to my previous terms, this matter would likely end up in limbo. Currently, signs of chaos were already appearing within the Unity Society. Take Vince, for example. He was becoming more and more high-profile in his actions. Clearly, he was eyeing the boss's seat and was building momentum to seize power. Scar certainly wouldn't just sit by and watch. After all, if Vince took over, he wouldn't have a very easy life. Fortunately, Scar still held some influence in the Azure Dragon Hall, so the two sides were at a bit of a stalemate. In this situation, the attitudes of the White Tiger Hall and the Vermilion Hall leaders were crucial. One could say that whoever could secure the support of these two hall leaders would basically have a massive chance to become the acting head of the Unity Society. I say acting because Patrick Hale hadn't actually died yet. But then again, if someone really did become the acting boss, Patrick Hale might truly be in danger. On top of that, I received news that the Unity Society seemed to be starting an internal purge for spies. With 2 consecutive bosses meeting with accidents, it was hard not to suspect that there was a traitor within their ranks. I just didn't know which spy they were actually trying to catch. The Unity Society right now is basically a sieve. Leaving aside any other spies, the Grand Apex Alliance alone had planted nearly an entire hall's worth of people inside. Most members of the Azure Dragon Hall were actually informants for the Grand Apex Alliance. Beyond that, there were undercover cops as well. It was a complete mix of different interests. It's no wonder Patrick Hale met with such misfortune. In the end, it was because his control over the Unity Society was too weak. I met Claire Grant at a hot pot restaurant. When Claire saw Lance behind me, a look of hesitation crossed her face. I said to Lance, "Wait for us outside." "Understood, young lady." Lance nodded and left. The two of us chose a window seat and sat down. I began ordering the food. Neither of us said much during that time. Claire Grant was clearly not as patient as I was. As soon as the hot pot base was ready, she couldn't help but speak. "Did you know all along?" While I flipped through the menu, I said indifferently, yes, but so what? Everyone thinks that I am the heiress of the Unity Society now. Claire's expression was extremely complicated. To be honest, she still couldn't believe that she actually had a connection to the Unity Society, and that the connection ran so deep. What did that make the honor she had pursued for over a decade? So, the criminal organization I've been investigating for years was actually founded by my biological father. The reason she was so certain was that she had previously believed her father died a hero in the line of duty. But within the Unity Society, she found information that was hard for her to accept. She went to get a DNA test, and the result was like a bolt from the blue. I looked at Claire and said calmly, "You're actually very lucky." Claire said excitedly, "Lucky? How is this lucky?" The evidence I collected with my own hands, and the people I sent to jail, they were all my father's subordinates. I put down the menu and said unhurriedly, "The Unity Society is currently leaderless. If you're willing, you can completely take back everything that belongs to you." Claire stared intensely into my eyes. "Are you testing me on purpose?" Others might not know her identity, but I certainly did. From my words, why did it feel like I wanted her to take power? I suddenly began to laugh. I picked up a piece of cooked beef and put it into Claire's bowl. "Give it a taste. This meat looks very fresh. Patrick Hale won't be waking up anytime soon, will he?" Claire's breathing hitched. She felt like I was constantly forcing her to make a choice between her current identity as a police officer or gradually walking into the darkness. But soon her gaze became resolute. Being a cop was her lifelong honor. "I will not betray my faith, no matter who it is. As long as they break the law, I will bring them to justice with my own hands." I was very satisfied with Claire's answer. Deep down, I also admired someone as pure as Claire. I didn't plan on continuing to hide the truth anymore. "Actually, you really don't need to struggle so much. You can be proud of your father." Claire frowned. "What do you mean?" I took a piece of paper from my bag and pushed a yellowed photograph in front of Claire. "Her name is Joan. Over 20 years ago, she and your biological father, meaning the previous leader of the Unity Society, Leo Miller, had a child. Later, Leo had to participate in a very dangerous mission. Fearing retaliation, he did something that Joan could never forgive. He gave you to your later adoptive father without her knowledge. That was Officer Grant, who eventually died in the line of duty. This caused Joan to fall into depression and leave your biological father. I'm a woman of action. From the moment I first noticed how much Claire and I looked alike, I had been investigating. The information I got from Vince only confirmed my suspicions further. Later, I found a way to have Seven do everything possible to pull up Officer Grant's old records. That confirmed another thing. Officer Grant indeed had no children before that, and he had a best friend during his time at the police academy. The information after that wasn't something I could easily access. It belonged to classified records. However, combining the information I found, I could basically confirm some things. Claire listened to my words while staring at the gentle woman in the photo. Suddenly, her eyes welled up. She felt a trace of moisture slide down her cheek. In all her years of growing up, this was the first time she had seen what her mother looked like. Why was she so sure I wasn't lying? Because the young woman in the photo shared at least 40 to 50% of her features. Speaking of resemblance, Claire suddenly snapped her head up to look at me. My profile right now actually looked 30 to 40% like hers as well. This was definitely not a coincidence. Who exactly are you? What is your relationship to Joan and me? My beautiful eyes met Claire's. Into that gaze that almost wanted to freeze me through, I spoke slowly. "You finally noticed, Officer Grant, or sister. The Joan in this photo isn't just your biological mother." I paused for a moment before saying the final half of the sentence. "She is my mother too." Claire felt like something had exploded in her brain. Claire looked at my face, which shared several features with hers, her lips trembling slightly. "You're my full-blooded sister?" I calmly finished her thought. "Leo Miller was indeed very selfish. He sent you away without mother's consent. Or perhaps he didn't even know she was your mother, which caused her to be depressed for years. She always believed you were kidnapped by human traffickers. After struggling for several years, mother chose to leave. By then, she was already pregnant with me. And then, at some unknown time, she met my current adoptive father. When I was a child, I never understood. Gly. All the adults said my mother had mental issues. They told everyone to stay far away from her, calling her a lunatic. Later, Mother left home without a word, leaving me all alone in that place. I still didn't know what had happened. Now, I finally understand. Everything I've said is mostly just my speculation, but it's essentially 90% accurate. Jerry Miller used to curse Mother for cheating on him. From the outcome, he wasn't wrong. In reality, before they even met, Mother was already pregnant with me. Why did Mother settle for Jerry Miller back then? I think it was because her mental state was already failing. But one thing is for sure, Jerry Miller was unaware at the time. As for the complete truth, and what really happened, we'll have to find Mother to find out. Also, as for why I suddenly had Theodore Vance prepare that severance of parent-child relationship agreement. Under the law, normally for blood relatives, it's impossible to support a legal severance, unless you can provide evidence of one party's crimes, like child abuse. If it's just gambling, it's not enough to sever the relationship. But since he's just my adoptive father, it's different. I now have enough evidence to prove that I am not Jerry Miller's biological daughter. That's why I can make this agreement. Claire suddenly felt that all of this was so absurd. It was like a dream. The criminal organization she had been investigating and even went undercover in. Her adoptive father who she thought died a hero. Her biological father who suddenly appeared and had already passed away. And this person in front of her claiming to be her sister. An underworld boss. You knew all along. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Aren't I telling you now? Sister, now that you know the truth, do you plan to stay a cop? I will always be a police officer. Claire stood up, her emotions running high. Even if Leo Miller was my father, and even if you are my sister, I will not cover for you. In any illegal or criminal acts? My dear sister, you're really doing me a bit of an injustice saying that. I am a law-abiding citizen. My company is also a friendly partner of the police. You even gave us a commendation banner, didn't you? Have you forgotten? I reminded her. That's because I wanted. Claire didn't quite know how to answer. You wanted to get close to me, and then gather non-existent evidence. To send me to prison? Sister, you've fallen into a logical trap. Just because someone wears black doesn't mean they're a bad person. I pointed to the black turtleneck sweater she was wearing. Don't these clothes look good on you too? Claire fell silent. Had she really fallen into a state of preconceived bias? Just then, there was a sudden muffled thud from outside the window. A thin figure fell heavily to the ground. Then we saw Lance, walking over with a cold face. He grabbed the person on the ground and hauled them up. Even through the glass, we could hear his icy voice. Who sent you? Talk, or I'll end you right here. I choked on my words. This must be a misunderstanding. Lance is a good man who has received a Good Samaritan certificate. Claire didn't say anything. In her current position, it really wasn't convenient for her to handle this. Before long, a few men in black appeared and took away the guy that Lance had just sent flying with a kick. While Claire was still silent, Lance walked into the shop and glanced at her. Young lady, that guy was acting suspicious and was carrying a knife. I suspect he's a hitman. His explanation only made it worse. Claire couldn't help but think, I think you're the one who looks like a hitman, always wearing a cold face and kicking people. He kicked that so-called hitman a good 30 feet away. It made the hitman look completely pathetic. And why didn't he call the police? Instead, he had his own men take the guy away. Wasn't he obviously covering something up? It was hard to believe a single word of it. Lance was about to leave after explaining. I immediately stopped him. Since you're already here, sit down and have something to eat. We ordered so much that we can't finish it all. We basically didn't talk about any serious topics after that. Claire definitely needed time to process the information she received today. Lance didn't stand on ceremony either. He nodded. All right. Then the three of us buried our heads and started eating hot pot. I kept adding cooked food to Claire's bowl. Seeing Claire spacing out, I didn't forget to gently remind her, what are you dazed about? Eat while it's hot. It won't taste good once it's cold. Claire snapped back to reality. Looking at the various dishes piled in her bowl, she felt an indescribable emotion in her heart. But she said, you don't need to keep adding food for me. I can do it myself. I added another piece of tripe for her. I know, but I want to do it. Is that okay? Claire opened her mouth, and for a moment she didn't know what to say. Lance was beside us, head down, eating as if he didn't exist. I suddenly reached out and gently wiped the corner of Claire's mouth with my thumb. You got some sauce on you. My movement was so natural. By the time Claire reacted and tried to pull away, I had already withdrawn my hand and continued eating as if nothing had happened. Claire's ears felt a bit warm. Flustered, she picked up a piece of tripe from her bowl and began to chew on it in small bites. Seeing her stiff manner, I smiled. "Sister, you're quite cute when you're shy." Claire instinctively touched her face, then glared at me. "Can you just eat your food properly?" "Sure." I stuffed a piece of fried lotus root into my mouth. I said indistinctly, "This lotus root is really good." Saying that, I tried to give some to Claire again. Claire quickly covered her bowl. "I don't need you to give me any." My chopsticks swerved. The lotus root landed in Lance's bowl. "Thank you, young lady." He picked it up and ate it in one bite. Claire felt awkward throughout the entire meal. Whenever she finished the food in her bowl, something new would be added. She really wanted to protest. But every time she met my matter-of-fact gaze, she somehow couldn't find the words to refuse. Then she realized that the amount of food she had eaten for this meal was at least twice her usual amount. That wasn't the main point. The main point was that she was clearly the older sister, even if she hadn't acknowledged it yet. But for some reason, in front of me, she seemed like an immature younger sister, who was being taken care of. The roles were completely reversed. After dinner, Claire and I walked around the mall for a bit. Before preparing to head home, Lance had already driven the car to the mall entrance. Claire habitually walked toward the curb, planning to hail a cab to go home. After I got into the car, I waved at Claire. "Sister, get in, I'll drop you off." Claire hesitated for a moment and said, "No thanks. I'll just take a cab back myself." In a tone that allowed no argument, I said again, "Get in." Claire's breath hitched and she obediently pulled open the door and slipped inside. As soon as she got in, she felt annoyed with herself. Why was she listening to me so easily? She even felt a bit afraid to defy my orders. She was clearly the older one. Whatever, what's done is done. A luxury car like a Maybach was indeed very comfortable to ride in. It was Claire's first time riding in such a high-end luxury car. However, she was clearly feeling a bit ill at ease. She sat bolt upright, her hands and feet not knowing where to go. Just then, I suddenly leaned in close. My cool fingers had an irresistible force as they gently squeezed Claire's chin, forcing her to turn her head. "Sister, you aren't afraid of me, are you?" Claire's heart skipped a beat. She instinctively argued, "Who's afraid of you?" "I'm just what? Afraid that staying with me for too long will make you soft-hearted?" Claire immediately retorted, "What nonsense are you talking? How could I possibly be soft-hearted? When it's time to arrest you, I definitely will. Then I won't make things difficult for you." I suddenly became extremely serious. "But there's one thing you must remember. Whether you acknowledge me as your sister or not, I will protect you." Claire froze, a strange sourness surging in her heart. She turned her face away, her voice slightly raspy. Who needs you to protect them?" I didn't say anything more. I simply held her hand gently. This time, Claire didn't pull away. She allowed that hand to wrap around her slightly cool fingers. At the same time, a powerful, uncontrollable urge to cry surged up, almost breaking through her eyelids. The urge to cry didn't come from feeling wronged, but from the deep, long silent bond of blood. It turned out that in this world, she was no longer all alone. She had family. From the very beginning, I had a different sense of identification with Claire. It wasn't just because of our blood relation. Normally, even biological sisters who hadn't met for so many years would usually find it hard to feel any affection. My identification with Claire was more like some kind of predestined bond. When I first saw Claire, I had a strange sense of familiarity. The stubbornness in those clear eyes, the resolute set of her mouth when she pursed her lips, and even the way her brow slightly furrowed unconsciously when she was angry. All of it made me see myself in her for a moment. Blood may not instantly spark intense family affection, but it certainly makes me pay attention to this person, who is related to me. Of course, if Claire's character were as pathetic as Jackson Miller's, I probably wouldn't even have the interest to spare her a second glance. No one is interested in a piece of mud that can't be propped up. It's precisely because Claire's character is pure, and because of the justice she always pursues in her heart, that I care about her so much. Soon, the car reached Claire's place. Claire got out of the car with a complicated expression. I rolled down the window and reminded her, "The Unity Society has been a bit unstable lately. Be careful, sister. If you run into real trouble, don't try to handle it all yourself. Remember to contact me." Claire pursed her lips for a while, before she gave a small nod. Okay. Just as she turned to enter the apartment complex, she hesitated, then turned back and whispered, "You be careful too, sister." By the time she called out that title, the $1 million car had already started up and left. She didn't know if I had heard it. In the days leading up to the new year, I quietly pushed forward a major event enough to shake the entire Grand Apex Alliance. The initial design for the company headquarters was ready, and this draft had already been posted on the company's intranet to facilitate internal communication and information transfer. The Grand Apex Alliance had long ago built a simple intranet. The technical complexity of the site wasn't high, so it was finished quickly. When everyone suddenly saw the pinned post featuring the Grand Apex headquarters design, the entire company was instantly electrified. The young lady is planning something big again. Without a single leak, she already had the headquarters design done. Although it's just an initial draft, it would still need revisions later, but it was enough to get everyone at the Grand Apex Alliance excited. In most people's minds, a company headquarters was nothing more than a somewhat grander office building. But this design wasn't as simple as a single skyscraper. It was an entire architectural complex. The complex used a layout of 3 concentric rings. The inner ring was the core office area, with helipads on the roof and at the base of the building. It looked incredibly high-end and impressive. The middle ring housed the R&D and data centers, oozing a strong sense of technology. The outer ring was planned with employee leisure zones and an ecological park. To be honest, a headquarters of this scale far exceeded what many could have imagined. Generally speaking, only a company worth over $10 billion would build a super headquarters that resembled a full-scale corporate campus like this. What did it mean for the young lady to pull out this design now? It meant that next year, or more accurately, this year, the company's goal was to hit a valuation of over $10 billion. Otherwise, we wouldn't deserve such a luxury high-end headquarters. Of course, while some were delighted, others were worried. The ordinary employees saw the design and practically got an adrenaline shot to the heart. They were already looking forward to the day they could move in. But for the executives, the pressure was immense. The worry far outweighed the joy. Take George Young, for instance, who came sniffing around immediately. "Young lady, our shopping center hasn't even finished renovations yet, and now you're already starting on a headquarters? We really don't have that much capital to throw around." He was truly terrified. "Don't worry about the funding. Once Nolan Sterling and his group fully recover, we'll let them handle the construction. Young lady, even if Nolan Sterling Group builds our headquarters, we still have to pay them, right? We won't pay. If Sterling really runs out of cash, I can lend him some money to help him stay afloat. But even if we have the money, we aren't paying." George sighed. "Truly, you're the same young lady I know. Simple, direct, and ruthless. Always looking for a way to get something for nothing." He finally understood why the young lady had started supporting Nolan Sterling so much, even going as far as lending men and money, to the point where the people who crossed Nolan couldn't even flee the country. In this life, everything eventually has to be paid back. Though George felt in his heart that fleecing Nolan Sterling like this seemed a bit uncharitable, he quickly changed his tune. As long as she wasn't bleeding our own companies, payments and capital dry, bleeding others to handle our own big business didn't seem like such a bad thing. Once we finished talking about the headquarters, I called Mitch and the others over. Once they had all arrived, we discussed the employee survey forms from the annual meeting. Without any preamble, I pulled out several survey forms and slammed them heavily onto the table with a loud thud. I don't know if any of you sitting here have actually looked at these survey results. If you haven't, look at them right now. Do you know why I suddenly decided to do a survey? That's right, it was because of the stock subscription. I can overlook ordinary employees, but as for the core members of our company, I don't believe anyone wouldn't want to buy shares. But so much time has passed now. Why do some people still haven't bought in? Or why is their subscription amount far lower than the share they were allotted? As their direct supervisors, did any of you go find out the reason behind this? Take Tyler Taylor, for example. Mitch. He's one of the veterans who joined me with you, isn't he? Something huge happened in his family, and yet you had no idea. Mitch's expression changed. "Young lady, it's true, I really didn't know. Tyler never mentioned a word to me." I cut him off. "He didn't mention it, so you didn't think to ask? When you noticed he hadn't bought his shares for so long, Didn't it occur to you to sit him down for a chat? Or do you think the well-being of your brothers just doesn't matter? Are you brothers or just bosses and underlings? When did the Grand Apex Alliance become such a cold-blooded place? The meeting room was pin-drop silent. Mitch and the other executives bowed their heads. No one dared to answer me. I suppressed my fury, my voice returning to a cold, solemn tone. I didn't call you here today to pin the blame on anyone. I want you to understand that the Grand Apex Alliance didn't get here because of some corporate system. It was because of people's hearts. Starting from now, every department head has 1 week. In 1 week, I want you to, personally, understand the situation of every single person in your team. If there's trouble at home, the company will provide salary advances and interest-free loans. If it's a core member, every expense is covered at the highest standard. Keep the bureaucracy to a minimum. Meeting adjourned. After I left, Lance, Mitch, and the others didn't disperse immediately. Instead, they picked up the documents on the table and began reading. Actually, it wasn't that they hadn't looked at these documents before. It was just that Grand Apex had a lot of staff now, and since they were busy with daily operations, it was going to take some time to finish reviewing everything. Take Tyler Taylor, for instance. As his direct supervisor, Mitch hadn't yet reached his specific survey file. As for me, how was I able to find the problem so precisely? The logic was quite simple. I used a process of elimination to find the issues faster. I first identified who hadn't participated in the stock subscription, and then I pulled those specific files to review them first. In most cases, the problems were usually found among that minority. If I had just gone through every file one by one, it would have been impossible for me to finish them all in such a short time. Of course, I didn't want to be too harsh on them. It was just that Grand Apex was growing larger and larger. We already had nearly 400 core members, and that didn't even count the people over at the Unity Society. Ordinary staff, not counting part-timers, were nearly 3,000 people. As the scale of the company grows, the difficulty of management naturally skyrockets. In those syndicates, because the scale got too large, the lackeys would use the organization's name to cause trouble everywhere. There were far too many troublemakers. So, it was vital for Grand Apex to maintain its cohesion. Otherwise, it would eventually end up just like those other syndicates, becoming a toxic mess. If I wanted the Grand Apex Alliance to maintain the cohesion it had at the very start, the key lay in the details. I had to let the brothers and sisters below me know that the leadership was always watching and caring for them. It's as simple as that. This one point is more effective than any messy attendance, system, or rules. Since the founding of the Grand Apex Alliance, we've never installed a time clock or implemented a punch-in system for shifts. To outsiders, this seemed quite bold. Any decent-sized company would implement time clocks to prevent employees from being late or leaving early. But that system didn't exist at Grand Apex. I've always believed that true cohesion comes from the members' own awareness and sense of belonging, not from mandatory institutional constraints. If you treat this place like a home, no one needs to remind you when to get up or when to work. If you only want to slack off and drift through the day, then even with a time clock, your productivity wouldn't improve much anyway. In my past life, I read a survey that said under normal circumstances, if a person works an 8-hour day, the actual effective working time averages only about 5 hours a day. If employees are constantly working overtime, their productivity drops even further. But at the Grand Apex Alliance, that number increases by at least 1.5 hours to 2 hours. Without a punch-in system, those who are delayed by personal matters don't carry nearly as much of a psychological burden. They won't end up in dangerous situations because they're rushing to get to work on time. For example, in this freezing weather, when they see the clock is ticking, people rushing toward the office could easily slip and fall on the ice, or they might run a red light while biking in a hurry and get hit by a car, among other things. If they truly are late for some reason, once they reach their post, they actually work more diligently and proactively to make up for it. After mostly finishing the progress report, Lance put down the documents and looked at everyone. The young lady is right. Back when we were watching turf on the streets, didn't we have to look after the brothers by our side? If you don't take care of them, who would bother to follow you? Now that our scale is larger, we're actually doing a worse job of it than before. There's something I've never told you all. The young lady told me in private once that her original dream was just to make a bit of money and travel the world freely. Of course, with her abilities, I believe she could have easily achieved that. But after meeting us, she said she hoped all of our brothers and sisters could do the things they wanted to do together and share in the same future. She wanted us all to prosper together. The young lady has been working hard toward this, increasing our benefits, and even implementing employee stock ownership. I have no doubt that under her leadership, the company will definitely go public in the future. When that day comes, she could easily top the billionaire lists, and we, as executives, would likely possess significant wealth ourselves. The reason she implemented the employee stock plan is because she's worried our brother's wealth won't keep pace with the company's growth. She wanted to give us security. Everyone, ask yourselves, what kind of lives did we lead before? How much money were we actually making every month? We were always living in fear, but look at us now. Mitch, it's easy for you to buy a car or a house now, isn't it? And the rest of you have a bright future ahead of you, right? Isn't that exactly what the young lady is doing for us? Our numbers are increasing rapidly now. In the new year, we might grow to 10,000 people. By then, each of you will be managing a lot of people. But the more people we have, the more we must learn to stay true to our roots. We can't let our brothers and sisters down. Tyler Taylor has followed us for a long time, yet we had no idea what was happening in his family. This is a failure in our duty, and we need to reflect on it. The young lady can sense where things have gone wrong. Through a few anomalies, why can't we? Are we simply not caring enough? We've clearly lost our focus. Lance, who usually said the least, said more to the executives today than he ever had before. Everyone lowered their heads in a silent, reflective mood. It was true, they were still far from doing a good enough job. Otherwise, they wouldn't have needed the young lady's reminder. Mitch was so moved that he stood up directly. It's my fault for not doing better. I'll do a deep self-reflection as soon as I get back, for the sake of our brother's well-being. The young lady basically gave up on taking the company public right away, which means she gave up on a massive fortune for herself. Isn't going public just a way to cash out? She had the chance to cash in but chose not to. What kind of noble character is that? From now on, I need to reflect on my actions every day, reminding myself and everyone else. The young lady clearly had the chance to fly on private jets and travel the world on luxury yachts, but she gave all that up for everyone's sake. Her sacrifice is just too great. No, we have to work harder. As the saying goes, a train runs fast, only when the locomotive leads well. Our suffering is nothing. The key is to help the young lady realize her dreams, to get her on that private jet, and on a luxury yacht to travel the world. Only when she is doing well can all of us truly live well. Isn't that the true meaning of the rich leading the rest to prosperity? Exactly. When Mitch went back to look for Tyler Taylor, he found out the guy had already taken a leave of absence. Furthermore, he had gone to Southport, 180 kilometers away from Pearl City. He guessed that Tyler Taylor was likely taking his father to Southport for medical treatment because Pearl City had a medical university. Its healthcare was already among the best in the province. However, in the field of oncology, Southport was much more authoritative. Of course, the costs there were also more expensive. And because it was out-of-town insurance, getting reimbursed was quite a hassle. Originally, Mitch had planned to have the finance department wire money to Tyler Taylor. But then he thought back to what the young lady had said, and he decided to go there in person instead. He immediately called a few brothers and grabbed some cash, then drove onto the highway toward a certain oncology hospital in Southport. Tyler Taylor's father would likely have surgery in the next day or two. For now, he had only just been admitted. The oncology hospital in Southport was indeed a top authority, but the hospital rooms were also incredibly crowded. There were so many people coming from all over for treatment, so many that Tyler couldn't help but wonder why the hospital was always so full of patients. He had waited in line for a long time before he finally secured a bed. He moved from the noisy hallway into a relatively quieter private room. His luck was pretty good. He was assigned a bed by the window, where the sun could reach him. But even with the sunlight streaming in, it couldn't dispel the lingering atmosphere of despair in the ward. Tyler Taylor sat on a plastic stool by the bed, looking at his father's sallow, pale face, which had been ravaged by the illness. It felt as though needles were piercing his heart. The pressure was immense, and he was filled with anxiety. The doctor had already told him in advance that the surgery would be very expensive, and the money he had on him was far from enough. Tyler Taylor's old phone on the bedside table suddenly began to buzz and vibrate. The caller ID showed it was his mother. Tyler Taylor took a deep breath, rubbed his face hard, and tried his best to appear cheerful. Then he answered the call. "Hey, Mom, have you eaten?" His mother's worried voice immediately came through the line. "Tyler, how's your dad doing? What did the doctor say?" Tyler Taylor glanced at his father, who was still sleeping in the hospital bed, and said, "Mom, don't you worry. The doctors here are very experienced with this illness. A top specialist will even be performing the surgery himself. The success rate is very high." "Really? That's good then." His mother's voice on the other end, noticeably relaxed. "Tyler, is the money still enough? I sold all the eggs we had saved up at home, and I borrowed a little from Mrs. Lewis at the east end of the village. I scraped together $3,000. I'll wire it to you tomorrow. Later, I'll go to your uncle's house and ask if I can borrow a bit more. Mom, how many times do I have to tell you? Don't worry about the money. Your son has made something of himself now. I'm working at a big company, the kind that's really, really legitimate. Not only do they pay for my insurance, but the bonuses they pay out are doubled. I'm not short on cash." The reason Tyler emphasized the company was mainly because his past rebellious life had left a very poor impression on his parents, leading them to always be believing he could find a decent job to do. If he hadn't undergone such a massive transformation later, and truly made a change, his mother likely wouldn't have believed a word he said. "Tyler, at such a good company, won't it be a problem for you to take a leave of absence? I'll come over to replace you as soon as I raise more money here. You can't afford to lose such a good job." "It won't be a problem. The big boss treats me very well. Just relax at home and eat and drink well. Take good care of your health. Don't let your mind wander. I've got things covered with Dad here. Don't you worry. Oh, and Mom, the hospital room Dad is in has a window. He can even get some sun. The doctors and nurses are all very responsible, Mom. You can just put your mind at ease." Okay, that's good. It must be hard for you to look after your dad, too. Remember to eat your meals on time. Don't wear yourself out." "Yeah, I know, Mom. I'm eating very well. Don't worry, Mom. The doctor is here for rounds. I'll hang up now. Take care of yourself." "All right. Go on then. Get to work." The call was quickly disconnected. Tyler gripped his phone, and the smile he had forced moments ago instantly vanished. Pressure surged into his heart, like a heavy stone pressing down on his chest. Whenever there is a patient in the family, the relatives face an ordeal that is both mentally and physically exhausting. It is incredibly draining. Otherwise, the old saying wouldn't have been passed down. Long-term illness drains the devotion of even the most filial son. He then checked the text messages on his phone, feeling slightly disappointed in his heart. Just then, Frank woke up. Tyler immediately set aside his emotions and hurried forward. "Dad, you're awake. How are you feeling? Do you want some water?" "I'm not thirsty. Is there anything you want to eat then? I'll go buy you something." Frank didn't seem to have much of an appetite, but looking at his son's eyes, he still nodded with gratification. "Something light is fine." "Got it." Tyler helped his father sit up comfortably. "I'll go buy some food right now. You just get some sun for a bit." The area near the hospital was always overcrowded, especially at mealtimes. Various small restaurants were packed with patients, relatives, and some medical staff. Tyler didn't want to walk too far, so he headed straight into an alley behind the hospital's back gate. There were several budget restaurants there. The food was relatively economical and affordable. Only a few steps after turning into the alley entrance, the sound of hurried, messy footsteps and shouting came from up ahead. "Stop right there, you little punk. If you keep running, I'll beat you to death. Believe me? Damn it, how dare you peep at the boss's wife while she's showering? If I don't strip you down to your boxers today, I'll consider them glued on." Boss Rob, he ran into a dead end. Let's see where he hides now. Tyler hadn't quite figured out what was happening yet, when he saw a white-haired youth scurry past him like a frightened rat. He zoomed right by in a flash, even bringing a gust of wind with him. That way of running looked more and more familiar the more he watched. He had a feeling of déjà vu. Right, back when he was with Mitch, it seemed like they had done this before, chasing a guy named Woody until he was scurrying in panic, and trapping him in a similar dead end. At that time, the guy's clothes had nearly been stripped off. Tyler had a face full of questions. No way it could be this coincidental, right? Before he could seriously recall whether the face of the guy who just ran past was indeed Woody, he saw the white-haired youth who just reached the end of the alley. backtracking toward him one step at a time until he was standing by his side. At both ends of the alley, a total of 5 or 6 thugs with dyed hair appeared, blocking his way out. It's destiny, Tyler. Can you believe the odds? Meeting you here? Are the Grand Apex Alliance brothers here too? To his surprise, Tyler directly took 3 steps back to distance himself. He cupped his hands toward the thugs at both ends. Gentlemen, I don't know him. I'm just passing through. You guys do whatever you have to do. I still have to go buy dinner for my dad. I won't join the excitement. Woody was speechless. Seriously? You're being that cold-blooded? I at least put in some work for the young lady before. Even if you won't help, you can't pretend we're strangers, right? Hey Tyler, what happened to the Grand Apex loyalty? When you were chasing me back then, you were the one running at the very front. You chased me the hardest of all. I almost ended up running naked because of you. Now you're pretending we've never met? Tyler still wouldn't admit it. Gentlemen, I'm really not close with him. This guy clearly loves to talk nonsense. Most importantly, how could a respectable person like me know a degenerate who likes to peep at the boss's wife? In the shower? Woody almost coughed up blood. Holy crap, Tyler, you bastard. Who was peeping in the shower? I was just passing by, and just happened to push open a door, and just happened to hear the sound of water leaking in the bathroom. Thinking how shameful it is to waste water, I just wanted to kindly help turn off the faucet. How was I to know I'd be wrongly accused of being a voyeur? Woody, you shut the hell up. If you keep talking nonsense, believe me, I'll help them strip your boxers off right now. The leader, Rob, folded his arms and watched the two of them going back and forth. A smirk appeared on his face. Keep going. Keep acting. You're playing a double act right in front of me? Do you think I'm too stupid to see through it? I don't care if you know each other, or if you're friends. Since you're here, consider it your bad luck. I'll deal with both of you at once. The thugs immediately surrounded them with baseball bats. Tyler was beyond frustrated. He just wanted to buy some food for his father. He didn't want to fight with these people at all. Whether he could win was one thing, but it wouldn't be good if he got locked up. Who would look after his father then? He kept a wary eye on the approaching Rob and the others, while glaring at Woody. Nothing good ever happens when I run into you. What are you afraid of, Tyler? Let's fight side by side. Let's show them what our alliance is made of. Ow, holy crap. Who the hell poked me in the ribs? Seeing a bat about to swing down again, Woody instantly wimped out. He quickly raised his hands. Boss, mercy. I surrender. Seeing the guy being so spineless, Rob showed a look of contempt, but also signaled with a hand to pause, telling his men not to rush into the beating. Now you know you were wrong? What were you doing earlier? Let me tell you, kid, I've got the villain script, so I'm going to do a bit too much talking. Right as he was halfway through his sentence, Tyler struck without warning, from suddenly pulling out an expandable baton and lunging forward, to the baseball bat dropping, to Rob clutching his groin and collapsing. The entire process took only a few seconds. Under what circumstances can one proactively engage in lawful self-defense? The current situation completely met the conditions for self-defense. When encountered by a group of armed street thugs surrounding you, even if the other side hasn't struck yet, the defender can take preemptive countermeasures. This is because their intent to attack has been made quite clear and poses an immediate danger, especially since Woody had already been struck on the waist with a bat. It fully met the legal requirements for self-defense. Therefore, Tyler acted decisively. Tyler had followed Lance into the streets very early on, and he already knew how to fight, especially after the martial arts gym was established. He also frequently went there to train and learn. His combat ability was not something these low-level thugs could compare to. On top of that, when he made his move, he completely relied on the element of surprise. In an instant, he had Rob kneeling on the ground, taken out of the fight. Holy crap, Tyler, that was badass. After Woody let out a cry of surprise, he immediately scooped up the baseball bat from the ground, turned around, and swung it at the nearest thug. That's for poking me in the ribs. Tyler Taylor didn't have time to deal with him. He leaned to the side to avoid a swing from another thug, letting his baton strike down on the guy's shoulder. With a sharp, muffled thud, the thug collapsed directly onto his knees. The remaining 2 thugs didn't last much longer. He took them down one by one. The entire process took only about 2 minutes. Rob's crew of 5 was completely wiped out. Tyler Taylor shook out his wrist and said coldly to the thugs on the ground, "Get lost." Rob clutched his crotch, being helped up by his underlings. He didn't forget to throw out a threat. "Hey, kid, who do you run with? Have the guts to give me your name." An underling beside him spoke up first. "Boss Rob. Are you deaf? That white-haired kid just said it." He said they're with some group called the Grand Apex Alliance. Rob slapped the underling twice across the head. "Deaf? You're the one who's freaking deaf. Damn it, if you don't know how to talk, shut up." Then he turned back to Tyler Taylor. "Grand Apex Alliance. I'll remember that. We'll settle this debt sooner or later." Tyler Taylor only replied with, "If you don't leave now, you won't leave at all." Rob was terrified and immediately took his underlings and limped away in a hurry. Once Tyler Taylor and Woody were out of sight, he finally let out his rage. "Grand Apex Alliance, huh? I'm going to gather the brothers later and tear their place down." "Boss Rob, you seem to have forgotten something," an underling reminded him. "What?" "We forgot to ask where this Grand Apex Alliance is. How are we supposed to tear it down?" "Why the hell didn't you ask sooner?" "I didn't dare to." "Useless," Rob cursed. He looked at the others. "Does any of you know about the Grand Apex Alliance? Do you know where they're based?" Everyone shook their heads in unison. "No idea, Boss Rob. Do you think they were just bluffing? We've been in Southport for so long, and we've never heard of a crew by that name." "Exactly, Boss Rob. We've heard of every outfit in Southport that counts, and all the big bosses. This Grand Apex Alliance name sounds intimidating, but we've never heard of it. I bet those two punks were afraid you'd retaliate, boss, so they made up a name to scare us into thinking they were some heavy hitters." Hearing this, Rob thought it made sense. When he first heard the name earlier, he really had been a bit intimidated. Grand Apex Alliance. The name alone sounded very organized, very dark. If it hadn't been for that white-haired kid mentioning the name a few times, he would have made his move sooner. Of course, the result would have been the same regardless of when he moved. That kid really knew how to fight, and he looked experienced too. He was no amateur. But now that he was certain the guy didn't have any real backing and was just bluffing, things became simple. You can fight 5 guys, but can you fight a dozen or even dozens? "Pup, go follow them. See where they're staying," Rob ordered. "You got it, Boss Rob." The thug nicknamed Pup immediately doubled back to tail Tyler Taylor and Woody. On the other side, after Tyler Taylor bought the food, he and Woody walked toward the hospital, chatting as they went. "Didn't you just surrender back there?" Woody gave a sly grin. "Tactical submission, you know. Give them a false sense of security. It made it easier for you to catch them off guard, Tyler. Don't drag me into your mess next time." Tyler Taylor really didn't have much of an opinion of this guy. Next time, for sure. Woody changed the subject. "Tyler, where are the others?" "What others?" Tyler Taylor didn't understand what he meant. Doesn't the Grand Apex Alliance usually roll out with a few hundred people at once? Where is everyone else? Tyler Taylor's lip twitched. "It's just me, Woody." "Oh, then never mind. If you have something to say, just say it. Why do I find you so annoying?" Tyler Taylor was getting impatient. Woody pointed a thumb over his shoulder. "There's a guy who's been following us for a while." Tyler Taylor glanced back, and indeed spotted a suspicious-looking figure trailing behind them. His heart sank. While he wasn't afraid of those thugs, he had to consider the time and place. His father was waiting for surgery. If they came to the hospital to cause trouble, no, he couldn't let that happen. Tyler Taylor's gaze turned cold. He suddenly picked up his pace and ducked behind the main gate of the courtyard. Woody was startled for a second, but quickly caught up. Pup, seeing the targets disappear, hurriedly sped up to give chase. But just as he reached the gate, Tyler Taylor suddenly appeared right in front of him, scaring him half to death. "Who sent you to follow us?" I'm just passing through, okay?" Tyler Taylor let out a cold laugh and pressed his baton against the guy's throat. Pup instantly wimped out. Wait, boss, I'll talk. Boss Rob told me to follow you. He said he wanted to scope out the Grand Apex Alliance. And then, well, he doesn't like to let a grudge wait overnight. It seemed they were planning on getting revenge this very night. Go back and tell Rob. Don't say I didn't give him a chance. Midnight tonight. The country park, about 1 kilometer from the hospital. 1-on-1 or a gang war. His choice. After saying that, he kicked Pup onto the sidewalk. "Get lost." Pup scrambled away on all fours. Woody seemed to have guessed something. Tyler, you aren't really planning to go there alone, are you? Tyler Taylor nodded. Yeah. Woody gave him a thumbs up. A real man. Don't worry, Tyler. I'll definitely be your backup. Even though we don't have our guys from the Alliance here, we can't let our momentum falter, Woody promised, patting his chest. Tyler Taylor stopped and looked at him. I think you're mistaken. You're the one going. If you don't, then you'd better pray I don't run into you back in Pearl City. If it hadn't been for this guy's nonsense, would he have been dragged into this trouble? Moreover, he wasn't stupid. If he went, he'd be screwed. If anything happened to him, who would look after his father's surgery? Tyler, I just remembered. I might have come down with a can't-fight sickness tonight. Tyler Taylor sneered. That's perfect. The park is right near the hospital. I can just drop you at the ER after the fight. After a moment, Woody said, Tyler, can I borrow your phone for a second? In a car, Mitch got a message from Woody. Young lady, Woody has shown up. Where? In Southport. He's with Tyler Taylor, and it sounds like they ran into some trouble. But don't worry, young lady. I can handle it. No need to send anyone else over. After all, we aren't in Pearl City. Too many people showing up would be too conspicuous. It would be trouble if anything happened. As Mitch said this, he glanced at the person in the passenger seat of the SUV who was snoring. Grizzly provided a full sense of security. Normally, as long as the other side didn't bring too many people or use illegal prohibited weapons like guns, having Grizzly alone would be enough to deal with that crew. With the brief report finished, Mitch hung up the phone. Back at the hospital, Tyler Taylor and Woody arrived at the inpatient building. Tyler Taylor had a nagging feeling that Woody was hiding something from him. Half of what the guy said probably wasn't even true, or rather, he never intended to tell him at all. Woody finally understood at this moment why Tyler Taylor had come to Southport. It turned out that his father was sick, and it was cancer. He immediately dropped his usual playful smirk. After all, he knew exactly when he could joke around, and when he needed to be serious. He could still tell the difference. Just as they reached the floor where Tyler's father was staying, they suddenly heard a loud bang. A hospital room door had been slammed open. 3 thugs wearing gaudy, tight-fitting t-shirts, with thick gold chains around their necks, walked into the room with an arrogant swagger. The leader was a fierce-looking guy with bleached yellow hair. Behind him followed 2 equally thuggish-looking lackeys. One had a floral tattoo sleeve, and the other had a buzzed head. The yellow-haired leader scanned the room, and finally, his gaze locked onto Frank Taylor's bed by the window. Hey, old man, wake up. Stop playing dead. I want this bed. If you know what's good for you, get your ass out to the hallway. This bed, it's... My son worked so hard to wait for this spot for me. Why should I give it to you? Why? Because I'm the boss of this street, and because the chief of hospital security is my uncle. The lackeys behind him also started jeering. You're just a poor loser from out of town. Take a good look at yourself. Look at your pathetic state. My boss's father-in-law needs the window bed. We're doing you a favor by even asking. Now get lost. Don't force us to carry you out of here. The tattooed lackey walked straight to the bedside and reached out to yank the blanket off Frank Taylor. Stop wasting space, old man. Get up. Right at that moment, Tyler Taylor and Woody walked in. Seeing this scene, Tyler instantly exploded. Stop, Tyler Taylor roared. He rushed forward and shoved the tattooed man aside, shielding his father's bed. His shove was incredibly powerful. Caught off guard, the tattooed man stumbled back several steps, nearly knocking over the IV stand by the neighboring bed. Damn it, you have a death wish? Once the tattooed man regained his balance, he grabbed a nearby plastic stool and swung it at Tyler. Tyler dodged to the side, and the chair slammed heavily onto the hospital bed. With a loud crash, the other patients in the room started screaming in terror. Taking advantage of the opening, Tyler Taylor lunged forward. His right hand shot out like a blade toward the man's throat. The tattooed man hurriedly raised his arm to block, but he didn't realize it was a feint. Tyler Taylor clenched his left hand into a fist and delivered a brutal hook directly into the man's ribs. The tattooed man collapsed to his knees in agony. He rolled on the ground, clutching his ribs. The yellow-haired leader was stunned for a moment before cursing, "You dare fight back? Everyone, get him! Kill this bastard!" Just as they were about to attack, a middle-aged man in a white lab coat rushed in with several security guards. He stopped them. What is going on here? Who gave you permission to cause trouble here? Inside a hospital, very few people dare to ignore a doctor's authority. It's an unwritten rule. After all, no one knows when they might need a doctor to save their life. So whether it's a street thug or some big shot, they all give doctors a certain level of respect. So when they saw the doctor appear, they immediately stopped. But when the yellow-haired guy saw that it was his uncle, he immediately started lying to frame Tyler. Uncle, they're the ones who started it. They're hogging the bed, and they even hit us. Look at what they did to my brother. Director Lewis glanced at the tattooed man rolling on the floor and then looked at Tyler Taylor. This is a hospital, not a place for you to fight. Patients need peace and quiet. If you cause any more trouble, I'll have you thrown out. Tyler Taylor explained, they were the ones who tried to steal my dad's bed first. And they even threatened my father. The yellow-haired guy naturally wouldn't admit it. It's because they haven't paid their medical bills. I was just trying to give them a friendly reminder. But they just attacked us. Tyler Taylor roared, bullshit. Who says we haven't paid? And you were the ones who made the first move. Hearing this, Director Lewis immediately sent someone to investigate. A moment later, word came back. Frank Taylor's family. You really do need to make a payment. If you don't pay up, we'll have to ask you to leave the hospital. Tyler Taylor's face turned pale. That's impossible. I just paid yesterday. Director Lewis said, the system shows you have a surgery scheduled for tomorrow. You need to pay $130,000. If you can't pay, start packing your things. Tyler Taylor could easily see that this Director Lewis was clearly biased. He had clearly asked the doctor at the payment counter earlier, and they had explicitly stated that the funds only needed to be ready before the surgery. But now, Director Lewis was forcing him to pay immediately. Wasn't this blatant bullying? The yellow-haired guy could see that Tyler Taylor and his friend looked like they truly couldn't come up with the money. He immediately started gloating. If you don't have money, why even bother coming for treatment? Hurry up and move. Uncle, my father-in-law wants this bed. What do you think? Director Lewis nodded indifferently. He immediately said to Tyler Taylor and the others, the hospital has rules. If you have no money, don't take up a bed. Go and process your discharge papers immediately. At that moment, Frank Taylor weakly propped himself up and grabbed his son's hand. Tyler, forget it. I don't want to continue this treatment. Dad. Tyler Taylor turned around suddenly, his eyes turning red instantly. What kind of nonsense are you saying? I'll figure something out about the money. Seeing Tyler's change, Frank Taylor was truly moved. But he really didn't want to be a burden to his son and his family anymore. Tyler, I know it hasn't been easy for you. This illness is just a bottomless pit for our family. Let's just go home. No, Tyler Taylor said with a choked voice. The doctor said, there's still a high chance the surgery will cure you. As long as there's no relapse, you can live to be at least 80. Frank Taylor coughed twice and managed a weak smile. Tyler, I've lived half my life. That's enough. Seeing you grow into a man is enough for me. Dad, please don't say that. Tyler Taylor knelt by the hospital bed, saying through his tears, I'm going to find the money right now. Just wait for me a little longer. Seeing this, the yellow-haired guy couldn't help but say in a mocking tone, oh, quite a touching father-son scene we have here. If you're broke, get the hell out of here and go die at home. Uncle Lewis, have the guards throw them out. Just as Director Lewis was about to speak, a booming voice suddenly came from the doorway. I'd like to see which bastard dares to throw my uncle out. I'd like to see who the hell dares to throw my uncle out. Before the words had even finished echoing, Mitch walked in with a cocky, swaggering stride. The yellow-haired guy was about to turn around and curse whatever idiot dared to be so arrogant, but when he saw the person following behind Mitch, he swallowed his words immediately. Mitch, who was walking in front, looked like a street thug, but not to a degree that would be terrifying. After all, the yellow-haired guy was a thug himself, and had seen plenty of people like him. But the person behind him was a different story. His size was practically a violation of the laws of nature. As the big guy walked into the hospital room, his head nearly brushed the ceiling. Especially those arms. They were thicker than the yellow-haired guy's thighs. It was ridiculous. In his entire life, the yellow-haired guy had never seen anyone who looked so fierce. Just looking at him, he felt like his legs were losing control and wanted to kneel. Especially when the other man narrowed his eyes. He looked exactly like a bandit from a period drama, a ruthless leader who spent his life killing and burning. Who are you guys? The yellow-haired guy asked, struggling to maintain his front. Mitch didn't even give him a passing glance. He walked straight over to Tyler Taylor And with a firm grip, he pulled up Tyler, who was still in a daze. "Tyler, your brothers are here to back you up. I want to see which blind fool dares touch your old man." As he spoke, he swept his eyes around the room, finally settling on the yellow-haired guy who had tried to steal the bed. Tyler Taylor was a bit emotional. "Mitch, it's fine," Mitch said. "The young lady sent me. Something this big happened in your family. Why didn't you tell me sooner? It made me, Sepasade, an insurer of the saying Prost. Forget it, none of that matters now." He turned back to the yellow-haired guy. "Was it you guys trying to steal my uncle's bed?" The yellow-haired guy stammered. It's because he didn't pay." "Pay?" Mitch couldn't be bothered with excuses. He spat out 2 words, "Kneel down." The yellow-haired guy and his crew were stunned. Before they could even react, they felt a massive shadow looming over them from behind. Perhaps practice makes perfect. Grizzly delivered a kick to the back of the knees of the yellow-haired guy and his 2 underlings. With several heavy thuds, the yellow-haired guy and his 2 lackeys all knelt in front of the bed in unison. The tattooed lackey was kneeling in the wrong direction, so Grizzly kindly helped correct him, making sure they were all lined up perfectly. Then he reported in a booming, low voice, "Mitch, are they kneeling well?" Everyone else in the room saw this and was completely dazed. Though the yellow-haired guy and his crew felt humiliated, they didn't dare to stand up or resist. Frank Taylor, lying on the bed, was also seeing such a display for the first time. He asked nervously, "Tyler, what are they doing?" Tyler didn't know how to explain it to his father, so he just helped him lie back down. "Dad, you're tired. You should sleep." Grizzly also gave Frank Taylor a wide grin. But to an old farmer like Frank, that smile was honestly terrifying. Frank said, "Tyler, I really am tired." With that, he closed his eyes. Grizzly was stunned. "Wait, am I really that scary? I'm clearly so obedient and well-behaved. I have a great appetite too. I'm Mama's good boy." Director Lewis, who had been ignored on the side, finally couldn't take it anymore. He said, "What exactly do you want? This is a hospital, not a place for you to cause trouble. And besides, they really didn't pay their fees. We are simply following the hospital's rules and regulations." Mitch walked up to him. "Short on cash, are you?" Then he snapped his fingers. An underling in black immediately brought over a black briefcase safe. With a click, it was opened, revealing a case full of neatly stacked cash. A rough estimate put it at nearly $1 million. Mitch grabbed a bundle of cash and slapped it against Director Lewis's head. "Is that enough? Not enough, right?" He grabbed another bundle and slapped it against his head again. "How about now? Still not enough?" Mitch repeated this 7 or 8 times. The money stacked higher and higher on Director Lewis's head, while cold sweat poured down his forehead. He didn't dare to move a muscle. Mitch didn't seem satisfied yet. He lifted the briefcase, and with a sudden flip, he dumped the entire case of money all over Director Lewis. "Is that enough for you now?" There was a deathly silence in the room. Even the hospital security guards were so shocked they couldn't find their voices. Their first reaction wasn't to feel sorry for Director Lewis, but to wonder why no one was hitting them with money. "I have plenty of money. I only have one requirement: cure my uncle and move him into a comfortable private suite." With that, Mitch grabbed Director Lewis by the collar. He whispered, "About my brother. I won't settle that score with you just yet. Whether you handle this well or not depends entirely on what you do next. If you disappoint us..." At that moment, Grizzly picked up a stainless steel cup from the bedside, tossed it in his hand a few times, and then suddenly squeezed it with all his might. There was a gut-wrenching sound of metal twisting. That stainless steel cup was actually crushed into a solid ball of mangled scrap metal. The hospital room filled with the sound of collective gasps. "Is this guy even human?" Grizzly handed the crushed ball of metal to Director Lewis. Continued. He gave a wide, innocent grin and said, "Doc, my mama told me, when asking someone for a favor, I should give them a little ball of iron I made myself. Here, take it." Seeing that Director Lewis wouldn't take it, he pushed it forward. "Take it. I made this especially for you. Look how round it is. You can even use it for self-defense. Oh, and Doc, I'm really strong. I can make all sorts of shapes. If you like, I can give your head a little squeeze too." He meant making a head out of scrap metal. Director Lewis's legs went weak. He nearly knelt on the spot. I'll arrange it right away. We'll put him in a VIP suite immediately." I'll call for a consultation with our best specialists, and we'll use the most advanced treatment plan available. Mitch finally nodded in satisfaction. Now you're talking. Go take care of it. Director Lewis immediately took the guards and fled like his life depended on it. Grizzly was left holding the scrap metal he hadn't given away. He suddenly felt quite bored. With a casual toss, the ball of metal landed with a loud thud right in front of the yellow-haired guy on the floor. The yellow-haired guy jumped in fright. He immediately started kowtowing and begging for mercy. Boss, we were wrong. We'll never do it again. Please, let us go. Mitch let out a cold snort. Get lost! The yellow-haired guy felt like he'd been granted a royal pardon. He scrambled out of the room as fast as he could. His two lackeys followed close behind him. Mitch arranged for a brother to stay and look after Tyler's father, Frank Taylor. Then he called Tyler outside. You'd better brace yourself. The young lady is very angry. As soon as Mitch spoke, Tyler Taylor's heart began to race. Tyler asked cautiously, Mitch, what can I do to make the young lady feel better? Mitch replied, write an essay. Tyler was stunned. An essay? You mean a self-reflection? It'll be posted on the company's internal forum. You kept something this big from her. And the young lady is furious. She decided to have your apology pinned to the top of the intranet for a month. I've already thought of how you should write it. I, Tyler Taylor, failed to report a life-threatening illness of an immediate family member, even though company rules state, even though the company explicitly states, that core member's immediate family is eligible for full medical coverage. I completely ignored it. My silence was a major offense. I am hereby fined $100. As a warning to my colleagues, if there is a next time, I will be severely punished without mercy. After Mitch finished outlining the self-reflection, he looked at Tyler. Well, do you accept this punishment? Tyler stammered, unable to find any words for a moment. He never expected that he would be punished by the company for such a reason, and the severity of this punishment far exceeded his imagination. Then an indescribable, hot, stinging sensation rushed up his nose and hit his eyes. This wasn't from feeling wronged, but from deep, profound guilt. Actually, he'd hidden his father's illness, partly because he didn't want to trouble anyone, and especially didn't want to bother the young lady. But as it turned out, the trouble he thought he was causing, yet he still let the young lady personally intervene. He even let Mitch come all this way to visit his father, backing them up and solving their troubles. They even threw money around to clear the path. This kind of friendship, this protective loyalty, was worth more than a fortune. What had Tyler Taylor done to deserve this? Tyler also guessed the intention behind this punishment. First, the young lady was indeed angry. She was angry that he didn't trust the organization, angry that he ignored company regulations, and angry that he treated himself like an outsider, keeping everything bottled up inside. It was a feeling of being frustrated by his lack of resolve. Secondly, the young lady was using this method to show him, and everyone in the Grand Apex Alliance, her stance. Your difficulties are my difficulties. Your family is who the company will protect. No one is allowed to be this stupid ever again. Or, Tyler Taylor will serve as their warning. Once he understood this, Tyler couldn't help but open his mouth, but his throat felt like it was blocked by something, and no sound would come out. The stinging sensation in his nose grew stronger, and even his vision began to blur. He blinked hard, trying to force the tears back. He didn't want to lose face in front of Mitch, but in the end, he couldn't hold them back. The hot liquid uncontrollably filled his eyes and slid down his cheeks. Mitch, I accept the punishment. Forget $100. I'd accept 1,000. Or even 10,000. I was a jerk. I was a fool. I failed the young lady's trust. Grizzly, standing nearby, saw how hard Tyler Taylor was crying. He wanted to comfort him, but didn't know how. Finally, he pointed at Woody's white afro. Tyler, don't cry. I'll shave his head for you to play with. Woody looked on with a face full of questions. Wait, big guy, what do you mean by that? Sounds like you're planning to turn me into a baldy. What did I ever do to you? If I weren't afraid I'd lose, I'd definitely have to challenge you to a death match to see who's the better man. Mitch finally spoke to him. Woody, you've been running around quite a bit lately. We haven't had any news of you. People who didn't know any better would have thought you'd been kidnapped and sold for your organs. Anyway, tell me the truth. What are you doing in Southport? Woody replied, Mitch, to tell you the truth, what you just said was actually spot on. Mitch was stunned. You were actually kidnapped to be harvested? He had just been teasing him casually. Then how did you escape? I heard those organ harvesting bastards are incredibly ruthless. It was a woman, Mitch. Mitch, can we go to the Celestial Lounge tonight? I want to take someone away with me. She knows a lot of secrets, some of which involve certain people back in Pearl City. For example, the EC Union. As far as I know, the EC Union controls many girls. Many were sold abroad. They don't just provide services. If someone outside takes a liking to one of those girls, they trick her into going abroad, promising double to pay. Some naive girls go out, and they never come back. If this guy hadn't mentioned the EC Union, it would have been fine. But as soon as he did, Mitch immediately perked up. No wonder the EC Union was so rich. They raked in 60 or 70 million in half a year, making more than the Unity Society. So they were hiding this kind of black-hearted business behind the scenes. Tyler Taylor remembered what the thugs said earlier. The guys from before mentioned, "You peeping at the boss's wife while she showered? That couldn't be the boss's wife, could it?" Mitch heard this and immediately started gossiping. "Oh? Woody, you bastard, you were peeping at some boss's wife. Tell me, what did you see?" Woody replied, "I saw what I wanted to see. Holy crap, you animal. I've always hated perverts like you the most. Most importantly, you didn't even invite me." "Mitch, what are you thinking? Would a respectable gentleman like me really peep at someone in the shower? I just wanted to make sure. She was the person I was looking for. Plus, it's the middle of winter, and people wear too many clothes. I could only sneak a look at where she stayed. Otherwise, was I supposed to go right up to her and tell her to take off her clothes?" "Mitch, you've really got me wrong. I'm not that kind of person." Mitch asked, "What's the girl's name?" Woody replied, "Blue Butterfly." "Blue Butterfly, huh? Not bad. That's a pretty nice name. You said you want to go to the Celestial Lounge tonight and take her?" "Yes, Mitch. Her situation there is very dangerous, especially since the lounge's owner, Vulture, is a truly ruthless character who devours people whole." "Do they have a lot of men?" "Definitely a lot, but maybe not so many at midnight." "Why?" Tyler Taylor seemed to have guessed something. "I made an appointment with them for a one-on-one at midnight." "What, a one-on-one? They won't just send a couple of guys for that, will they?" Mitch asked. Tyler Taylor replied, "It's a one-on-one against their whole gang." Mitch was stunned for a moment, then patted his shoulder. "Tyler, you've got some serious guts. But this is actually an opportunity. Tonight, we'll call the cops to find a way to keep them pinned down at the park. For example, say there's a group of people gang-raping an old sow in the park. Then we'll use the chaos to raid the lounge. There won't be anyone left there to stop us." Woody's eyes lit up. Great idea, but it could be even better. Then he directly borrowed Tyler Taylor's phone and pulled out a little notebook. From his jacket pocket, he found a number and dialed it. "Tell Mad Leopard. Don't say we didn't give him a chance. Tonight, our Grand Apex Alliance is bringing 100 men. Tell him not to bring too few people tonight, or there won't be enough for our brothers to chew on." That would be too boring. After saying that, he hung up the phone and said to Mitch and the others, "Now it's foolproof." Mitch said, "You're a real dog, you know that? By the way, where'd you get that number? How do you know his contact info?" Woody gave his hair a stylish flick. "Just basic skills, nothing special." Several people then quickly discussed the details. After hearing the rest of Woody's plan, Mitch couldn't help but say, "You little bastard have too many damn tricks." Grizzly scratched his smooth, bald head and asked innocently, "So am I still shaving his head?" Woody barked, "Screw you! I think you're just jealous of my handsome hairstyle, since you don't have any hair yourself. Feeling a bit unbalanced, aren't we?" Mitch checked the time. "It's still a few hours until tonight. Let's go scope out the place first. Get a feel for the layout of the Celestial Lounge, so we don't end up getting surrounded." Woody nodded. "Mitch is right. Unfamiliar with the situation over there. I'll lead the way." Just as several people were about to move, Tyler Taylor's phone suddenly rang. He looked down. It was an unknown number. Mitch signaled him to answer it and put it on speaker. On the other end of the line, a voice came through, gritting its teeth. "You Grand Apex trash. Acting tough, huh? Bringing 100 men, are you? Fine. Tonight at midnight, I'll make sure you know. Who's the boss on this turf?" That voice belonged to Rob, whom Tyler Taylor had nearly crippled earlier. The guy clearly sounded much tougher over the phone. He threw out the threat and hung up immediately. Woody grinned. "They took the bait." Tyler Taylor asked, "Will they really show up?" Mitch let out a cold laugh. "That doesn't matter. What matters is they'll definitely have to move their men to the park. The Celestial Lounge won't have much of a crew left. Night falls. The neon lights of Southport slowly flicker to life, turning the night of this legendary city into a shimmering, colorful display. In front of the Celestial Lounge, 2 security guards were lazily smoking, chatting idly back and forth. I heard Big Lou and his boys have a major hit scheduled for today. He asked the boss for nearly 200 men to go settle the score with. Some crew that crawled out of nowhere. Well, it's gonna be a hell of a show tonight then. Crossing Big Lou never ends well for anyone. I heard they're called the Grand Apex Alliance or something. The name sounds intimidating enough, I guess. Intimidating my ass. I've never even heard of them. Probably just a name some low-level thugs made up to try and scare people. If you ask me, those idiots are just looking for a death warrant. They clearly didn't bother to check our boss's reputation. Last time some blind fool caused trouble at the club. They broke his legs and tossed him into the river. Tsk. There's definitely going to be blood tonight. It's a shame we're stuck guarding this place. Otherwise, I'd love to go over there and watch the chaos. Guarding the front door is so boring. Hey, do you think those guys might actually have some backing? Think they can fight? Even if they can, they're facing 200 men. Even a dragon has to coil up, and even a tiger has to stay down when surrounded. Besides, who do you think is standing behind Big Lou? That's our boss's Uncle Cole. In all of Southport, who's actually brave enough to challenge him. True. They're probably just a bunch of clueless punks who don't know any better. By tomorrow morning, they'll know the meaning of regret. With everyone gone, it's just us left at the club. Nothing's gonna happen, right? What could possibly happen? Who would dare cause trouble at the Celestial Lounge? You'd have to have a death wish for that. Just as they were speaking, a large black SUV came to a sudden, screeching halt by the curb. The doors slid open, and Mitch, Ashton, Grizzly, and the others stepped out one by one. Tyler Taylor wasn't among them. His father was still in the hospital and needed care. It wouldn't have been right to call him away. Besides, their plan was to get their person and get out, slipping away immediately. They intended to drive through the night, back to Pearl City. This wasn't their turf after all. They weren't familiar with the surroundings here, and staying too long would eventually leave them vulnerable. But once they were back in Pearl City, it would be a different story. That was their home turf. Those bastards better not think about coming for revenge, or they'd make sure they never left. As Mitch and the group stepped out of the car, the 2 guards tossed their cigarettes aside, crushed them under their boots, and walked over with an arrogant swagger. Hey brothers, you can't park here. Move it further down the road. There's a parking lot over there. One guard said, pointing ahead. Mitch narrowed his eyes at him, and said, no need. We're only staying for a moment. We're leaving as soon as we pick someone up. Seeing that they refused to move the car, the guards snapped. Can't you understand English? No parking here. Move it now, or else. Grizzly stepped forward. His massive, 7-foot frame loomed over them like a solid brick wall. The sheer pressure he radiated was instantaneous. The 2 guards were clearly shaken by Grizzly's presence, but they braced themselves and blustered. Do you have any idea whose territory this is? Move now, or we'll carry you out in a casket. See? I tried to be polite, but it didn't work. So, don't blame us for being aggressive. Mitch sighed. Grizzly grabbed both guards by their collars. With one in each hand, he hoisted them straight off the ground. No matter how much they struggled, they couldn't break free. Pure terror washed over their faces. Mitch patted their cheeks. Can we park here now? The guards nodded frantically. Yes. Sir, you can park wherever you want. Keep a good eye on our car. If anything happens to it, I'll break all 3 of your legs, Mitch said viciously. Then, Mitch, acting completely untouchable, led Ashton and 2 subordinates into the nightclub. Grizzly finally set the 2 terrified guards back down on the ground. He hesitated for a moment, deciding not to hit them. Instead, he rumbled in a low voice. Later. I'll come back and roll your heads. Immediately after, he followed Mitch and the others into the club. As Mitch's group entered the lobby, they were hit by a wall of deafening music. Ashton leaned in and shouted into Mitch's ear, Mitch, I'm going to look for Sky first. Mitch nodded. He then reached out and stopped a passing waiter, a friendly smile on his face. Hey brother, could I borrow that walkie-talkie for a second? The waiter was about to refuse, but Mitch had already snatched it from him. He gave the waiter a gentle shove backward. Grizzly's eyes lit up. He reached out a massive hand and pressed it onto the waiter's head. Then, with a forceful rub, swish, 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 The waiter felt like steam was rising from the top of his head. His scalp suddenly felt very cold. Instinctively, he reached up to touch his head. It felt smooth and icy. His heart went even colder. Holy crap! Where did my hair go? Grizzly, looking very pleased with himself, clapped his hands, all rolled up. That's the first one. As Mitch walked, he spoke into the radio. Testing, testing. Listen up, everyone. Someone is causing trouble at the boss's office. Requesting immediate backup. Within moments, the remaining waiters and a few thugs inside the club all started rushing toward the boss's office. They all looked panicked. Mitch and his crew simply strolled along right behind them. Inside the general manager's office, Uncle Cole was having a private conversation with a woman in her early 20s. Do you know that white-haired kid or not? I don't know him, Sky replied. I'm asking you one last time, Sky. Who exactly is that white-haired punk? He's been scouting our place for a long time. Several of my boys have said that he's definitely here for you. Uncle Cole, I really don't know him. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Fine, I'll believe you for now. Let's put that aside. Sky, you know, I've never let a woman stay here this long before. You're the exception. As long as you agree to be mine, I can even let you run this whole nightclub. Everything here will be yours. Uncle Cole laid out his terms. Uncle Cole, I appreciate the offer, but no. Sky remained unmoved. Not satisfied? Then what do you want? Money? Power? Cole asked. Uncle Cole, are you trying to force me? Sky looked at him, her expression cold. Uncle Cole stopped pretending. He suddenly grabbed her by the wrist. Don't throw my kindness back in my face. When I want a woman, there's no one I can't have. From the first moment he saw Sky, he had been drawn to her unique aura. She was nothing like the cheap, flashy women he usually had at the club. She was cold and indifferent. Despite being a woman, she wasn't weak. In fact, she was quite ruthless. It was his first time seeing a woman so special. He had even spent a fortune to buy her out. Yet, no matter what he did, she remained completely indifferent. She acted as if he didn't even exist. Gradually, Cole had lost his patience. He shoved her down onto the surface of the office desk. But Sky just stared straight at him, not struggling, not resisting. She looked like a corpse, just watching him silently. The look in Cole's eyes remained calm and undisturbed. Uncle Cole felt a little creeped out by her stare, but he had already committed and didn't want to wait any longer. Looking at her, he gave a low growl, and the pressure in his hands tightened even further. Don't you give me that damn dead-eyed look. If I want you to smile, you'll smile. If I want you to cry, you'll cry. He freed one of his large hands and reached roughly for the collar of Sky's shirt, preparing to rip it open. Sky still didn't move an inch, nor did she seem to have any intention of resisting. Just as Uncle Cole was about to get what he wanted, the office door was suddenly slammed open. 7 or 8 people burst through the doorway, all of them waiters and security guards from the club. Boss, we're here to save you. Before they could even finish their shout, the whole group froze in their tracks. There was nothing more awkward than a sudden silence. In the vast office, the atmosphere became as heavy and oppressive as the dead calm before a storm, making it hard to even breathe. Sky's voice, cold as frost, slowly echoed through the dead silence, carrying a hint of mockery. Uncle Cole, it seems your men really do care about you. They certainly have impeccable timing. Cole's face turned a bruised shade of purple. He roared in a blinding rage. Get out! Every single one of you, get the hell out. Why, yes, boss. The employees at the door snapped out of their shock, scrambling and crawling over each other to retreat. Someone even nearly tripped over the person behind them. Go, go, go. Move it. Once everyone had cleared out, Uncle Cole turned back, about to say something more to Sky. But the moment he opened his mouth, he was interrupted by another thunderous crash. The heavy, solid wood door was hit as if by a massive battering ram, and came crashing inward. The same group of waiters and guards who had just left made a sudden return, except this time, they came flying back in. Are you motherfuckers looking to die? Uncle Cole was beyond furious now, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent. But when he turned his head, he saw a yellow-haired young man, strolling inside with several others behind him. One of them was the white-haired kid he had been looking for. Hope we aren't interrupting anything, Mitch said with a cynical smirk. And just for the record, we didn't do this. Your employees here voluntarily ran into my brother, and they just happened to bounce back. The first thing Mitch did was deflect all responsibility, pointing to Grizzly behind him. Grizzly nodded seriously, looking completely honest. That's right. They ran into me. I only gave them a tiny little nudge. As he spoke, he even gestured with his hands, as if he really had only given them a light tap. Uncle Cole looked at the collapsed door, and the group of men groaning in pain on the floor. His mouth twitched. You call that a tiny little nudge? Your tiny nudges are like being hit by a cannonball. Sky, a girl who usually seemed frozen in indifference, showed a rare flicker of emotion in her eyes. It was the first time she had ever witnessed such pure, brutally extreme aesthetic of violence. It was a complete shock to her system. Who the hell are you people? What do you want? Uncle Cole asked, barely suppressing his rage. Mitch shrugged. Nothing much. We just want to take someone off your hands. Ashton immediately pointed at Sky. I'm taking her with me. Uncle Cole whipped his head toward Sky. Sky, he said with a cold sneer. And you still claim you don't know them? This kid even brought reinforcements to come get you. Sky said coldly. I don't know him, and I'm not going anywhere with him. Ashton grew anxious. Sky, you really can't stay here. Just come with me. Uncle Cole suddenly burst into a fit of wild laughter. What do you think this place is? You think you can just come as you please and leave whenever you want? I'm telling you right now, it's too late. None of you are leaving this place alive tonight. He immediately pulled out his phone and made a call. Big Lou, get the men. Get every single brother we have over here right now. On the other end of the line, Big Lou was panting heavily. Boss, we can't make it right now. 200 of us are currently being chased by the cops. Uncle Cole froze. What happened? Damn it, I don't know which son of a bitch filed a false report, saying we were all out here raping an old sow. The cops showed up and started rounding us up immediately. Big Lou's voice was thick with fury and humiliation. Who the hell has such disgusting taste? That wasn't even the main issue. The real problem was that they were all carrying weapons at the time, and with so many people gathered together, the police were bound to question them if they saw them. They might even take everyone back for interrogation. That was why they had to run. Boss, just hang in there. We'll be back as soon as we lose the cops. With that, Big Lou hung up the phone, listening to the dial tone. The expression on Cole's face was a sight to behold. He stiffly lifted his head and saw Grizzly walking toward him with a ferocious look. He suddenly switched to a beaming smile. Is it too late for me to take back what I just said? His only response was Grizzly's massive palm. A moment later, Uncle Cole truly lived up to his nickname, Bald Cole. He was now completely bald. His head was so smooth and hairless that it actually reflected light. Even Mitch was stunned. It was his first time seeing that Grizzly had such a specialized talent. A physical tauntaurer, technique, clean, efficient, and incredibly effective. In a matter of seconds, he had turned the man's head into a smooth egg. However, now wasn't the time to be learning techniques from Grizzly. Take her, Mitch ordered directly. A subordinate in black immediately walked over, preparing to take Sky by force. Sky, however, had no intention of going with them. A short dagger hidden in her sleeve was ready to strike. Mitch seemed to notice. I wouldn't advise trying anything, he warned. Otherwise, my brother will turn your head into a smooth egg too. Sky's body went rigid. She glanced at Grizzly's superhuman physique and then at Uncle Cole's horrendously bald head. A trace of wariness flickered in her cold eyes. She definitely couldn't beat this giant. If she couldn't win, fighting would just be an exercise in futility. She flicked her wrist, and with a sharp clang, she tossed the dagger aside. Mitch waved his hand to signal the move, then shouted at Grizzly, who was still admiring his handiwork. Stop playing around. Let's move. Retreat. Grizzly seemed a bit reluctant to leave his new egg, muttering that he was only one away from a full set. But he was very obedient. He immediately gave up on shaving the last few people and followed the group out. Just as they reached the hallway, the walkie-talkie Mitch was holding crackled to life. The boss's life is in danger. Don't let those people escape. Big Lou and the others will be here any second. Mitch was a bit surprised by the news. Those guys were returning faster than he expected. After a moment's thought, he spoke directly into the radio. Oh no! They've escaped. They're heading out through the back door. Tell Big Lou to block off the rear entrance immediately. A response came through almost instantly. Copy that. Copy that. Out at the main entrance of the club, the two security guards were standing by the black SUV, smug looks on their faces. They knew Big Lou and the boys were on their way back. They couldn't wait to see those arrogant bastards get what was coming to them. I let the air out of the tires. There's no way these guys are driving anywhere now. Ha ha ha. Right then, the sound of frantic footsteps and shouting echoed from the street corner. Big Lou appeared with a large crowd of subordinates, all of them looking incredibly disheveled and worn out. The two guards immediately waved their hands at them. He shouted, "Big Lou, their car is right here. We've got it pinned down." Just as they finished shouting, they saw Big Lou suddenly lead his men in a U-turn and loop around from the other side. The two guards looked at each other, totally confused. What's going on? Before they could figure out what was happening, two massive hands clapped onto their shoulders from behind. "I told you guys to watch the car. Where'd the air go?" The two guards turned their heads, trembling. "B-boss, we messed up. Please, have mercy." Mitch didn't even seem angry. His tone was actually quite gentle. "It's good that you know you're wrong. Isn't there a saying for this? To realize one's mistakes and change is the greatest virtue. Now, go ahead and change." The two guards knelt before the tires. Taking turns, they started blowing air into the tires with their mouths. They blew until their eyes were nearly popping out of their sockets, and they were literally foaming at the mouth. Only then did Mitch casually pull a portable air pump out of the car. He filled the tires back up and drove away. Just as they reached the intersection, they saw Big Lou and his mob, huffing and puffing as they sprinted out of a side alley. They passed right by Mitch's car. Big Lou instantly spotted the white-haired kid in the car. He went ballistic. "It's those scum from the Grand Apex Alliance. After them. Get the cars over here now. Chase them down. I don't care if it's the ends of the earth. I'm gonna kill them." Despite Big Lou's shouting, by the time his lackeys brought the cars around, the black SUV had already vanished without a trace. Not even the taillights were visible. In the end, the crowd could only stand there in a useless, impotent rage. By the time a fuming Big Lou made it back to the nightclub and saw the state of the place, he was instantly stunned, especially when he walked into the manager's office and saw the boss's current appearance. He couldn't help but blurt out, "Boss, are you guys planning to become monks or something?" Uncle Cole beckoned him over. "Lou, get over here." Big Lou obediently walked up to Uncle Cole. Without a word, Uncle Cole raised his hand and slapped him hard across the face several times. "I'll show you a monk, you idiot," he cursed while striking him. Big Lou was slapped so hard he nearly saw stars. His face was a mask of pure grievance. Uncle Cole immediately started his interrogation. "I just got a report from downstairs. They said you and your whole crew went rushing off to the road behind the club and ended up letting those guys slip right through your fingers. Is that true?" Uncle Cole was clearly looking for someone to blame. "Boss, you really can't blame me," Big Lou pleaded, feeling even more wronged. "I received word that they were escaping through the back door. That's why I took the boys to block the back road. I didn't expect the enemy to be so cunning. They used our own people against us. Boss, just give me a little time. I'll find out exactly where these people are staying. I'll make sure we round them all up in one go. Not a single one will get away." Uncle Cole waved his hand and said, "No need. You won't find them in Southport. I've heard the name Grand Apex Alliance before." Big Lou was taken aback. "Boss, you know where this Grand Apex Alliance is?" As he spoke, he suddenly remembered something. That SUV's license plate just now. It looked like it was from Pearl City next door. "Boss, are you saying Grand Apex is a power from Pearl City?" Uncle Cole nodded. "I heard Dax Vance from the EC Union mention this group before. If I recall correctly, their leader is actually a woman." Big Lou's eyes widened in even greater surprise. "A woman? No way. It's rare enough for a woman to be in the life, let alone be the boss. How is that even possible?" Uncle Cole looked at him and asked, "If I sent you to deal with this organization, could you handle it?" "You even have to ask?" "Of course I can." Big Lou thudded his chest, speaking with supreme confidence. How tough can a crew run by a woman be? Isn't there a saying? When a woman runs the house, the roof falls in. I can already imagine what kind of outfit this Grand Apex Alliance is. Probably just a bunch of small fry thugs, playing house with some girl boss. It's just child's play. For a crew like that, I could take a few of the boys over there and crush them in an afternoon. When the time comes, I'll drag that girl bosses right in front of you. I'll make her serve you tea and beg for forgiveness. I'll show her that the underworld is no place for anyone but men." As he spoke, he made a chopping motion, as if slicing through vegetables. Uncle Cole nodded, agreeing that he had a point. The world of the underworld was all about killing and violence. social politics, and connections were incredibly complex. Women were definitely at a disadvantage in this environment. Being a boss was probably out of the question for her. Lou, your words are a bit crude, but you're making sense. Since you're so confident, I'll leave this matter in your hands. Take some of the brothers and head to Pearl City. Big Lou became excited immediately. Boss, do you want me to just wipe them all out? Uncle Cole shook his head. No rush on that yet. There's something else you need to do in Pearl City first. Dax Vance is very interested in the Unity Society over in Pearl City. It's not convenient for his own men to show their faces, so he mentioned it to me. I hadn't planned on agreeing to help him, but now I've changed my mind. Once this is taken care of, I'll have him assist you in dragging those bastards back here to me. As Uncle Cole spoke, a flash of bone-chilling hatred flickered in his eyes. Whether it was them barging in and shaving his head bald, or snatching away the woman he had his eye on, there was no way he could just swallow this insult. If I don't get revenge for this, how can I ever show my face in Southport again? Uncle Cole waved his hand, signaling for him to get lost. After Big Lou left, he immediately began gathering men. He assembled nearly 100 men, getting a large tour bus, several cars, and a few vans. The convoy set off toward Pearl City in a grand, imposing manner. As the end of the year approached, Pearl City became more and more lively. On the sidewalks lining both sides of the streets, over the storefronts, and on the lampposts spanning the roads, strings upon strings of large red lanterns and decorative knots were hung. The atmosphere everywhere was thick with the feeling of the new year. As the retail giant of Pearl City, Grand Apex Supermarket fired the first shot. In the major New Year's promotion campaign, the event would run until New Year's Eve on the lunar calendar. This was because on New Year's Day, all Grand Apex Supermarket locations would close for 3 days, allowing the hard-working employees to enjoy the holiday properly. Plus, since the main shopping rush always happened before the New Year, running the promotion now was the most logical choice. Once Grand Apex Supermarket kicked off its event, other supermarkets in Pearl City, like Fresh Mart, Lucky Life, and various other retail brands, immediately followed suit. What was interesting was that they seemed to have a tacit agreement. They all pointed their marketing spears directly at Grand Apex Supermarket, and the promotional method they used was a particularly nasty comparison tactic. Grand Apex sells this for X. We only sell it for Y. Lower prices than Grand Apex. We challenge their lowest prices. What Grand Apex doesn't have, we do. We have the discounts and benefits, and so on. When it came to a pure price war, these national retail giants did indeed possess stronger supply chain advantages and bargaining power. They could achieve lower costs, so it was normal for their prices to be slightly lower than Grand Apex's. Although Grand Apex Supermarket had also launched its new Grand Apex Symbiosis's business alliance model, which integrated upstream and downstream partners. But trying to force costs down quickly still requires time. Besides, I never intended to pursue extreme cost-cutting at the source. If you don't guarantee a profit margin for the manufacturers, how can you possibly guarantee the quality and integrity of the products? The current business environment is nowhere near as cutthroat as it becomes in the future. Back then, the competition wasn't as ridiculously intense as what I've seen before. In my previous life, I dealt with a factory owner who made appliances and was on the verge of bankruptcy. When he came to our law firm for a consultation, he was looking to hire us for a patent infringement lawsuit. He told us he was forced into a corner. There was one thing he said that left a deep impression on me. I've been making appliances for 20 years, and I honestly can't wrap my head around it. My production cost is several $100s. So how on earth are those people selling them for 30 or 40? These are electrical appliances, for God's sake. Because of that case, I started paying closer attention to those kinds of electronics. Later, down south, the first case of a charging-related explosion occurred. It happened in a corporate office and nearly burned the entire floor down. Being cheap is certainly a massive competitive advantage, but it isn't necessarily healthy. I can't stop people from choosing the cheapest products available. But what I can do, and what I insist on doing, is ensuring that every single item sold at Grand Apex Supermarket is of excellent quality and completely reliable. I am pursuing reasonable optimization while prioritizing quality rather than just mindlessly chasing the lowest price. The local competitors in Pearl City had formed a coalition to launch a coordinated siege against Grand Apex Supermarket. which did indeed cause us quite a bit of trouble. The most immediate sign of this was the question customers asked our staff the most. For the exact same item, why is it cheaper over at the other store? For a while, every Grand Apex supermarket branch felt the pressure from our rivals. The frontline floor staff, in particular, had to repeat the same explanation countless times a day to the exact same question. It was incredibly draining. Naturally, these reports eventually reached my desk. Once I had a clear grasp of the situation, I made a decisive move. I gave Theodore Vance the signal to begin the operation. Very quickly, the Grand Apex Alliance began to close the net. The team of professional fraud hunters I had sent out earlier began to deliver a dose of righteous justice to our competitors. These professional shoppers had very clear targets. They specifically targeted our rival stores to find products that, due to poor management, were still on the shelves past their expiration date. They also looked for items that failed quality inspections, and even goods suspected of being counterfeit. We had been doing this groundwork for some time, and the evidence had already been meticulously collected. First, we filed cases with the court. Next, we reported them to the market regulators. Then, we brought the evidence and the media straight to the doors of the offending supermarkets for a public legal awareness campaign. Even though consumer protection laws weren't as comprehensive in this era, as long as the evidence was undeniable, and you were persistent about your rights, there was a very high chance of getting triple, or even 10 times the purchase price in damages, 10 times the compensation. That was the core hook of the Grand Apex Alliance's campaign. Because they had already completed the filings and testing, they knew exactly which products at which supermarkets were problematic. They then used the legal awareness angle to tell the curious onlookers that the products they were exposing were defective, and that there was a chance to get 10 times the money back. When the crowd heard there was such a good deal, finding out that buying an expired or defective product could lead to a 10-fold payout, many people rushed in before the supermarkets could react. Before the staff could pull the problematic items from the shelves, the crowds went wild, snatching up every single defective product they could find, especially those with quality issues, or those suspected of being fakes. The moment they checked out, they immediately demanded their compensation. Our competitors' supermarkets were thrown into total chaos. Their employees were completely overwhelmed, and their level of stress far exceeded that of our Grand Apex staff. The Grand Apex employees only had to patiently explain why our products were slightly more expensive. But these other workers had to deal with the headache of compensation claims, which was much harder to handle than a simple price dispute. Some supermarkets even tried to use security to kick out these malicious professional shoppers. But they quickly realized that wouldn't work, because members of the Grand Apex Alliance would stand right in front of those customers. The Grand Apex Alliance vowed to defend the rights of all consumers. They dared anyone to try and get physical. When the security guards saw the muscle backing the customers, they didn't dare move. They were just regular security guards, while the guys in front of them were real heavy hitters. As the incident continued to escalate, and the media got involved, the news spread everywhere, both online and offline. Those supermarkets were instantly thrust into a public relations nightmare. Not only did their foot traffic plummet, but some were even forced to temporarily close. On top of that, they faced massive payouts to claimants. Taking advantage of this opening, Grand Apex Supermarket ramped up its offensive. In one go, we put up 11 legendary Wolling utility vans, along with 2 5-seater sedans, valued at over 100,000, each one black and one white, as the grand prizes for our event. In a way, these prizes were generously sponsored by our competitors. The amount the Grand Apex Alliance's team had collected in settlements far exceeded the cost of these vehicles. So, calling it a competitor sponsorship was technically accurate. Either way, we didn't feel a bit of pain giving these cars away. Very soon, the prize displays were set up at every single branch. Those 11 Wolling utility vans were fixed prizes for each individual store. As for the 2 sedans, they were random grand prizes. A customer at any branch had a chance to win them during the drawing. Doing it this way prevented a situation where people would stop shopping at a store once the local first prize had been claimed, and rush to the other locations instead. After all, who knew? That $100,000 sedan might be waiting at that very store. Grand Apex Supermarket's bold move of giving away over a dozen vehicles at once was an absolute first in the history of Pearl City's retail industry. The day the promotional posters went up, every Grand Apex supermarket branch was packed to the gills. Some people even visited multiple branches in a single day, just to increase their chances of winning. Even more surprisingly, some people even drove out to the smaller county branches to shop. Of course, some people tried to get clever and game the system. For instance, Grand Apex Supermarket already had a policy supporting no reason returns and refunds within 7 days. Some people tried to exploit this loophole by buying goods, getting their lottery tickets, and then returning the items. They wanted to use the receipts to enter the drawing for free. Naturally, we had already anticipated this scenario. The supermarket quickly posted a public notice, which carried legal weight. The gist of it was that while people were welcome to enter the drawing, participating in the event constituted a waiver of the no reason return policy for that specific transaction, unless there was a genuine quality issue or some other objective defect. The supermarket would still support returns and exchanges. However, the 7-day no-reason return would not apply. Of course, some people still tried to be sneaky. They figured that if there wasn't a quality issue, they would simply create one themselves, so they could still get their refund. They thought that would allow them to return the items anyway. But things weren't going to be that easy. They were making a massive mistake if they truly thought they could do that. What awaited them was the crushing weight of the Grand Apex Alliance and the Vance law firm. With the launch of this massive lucky draw event, Grand Apex Supermarket, with absolute dominance, once again crushed its competitors into the dust. This trade war was essentially an announcement that in Pearl City, anyone who dared to challenge Grand Apex Supermarket would meet only one end: absolute ruin. Aside from those trying to use cheap tricks to win, the tempting rewards at Grand Apex Supermarket also drew the attention of certain ill-intentioned individuals. Janet Quinn, the vice president of Grand Apex Supermarket who was out on inspection, found herself being watched. The person watching her was actually her former fiancé, even though she had long since returned the dowry, the jewelry, and everything else he had given her. The man refused to let it go. He harassed her from time to time, and especially after learning that Grand Apex was giving away cars as prizes, his visits became even more frequent. Janet Quinn had just arrived at the parking lot, ready to drive to the next store for inspection, when a figure suddenly lunged out and blocked her car. "Janet, I finally caught you." Janet stopped in her tracks. Her brow furrowed the moment she saw who it was. It was her ex-fiancé, Stuart Hill. Stuart was wearing an expensive but gaudy-looking suit. His hair was slicked back with grease, and he wore a smile he thought was soulful. He was holding a bouquet of blue roses. "Janet, these flowers are for you. Get out of my way." Janet didn't even spare him a glance. She told him to beat it. "Janet, don't be like that." Not only did Stuart not move, he stepped forward and tried to shove the flowers into her arms. Disgusting words poured out of his mouth. "Look, I still remember that you love blue roses. I know I messed up in the past, but I've really changed." Janet Quinn cut him off immediately. She reiterated, Stuart, I'm telling you for the last time. It's over between us. We have nothing to do with each other. Please leave now. Don't interfere with my work. Otherwise, I'll call security." The smile on Stuart's face froze. It slowly twisted into a sneer. He barked in frustration. "Janet Quinn, don't you dare act all high and mighty with me. You think just because you're a vice president now, you're something special? Let me tell you something. If you think you're getting rid of me this easily, you've got another thing coming. I wasted 3 whole years of my youth on you. Who's going to compensate me for that loss?" Suppressing her disgust, Janet asked, "What exactly do you want?" "What do I want? It's simple." Stuart dropped the act and showed his true colors. He shamelessly laid out his terms. "You need to compensate me for the 3 years of my life you wasted. Isn't your supermarket giving away cars? Give me that black one as compensation, and I'll stop bothering you. Your store's giving away so many cars anyway. What's one car to you? They're going to be given away eventually. Rather than letting some stranger have it, just give it to me. You're the vice president, after all. For you. This is just a matter of saying the word, isn't it?" Stuart observed Janet's reaction, while trying to manipulate her. Seeing that she seemed to be considering it, he struck while the iron was hot. "Once I have that car, I swear I'll never come near you again. We'll part on good terms. You get what you want, and I get a prize. Isn't it a win-win for everyone?" While Stuart's tongue was smooth, his heart was full of schemes. If Janet Quinn agreed and did it, She would be handing him leverage on a silver platter. Once he had that leverage, he wouldn't stop at a car. From then on, her money, and even her life would be under his control. If Janet ever dared to be disobedient, he would report her to the company. Not only would she lose her job, but she might even end up in court or behind bars. Stewart was counting his chickens before they hatched. At any ordinary company, under his threats and bribery, Janet Quinn might have actually agreed just to get rid of him. It would just be a simple backroom deal. For an executive in her position, it wouldn't be hard. But Grand Apex Supermarket was different. The power behind it wasn't something a normal company could compare to, especially the young lady. She had zero tolerance for these kinds of backroom dealings. Previously, a school official connected to Vanessa Miller had won a microwave in a draw at one of the stores. In reality, that had been rigged behind the scenes. Those people thought it would benefit the young lady by gaining favor with the school administration. As a result, the young lady didn't say a word. She just fired everyone responsible for the drawing on the spot. She brought in a new team to take over, and issued a severe warning. Since it was a first offense, nobody else was fired. But it was hard to say what would happen if it occurred again. Beyond that, why were other people was doing avarice? All the lucky draws at Grand Apex Supermarket were completely transparent. Other places had ambiguous rules. You never knew if there was even a grand prize inside. Grand Apex was different. They would directly publish the winning odds. They would tell you exactly how many tickets there were, and what the probability of winning was for each draw. As the tickets were taken, the odds were updated every day, and those odds only got higher. Aside from these public prizes, the cars they gave away actually only came with a 1-year usage right. However, once that time passed, no one would bother asking for the car back. Even if you drove it until it was scrap metal, it didn't matter. In short, Grand Apex's lucky draws were strictly conducted within legal and regulatory limits. In the parking lot, Janet Quinn agonized for a long time. Finally, she grit her teeth and agreed. Fine, I agree. Stewart was overjoyed. That's more like it. Don't worry, Janet. I'm a man of my word. Once I get the car, I'll disappear instantly. I'll never bother you again. The two of them walked back toward the supermarket together. Stewart was already fantasizing about a beautiful future, where he held leverage over Janet Quinn, had his own car, and could get whatever he wanted from her. In this era, a car was an unattainable luxury. It wasn't like the future where they were everywhere. Back then, you'd be hard-pressed to find a few families in a village with a car. Vans were more common. After all, vans could be used to transport goods or passengers to make money. They were more practical. Forget the countryside. Even in the city, few people could truly afford one. Anyone who could drive a car was already considered among the wealthy. Just as Stewart was anticipating driving his new car, several men in black suddenly lunged out from behind him. They pinned him down without a word. Stewart finally realized what was happening. He struggled violently and shouted, "What are you doing? Let go of me. Janet, what is the meaning of this?" Janet Quinn stood a few steps away. The hesitation and conflict were gone from her face. Only bone-chilling cold remained. She looked down at the struggling Stewart and pulled a recording pen from her pocket. She lightly pressed the play button. That's more like it. As long as I get the car, I'll vanish instantly. I'll never bother you again. Stewart Hill's face turned pale instantly. He never imagined this woman could be so calculating, carrying a recording pen with her. This habit of recording, in fact, was something she picked up from being around the core members of the Grand Apex Alliance. The core members of the Grand Apex Alliance like to record various moments of their lives. You, Stewart grit his teeth. Janet Quinn's lips curled into a sneer. Stewart Hill, did you really think I'd be stupid enough to throw away my future and my life just to get rid of you? I've studied law under a top attorney. If I actually did what you suggested, I would be committing corporate malfeasance. Of course. Now you are the one suspected of criminal extortion. Stewart panicked at her words. I was just talking earlier. I was just joking. Janet, for the sake of our past, give me a break. I'm begging you. For the sake of our past? Janet Quinn acted as if she had heard the world's biggest joke, the mockery in her eyes deepening. From the moment you threatened me, the only thing left between us is a legal matter. Take him away. The men in black nodded immediately. Yes, VP Quinn. You could see the distinction between core and non-core members here. If Janet Quinn had officially entered the core group, They would call her Sister Janet instead of VP Quinn. In fact, it wasn't that Janet Quinn couldn't join the core circle, but she needed to submit an application. Current core members weren't automatically promoted. They had to apply proactively. What did that mean? It meant that to become a core member, you had to submit a written application in advance. Once the application was approved, the company would regularly organize candidates to study the Grand Apex Alliance's advanced ideology at the law firm. Only if your moral character aligned sufficiently with the company's philosophy, and you passed the second round, a legal knowledge test, could you qualify for core membership. Failing any single requirement made it impossible to become a core member. Setting these criteria for screening was actually a way to discourage those who were indecisive. Actually, the treatment of ordinary employees wasn't much different from core employees. As Mitch and his group put it, the reason it was so complicated was that employees screened this way didn't just have an understanding of the business, they were also incredibly loyal and possessed much stronger execution. After Janet Quinn had Stuart Hill taken away, she wasn't particularly happy. Instead, she was somewhat worried, because she knew that a guy like him likely wouldn't give up so easily. The recording from just now certainly gave her the chance to charge him with attempted extortion. If everything went smoothly, he could be sentenced to 2 or 3 years. However, since it was a first-time offense, and if his attitude toward admitting fault was good, there was a high chance he'd get a suspended sentence. He could also easily be released on bail before the verdict. Janet Quinn's concerns were spot on. Stuart Hill was indeed released on bail very quickly. Furthermore, after he left the police station, he unexpectedly met a few people from Southport. In the blink of an eye, the opening promotion reached its 3rd day. The 2 sedans set aside as grand prizes were still sitting quietly in the prize area. No one had won them yet. This situation brought a sense of relief to many Grand Apex executives and store managers. As the event's biggest gimmick, they naturally hoped the grand prizes would last as long as possible, because once the grand prizes were claimed, it would likely impact subsequent sales figures. The money-making ability of this event, organized by Grand Apex Supermarket, was truly terrifying. Total sales on the first day alone exceeded 50 million. At Grand Apex Supermarket, the daily sales of all 11 branches shattered historical records. You have to realize that the previous single-store record was only a little over 4 million. On the second day, sales surged even further, reaching the 68 million mark. Among them, the University Town and Foggy Creek branches stood out the most. One exceeded 8 million, and the other surpassed 7.5 million. The reason was simple. Aside from it being the end of the year, when customers buying New Year's goods increased, the most important factor was that both of these stores had given away a first prize Wuling utility van yesterday, which caused the shopping enthusiasm at these 2 stores to skyrocket. Everyone felt these 2 stores had good luck, and that shopping there might help them win a grand prize, allowing them to drive away in one of those $100,000 sedans. In sharp contrast to Grand Apex Supermarket, the businesses of the competitors who had participated in the siege against Grand Apex were incredibly bleak. They were trapped in a PR storm and a refund crisis they couldn't escape from. Additionally, they were only running discount promotions, the appeal of which couldn't compare to the cold, hard cash behind Grand Apex Supermarket's massive lucky draw. The daily sales of these competitors, at this point, were probably not even a fraction of Grand Apex Supermarket's. Grand Apex, a supermarket that hadn't been established for long, saw its fame grow through this battle and event, especially in the Pearl City region. It had become the undisputed industry leader. Moreover, as Grand Apex Supermarket's influence climbed higher and higher, rumors even began to spread from the outside that were a bit arrogant. No matter how big the supermarket brand is, once they reach Pearl City, they're just cannon fodder. Pearl City is the graveyard for all outside retail chains. It was precisely because of this arrogant rumor that some top-tier domestic and international supermarket brands turned their gazes toward this third-tier city during this siege of Grand Apex Supermarket. Aside from a few brands that hadn't entered Pearl City yet, the highest-ranking people involved were mostly just regional managers for the area. The situation hadn't reached a level that would be noticed by those high-level executives at the corporate headquarters. After all, trade wars happen everywhere. Under normal circumstances, who would care about commercial competition in a small city? But after the rumor that Pearl City was the graveyard of all supermarkets spread, things changed. It successfully piqued the competitive spirit of some industry bigshots. They all wanted to pull out this thorn in Pearl City, to prove their own strength. They didn't realize that instead of pulling the thorn, they would end up stepping on it. Of course, that's all a story for later. These past few days, both Janet Quinn and George Young had been working non-stop. As soon as Janet Quinn arrived at a branch, she updated the grand prize winning odds. On the third day, the odds of winning the grand prize were 0.61%. 3 days ago, that number was only 0.8%. Publicly announcing the odds daily served first to maintain transparency and fairness, and second, to increase consumers' enthusiasm for shopping. In addition to reminding each branch to update the odds, Janet Quinn's main job was to go to the service desks at each store, look through the records, and check the information left by customers after sales situations, including complaints and suggestions. She would then identify the weak links in the service process to make improvements. For example, yesterday, she discovered at the South City branch that recent complaints focused on the freshness of some products in the produce section. He immediately contacted the head of the produce department to adjust the procurement and stocking processes, as well as the handling mechanism for items nearing their expiration dates. He also addressed dissatisfaction caused by long checkout lines and optimized various other small details, although each optimization seemed minor on its own, but they significantly improved the customer shopping experience. Unlike George Young, the general manager who handled external affairs, Janet Quinn, who managed internal operations, was more like an invisible driving force. George Young was responsible for negotiating with suppliers, leading the charge on the front lines, and handling external expansion and other related matters. Janet Quinn, on the other hand, quietly oversaw internal maintenance, optimized operations, ensured high-quality service, and focused on increasing customer retention. This was also incredibly important. While Janet Quinn was carefully reviewing the logs at the service desk, she received a text message from George Young. After adjusting the grand prize odds, it's estimated that today's sales are up by 18%. Can the inventory keep up? I already gave the heads up to the warehousing and logistics departments. George, don't worry about hitting the sales targets. I've got the logistics covered. I won't let us fall behind. Great. Thanks for your hard work. You're the one working hard, George. I'm looking forward to seeing us set a new record this month. Ha ha ha. Let's look forward to it together. After a brief text exchange, Janet Quinn went back to checking the after-sales logs. Grand Apex Supermarket had been offering return and exchange services for a long time, so people coming in for that was quite common. It was a perfectly normal occurrence, and the rate was usually kept quite low, at roughly around 4.8%. Even with the occasional increase due to events, it was always kept under 1.5%, with a 7-day no reason return policy in place. This number was exceptionally low. If they didn't offer a no reason return policy, the rate wouldn't even reach 0.1%. This was because their quality control was extremely strict. Even if there were quality issues, they were usually problems that only surfaced after the product had been used for some time. In other supermarkets, you normally wouldn't be able to get a return or exchange under those circumstances. They would just tell you to go find a place to fix it yourself. In most cases, customers would just accept their bad luck. Rarely would they proactively seek out the seller to demand an explanation. This was a result of the prevailing consumer mindset. In the future, people wouldn't hesitate for a second to apply for a return and refund. This is also why so many people would eventually prefer online shopping. Besides the convenience, it was also because no one had to meet face-to-face. Self-conscious people could just return things if they didn't like them. In person, I might be socially anxious, but online, I'm a total social butterfly. I might even demand a refund only if I'm unhappy. Getting the money back without returning the goods would become a common tactic. Many people say online shopping hit brick-and-mortar stores hard, leading to the decline of physical retail. That's a matter of perspective. Online shopping is an inevitable trend. That cannot be changed. But it isn't enough to completely replace physical stores. What Grand Apex Supermarket was doing now was, in a sense, introducing a more mature future consumer philosophy into physical retail ahead of its time. After all, many current consumers choose to accept their bad luck or avoid returns and exchanges to save face. This very mindset was part of the foundation that would later allow the no-reason return and refund-only models to flourish in online shopping. The future of physical stores would require a deep integration of this service convenience with the advantages of the in-person experience. While optimizing these processes, Janet Quinn finished looking through the after-sales logs. Though there were some fluctuations in the data, they were all within a reasonable range. However, just as she was about to close the book, she suddenly had a faint feeling that something wasn't quite right. Over the past 2 days, there seemed to be a few too many returns for the appliance category, and she also seemed to recall reports from other branches over the last 2 days, stating that their after-sales rates for appliances were also on the high side. Thinking of this, Janet Quinn immediately grew alert. To verify if her intuition was correct, she flipped back to the after-sales page for appliances. She took a quick look, and then immediately called the managers of the other branches. She told them to pull the specific return and exchange records for appliance products from the last 3 days, along with the cause analysis, to compile the data. The final conclusion was that every branch reported an abnormal spike in appliance-related after-sales issues. And very quickly, they found the source of the problem. The returned appliance products had perfect packaging, complete warranty cards, and showed no outward signs of anything unusual. But after being disassembled and inspected by professional technicians, a major problem was discovered. The returned products, internal structures, and core components were completely different from the authentic ones. They were outright fakes made with cheap, substandard parts. Janet Quinn's expression turned grim. She first arranged for staff to confirm if the returned fakes had been resold. If they had been, they had to be recalled immediately, and a full investigation into the matter had to be launched. Just as she finished arranging all of this, a waiter came running over, panting, to report, "VP Quinn, the cars have been won." Hearing this, Janet Quinn was a bit surprised, but she didn't think much of it. If they were won, they were won. It's not like they weren't going to give them out. No, it's that both of our grand prize sedans were won by the same person. He says his name is Stuart Hill. Janet Quinn couldn't sit still for another second. She bolted upright. Stuart Hill? Both grand prizes? How is that possible? Janet Quinn stood up with a bang, prepared to go out and see for herself. When something like this happens, you don't even have to think about it. There's definitely something fishy going on. Under normal circumstances, it's impossible for it to be such a coincidence that both sedans were drawn by the same person. While it's technically possible according to probability, the odds are infinitesimal. The most critical point was that the person who won just happened to be Stuart Hill. How could she not be agitated and suspicious? After walking a few paces, Janet Quinn suddenly stopped. After all, regardless of the situation, she was a veteran store manager. She had encountered plenty of difficult cases in the past. She still possessed basic logic and judgment. After calming down a bit, she immediately ordered her staff to stall the prize handover and to pull the surveillance footage immediately. She wanted to check the source of those problematic return slips, specifically to see if those people had any connections. The place with the most cameras in a Grand Apex supermarket was the service area, because that was where conflicts were most likely to arise. To ensure the chain of evidence was complete and clear, to avoid any disputes, this area had the highest number of cameras, and all of them were high-definition equipment. Yes, VP Quinn, the employees, immediately began contacting the staff at each branch to retrieve the surveillance data. While waiting for the evidence, Janet Quinn kept pondering how to handle this situation with Stuart Hill. After all, the prizes really had been drawn. Whether it was fair or not, there was a very difficult problem to solve here. Even if you clearly knew the other party had used dirty tricks to win the prizes, and even if you later found the relevant evidence to prove their win was invalid, as long as the other party made a scene and spread rumors about Grand Apex Supermarket, it would inevitably gain a reputation for intentionally refusing to honor its prizes. Public perception is a tricky beast to handle. Explaining the truth can sometimes be incredibly difficult, especially with events like a lucky draw. Most people instinctively harbor a degree of distrust toward games of chance. When you add the fact that the organizer has the final say, it's easy for people to jump to the conclusion that the supermarket is just making excuses to back out. The actual evidence often matters less than the optics. People only see that someone held a winning ticket. and Grand Apex Supermarket refused to pay up. Those competitors who were currently drowning in misery certainly wouldn't let this opportunity go to waste. Therefore, handling this crisis effectively, invalidating these two grand prizes, without triggering a massive public backlash, was going to be extremely challenging. Stuart Hill clearly knew that Janet Quinn was currently at the University Town branch, which was why he had intentionally come here to claim the prizes. He wanted to take those two cars right in front of her face, to humiliate her as much as possible. Last time, he had asked her for help to get a car, and not only did she refuse, she had him thrown into the slammer. Fortunately, while he was in holding, he met an Underworld boss from Southport. That crew had been arrested for getting into a brawl at a nightclub after drinking too much. It wasn't a major crime. They'd be out after a night in lockup and a fine. In truth, this was one of the downsides of a gang. The more lackeys you have, the harder they are to discipline. Furthermore, those thugs often relied on the strength of their numbers and their powerful connections to act lawlessly wherever they went. They had even brought those thuggish habits from Southport to Pearl City. The leader of this group was Big Lou from Southport. Their primary reason for being in the city was for revenge, specifically, to find the guys who had caused trouble at their club that day. However, their boss had ordered them not to touch the Grand Apex Alliance for now. They had to wait until the business with Dax Vance was settled, before they went after the Alliance punks, who had humiliated them. So, for the past few days, they had just been idling around Pearl City. Some were at internet cafes, some were out singing and drinking. They were all just doing their own thing, while waiting for the signal to strike. As it turned out, they had played a little too hard. A few got drunk and caused a scene, and even Big Lou ended up getting caught in the net. He actually could have escaped, but while he was running, he tripped over something and took a nasty spill. The fall was so hard that the cops nabbed him on the spot. That's right, as the leader, he was ironically the first one to be arrested. He was fuming and felt incredibly pathetic about it. Luckily, a few of his lackeys noticed something was wrong and came back to rescue him, only to be thrown into the cell with him. Naturally, they pinned this whole mess on those guys from the Grand Apex Alliance. Once they were out and finished with the business regarding Dax Vance, they planned to settle the score for good and crush that damn Grand Apex Alliance once and for all. They eventually ended up in the same cell as Stuart Hill. When Stuart Hill heard that they seemed to have a grudge against the Grand Apex Alliance, he immediately took the initiative to strike up a conversation, claiming he could help them get their revenge. In reality, Stuart Hill didn't know the exact relationship between the Alliance and the supermarket, but the guy intended to use these Underworld heavy hitters to get back at Janet Quinn. If he ended up being sentenced to prison, he'd have to wait years for his revenge. And even if these thugs realized they were being used by him, they wouldn't be able to settle the score later. They wouldn't be able to reach him once he was behind bars. Stuart Hill started by fabricating a link between the supermarket and the Grand Apex Alliance, and then he got to the main point. The supermarket was currently running a promotion, giving away sedans. They could fleece the supermarket for everything it was worth, before finally getting even with the Alliance. Because Stuart was so obsessed with Janet Quinn, he was intimately familiar with the supermarket's policies. Grand Apex Supermarket was the only one in Pearl City that supported a 7-day, no-reason return policy. So, he gave Big Lou and his boys an idea. Since the supermarket allowed returns, why didn't they just buy things, use the receipts to enter the draw, and then return the items later? If they did that, wouldn't they have unlimited draws? The probability of winning the grand prize would skyrocket. When Big Lou heard this, his eyes lit up immediately. That's a great idea. We'll fleece them for all they've got. And then once they're desperate and fuming, we'll take them out for real. If they actually won a car, they would be making a massive profit. To this day, Big Lou didn't actually own a car of his own. Mostly, it was because he was quite reckless with his spending. Now that there was such a golden opportunity to get a car without spending a dime, why wouldn't he take it? Originally, Stuart Hill thought Big Lou only had the few men currently in front of him, so he figured they'd just have to rely on luck. Even if they didn't win a car, he could still discuss Janet Quinn. But when Stuart learned they had brought over 100 men, he was shocked, but at the same time, his mind began brewing an even more vicious and high-profit plan that required no capital at all. Didn't Grand Apex Supermarket support returns? Then they would perform a buy fake, swap for real scheme. They'd use fakes to swap out the authentic goods, then sell the real products for a profit. Meanwhile, they could still use the receipts to enter the lucky draw. Near the Pearl City train station, there was an electronics market. With a vibe similar to a black market hub, there were countless counterfeit products there, many of them from untraceable sources. Whether you wanted electronic components, knockoff phones, or second-hand machines, you could find almost anything there. Stuart Hill immediately shared this plan with Big Lou. He suggested that Big Lou mobilized the 100, or so lackeys he had brought, to all the different Grand Apex branches to execute the scheme. First, they would buy products and use the receipts to enter the lucky draw. Then, they'd rush to the electronics market by the station to perform the swap. After that, they'd take the counterfeit goods back to the supermarket for a refund. If they were unlucky enough to buy a fake from the store, they could use that as a legitimate reason to demand compensation. Grand Apex Supermarket had promised that if anyone bought a fake, they'd be compensated with triple damages. In short, this was a deal that killed 3 birds with 1 stone. After hearing the detailed plan, Big Lou slapped him hard on the shoulder and praised him. "Brother, you're a goddamn genius." In just 2 days, Stuart Hill and Big Lou's crew exploited Grand Apex Supermarket's return policy by purchasing appliances and swapping them for fakes. Before returning them, they successfully replaced over several $100,000 worth of electronics and made a significant profit. They mostly operated in scattered groups, and combined with the massive surge in the supermarket's sales volume, they managed to slip through the cracks. Strictly speaking, it wasn't so much a loophole they found, as it was only a matter of time before the issue was discovered. On the 3rd day, Janet Quinn, through the after-sales logs, noticed the problem. The return rate for appliances was abnormally high, and the fact that this was happening at every branch clearly meant something was wrong. However, before she could investigate further, news arrived. News arrived that both grand prizes had been claimed. The winner was none other than Stuart Hill. Earlier this morning, Stuart had followed his usual routine. First, he bought the appliances. Then he went to the train station to swap them for fakes. In the afternoon, he returned the items, and after getting his receipts, he went straight to enter the drawing. Stuart had a certain habit. He never scratched his tickets on the spot. Instead, he would save them up and scratch them all at once later. It was like playing a high-stakes game of poker. He wouldn't look at his cards first. He preferred to play blind for a while, before finally revealing the hand. He especially loved the thrill of that blind reveal. However, Stuart's luck in gambling had always been abysmal. He lost far more often than he won. When it came to scratch-off tickets, his hands were practically cursed. Stuart once had a record of scratching 30 tickets in a row, without winning a single cent. Honestly, he nearly made the lottery shop owner break out in a cold sweat. The owner almost thought the batch he'd bought was defective. Over the past 2 days, he had entered the draw many times and won absolutely nothing. He hadn't really held much hope, just wanting to see if he could squeeze out some extra cash before his sentencing. But this time, Lady Luck had finally smiled upon him. After returning to his place, he scratched all 5 tickets from that morning. When he saw the words, "Grand Prize," his eyes went wide. It took several seconds for him to process that he had actually won the big one. It was the first time in his life he'd ever hit a jackpot. The feeling was indescribable. What was even more ridiculous was that he hadn't just won once out of those 5 tickets. He had somehow scratched out 2 grand prizes. He was experiencing a total streak of god-tier luck. Stuart was so excited he became incoherent, pacing around and scratching his head in disbelief, even breaking into tears. He kept shouting, "Hell yes," over and over. That feeling of scratching out a jackpot yourself is like a fisherman who usually comes home empty-handed, suddenly landing a legendary monster fish. If you didn't brag about it, you'd be doing yourself a disservice. Stuart was definitely going to brag, and he was going to do it right in front of Janet Quinn. Didn't see that coming, did you? I'm the one taking your prizes. The supermarket losing these 2 grand prizes is definitely going to hurt sales. He wondered how furious she'd be. Once he had the cars, he was going to kick her while she was down. He'd hire some trolls to humiliate Janet Quinn online. The headlines would write themselves. Grand Apex Supermarket VP's ex-boyfriend wins 2 cars in a row. He could already imagine the speculation about whether the game was rigged. With just a bit of publicity, the public backlash against Grand Apex Supermarket would explode. Regardless of whether Janet Quinn had actually helped him, she likely wouldn't survive the scandal. Of course, Stuart was going to bring Big Lou and his crew along to claim the prizes. He was doing this as a precaution, in case Janet Quinn got desperate and tried to have the supermarket staff do something to him, or had him sent back to the police station if they intentionally stalled him. Until the prize claim period expired, he'd be screwed. This Big Lou from Southport was quite a powerhouse. With 100 brothers under his command, no matter how much Janet Quinn wanted to lash out, she probably wouldn't dare touch him. While Janet Quinn was stalling for time, Stuart Hill was also biding his. Soon, after a night of partying, a barely awake Big Lou showed up with a few of his lackeys. Big Lou walked up to Stuart and let out a yawn. "Did you hit the jackpot?" he asked immediately. "Where is it? Let me see." The moment Stuart pulled the tickets from his pocket, Big Lou reached out and snatched them away. When Big Lou saw that there were indeed 2 grand prizes, he burst into a fit of excited laughter, his sleepiness instantly vanishing. "Stuart, you did it, kid. You actually goddamn won." When Stuart saw that Big Lou had no intention of handing the tickets back, he reached out and reminded him, "Big Lou, those are mine." Big Lou immediately looked displeased. "What's this yours and mine talk? Why are you being so distant? We're brothers. What's yours is mine, and what's mine is yours. If these cars are yours, then they're mine too. So at the end of the day, aren't they just mine? Wouldn't you agree?" Stuart Hill was left stunned by Big Lou's convoluted, tongue-twisting logic. His head was spinning. Before he could even process the bandit logic, Big Lou suddenly pointed toward a group of exceptionally stunning women walking toward them. "Check out those beauties," he said. Stuart's eyes lit up instantly. He nodded and said, "I see them. Pearl City really is something else. You find top-tier women like that everywhere you go." Big Lou patted Stuart on the shoulder, speaking with an air of gravitas. "Don't you worry. Your Big Lou never mistreats his brothers. Once I claim these 2 cars, I'll find you 2 sisters-in-law. They have to be just like them, fair-skinned, gorgeous, and with legs that go on forever." Stuart was overjoyed. "Thank you, Big Lou." I was honestly at a loss for words. Originally, I had just planned to take a casual stroll through the streets. I ran into Yuna at the campus gates, so the 2 of us decided to go shopping together. Then Lily Harper called Yuna, and upon learning we were together, she rushed over in a flurry to join the fun. I was at the company at the time. Sky, who had been brought over from Southport a few days ago, happened to be at the company as well. When she heard Lily Harper was heading out to meet the legendary young lady of the Grand Apex Alliance, Vanessa Miller, she followed along without a word. From the first time Lily Harper met Sky until now, she hadn't heard the girl say a single word. She had assumed she was mute. Later, Claire Grant, who had been feeling uneasy over at the Unity Society, also came looking for us. She had picked up some leads. Something big was about to happen at the Unity Society, perhaps seeking some comfort, or perhaps due to a deep-seated, indescribable sense of reliance. Her instincts had driven her to find me. The final result was that what started as me shopping alone evolved into a whole group of girls out on the town. Of course, the atmosphere was quite pleasant. We hit the mall first. But shopping wasn't just about buying things. It was about comparing notes for the Grand Apex Shopping Center. It's estimated that renovations will be finished and will open by the end of the year, so it was good to look for some creative inspiration. Then, we hit the snack street. Pearl City isn't exactly a huge place, and it doesn't have that many tourist attractions. The people living here actually enjoy the city's vibrant, lived-in atmosphere and its slow pace of life. In truth, there aren't many places to visit. After the snack street, the group naturally ended up at the nearest Grand Apex supermarket, partly to pick up a few things, and partly to see the holiday rush. Lily Harper spotted the eye-catching Grand Apex supermarket sign from a distance and started shouting again, "We're here! We're here! We've reached the supermarket. Wow! It's still so crowded today." "So this is the supermarket run by your Grand Apex Alliance? The popularity seems incredibly high." Sky spoke up. After seeing the massive crowd at the entrance, Lily Harper looked proud. "Of course it is. Grand Apex is the best supermarket in Pearl City. No, in the entire universe." Just as the words left her mouth, she suddenly snapped out of it and looked at Sky in shock. "You can talk?" But before she could ask Sky anything else, before she could ask why she was so reluctant to speak, from the direction of the lucky draw area, a heated argument suddenly broke out. Lily Harper had just finished praising Grand Apex Supermarket to the skies, only to have it blow up in her face a second later. At the prize claim station near the supermarket entrance, a huge crowd of onlookers had already gathered. I finally managed to win 2 grand prizes. So what right do you have to refuse to honor them? Or are you saying this event is actually, Perrin, 2, nothing but a scam where you never intended to let consumers claim the prizes, just to trick people into spending money? Yeah. Why won't you let my big brother claim his prizes? Stuart Hill and Big Lou's crew took the lead in causing a scene. Everyone, come look. Grand Apex Supermarket is running a lucky draw but has no integrity. They're actually refusing to honor the prizes. This is a blatant attempt to cheat us out of our winnings. Who knows if they even intended to let people win the other prizes either? They're just using this as a front to deceive people. That's right. This is fraud. Pure and simple fraud. Several lackeys shouted along in agreement. The surrounding crowd immediately became restless upon hearing this. The whispering and murmuring grew louder and louder, although people didn't have much of a favorable impression of these guys, who looked like street thugs. When it came to these types of issues, consumers naturally tended to side with fellow consumers. There was a certain sense of shared empathy. Those guys look a bit rough, but what they're saying makes sense. The winning tickets are right there in their hands. On what grounds is the supermarket refusing to honor them? Exactly. It doesn't matter who won. If they won, the prize should be handed over. This is a basic issue of honesty. If the supermarket can't afford to run the event, they shouldn't have started it. Yeah, if they can just back out of a winning draw, then aren't we all just suckers for buying things to enter the draw? Who knows if they're just selling off all the prizes like this? Where is your manager? They need to come out and explain this. No matter who the winners are, you're the ones who organized this draw, right? Hand over the prizes. As the situation continued to escalate, the voices in the crowd became more numerous, and the scene grew more chaotic. However, one could still hear the primary demand of the masses. The draw must be honored. No backing out. Get the manager out here. This is fraud and false advertising. Who will ever trust you again? At this moment, the store manager and some core employees were frantically trying to explain things to the agitated customers. They were suffering in silence. Among them, some employees were core members of the Grand Apex Alliance. They were losing their patience. Some even wanted to call in reinforcements to simply suppress the troublemakers by force. But reason told them that if they actually did that, their careers would be over. The young lady would definitely hold them accountable. When dealing with regular customers, you couldn't act like you were dealing with street thugs. Grand Apex Supermarket intended to be in business for the long haul. Lily Harper watched this scene and felt her face burning with embarrassment. It felt like she had been slapped hard across the face. She was being humiliated, truly humiliated, and it was happening in front of all these people. The supermarket was a pillar industry for the Grand Apex Alliance. It was also the project that Vanessa Miller had taken the lead in creating. Whether it was service, product quality, or attention to detail, it was absolute perfection compared to any supermarket Lily Harper had visited since childhood. Her praise earlier hadn't been an exaggeration. Would now? How could something like a consumer riot be happening? Could it be that someone was abusing their power for personal gain? At that thought, Lily Harper walked angrily toward the rowdy crowd. A few core members spotted Lily Harper and immediately greeted her respectfully. Sister Lily. Sister Lily. Lily Harper's sudden appearance didn't necessarily make them nervous, but when they heard Lily Harper say that the young lady was also here and was watching from right over there, everyone instantly became paralyzed with anxiety. This news quickly reached Janet Quinn, who was inside the store, retrieving evidence. At this moment, Janet Quinn was in contact with the other branches to pull surveillance footage. Although not many video clips had been sent over yet, among them, they already saw several recurring figures making returns. Moreover, these figures had appeared at every single branch. It could be basically concluded that this was an organized and premeditated criminal operation. Having reached this conclusion, the next step was for each branch to compile the surveillance evidence and then notify Vance Law Firm to send someone to assist with the matter. The most important thing now was to calm the public backlash outside and avoid alienating the customers as much as possible. Even for the experienced Janet Quinn, thinking about this gave her a massive headache. Just then, someone reported that the young lady had arrived and was watching from outside. For a split second, Janet Quinn felt her heart skip a beat. She couldn't worry about anything else and hurried out of the supermarket. By this time, Lily Harper had learned the ins and outs of the situation from the staff. She had a general idea that this group of people was problematic. Furthermore, she learned that one of them had repeatedly harassed the supermarket's vice president, Janet Quinn. This meant they were clearly here to look for trouble. Was the Grand Apex Alliance afraid of trouble? Lily Harper was furious. She felt the supermarket employees were being a bit too cowardly, which tarnished the reputation of the Grand Apex Alliance. Several store employees looked at each other, lowering their heads in silence. Yuna stepped forward and said, "Lily, I don't think they're afraid of trouble. Look at all these customers gathered at the entrance. With things escalating this much, we really shouldn't let the conflict intensify any further. Settling these guys would be easy, but if it affects our regular customers, then it would be a net loss for us." Hearing this, Lily Harper finally suppressed her anger. "Sister Yuna, you're right. I was being impulsive. But what do we do now? Just let them keep causing a scene like this?" Someone just said Janet is inside pulling the surveillance footage, which means she's already collecting evidence. We might as well wait and see. All right then. That's all we can do. Although she was anxious, she didn't have a better solution. To be honest, the Grand Apex Alliance was the best company she had ever seen. She now felt a deep sense of identity and belonging with this company. As the only daughter of a powerful man, she had seen many companies alongside her father, but the Grand Apex Alliance, a company she had initially joined, mostly for fun, was the most special. One could even say it was ridiculously good. She didn't know how to describe it. It was as if the Grand Apex Alliance wasn't just a company or a cold organization. It was more like an ideal kingdom that could protect more people, and where everyone could collectively pursue a dream. Of course, the core of all of this centered around her classmate, the actual helm of the Grand Apex Alliance, Vanessa Miller. Vanessa Miller possessed a strange magnetic charisma. She was brilliant and decisive, with superb methods, yet she carried a sort of unwavering conviction. It was this unique light radiating from Vanessa Miller that acted like a magnet attracting Lily Harper. It had changed her from her initial just-for-fun mindset into the heartfelt identification and loyalty she felt today. So, when she saw with her own eyes that the supermarket was in trouble, she felt it personally. That was why she was so worried. However, her worry didn't last long, because she saw someone standing in the distance, who hadn't walked over yet, and was smiling and chatting with Claire Grant. Vanessa Miller. Seeing her, Lily's restless heart suddenly calmed down. Vanessa would definitely have a way. The lucky draw area was in an uproar. People were indignantly accusing the supermarket of being dishonest, feeling like this was a blatant case of deceiving consumers. But many regular customers still supported Grand Apex Supermarket, because the service at Grand Apex had always been excellent. They believed the supermarket would definitely keep its word and honor the prizes for the winners. Big Lou and his crew were working even harder to fan the flames, trying to put pressure on the supermarket to force them to honor the prizes immediately. From the look of things, the situation was very unfavorable for the supermarket. "Aren't you going to take a look?" Claire Grant couldn't help but ask. She realized that her younger sister never seemed to be in a hurry. No matter what happened, she always looked calm and composed, as if everything was under control. I raised my hand and pointed toward Janet Quinn, who had just hurried out of the supermarket. "Someone is already out there handling it. We can just watch." Sky, standing beside them, couldn't help but speak up. "If she's just trying to pacify them, the effect will likely be limited. This situation is a total deadlock. Those guys are digging their heels in, and refusing them makes the store look like it's in the wrong. Even if your supermarket presents evidence, the crowd will likely remain skeptical. In fact, Big Lou's side might even get more public sympathy. I honestly can't see how you can perfectly resolve this crisis of trust." Anya. Just now, someone had already given me a general summary of the situation. The two of them had heard it as well. This group of thugs was almost certainly up to no good. That was why the employees followed Janet Quinn's instructions to stabilize the situation first and stall for time. But stalling forever wasn't a solution. As long as the supermarket didn't honor the prizes, it would inevitably damage the supermarket's reputation. Hearing Sky say this, I was slightly surprised. Since when did this girl start caring so much about the supermarket's affairs? Logically, among the group, she should have been the one, just watching from the sidelines as a bystander. I quickly understood the reason why. Sky was suddenly analyzing the situation, was simply because she wanted to see exactly how I would handle this matter. After Ashton returned, she had already reported some things to me regarding Sky. Sky's personality was naturally quite solitary, likely due to her past experiences. Most importantly, she was incredibly competitive. The main reason she was willing to follow Ashton to Pearl City was, largely, because when they were in Southport, she heard Ashton mention me, and she secretly wanted to test her mettle against mine. She just hadn't found an opportunity yet. Now she could see my methods firsthand, and see how I would solve this. I suddenly looked at Claire Grant and asked, "Sister, do you agree with her?" Claire Grant nodded. "No matter what you do, Grand Apex Supermarket's reputation will take a hit. However, public memory is sometimes like a fish in water. It's very short. With your methods, it won't take long to quiet the backlash." I smiled and said nothing more. It seemed my sister still had a lot of faith in me. Janet Quinn emerged from the supermarket, her eyes searching the area. She spotted the three of us chatting nearby. Just as she was about to walk over and greet us, I reached out from a distance to stop her, signaling for her to handle the problem at hand first. Lily Harper walked over at this moment. She wanted to ask me if I had any good ideas. Before she could even speak, I whispered a few words directly into her ear. Lily Harper, who had been quite anxious, saw the gloom on her face vanish instantly. Her eyes grew brighter and brighter. "All right, I'll go set it up right away, Vanessa." Without another word, she hurried away. Claire Grant and Sky were both curious, wondering what on earth I had said to Lily Harper to make her so excited. After Lily Harper found Janet Quinn, she whispered a few words in her ear. Then she and Yuna walked into the supermarket, followed by two core members of the Grand Apex Alliance. Big Lou and his crew were still fanning the flames, completely failing to notice this. Their actions were becoming more and more aggressive. And everyone, look, Grand Apex Supermarket is deceiving its customers. Someone won a car, but they won't let him drive it away. What kind of logic is that? This is a scam. A total scam. This so-called vice president of Grand Apex has been out here for a while, but she's just standing there like a mute. Is she feeling guilty? Or is she trying to figure out how to cheat him? Brothers and sisters, ladies and gentlemen, we are all consumers. If they dare to cheat us out of a car today, they'll dare to cheat us out of laundry detergent and pads tomorrow. Can we just sit back and let them do this? No. Many people immediately responded, seeing that the situation was turning against Grand Apex Supermarket. Stuart Hill smugly walked up to Janet Quinn and whispered, "I told you, I'd make you regret this. This is just a little greeting. There will be more gifts coming later. Of course, if you get down on your knees and beg me, I might consider letting you off the hook." There was no breakdown from Janet Quinn as he had expected, no scene of her exploding in rage. Even after he finished his threats, Janet Quinn's expression didn't change at all. "Do whatever you want." Stuart Hill, seeing her indifferent attitude and hearing her dismissive reply, was suddenly consumed by shame and anger. He hated it most when women acted this way. It made him feel like a pathetic clown. "Just you wait. I'll make sure." Before Stuart could finish, a massive commotion broke out. In the lucky draw area once again, two young men appeared, waving the tickets in their hands excitedly. "I won! I won the grand prize. I won a car too. Ha ha ha. Perfect. 1 car each. Ha ha." This was so sudden that it left everyone around them completely stunned. By the time the crowd snapped out of it, the scene instantly exploded. What's going on? How did more people win? Wait, weren't there only 2 cars total? The others were just Wuling utility vans. So where did these 2 cars come from? Did the supermarket add more last minute? No way, right? Just then, having received my instructions, Janet Quinn finally spoke. "Everyone, we have an emergency situation. 4 gentlemen all claim to have won the grand prize of our event. But the reality is, Grand Apex Supermarket only has 2 grand prizes in total." This was clearly stated in our official rules and was notarized at the time. Therefore, it is absolutely impossible for there to be 4 grand prizes. As soon as Janet Quinn finished speaking, someone in the crowd suddenly realized what was happening and started a chant. "Oh, I get it. Someone must have forged the lucky draw tickets to try and scam the supermarket for prizes. That must be it, definitely. The supermarket is already bleeding money. They put out 2 sedans for everyone to win. If they gave away 2 more, they'd lose everything. That makes sense. Giving away 2 cars as a gimmick was enough. The supermarket really can't afford anymore. Wait, so which of their winning tickets is actually real? Look at those guys with the out-of-town accents. Theirs are definitely the fakes. And every one of them looks like a sleazy thug, covered in tattoos. You can tell they're bad news just by looking at them. On the other hand, those 2 young men from earlier, they look so handsome and sharp. They clearly look like they're telling the truth. The real winners should be our fellow neighbors. I don't think that's the point. Someone else stepped forward. We all came here to shop and enjoy the excitement, hoping for a chance at the grand prize. Now look at this. Some people brought fake tickets to claim the prizes. What does that mean? It means they're literally robbing everyone else of their chance to win. They are hollowing out the hope we all worked so hard for, the little bit of anticipation we bought with our hard-earned money. Every grand prize they steal with a fake ticket is one less chance for those of us who spent real money here. How is this different from someone mugging us and stealing our wallets? It's daylight robbery. The moment those words were spoken, the customers lost their cool. You're right. I was wondering why I haven't won anything. Turns out it was all being snatched up by these scammers. How despicable. Do they take us for fools? They steal our cars and then expect us to help them demand the keys? This is too much. Enough is enough. Beat these opportunistic scammers to death. Kill these bastards. Stuart Hill's face turned green. Are you kidding me? They're the ones stealing my car. He was clearly the one who actually won. How had he suddenly become the scammer? This is my car. This is my car. Get back, all of you. But before he could shout much more, a heavy wooden club slammed into the back of his head. He turned around in disbelief, staring at the old grandmother before him, who looked to be about 80 years old. His finger trembled as he pointed at her. Then his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed. Frightened, the grandmother finally dropped the wooden stick. You bastard, she said tremulously. How dare you try to steal my grandson's car? Then, she couldn't help but grab a man in black and ask, is it true what you were saying earlier, that people over 70 have legal immunity? This grandmother was actually the grandmother of one of the 2 young men who had claimed to have won earlier. Of course, she didn't know her grandson was actually an actor. Naturally, she truly believed the man in front of her had tried to rob her grandson of a car. The supermarket had already made it very clear. There were only 2 sedans for the grand prize. Adding to that, the surrounding crowd all insisted the tickets in Stuart Hill's and Big Lou's hands were fakes. The grandmother was so furious that she had picked up a baseball bat someone had dropped on the ground and delivered a blow to the back of Stuart Hill's head. She didn't expect the guy to be so weak. One hit and he was out cold. Seeing Stuart Hill fall to the ground, the grandmother hurriedly threw the baseball bat aside in fear. She then quickly grabbed a young man in black standing nearby and asked, "Young man, is it true what you said, that people over 70 have legal immunity? Is that really true?" The core member of the Grand Apex Alliance was also stunned when he saw the grandmother take Stuart Hill down with one swing. "Grandma, what did you used to do for a living?" "You're incredibly strong," the grandmother said nervously. "I'm just a farmer. I've spent my whole life working the fields. This time, my grandson insisted on bringing me to the city for a visit, so I came. I won't get in trouble for this, will I?" "Who is your grandson?" the young man in black asked. The grandmother reached out her finger and pointed at one of the 2 young men who had supposedly won. "That boy who just won the sedan," she said. "That's my grandson." When the young man in black realized this grandmother was the grandmother of his own Grand Apex brother, his attitude became even better. "Don't worry, Grandma, you're fine. This is just a small incident. Leave it to us to handle. Don't you worry about a thing. Come on, Grandma. I'll take you to the lounge inside the supermarket for some tea, to calm your nerves. It's too chaotic out here." "Oh, all right, thank you, young man." The grandmother finally breathed a sigh of relief. She followed the young man in black toward the supermarket. Once the grandmother had been escorted away, the young man in black kicked Stuart Hill, who was still lying on the ground. He reached down to check his breathing. Breathing steady. Nothing major. He's just knocked out. He then stood up and ignored the guy. The ground was nice and cool anyway. Once he'd had enough rest, he'd wake up on his own. By now, the scene was becoming increasingly chaotic. Holding a microphone, and with the help of the staff, Janet Quinn stood at the entrance, on top of the legendary Wuling utility van. "Valued customers, fellow neighbors, please quiet down and listen to me. I am Janet Quinn, the Vice President of Grand Apex Supermarket. I fully understand how you feel. Our supermarket organized this event purely to give back to our loyal customers, so that while you shop, you can also receive a special New Year's surprise from us. None of us expected that someone would use forged tickets to try and steal these prizes. This was an oversight in our supermarket supervision, and we have failed your trust. Here today, on behalf of Grand Apex Supermarket, I offer a formal apology. With that, she gave a deep bow to the crowd. Her posture was very humble. When the customers saw this, they began to quiet down. Their expressions softened slightly. Look at that class. Now that is real leadership. It clearly wasn't the supermarket's fault. It was someone trying to scam them. Yet the vice president still came out to apologize in person. That sense of responsibility, that accountability, there's really nothing bad you can say. Once Janet Quinn saw that everyone had calmed down and stopped shouting, she continued. You all saw the chaos that just happened. Some people held forged tickets, attempting to muddy the waters and steal the grand prizes that should rightfully belong to you. This behavior is absolutely atrocious. It not only damages our supermarket's reputation, but more importantly, it directly infringes upon the interests of every customer here. For every extra prize they take, that doesn't belong to them. For instance, a real customer's chance of winning has been maliciously snatched away. This is absolutely unacceptable. To prove to you that Grand Apex Supermarket is determined to maintain fairness and justice, and to give every customer who sincerely participated in our event an absolutely fair opportunity, I am now officially announcing that the grand prize tickets drawn during this session are hereby voided. The moment those words were spoken, the crowd below was stunned. All voided? Aren't they going to have someone verify the ticket's authenticity? Janet Quinn nodded. That's right. Every single one is void. She then proceeded to explain the reason. As for why we are voiding them, because we discovered that the tickets held by those individuals earlier, whether in material or printing quality, are extremely similar to the authentic ones. In such a short time, we have no way to determine who is actually telling the truth. To prevent this situation from happening again, to completely eliminate this despicable fraudulent behavior, and to protect the fair rights of all our customers. That's why we've made the difficult and painful decision to officially announce that all grand prize tickets drawn so far are now void. And right now, at this very moment, right here in front of everyone, we will create a brand new set of grand prize tickets that are absolutely impossible to forge. She took 2 brand new blank lottery tickets from a staff member, picked up a pen, and in front of the entire crowd, on those 2 tickets, she clearly signed her own name. Then, she took the supermarket's official seal from her assistant and stamped it firmly onto them. Once she finished, she held up the 2 tickets, now marked with her signature, and the official seal, to show them to the crowd. The grand prize tickets have now been prepared. They bear my personal signature and our supermarket's official seal. It is now absolutely impossible for anyone to forge them. From this moment on, all customers with a valid receipt can participate in the drawing once again. Just as she finished, someone in the crowd blurted out, "A redraw? We all have another chance to win a car?" Janet Quinn answered the customer with a smile. You are absolutely right, and your odds of winning are about to increase significantly. She then had someone bring out 3 more blank tickets, quickly signed her name on each one, and stamped them with the official seal as well. She displayed them to everyone present to express our sincere apologies for this incident, and to thank our valued customers for your continued love and support. Our management has just decided to increase the number of grand prize winners from the original 2 to a total of 5. The crowd below instantly erupted into cheers. Nice. Manager Quinn, you're the best. We're with you, Manager Quinn. We support the redraw. Grand Apex Supermarket really knows how to take responsibility. Oh, this is great. I only won a bar of soap earlier, but now I've got another shot at a sedan. Yes, yes. Redraw, redraw. We want fairness. Let those scammers cry themselves to sleep. I knew Grand Apex wouldn't pull any shady business. They're the most honest supermarket in town. Start the redraw already. Hurry up. With this sequence of moves, Janet Quinn completely flipped the script. The customers were now all firmly on the side of Grand Apex Supermarket. Not only did she successfully deflect the conflict, but she also gained massive public support. In contrast, Big Lou and his crew's faces turned green with fury. Are you kidding me? This is shameless. She's just blatantly backing out on her word. No wonder people say those rich businessmen are all goddamn crooks. They were certainly learning that lesson today. Whether those winning tickets were real or not, they knew the truth perfectly well. They hadn't arranged for anyone to forge anything. But now, with a few casual words, the supermarket had snatched the cars right out of their hands. I protest. I protest. What right do you have to void the tickets in our hands? That car belongs to me. Yeah, on what grounds? Everyone, look at how they're treating us. However, no matter how much they shouted, the surrounding crowd, not a single person spoke up for Big Lou and his men. They were just strangers to begin with. So why would anyone help them? They had only sided with them before, because they thought their own chances of winning were gone. But now the situation was different. Several people looked at Big Lou and his crew as if they were total idiots, before preparing to charge back into the store to shop. With 3 more sedans added to the original 2, that made 5 cars in total. The odds of winning had just skyrocketed. If they waited too long, someone else would snatch them up. Big Lou and his crew were now completely stunned. They hadn't expected the supermarket to pull the rug out from under them like that. Big Lou, what do we do now? The supermarket is clearly cheating us and refusing to pay up. And those onlookers aren't lifting a finger to help us anymore. Damn it, they're pushing us too far. Maybe we should just call the brothers right now and trash this whole shitty supermarket? The lackeys were fuming with indignation. Just then, Janet Quinn finally addressed how to resolve the drama with the fake tickets. Our valued customers and friends, before we begin our exciting redraw, I have one more very important matter that I must clarify with everyone. This concerns our supermarket's reputation and our code of conduct. The crowd quieted down again, their eyes focused back on Janet Quinn. What just happened was very chaotic. I'm sure you all saw that those gentlemen earlier insisted they had won the grand prize. Although our preliminary check on site found suspicious elements with their tickets, we must also admit that as of this moment, the supermarket does not yet have conclusive evidence to 100% prove their tickets were forged. Grand Apex Supermarket is a responsible and honest enterprise, without ironclad proof that their tickets were indeed forged before now. We will never rashly label any customer as a scammer. This is the basic level of trust and respect we show our customers. Therefore, upholding our principle of putting customers first, on behalf of Grand Apex Management, I am officially announcing that we will provide the gentleman who won earlier with a generous gift as compensation. When the crowd heard this, surprised murmurs immediately broke out. No way, she's actually compensating those scammers? This supermarket really has class. You can't fault their attitude. They're already being generous by not calling the cops on them. And now they're giving them gifts too? Grand Apex really knows how to do business the right way. Whether the tickets were real or not, the supermarket stepped up and showed their character. That's 100 times better than those stores that just shift the blame. Exactly. Since the supermarket has gone this far, if they keep complaining, they're just being ungrateful bastards. It would prove they're the ones with something to hide. Having successfully won another wave of public favor, Janet Quinn didn't waste any more time. She took the 5 grand prize tickets she had just created and placed them into the lottery box in front of everyone, shuffling them thoroughly. Once they were mixed, she had the tickets placed into several sealed boxes, which were then rushed by special couriers to our other branches to be added to their respective lottery boxes. She had to do it this way. If all the cars were won at the University Town branch, it would kill the business at the other locations. This was where the benefit of building good favor came in. The customers didn't complain. Instead, they were very supportive and understanding. After all, the supermarket had gone above and beyond to show their sincerity. They had no reason to be dissatisfied. As she announced that the drawing could continue, the customers sprang back into action. Hurry, hurry, hurry. I heard the international situation isn't great lately, and salt might get contaminated and run out. I'm going to buy 100 bags to stock up. Yeah, oh man. My nephew is coming over for the new year in a few days. I'll buy him 10 test prep books for the college entrance exam. Give him a big surprise. The crowd once again surged into the supermarket like a tide. Everything that had just happened at the entrance. Claire Grant and Sky took everything in. Especially Sky. Her eyes lit up, flickering with a hint of excitement. She had truly witnessed just how formidable I could be. With only a few words, I had instantly turned the situation around for the struggling supermarket. She wasn't stupid. She surely guessed that those two winning young men were just shills planted by the supermarket. But regardless, my crisis management strategy was textbook perfect. I had used human nature to skillfully shift the conflict and left those with ill intentions empty-handed. What was even more impressive was that this series of maneuvers would significantly boost the supermarket's sales for the day. One only had to look at the customers frantically rushing into the store to shop, even if we gave away 3 extra cars and added several $100,000 in costs. What she didn't know was that for every gift Grand Apex Supermarket gave out, someone else was destined to pick up the tab. Claire Grant couldn't help but look at her younger sister, wondering how my brain worked. It was as if nothing was too difficult for me to solve. Seeing that the matter was mostly settled, I turned to Claire Grant and the others and said, "Let's go." Just now, Lance had quietly reported some important news to me. Someone inside the Unity Society was taking the lead to organize a leadership summit. This meant someone was getting impatient to take over the top spot, even though I had no interest in being the head of the Unity Society. At such a sensitive moment of power transition, there were some things I still needed to fight for. My sudden departure caught Claire Grant off guard. She pointed at Big Lou and his crew of thugs. "Those guys don't look like they're going to let this go easily. Aren't you going to stay and watch?" "No need. Lily and the others can handle it." I glanced at Lily Harper and Yuna, who were walking toward Big Lou and his men. Dealing with a few unknown punks wasn't much of a problem for those two. As the lucky draw resumed at the supermarket, the crowd outside gradually began to disperse. Big Lou kicked Stuart Hill, who was still lying on the ground like a dead pig. "Wake up, wake up. The damn car is gone and you're still sleeping?" Stuart Hill scrambled up groggily, clutching his head. "Whoa, what happened?" Big Lou, his head was still ringing, and his vision was blurry with spots. Big Lou wasn't about to baby him. He angrily delivered a few more slaps to Stuart's head. "What happened? I'll tell you what happened. The car is gone, and your sisters-in-law flew away with it." When Stuart Hill heard that his precious sedan was gone for good, he forgot all about the pain in his head. Fury instantly surged through him, his eyes turning red. "Janet Quinn, you bitch! Give me back my car." "Big Lou, I'm going to settle the score with that woman right now. She definitely cheated me out of my car on purpose. This was the only time in my life I've hit a jackpot. I've had bad luck for half my life, and when I finally get lucky, it's suddenly taken away." The lackeys were equally unwilling to let it go. "Big Lou, we can't just let this slide. It's too humiliating. We can't let them get away with this." The other lackeys were also up in arms. "Everyone, calm down." Big Lou still had a shred of reason left. "It's broad daylight, and there are too many eyes. It's not convenient to make a move. We'll easily attract the cops. Let's retreat for now and come up with a real plan." The group looked at the dense crowd inside the supermarket and had no choice but to give up. Indeed, with so many people around during the day, if they actually tried to cause a scene, things wouldn't end well for them. They would strike hard tonight. Just as they were about to leave, Lily Harper and Yuna walked straight toward them. Lily Harper, in particular, was like a little rocket, charging right up to Big Lou and his crew. She stood her ground, hands on her hips, and shouted with full authority, "Hey! All of you, hold it right there. For your Auntie Lily." Big Lou, Stuart Hill, and the others were fuming with nowhere to vent. Seeing a girl with a slightly round face, big eyes, and who looked 18 or 19 at most, blocking their path, they were instantly annoyed. Before they could even start swearing, Yuna walked up beside Lily Harper at a leisurely pace. "What's this, ladies? See that we're in a bad mood and want to play with us? Want to cheer us up?" Big Lou sneered. Upon hearing this, a sweet smile bloomed on Yuna's face. She deliberately softened her voice, adding a touch of a sultry tone. "Brothers, you've misunderstood us. The two of us were sent by the supermarket to deliver a special gift to you all." Big Lou's eyes lit up. "A gift? For real?" "Of course. Didn't VP Quinn already make it clear on stage earlier? To express our supermarket's apology and sincerity, we specially prepared this gift for you. However, this gift is a bit unique. It's not really suitable to hand over in public. So, VP Quinn specifically instructed us to invite you all to a quieter, more private location. That way we can provide a more dedicated and intimate service for you brothers. Yuna's voice was full of flirtatious charm, which, combined with her innocent appearance and her suggestive words, instantly triggered the dirty thoughts in Big Lou and his men's minds. A valuable gift and a private handover? Big Lou, this manager Quinn really knows how to behave. She's too kind. The lackeys were instantly all smiles. They were still mourning the loss of the cars, but having beautiful girls to play with seemed like a fair trade. Big Lou was also overjoyed. Without a second thought, he agreed. Well then, beauties, you lead the way. We'd love to see what kind of gifts Manager Quinn has prepared for us. Haha, only Stuart Hill felt something was off. He knew Janet Quinn's character very well. There was no way she would use this method to please anyone. But Big Lou and the others had been completely bewitched by the girl's few words. Even if he wanted to warn them, he couldn't. It wasn't that Big Lou and the others hadn't considered that this might be a honey trap, but they weren't afraid at all. The supermarket wasn't going anywhere after all. And they were hardened Underworld men. Even if this wasn't Southport, they had over 100 brothers with them. They were powerful. Why would they be afraid of two little girls? They followed Yuna and Lily Harper to a spot not far from the supermarket, a construction site newly enclosed with corrugated metal. Suddenly, Yuna stopped. The smile on her face vanished instantly. This is the place. It's private enough. Big Lou and the others looked around. This place was indeed secluded and private. Aside from a few metal sheds and some large excavated pits, there was nothing. It was clearly an enclosed construction site that hadn't been developed yet. But they weren't picky about the environment. If the two beauties didn't mind, why should they? They still hadn't realized the severity of the situation. Instead, they grew even more excited. Big Lou rubbed his hands together, leaning in with a lewd grin. Hee, little sisters, where's that compensation gift? Or are you two the gift yourselves? Lily Harper took a step forward and clapped her hands. The gift we have for you is here. Just as the words left her mouth, dozens of young men wearing black clothes suddenly appeared at the gate. On their chests was the unique emblem of the Grand Apex Alliance. When Big Lou and his group saw this group of men in black suddenly appear, they were momentarily stunned. Their first instinct was to run, but they quickly realized there was nowhere to go, unless they could scale the walls at lightning speed. But that clearly wasn't realistic. Sister Yuna, Sister Lily. The men all greeted Lily Harper and Yuna in unison. Only then did Big Lou and his crew realize that these tough-looking guys in black were actually with these two girls. And from the looks of it, these two weren't just low-level members. They actually held some real status. He had heard before that the boss of the Grand Apex Alliance was a girl. Could it be one of them? Big Lou was just about to cup his fists and speak when Lily Harper cut him off. Shh, shut up for a second. Did you bring the stuff? She asked the newly arrived Grand Apex members. We brought them, Sister Lily. One of the young men in black pulled out a pair of tweezers and handed them to Lily Harper. Once Lily had them in hand, she said smugly to Yuna, Sister Yuna, just watch me work. She had heard before about how Yuna handled those thieves back then, so she came up with the idea to give this gift to these guys. Lily Harper walked up to Big Lou and his group with the tweezers and began handing them out. This is a little gift from our supermarket. One for each of you. Don't take more than one. Big Lou and his men were completely clueless as to why this girl was giving them tweezers, or what she wanted them to do. But they didn't dare refuse, so they all took the tweezers obediently. Oh, Big Lou, they aren't expecting us to use these things. To fight them, are they? No way, that would be totally unfair. We have tweezers, while they have batons. How are we supposed to fight when they have so many more people? Lily Harper saw their panicked expressions. Everyone got one? Don't say I never gave you a chance. Go ahead and call for backup. Big Lou narrowed his eyes. You're actually letting us make a call? Lily Harper replied. Your Auntie Lily never goes back on her word. If I say call, then call. She and Yuna already knew from Janet Quinn that this group had exploited a loophole in the supermarket service, fleecing the store for an estimated tens of thousands of dollars. Theodore Vance had already stepped in and sent people to secure the evidence for them to fleece so much money from Grand Apex in such a short time. It was clearly an organized operation. Vanessa had also just sent them a text message, informing them of their identities. These people in front of them were thugs from Southport, and were likely there to target the Grand Apex Alliance. However, their numbers probably weren't that high. As the saying goes, the first to strike gains the advantage. So, she and Yuna discussed it, and decided to let Big Lou call everyone over right now, so they could wipe them out in one go. Once Big Lou heard Lily Harper's offer, there was no way he was going to pass it up. He did a quick head count of the men in black that Lily Harper had with her. There were only about 20 of them. He, on the other hand, had 100 brothers. He outnumbered them 5-1. He had more than enough to crush them. At that thought, Big Lou sneered inwardly. This little girl was still too green. She was so arrogant. No wonder the boss said that women can't make it in the underworld. It seemed he was right. If he were in her shoes, he would never have given the enemy a chance to call for help. Big Lou didn't waste any time. He immediately made a call and told the boys to assemble, giving them the coordinates. After hanging up, he decided to flatter the men in black. To keep them calm until his brothers arrived, he gave them a fake show of respect. I assume you all are brothers from the Grand Apex Alliance. Very honorable. The way organizations in Pearl City operate is truly impressive. You value fairness, and don't bully people with numbers. If you ever come to Southport, we'll definitely give you a chance to call for backup too. Lily Harper interrupted him impatiently. Baldy, you talk too much. Now that you've made your call, you can get started. Big Lou was baffled at being called Baldy. His hair was perfectly thick. It had nothing to do with being bald, but he understood the meaning behind her words. She was about to make a move on them. Wait, didn't we agree to a fair fight once everyone arrived? If you move now, that's totally against the rules of the game. Who said anything about a fight? Lily Harper snapped. Fighting is illegal. Didn't you know that, you lawbreaker? Didn't you guys enjoy fleecing people so much? Now, I'm giving you a chance to fleece each other until you're satisfied. What do you mean? Big Lou and his men didn't understand. They just instinctively gripped the tweezers in their hands, a bad feeling beginning to creep up on them. It's quite simple. You already had the tools in your hands. Lily Harper had a look of innocent cruelty on her face. Now, split into pairs, and use those tools to pluck every hair off each other. From top to bottom, if there's hair on your bodies, you have to pluck it out, one by one, until you're completely smooth. Big Lou and his men's faces turned pale at the words. So, that's what the tweezers were for, bulking hair. This was the special gift they were talking about? Sorry, but this was a gift they really couldn't afford to accept. Just the thought of it. Top to bottom, every single hair being plucked out. When they thought about certain delicate areas, Big Lou and his men couldn't help but shudder in unison. Their skin crawled. Damn it. These two women were absolutely evil. No wonder they say there's no poison like a woman's heart. Who else would come up with such a twisted way to torture people? For Underworld guys like them, if there was a problem, they'd just settle it with their fists. They'd never think of something so cruel and degrading. No wonder the boss said the leader of Grand Apex was a woman. They had to be careful. This was truly as rotten as it gets. I love watching people get fleeced. Hurry up, Lily Harper urged. At the same time, the 20 Grand Apex members' eyes sharpened as they forced Big Lou and his 4 men back toward the edge of a massive pit filled with water. Because the site was abandoned, the foundation pit was full of stagnant water. With the freezing weather, the surface was even covered in a thin layer of ice. If they fell in, the experience would be agonizingly cold. Big Lou and his men looked at each other in despair. In the end, they had no choice but to brace themselves and start plucking the hair off their companions with the tweezers. About half an hour passed. Suddenly, the sound of chaotic footsteps echoed from outside the site. Then, a large crowd of thugs with neon-colored hair burst into the construction area. Big Lou, the brothers are here. Which blind son of a bitch dares to touch our Big Lou? Where the hell are they? When these thugs from Southport stormed into the site with murderous intent, they were suddenly blinded by something reflecting in their eyes. When they finally saw the scene clearly, they were left speechless. By the edge of a water pit in the center of the site, 5 shirtless men, with heads polished to a blinding shine, stood there, completely bald. The sun happened to be reflecting off their scalps, making them look exactly like 5 braised eggs fresh from the pot. It was an eyesore, to say the least. Even more bizarre was that these 5 bald guys were using tiny tweezers, their hands trembling as they plucked the few remaining hairs from each other's armpits. With every single hair pulled, There followed a sharp, pained hiss of air through their teeth. Their faces were twisted in agony, masking a sense of total, soul-crushing numbness. Lily Harper stood right in front of them, arms crossed like a prison overseer. Every now and then, she would point a finger at a specific spot on one of them. "This guy still has 2 black hairs on his belly button," she said. "Disgusting. Pluck them." The moment she finished speaking, another miserable scream rang out. Big Lou and his men were now completely hairless from the neck up, and their armpits were as smooth as a baby's bottom. It looked like they were about to move on to the final stage, dropping their pants to pluck their leg hair. Lily Harper decided she'd seen enough. She waved a small hand. All right. Stop. No need to keep plucking." She really didn't want to witness a bunch of grown men stripping in broad daylight. The imagery was already too much. She was afraid she'd get a sty in her eye if she looked any longer. She was already satisfied with their current look. 5 shiny, glistening braised eggs. Very perfect, she thought. This scene left Big Lou's arriving lackeys completely dumbfounded. For a moment, they were frozen in place, unsure of what they were supposed to do. Should they rescue Big Lou? But looking at the expression on Big Lou's face, he almost seemed to be enjoying it. Would rushing in disrupt their pleasure? Big Lou finally spotted them. His group of stone-faced, idiotic lackeys. Seeing them all standing there, like a bunch of statues, his rage boiled over. "You worthless bastards. You just gonna stand there and watch the show? What the hell are you waiting for? Get over here and save me." Big Lou let out a furious roar. The 80 or 90 lackeys at the gate finally snapped out of it. They raised their weapons and charged forward with a chorus of howls. Big Lou, hang in there. Big Lou, are you all right?" Fuming, Big Lou pointed at his own glistening bald head and roared, "Are you blind? Does it look like I'm all right? Kill these Grand Apex Alliance bastards for me." The Southport thugs didn't dare delay. They immediately brandished their weapons and swarmed toward the men in black. Avenge Big Lou, brothers. Waste them, Garge. But after only a few steps, they realized something was wrong. Wait, what the? Thud, thud, thud. Oh my god. What's happening? What is this? I barely touched his shoulder, and he just collapsed. Me too. I just reached out, and this guy hit the dirt. He's even making sound effects. Are you kidding me right now? Get up and fight. But the men in black on the ground ignored them, completely immersed in their performances. Ow, 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 ow. My elbow, my arm, my kneecaps. Oh, the pain. My spinal discs are shattered. It hurts so much. These thugs have real power. I can't do it. I'm dying. I think all my internal organs have been displaced. This guy is definitely a martial arts master. Help, all my ribs are broken. This must be that legendary hidden force technique. The Southport thugs had never seen anything like this before. They stood there, hands trembling and helpless, completely and utterly bewildered. They weren't exactly rookies when it came to fighting. Back in Southport, they had been in countless brawls. But this was the first time they'd encountered such a bizarre situation. Or rather, they had never encountered such fragile opponents in their lives. It was a masterclass in the glass cannon archetype. Is this a scam? Do professionals do insurance scams now? Hey, does the Grand Apex Alliance have no shame? A fight is a fight. What the hell is this? Just lying on the ground? Damn it, these guys look so intimidating. All in black. With that logo that looks so hardcore and boss-like? Who knew they'd be such cowards? If you got balls, get up and fight us for real. As they were jeering, rumble, rumble, rumble. From the entrance of the construction site came a sound of perfectly synchronized footsteps, rolling in like a massive wave of thunder. The sound carried a heart-stopping weight. As it drew closer, it felt as if the very earth beneath their feet was trembling. The Southport thugs, with a hint of mounting dread, turned to look toward the source of the noise. What is that? Is it an earthquake? Through the wide open, rust-covered iron gates of the site, the once bright sunlight seemed to be swallowed whole by a massive, overwhelming shadow. Then, a sea of pure, entire soul, intendant, dense, and dark-suited figures began to pour in like a giant storm cloud. This wasn't a metaphor. Over 300 men, all dressed in identical black suits, and holding retractable batons, appeared in the sight. They moved like a massive black tidal wave. On every single one of their chests was an embroidered, intimidatingly beautiful dragon-patterned logo. It was like a dark cloud descending upon the city. and the pressure was turned up to the max instantly. What the hell is this? One thug swallowed hard, his teeth literally chattering. The others weren't doing any better. Their legs were turning to jelly. Big Lou fared slightly better. After all, he was at least a veteran boss in the life. Stuart Hill, however, was a disgrace. He actually wet his pants. He had suspected Grand Apex Supermarket might have a link to the Grand Apex Alliance. He had even suspected the Alliance might be tough. But in his wildest dreams, he never imagined they were this organized. The scale, the aura. It was as if the most exaggerated gang scenes from a movie had been dropped directly into reality. The 20 or so Grand Apex members, who had been critically injured on the ground, now scrambled up lazily, as if nothing had happened. They brushed the dust off their suits and looked at the Southport guys with mocking grins. Yuna, looking like an absolute queen, stepped to the front of the black tidal wave. She faced the group of pale, terrified Southport thugs and opened her slender arms in a welcoming gesture. Welcome to Pearl City. Gulp. Big Lou and his men swallowed hard, their eyes filled with pure panic. Honestly, they had seen some things back in Southport, but they had never seen such a professional, organized force of men in black. It was far more shocking than anything in a movie. After all, a movie is just a screen. It's nothing compared to being there in person. If the 20 people from before had merely surprised them, then these hundreds of men in black gave them nothing but pure, unadulterated fear. But they still had over 100 men on their side. By the numbers, they weren't completely without a fighting chance. Big Lou suddenly delivered a hard slap to his own face. The fear on his expression was instantly replaced by a savage look. His eyes began to turn bloodshot as he glared at Yuna and the soul-crushing wall of black behind her. Get your weapons up, brothers. So what if they have more people? Didn't we just beat the living daylights out of them a second ago? When have we brothers from Southport ever been cowards? Waste them. With Big Lou's rallying cry, the Southport thugs summoned their courage and charged forward with savage howls. They were ready to fight to the death. The charge of over 100 men looked quite intimidating at first glance. At the same time, the Grand Apex Alliance quickly delegated tasks. Some were responsible for filming, while others prepared for the clash. In the instant before the two sides collided, snap! Over 300 retractable batons, in perfect unison, were flicked open by 300 powerful hands. The movement was lightning fast and exceptionally well trained. The sound of the batons cutting through the air converged into a single, scalp-tingling shrill whistle. Lily Harper, excitedly picking up a megaphone identical to Mitch's, shouted into it, "Ho ho ho! The self-defense counterattack begins. Down them for your Auntie Lily." The Southport thugs only now truly realized the meaning of despair. Their disorganized, street-brawling style was as fragile as a paper toy. When faced with absolute power and discipline, the Grand Apex Alliance's martial arts gym wasn't just for show. It was a place where real skills were forged. Take, for instance, one of the rules the young lady set. No member was allowed to have a beer belly. Many of them trained like their lives depended on it. Now, if the members of the Grand Apex Alliance stripped off their clothes, they'd all have rock-solid six-packs. You couldn't tell under their winter gear, but come summer, when the shirts came off, every single one of them would look like a fitness model. Of course, Mitch was the exception. For some reason, no matter how hard he worked out, he could never get his gut to go away. As time ticked by, the Southport men fell like wheat before a scythe, dropping in heaps. It was a complete, one-sided slaughter. Looking at Big Lou, the manic, savage grin on his face hadn't even faded before it completely froze. He had seen tough guys, and he had seen bullies, but he had never seen an organization like this. They were as disciplined as a professional army, and every single one of them was a combat beast. This wasn't a goddamn street fight. This was a total dimensional strike. The muscles in Big Lou's face were twitching uncontrollably. He tried to maintain his pathetic, tough guy act, but his eyes had already betrayed him. Only confusion remained in his gaze. Who am I? Where am I? I want to go home to my mother. With a loud clang, someone was the first to drop their weapon. The Southport thugs began to kneel and raise their hands in surrender. We surrender. We surrender. We give up. Seriously. We were wrong. We really know we messed up now. Seeing that his cause was lost, Big Lou's legs gave out, and he hit the ground with a heavy thud. Yuna crossed her arms and walked up to Big Lou, looking down at him from above. Now we can have a proper talk about how you defrauded our Grand Apex supermarket on Pearl City turf, and how you gathered a mob in broad daylight to assault members of the Grand Apex Alliance. Big Lou's face was ashen. How do you want to settle this? We'll do whatever it takes. When you're under someone else's roof, you have to bow your head. He knew that if he didn't pay up, they wouldn't let him leave easily. As for revenge, once the business with Theodore Vance was dealt with, he'd have plenty of chances. Yuna nodded. She turned to the people behind her and said, "All right, Theodore, I'll leave this to you." Theodore Vance arrived in a hurry, carrying a briefcase. After greeting Yuna and the others, he turned his gaze toward Big Lou's group. A nostalgic smile played on his lips. "It's been a long time since I've settled an account with someone. I actually missed it. Back when he first joined the Grand Apex Alliance, his first job was settling accounts. But from that moment, he had been on the fast track. His business grew, and his law firm became more and more prestigious. He had transformed from a nameless, humble junior attorney into a high-stakes legal powerhouse, becoming the most famous lawyer in Pearl City, especially in the Underworld. His name was legendary. For example, not long ago, the son of a major crime boss got into serious trouble, and Theodore managed to get the verdict overturned. At the time, everyone thought it was a case that would lead to at least 10 years in prison, or even the death penalty, but he won. It sent shockwaves through the criminal underworld. One could say that now, Theodore Vance rarely handled trivial, petty matters. The small accounting disputes were usually left to the junior associates at his firm. Coming back to his roots today, he was actually quite excited. Theodore adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and introduced himself to Big Lou's crew. "Good afternoon, gentlemen. It's a beautiful sunny day, perfect for some legal education. I am Theodore Vance, senior partner of the Vance Law Firm. It is an honor and somewhat of a pity to represent Grand Apex Supermarket in this damages case." Following this spirited exchange of physical dialogue, I will also be handling the civil and potential criminal proceedings stemming from your actions. Big Lou and the Southport thugs were completely lost. "Senior partner, damages, civil and criminal proceedings. What the hell are you talking about? Can you speak English? We have no idea what you're saying." Theodore didn't care whether they understood or not. He reached into his briefcase and pulled out a freshly printed document, over a dozen pages thick. The title read, "Initial List of Claims for Compensation and Legal Grounds." He flipped it open and began to read. First, regarding the fraudulent activities you carried out at Grand Apex Supermarket involving various appliances, listing several brands and units, you are required to pay a base compensation of $435,000. When Big Lou and the others heard that number, they thought it was a bit high, but they were willing to accept it. They had indeed fleeced quite a bit of money. Now that they were caught, paying compensation was only natural. Besides, $435,000 to save the lives of 100 brothers wasn't a bad deal. Theodore flipped the page. Next, he continued, regarding your illegal assembly on Pearl City territory, your use of violence to illegally restrict the freedom of Grand Apex Alliance members, and the severe damage caused to their physical well-being, mental state, and their expensive designer clothing. Truth be told, the clothes were just a bit dusty. These actions constitute violations of Penal Code. Article 234, Attempted Homicide, PLO, Public Security Administration Law. Article 43, Assaulting Others. And Article 3, regarding the rights to life, body, and health. Oh, and right. Article 5 of the Grand Apex Alliance Employee Care Regulations, concerning special mental distress compensation for harassment by social idlers during work hours. As the list of charges from Theodore's mouth grew heavier, and the clauses became more ridiculous, one thug couldn't help but weakly raise his hand. Lawyer, we didn't kill anyone. We just got into a fight. How is that murder?" As soon as he finished speaking, a Grand Apex lackey in black delivered a hard slap to his face. "How dare you? You call him Senior Attorney Vance. Learn some manners." The thug was dazed by the slap, looking aggrieved. He wondered what the hell the difference between a lawyer and a senior attorney was anyway. Aren't they all just lawyers? How can they just go around hitting people? Theodore Vance naturally didn't bother explaining. He simply adjusted his glasses and began to answer the question. "Sir, subjective intent requires a judicial assessment. But objectively, your group was numerous, armed with weapons, and your assault was extremely vicious, creating a situation where our members' lives and safety were under an extremely urgent and realistic high-level threat. This perfectly aligns with the judicial interpretation of intentional injury under egregious circumstances. As for whether it was an attempt, well, you should thank the members of our Grand Apex Alliance. They prioritized their physical training, and their muscle density is high, which effectively minimized the severity of the injuries. Furthermore, our reinforcements arrived just in time, acting in a brave and righteous manner to stop your ongoing crimes. However, this does not change the classification of attempted murders. After hearing Theodore's detailed explanation, some of the thugs finally lost it. They burst into tears. We just got into a fight. How did it turn into murder? Fighting was never like this before. I hit you, you hit me. Worst case, you're locked up for a few days. Did the laws in Pearl City change or something? Are we going to be executed? I don't want to die. Wah! Don't scare me like this. Who said anything about an execution? Senior Attorney Vance said it was an attempt. Do you know what an attempt is? It means it didn't happen. But that still means 10 years in prison, right? Oh my God. I haven't even gotten married yet. Damn, is it really going to be that long? Senior Attorney Vance, please, don't sue us for attempted murder. We really didn't mean to kill anyone. We were wrong. These grown men didn't cry when they lost the fight, nor did they cry when they were stripped bare. But now, hearing they might rot in a cell, or face a firing squad, every single one of them started wailing. The scene was as pathetic as it could possibly be. Big Lou, the ringleader, looked at his group of sobbing lackeys. His face was ghostly pale, and he was filled with utter despair. Only one thought remained in his head. Pearl City is cursed. The damn laws here were completely different from the ones back home. This was way too terrifying. Big Lou was truly terrified. He couldn't help but ask, if we actively pay compensation, can we get a lighter sentence? Brother, that's an excellent question. Theodore flipped to the last few pages of the document and said, given that you knelt and surrendered, and your attitude toward admitting fault is decent, our side, in the spirit of humanitarianism and the principles of building a harmonious society, can consider issuing a letter of understanding. If the compensation is provided in full, as soon as Big Lou heard this, he immediately pledged, we'll pay. We're willing to pay. Theodore saw how proactive he was, and was very satisfied. Good. Then let's try to settle the final amount in one go, shall we? Big Lou nodded frantically. Yes, yes. No matter the amount, we're willing to pay. After all, the $435,000 for the goods loss was already a certainty. At this point, he didn't care about paying a little extra change. Little did he know, this would be the most regrettable sentence he would ever utter in his life. Theodore pulled a calculator out of his briefcase again and began his practiced calculations. First, we calculated the goods loss earlier, which was $435,000. That is a fixed amount. Next, we calculate personal injury compensation. This includes medical expenses, lost wages, nutrition costs, mental distress, economic loss, and clothing damage. As Theodore listed each item, he tapped the plus sign. In the ears of Big Lou and his men, the sound of the plus button was like a sinister spell. Despite the winter cold, it made them break out in a sweat. Finally, when they heard the result was $12,888, they breathed a massive sigh of relief. They thought, okay, not bad. It's only $12,000. That's totally acceptable. He just made it sound so scary earlier. He almost gave us a heart attack. Big Lou wiped his sweat. With a sense of relief, he asked, Senior Attorney Vance, is that it? Is everything added up? Theodore nodded. That's it. Everything is accounted for. Big Lou was just about to say he'd raise the money, when Theodore suddenly added, this $12,888 is the compensation for one person. We have 339 members on site today. Multiplied by 339, that makes 4,332. Adding the 435,000 in supermarket losses, the total comes to 4.8 million. Tell you what, I'll be generous and round it off. Let's just make it 5 million. As soon as the words left his mouth, Big Lou's eyes rolled back, his legs twitched, and he fainted on the spot. The others weren't doing much better. Their faces were ghostly pale, as they clutched their chests. At that moment, they all shared the same thought Big Lou had earlier. There really is something cursed about Pearl City. Senior Attorney Vance, We don't have that much money. Can we do a payment plan? Senior attorney, look at our group of over 100 men. Just pick whoever you like and send them to a coal mine to work off the debt. Moving bricks is fine too. I'm strong. I can drive a walking tractor. Can I pay with that? Attorney, my kidneys are in good shape. Maybe you could check? Each offer was more ridiculous than the last. Even Theodore couldn't help but twitch his lip. Just seen. Even made Lily Harper wince. She said to Yuna with a bit of pity. Senior attorney Vance's mouth is much deadlier than the clubs we used on them. He's literally killing them without drawing blood. In the main hall, 2 rows of wooden chairs were lined up, 5 on each side, perfectly organized. At the end of the hall, in the center, a wide sandalwood throne stood majestically. On the high wall behind the throne hung a massive painting. Currently, the 8 rosewood chairs on either side were already filled with people. This included the 3 hallmasters of the Unity Society, several semi-retired elders, and other significant figures within the organization. Under normal circumstances, the boss of the organization was elected by the people sitting in these chairs. If someone could gain more than half the support, they would essentially become the boss. However, in reality, this election mechanism had only been used once. That was 6 months ago for Patrick Hale. On paper, the Unity Society had seen 2 leaders, Leo Miller and Patrick Hale. In reality, there were 3. The first leader was the true heavy hitter. He was not only a brutal fighter, but he dared to deal in every illegal business imaginable. He was incredibly bold and reckless. Just as he was about to officially establish the Unity Society, he died suddenly. Leo Miller, who was the second in command at the time, was surrounded by all the brothers, and confusedly took over the position of boss. Originally, he hadn't wanted to establish the Unity Society, let alone be the boss. After all, is it appropriate for an undercover cop to be a boss? Later, because he still needed to investigate the whereabouts of certain things, he couldn't pull himself away, and so, surrounded by a group of brothers, he was forced to establish the Unity Society. Unfortunately, things didn't end well for him. This is exactly why I've always remarked that the position of Unity Society boss is cursed. The current boss, Patrick Hale, is also currently lying in the ICU with his fate unknown. The 3 current hall masters of the Unity Society. They were Ray, the master of the White Tiger Hall. He was a tall, burly, middle-aged man, with a face full of scar tissue who looked like a real tough customer. Then there was Ronald, the master of the Vermilion Bird Hall. Although he was nearing 60, he still possessed a sharp, aggressive edge, and a piercing gaze, marking him as a seasoned veteran of the Underworld. The Black Tortoise Hall's master was Scar. A simple description of him would be a big-time thug. It was worth noting that, representing the vacant Azure Dragon Hall, was a woman wearing a red, velvet-lined cheongsam. This Unity Society Leadership Summit had been initiated by Ronald, the Vermilion Bird Hall master. Once everyone was seated, Ronald stood up and cupped his fist toward the crowd in greeting. "Oh, brothers, colleagues of the Underworld, I appreciate you all gathering here today. There are 2 urgent matters we need to discuss. The first is regarding Patrick Hale. Patrick's current condition is something everyone here is well aware of. It's not looking good. Our Unity Society has made it this far. But on what foundation? It was built on the unity of brothers and our rules. But now, with Patrick's life hanging by a thread, the organization is a dragon without a head. Think of how many eyes are watching us from the outside, and how many matters are waiting for a boss to make a final call. The ledgers, the territory, and the martial arts tournament starting after the new year. None of these things can wait or be delayed. The old saying goes, a nation cannot go a day without a king. And for an organization like ours, we cannot go a day without a boss Ronald. Therefore, the most pressing matter is that we must quickly elect an acting boss to stabilize the situation. The moment Ronald finished speaking, an elder surnamed Winston couldn't help but challenge him. "Master Ronald, what you're saying is true enough. But Boss Patrick hasn't kicked the bucket yet, so what do you mean by jumping out so eagerly to elect a new leader? Is it because you think Boss Patrick will never wake up? Or is it simply because you, Ronald, can't wait any longer to sit in that dragonhead chair?" After Patrick Hale's accident, Ronald had used his seniority to directly take over the responsibilities of the dragonhead, which had already sparked resentment in some. He had handled everything without giving anyone an explanation, and now he was pulling this stunt. Had he even bothered to ask for anyone else's opinion? The elder Winston then turned his gaze toward the woman sitting opposite him in the red cheongsam. Well, Scarlet, you are currently representing Boss Patrick's Azure Dragon Hall. Tell us, do you think this is appropriate? Scarlet smiled faintly at the recognition given by Elder Winston. I am but a mere woman, and my perspective is quite narrow, she said. I wouldn't know how to argue the finer points, and I certainly wouldn't dare speak out of turn on such a major matter. However, Elder Winston insisted she take a side. Scarlet, since you are sitting here, you have the right to voice your opinion. Just say what's on your mind. Don't hold back. Scarlet lifted her head slightly, appearing to ponder. Since Elder Winston has put it that way, then I will say a few words. Electing an acting boss is a vital matter for the organization, affecting everyone from top to bottom. So, I'll be bold enough to ask Elder Winston, do you already have someone in mind for the position? Elder Winston was momentarily silenced by her counter-question. Regarding the choice for acting boss, he naturally had someone in mind. That someone was himself. Who wouldn't want to be the boss? It was only natural for him to have such ambitions. Even though he had technically retired to the second line, one still had to fight for what was worth fighting for. Furthermore, he believed that if he held the power for Boss Patrick, it would be easier to return it, once Boss Patrick had recovered. At that moment, Scar suddenly chimed in. If you ask me, the matter of the leader can wait for a second. I think we should let Master Ronald finish what he was saying. Ronald had been waiting for exactly that opening. He continued, let's set the acting boss issue aside for a moment. Before that, I want to speak on a second matter, Vanessa Miller. I assume you've all heard of this girl? The sudden mention of that name instantly jolted everyone in the room to attention. Even a flicker of surprise flashed through Scarlet's eyes. Justin Gold, however, was losing his patience. He had suffered at my hands before, and he also knew that this woman might be the former boss's daughter. What exactly did Ronald mean by bringing her up now? Master Ronald, today is a leadership summit for our Unity Society. Why are we wasting time on an outsider? Don't tell me. You've also decided she's Boss Leo Miller's daughter, and you want her to return to the fold? Ronald didn't hide his intentions and nodded. As for whether Vanessa Miller is actually Boss Leo Miller's daughter, it hasn't been fully confirmed yet. However, if she truly is related to Boss Leo, then I believe the organization has a responsibility and a need to invite her over for a proper talk. Everyone has seen the growth of the Grand Apex Alliance. If we can merge Grand Apex into our Unity Society, our organization would at least double in strength. This statement took many people in the room by surprise. When Patrick Hale had his accident, Ronald had suddenly stepped up to take control of the situation and act as the interim leader. Everyone assumed he was doing this to pave the way for himself to compete for the next term as the Dragonhead. Including this meeting, those who had eyes on the top spot had already long considered Ronald their #1 rival. But no one expected that at this moment he would bring up the girl suspected of being the daughter of the former boss, Leo Miller, Vanessa Miller, and from the sound of things, he actually intended to invite this princess of the former dynasty back. He even seemed ready to use this as a springboard to swallow up the Grand Apex Alliance. If he could actually pull it off, it would indeed massively boost the power of the Unity Society. Unfortunately, not everyone possessed that kind of foresight. Justin Gold couldn't hold back any longer. He slammed the table and stood up. I don't agree. A mere woman thinks she can be the boss of our Unity Society? I don't know why those losers at the Grand Apex Alliance are happy to let a woman ride over their heads. But if it were me, I'd never let a woman like that be the leader. A girl like her only belongs in my bed, screaming my name. The others, hearing Justin Gold's insulting words, didn't react much. But Scar, having personally witnessed how ruthless I could be, felt his eyelids twitch. He couldn't help but want to give Justin Gold a thumbs up. You're a brave son of a bitch, aren't you? The Grand Apex Alliance is a massive organization of hundreds of people. If those words ever got out, he wouldn't be surprised at all if you ended up being turned into fish food one day. Justin Gold's sudden attack on me instantly drew resentment from some in the room. When those people learned that the Grand Apex Alliance might actually be an organization founded by the Unity Society's young lady, their minds had already begun racing with possibilities. This young lady seemed quite capable. Not only did she build a gang that large from scratch, but she was also a genius at making money. The assets under the Grand Apex Alliance were valued in the billions. It would be a lie to say they weren't the least bit greedy. Supporting the young lady's return meant they would have a chance to get a slice of that massive cake and potentially gain enormous wealth, unlike now, where they were making less and less money, while living in constant fear that the cops would round them up one day. To put it bluntly, the current Unity Society was missing a god of wealth who could lead them to safety and stability while raking in the cash. Therefore, their support for the idea wasn't hard to understand. Justin, watch your mouth. Vanessa Miller is, after all, our Unity Society's young lady. By insulting her, aren't you insulting boss Leo Miller himself? Aren't you insulting all of us brothers who fought alongside boss Leo to build this empire? Elder Lee is right. Look at the scale of the Grand Apex Alliance now. It's a multi-billion-dollar operation. The young lady built that from scratch, managing that organization so successfully that it's thriving. Her talent for making money is obvious to everyone. What are we lacking right now? We need someone who can lead us to make money and let us live a stable, secure life. We don't need this business of killing and fighting every day, where the cops could raid us at any moment. I also agree. Look what era we're in now. We have to find a way to legitimize our business. We need to have some long-term vision. The people saying these things were mostly acting out of their own self-interest. They could be called the faction that supported my return. However, there were also plenty of dissenters. Starting from this point, the Unity Society began to fracture completely. This young lady isn't even a sure thing yet. Who knows if she's actually Boss Leo's flesh and blood, and even if she is, so what? The Unity Society has over 1,000 brothers. Are we really going to let some woman ride over our heads and bark orders at us? I'm not about to lose face like that. Have you old-timers been so blinded by Grand Apex's money that your backbones have turned to jelly? Justin Gold is right. A woman belongs in the kitchen or the bedroom. Coming out to run a gang and be the boss is a joke. If you ask me, Vanessa Miller is just using her looks and some cheap tricks to keep those softies at the Grand Apex Alliance in line. Let her try that here at the Unity Society. We'd spit on her so much. She'd drown in it before she could even open her mouth. You think her way of making money is clean? You think it's suitable for legitimized business? Is the foundation of the Grand Apex Alliance actually clean? Does anyone actually goddamn know for sure? I've heard that their Grand Apex supermarket is as shady as it gets. In broad daylight, regular people get beaten up if they don't buy enough. They're way more lawless than we are. Don't let it be a case where we don't get the money, but instead bring the heat from the cops down on our Unity Society. Don't we have enough trouble as it is? The tournament is coming up. If we bring in a woman to be our boss now, what will the other organizations think? They'll laugh their asses off at us. Support. The elders from the faction supporting my return stood up in a rage. Those are nothing but rumors. Don't tell me you haven't investigated whether the Grand Apex Alliance's industries are legitimate. If Ms. Miller truly is Boss Leo's daughter, returning to the fold and integrating our resources would be a massive benefit for everyone. You short-sighted idiots. All you know how to do is guard your petty turf and kill each other. What kind of future is that? The organization will be ruined in the hands of people like you sooner or later. Justin Gold immediately pointed at the man and started swearing. You old fossil, I think you've gone crazy for money. Since the Unity Society was founded, when has a woman ever run the show? Do the rules not matter? Does tradition not matter? Does the word loyalty on that wall not matter anymore either? Scarlett had originally intended to just watch from the sidelines and had no plan to join this shouting match. But Justin Gold's repeated insults about women and girls were finally too much for her to bear. She spoke up coldly to Justin Gold. If you say woman one more time, I will rip that mouth right off your face. To some extent, this guy wasn't just insulting. A version of me he had never met. Scar stood to the side, chuckling darkly, gleefully fanning the flames. Well said. Justin Gold loves to look down on people. He seems to have forgotten who it was at the dam that nearly got wiped out by that same woman. Having his old scars ripped open in public, Justin Gold exploded in shame and rage. Scar, say that again if you've got the balls. Scar stood up with a bang. I said it, so what? You disrespectful punk. Do you even have a right to speak here? Someone close the doors. It's time to beat the dog. Justin Gold shouted, I'll kill you. Ronald slammed the table, putting an end to it. What is all this shouting? We are here to discuss vital matters for the organization. not to act like hens bickering in a market. Sit down, all of you. Once they quieted down, he continued. Right now, the most important thing is to elect an acting boss. I won't waste any more words. I support the return of the young lady, Vanessa Miller. It wasn't until Ronald officially took a stand that the expressions on some people's faces truly shifted. Others might not have known Ronald's background, but almost everyone in this room knew it well. Theoretically, Ronald should have been the person least likely to support the young lady. Vanessa Miller taking power. This was because Ronald had been a core confidant of the first boss. Before the Unity Society was even officially formed. When Leo Miller joined, Ronald was already the second in command. Later, Leo Miller had stepped right over Ronald to take the top spot. That had always been the biggest thorn in Ronald's side. Back then, because of this, the newly formed organization had nearly split apart. For years afterward, he and Leo Miller had been like fire and water. Even later, when rumors spread that Leo Miller had a daughter living elsewhere, Ronald had been the first to support Patrick Hale in having me brought back to be dealt with. But looking at the situation now, they really couldn't wrap their heads around it. When exactly had I managed to buy Ronald off? However, now clearly wasn't the time to dwell on that. What mattered was who would sit in that center chair. Justin Gold took a direct step forward and spoke without a hint of politeness. Then I'm definitely going to be the one to sit in that chair. I, Justin Gold, joined this organization at 18. At 23, I went to the Slammer to take the rap for the gang. Right now, my turf is the largest in the organization, and I have the most brothers under me. By seniority, by strength, and by merit. I, Justin Gold, am the most qualified to sit in that seat. Anyway, I'm laying it out right here and now. You'd better support me today. Even if you don't want to, you have to support me. The moment he said that, the elder named Winston stood up again. He pointed at Justin Gold and cursed. Justin Gold? What the hell is that supposed to mean? Are you actually trying to force us to take a side? Who do you think you are? This is no place for you two. Before he could finish, Justin Gold struck without any warning. He suddenly snatched up a purple clay teapot beside him and smashed it directly into Elder Winston's face. Smash. The teapot shattered instantly against Elder Winston's face. Elder Winston only managed half a scream before he fell straight back onto the floor. He clutched his face, rolling in agony. This scene gave everyone a massive shock. No one had expected that at a leadership summit where all the top brass were gathered, Justin Gold would dare to break the rules and burst into such violence. Justin Gold wiped the tea from his hands, not even sparing a glance for the elder rolling on the floor. He then turned a murderous gaze toward the crowd. Now, who else thinks it's not my turn? Who else thinks I don't have a right to speak? Look in my eyes. Suffice it to say, this move actually managed to intimidate everyone present. Of course, aside from the fact that this guy had been a bit brutal, there was also the fact that a group of thugs had appeared outside. Clearly, he had already arranged for backup. There was a moment of dead silence. Before Ronald, the master of the Vermilion Bird Hall, could speak, Marcus Vance, the master of the White Tiger Hall, who had been a spectator, and sipping tea almost the entire time, calmly and unhurriedly put down his teacup. He slowly stood up. I have no objection. In our Unity Society, strength is the only thing that matters. Whoever has the power is the one who gets to be the boss. That useless Patrick Hale should have stepped down long ago. What era is it anyway? A leader of an organization getting stabbed by some nobody? It's enough to make us a laughingstock. As for that woman, Vanessa Miller, what exactly is she supposed to be? On this point, I fully support Justin Gold. Hearing Marcus Vance, a powerful hallmaster, publicly supporting him, Justin Gold felt a surge of confidence. Master Marcus is a man of sense. These days, iron fists and numbers are the only real logic. Some young lady can go kick rocks. I'm glad Master Marcus can see reality and stand by my side. He was cut off mid-sentence. His entire body suddenly began to twitch violently. A few seconds later, with a heavy thud, the previously arrogant Justin Gold collapsed straight onto the floor. Even then, his limbs continued to twitch uncontrollably as he foamed at the mouth. Only then did everyone see that Marcus Vance had produced a stun baton sparking with blue electricity from somewhere. He had caught Justin Gold completely off guard. This sudden, unexpected reversal was honestly too much for anyone to process. One moment Justin Gold had downed an elder, the next he was being taken down by Marcus Vance's stun baton. Alright, Patrick Hale is finished and Justin Gold is finished. I, Marcus Vance, will be the new Dragonhead. Who supports me and who opposes me? Scarlet was the first to stand up. On behalf of the Azure Dragon Hall, I support him. Scarlet, being the first to stand out and support Marcus Vance, sent another shockwave through the room. Remember, she was representing Patrick Hale. Since when had she colluded with Marcus Vance? That was when people began to notice that the ragtag thugs Justin Gold had brought had all been replaced by men in uniform white suits. Clearly, the men Justin Gold had stationed outside had already been dealt with. It also proved that the Azure Dragon Hall, arguably the strongest fighting force, had completely switched sides. With their own hall, Marcus Vance now had the support of two halls. Only Ronald's hall remained. The situation was clear. Scar wasn't even being treated as a person by them, so he naturally wasn't counted, just as the remaining people were hesitating whether to cast their votes. A loud bang echoed. The double wooden doors of the hall were kicked open from the outside. They slammed heavily against the walls on both sides. A clear, slightly lazy, yet undeniably authoritative female voice drifted inside. Is it just starting? It seems I've arrived just in time. As the words fell, a tall, slender, and beautiful silhouette appeared before everyone's eyes. I was wearing a suit over a black silk shirt. A black belt was fastened perfectly around my waist, accentuating my perfect proportions. My long, snow-white hair flowed freely over my shoulders. Combined with my exquisite face, I instantly captured everyone's attention. Though my outfit looked mature, one could tell from my youthful features that I was actually quite young, especially those bright, star-like eyes, curved slightly, with a faint hint of a smile. Yet, deep within that smile, there was a trace of unapproachable coldness that kept people at a distance. Two people were following behind me. One was a woman with short hair, about as tall as I was. The other was a cold-faced young man. As the three of us entered the hall, the Unity Society executives who had been sitting actually stood up involuntarily. You're Vanessa Miller? The young lady? They had heard the name Vanessa Miller. They even knew of her legendary exploits. They knew she was just a college freshman. However, seeing her in person brought a massive shock to them. She was truly too young. Did she really create the Grand Apex Alliance herself? And those multi-billion-dollar industries? If they hadn't investigated it themselves, they never would have believed that all of this was the work of an 18-year-old girl. Those with children of their own couldn't help but wonder what their own kids were doing at that age. Those without were thinking about what they were doing at that age. Almost all of them reached the same conclusion. At 18, they were just wasting their lives. Comparing that to the person in front of them, the difference was simply monstrous. Among those who had originally opposed the reunion, some began to waver. If she could achieve this much at 18, what would her future look like? If, as some suggested, they welcomed her back to the Unity Society and absorbed the Grand Apex Alliance, the Unity Society could truly become the undisputed king of Pearl City. By then, the East Sea Union and all other groups would have to live in their shadow. Most importantly, everyone would make a fortune if she could build the Grand Apex Alliance to such a scale in such a short time. Then, what if the Unity Society's assets were handed over to her? Especially the casinos. Could she make them even better? Maybe even expand to open casinos in the provinces and knock the old gambling kings off their thrones? Honestly, if her methods remained that sharp, it might actually happen. I scanned the room and smiled faintly. It seems everyone recognizes me. I'm truly honored. Ronald, the master of the Vermilion Bird Hall, stepped forward. Young lady, we've been waiting and hoping, and finally you've come home. I didn't recognize him at first. Old sir, might I ask your name? Ronald slapped his forehead. Look at my memory. I forgot to introduce myself. I am Ronald, master of the Vermilion Bird Hall. Ah, so it's Master Ronald. I don't know why, but hearing what you just said makes me feel a bit nauseous. Ronald's face stiffened. Young lady, what do you mean by that? You are Boss Leo Miller's daughter, which makes you our Unity Society's young lady. We naturally welcome your return. Is that so? Then I wonder who it was that sent a team to Foggy Creek, trying to hunt down this young ladies and have her dealt with? Ronald quickly explained. That was all a misunderstanding. The people below relayed the message wrong. The plan back then was actually to bring you home first. Right then, Marcus Vance suddenly cut him off. Master Ronald, why are you wasting so many words on a woman? Can't you see how things are now? I turned my gaze to him. Are you Marcus Vance? If I remember correctly, it seems we've met before. Marcus Vance sneered. I didn't think Ms. Miller would remember a minor figure like me, showing up at the Unity Society today. Are you also planning to fight me for the Dragonhead position? But it doesn't matter who comes. Ms. Miller, mighty. I have to say, I really admire your guts. Daring to come here all by yourself, barging into the Unity Society's headquarters. As he spoke, he turned his gaze toward Lance. Wait, I misspoke. You're not exactly all by yourself. You brought a bodyguard along. Lance stared at him coldly, without saying a single word. But Marcus Vance, having recognized Lance, had no intention of letting him off. If I remember correctly, you left the Unity Society without permission, didn't you, Lance? What is the penalty for that according to our bylaws? An elder supporting Marcus immediately spoke up. According to the bylaws, it's the loss of a hand or a foot. Marcus, why are you bringing this up now? We're currently discussing the matter of the acting boss. Ronald could see right through Marcus's intentions. The man clearly wanted to use this as an example in front of the young lady. To kill the chicken to warn the monkey. Marcus ignored him. Instead, he became even more arrogant. What's the rush, Master Ronald? I'm simply upholding the laws of the Unity Society. Anyone who breaks our code must be punished. Otherwise, what right does the Unity Society have to stand tall in the Underworld? Today, Lance is going to lose a limb, and not even Jesus himself can stop me. I said it. Guards, seize him. Wait a minute. Having watched coldly from the sidelines, I suddenly spoke up. Marcus paused and looked at me. What is it? Ms. Miller, do you intend to stop us from enforcing our laws? I shook my head. No, no, no. I fully support you doing this. As they say, a nation has its laws, and a family has its rules. Anyone who breaks the rules must be dealt with, and the Grand Apex Alliance is no exception. Take our Grand Apex Alliance, for instance. If someone chooses to leave the company, we usually give them double their last month's salary, to thank them for their contributions to the firm. If we have to fire someone, they get a severance package of N+2? What the hell? Those are the rules of your Grand Apex Alliance? You pay them to leave the organization, and give them even more when they're fired? Are you sure you guys are in the Underworld, and not running a charity? Marcus had been surprised to hear my earlier support, at first, but after hearing the rest, he instantly felt like he was being played. Are you shitting me? What Underworld figure can just leave their gang, without being met with a brutal code of punishment? Giving them money? You must be joking. Vanessa Miller, what exactly are you trying to say? And please, don't use your Grand Apex Alliance rules to try and tell us how to do business. The smile slowly faded from my face. I have no interest in teaching you how to work. I simply want to ask you, Master Marcus, does hiring people to assassinate your own boss count as an act of treason? And if we go by your Unity Society's laws, how should that be dealt with? As soon as those words came out, boom, the entire council chamber instantly exploded. Everyone was thunderstruck by what I had just said. Assassinating the boss? In an instant, every pair of eyes in the room snapped toward Marcus Vance. Everyone's gaze was filled with absolute shock. Logically, Vanessa Miller was still an outsider in their eyes. Hearing such a claim from an outsider, they shouldn't have had such a strong reaction. However, Vanessa Miller radiated a unique aura, a presence that made it impossible not to feel an instinctive sense of trust toward her. It was as if she were a person who would never lie. This kind of charisma cannot be faked. Generally speaking, only those who have long lived by their word, possessed great power, and held high-ranking positions, can cultivate an air of authority that commands such faith. Marcus, is what Ms. Miller's saying true? Assassinating the boss? Marcus, are you out of your goddamn mind? Do you have any idea how serious of a charge that is? Master Marcus, explain yourself. Ms. Miller doesn't seem like the type to make baseless accusations. Marcus, Boss Patrick treated you well, didn't he? The position of White Tiger Hall Master, he was the one who personally handed it to you. If this charge of assassinating the boss is proven, you know exactly what the consequences will be. A muscle in Marcus's face twitched violently, and a flicker of panic flashed deep in his eyes, hidden from view. But he masked it quickly, exploding in a simulated rage. Vanessa Miller, what kind of horseshit is this? I am completely loyal to the organization, and the heavens can be my witness. Meanwhile, you, an outsider? walk through these doors and start spewing slander. To sow discord among us. I think you have a death wish. You want to seize power. So you resort to these low-life tactics. Where's the evidence? Without evidence, I'm making sure you don't walk out of here alive today. Ronald's brow was also deeply furrowed as he looked at me. Young lady, while I truly hope you can return to the Unity Society, you can't just show up and hurl baseless accusations at one of our hallmasters. Regarding the assassination of the boss, the charge is too heavy. You can't just say things like that without proof. Though he felt like I might be lying, as a veteran hallmaster of the Unity Society, it was his duty to maintain some order. Exactly. Ms. Miller, do you have evidence? Young lady, if you have proof, bring it out. If it's true, I'll be the first one to deal with Marcus. Everyone addressed me differently. Those who called me Ms. Miller or used my name basically didn't want me to rejoin the family. Those who called me young lady were the ones hoping for my return. They tended to side with me a bit more in their tone. Facing the questions of the entire room, I simply shook my head calmly. I have no evidence. As soon as I said that, everyone was stunned. What? No evidence? Young lady, are you fucking kidding us right now? Nearly everyone was furious, feeling like they were being toyed with by some brat. Marcus was taken aback for a moment. Then he slammed the table hard and shouted, "Did you all hear that? This is the young lady you want to welcome? Someone who slanders a hallmaster with zero proof. And you people still support someone like her? Master Ronald, what do you have to say for yourself now?" He pointed his finger directly at Ronald. Ronald's face also darkened. Ms. Miller, this is inappropriate, don't you think? Aren't you going to give us an explanation? Making accusations without any proof. Is she making a mockery of the Unity Society's top brass? Or does she simply have no respect for them at all? However, my next words sounded even more arrogant and unreasonable to them. Even more absurd. Does evidence even matter? It's enough that I say Marcus did it. I was telling the truth. I truly didn't have any evidence in my hands, but I knew for a fact it was Marcus Vance. This exact thing happened in my previous life. Except, in that life, it was only revealed much later, when Marcus was finally caught. When Patrick Hale was ambushed and nearly killed last time, I was genuinely surprised, because this event happened far earlier than it was supposed to. But I quickly figured out who the culprit was. Then, I told my suspicions to Uncle Gary. Now that some time has passed, I believe Gary Reed should have found the evidence by now. Under normal circumstances, the hardest part of a criminal case is not knowing who the culprit is. The investigation usually revolves around identifying the killer. That's why solving a case can be so slow. But once you have a clear target, finding proof becomes much easier. You can start with Marcus's subordinates, surveillance footage near the scene, and tracking down eyewitnesses. You'll always find a trail of breadcrumbs. Now, considering the time, it's about time to close the net. Upon hearing my words, even those elders who had originally supported my return couldn't hold back their indignation any longer. This is beyond arrogant. The nerve of this girl. This is the Unity Society, not your Grand Apex Alliance. How can you say such things without a shred of evidence, young lady? The group began hurling accusations at me, and some even started cursing openly. The insults became increasingly foul. Everyone, shut your mouths. Lance stepped forward, his icy gaze sweeping across the room. His overwhelming presence instantly silenced the crowd. Once the room was quiet, he continued firmly, "The young lady's word is law. No one is permitted to question her. That is the young lady's rule." Arrogant. Beyond arrogant. Marcus Vance snapped out of his shock and laughed. "Lance, have you two been drinking? Why don't you open your eyes and take a good look at where you are? This is the Unity Society, not a place where you can just run wild. I see it clearly now. You came here today with nothing but ill intentions. Since that's the case, don't expect to leave this place. At all." It was only then that he remembered. He held the absolute advantage in numbers. All those men in white suits outside were his men. I had dared to walk right into his trap. This was the perfect chance to settle all the scores, new and old. The moment the words left his mouth, his subordinates in white suits came charging in. Roughly 30 men lined up behind Marcus Vance. With this clear numerical advantage, Marcus's confidence surged, and he became even more insolent. "Vanessa Miller, you had a path to heaven but chose to walk into hell instead. You dared to challenge the Unity Society, with nothing but 2 traitors at your side? Then don't blame me for being ruthless. Get them. Take them down. A savage grin spread across Marcus's face, as if he could already see Vanessa Miller being restrained, waiting for him to humiliate and crush her at his leisure. However, at that critical moment, something unexpected happened. The young men in white who had rushed in did not follow Marcus's orders to pounce on us. Instead, the short-haired young man leading them suddenly skidded to a halt, just a few paces from me. Without any warning, he delivered a powerful spinning back kick. With a heavy thud, the sneer on Marcus's face instantly froze. A split second later, a surge of agonizing pain shot from his knees. He collapsed heavily onto the floor, forced into an incredibly humiliating position, kneeling right before me. The executives and elders present were all stunned. At the same time, the dozens of young men in white suits bowed respectfully to me, under everyone's shocked gazes. "Young lady!" The entire chamber fell into a deathly silence. It was so quiet, you couldn't even hear anyone breathing. What the hell was going on? What just happened? Why did the Azure Dragon Hall members just call Vanessa Miller young lady? The events at today's leadership summit were a roller coaster of twists and turns. It was absolutely insane. First, an elder jumped out only to be flattened by Justin Gold. Then, Justin Gold was backstabbed by Marcus Vance. And now, Marcus Vance had just had the rug pulled out from under him by Vanessa Miller. It really was just one shock after another. Scarlett, in particular, was reeling with shock. As Marcus's mole, she hadn't noticed a single sign that the Azure Dragon Hall was planning to defect. Immediately following that shock, a strong sense of dread washed over her. The situation had spiraled completely out of control. If she didn't find a way out now, she was finished. Suddenly betrayed by his own people, Marcus struggled in a rage, screaming, "Traitors! You're all a bunch of damn traitors. Vanessa Miller, you calculating bitch. I never thought you'd already bought off the Azure Dragon Hall. How despicable. Whoa, hey, watch your mouth. We never bought off anyone from your Unity Society. These men have always been our own brothers." Lance corrected him coldly. Marcus froze. "Your own brothers? What the hell does that mean?" He looked again at the nearly 100 young men in white suits filling the room and the hallway outside. As the realization dawned on him, he nearly coughed up blood. Damn it, this is too much. Who the hell plants a whole reinforced platoon as undercover agents? An entire platoon? It wasn't just Marcus. Even the Unity Society executives and elders were standing there with their minds gone completely blank. They were rooted to the spot. Was this even humanly possible? Scar was the first to snap out of his shock. He performed a literal sliding kneel, throwing himself down before me in a grand display of submission. "Young lady, my greatest young lady. I have been waiting and hoping for your arrival day and night. From the first moment I saw these brothers, I said to myself, why do these men look so extraordinary? They all carry themselves with such dignity and grace. I knew right then that these were no ordinary men. I never dreamed they were actually. Your elite commanders, young lady. That's why I started my own undercover mission long ago, waiting for this critical moment to abandon the darkness and embrace the light. I fully support your return to lead the Unity Society, young lady. Young lady, you must believe me. My heart has always been with you. I saw through Marcus Vance long ago. I knew that scum was no good. I never imagined he'd actually assassinate the boss. I've endured so much humiliation, just waiting for the chosen one, or rather, the true young lady, to set things right. I beg you to accept me as your most loyal subordinate. If you want me to be a man, I'll be a man. If you want me to be a dog, I'll be a dog." Woof, woof, woof. The Unity Society executives and elders, already in a state of shock, watched Scar's shameless sycophancy and felt as if they'd swallowed a fly. It was sickening. Damn it, this guy has absolutely no shame. Some of them had actually thought Scar was a tough guy, but it turns out it was all an act. The man truly has no bottom line. Does he even have a backbone? Young lady, we all support your return home. Yes, yes. Young lady, we were always loyal to Boss Leo Miller, and our loyalty to you is just as absolute. Young lady, we also want to abandon the darkness for the light. As the saying goes, a wise man submits to fate. With a shameless leader like Scar taking the initiative, the others no longer hesitated. One by one, they stepped forward to shamelessly pledge their loyalty. They had no choice. The council chamber was now completely under the control of my people. If they even thought about resisting, They'd have to consider if they actually had the strength to pull it off. Immediately after, they turned their collective fire toward Marcus. "Young lady, my brothers and I have been eagerly awaiting your return. This snake Marcus Vance has been lining his own pockets for years. I've put up with him for far too long, young lady. Marcus Vance is a total piece of crap. Young lady." The crowd began verbally attacking Marcus, each one trying to outdo the last with their insults. Enough. Marcus finally snapped. His face was livid as he pointed a trembling finger at them. "And you call yourselves elders of the Unity Society? Take a good look at your own faces right now. Just to please a woman, every single one of you is acting like a dog begging for scraps. Have you no shame? And you think you're underworld figures? The Unity Society will be ruined in your hands sooner or later." After finishing his tirade against the elders, he looked up at me again. "Vanessa Miller, don't you get smugged too early. You think I don't have a backup plan?" Right at that moment, his phone began to ring. Marcus immediately pulled it out. Seeing this, Lance moved to snatch the phone away, but I stopped him. Let him answer it. Marcus accepted the call and screamed into the phone, "Are the men ready? Get over here right now and kill Vanessa Miller for me." The other side was silent for a while. Then, a female voice came through the speaker. "Are you looking for Big Lou? I'm afraid you won't be seeing him. I'm already preparing to send them to a very safe place." Marcus Vance froze. "Who are you?" "My name is Yuna. Vanessa should be right beside you. You can just ask her." Beep, beep, beep. The call was disconnected. Lance mocked him from the side. "Marcus Vance, while you were busy using that stun baton on people, all that outside help you called for was already taken care of by us." Marcus looked at me with a dazed expression. "No, what are you, some kind of monster?" The backup plan he had prepared had never been shared with a third party, and for the sake of caution, Dax Vance had found him hired muscle from out of town. He never expected them to be neutralized so early. In truth, ever since this woman revealed she knew about the assassination, he had been deeply shaken. The plan to assassinate Patrick Hale was planned with extreme precision. He hadn't shown his face during the entire process, only using his most trusted confidant to make contact. The hit should have been seamless. How did I find out? He racked his brain but couldn't figure out where the leak was. Then there was my undercover operation, sneaking an entire reinforced platoon into the Azure Dragon Hall. That was even more terrifying. Sticking one mole in might have been easy to overlook, but hiding an entire platoon without anyone noticing? It was absolutely preposterous. It defied all logic. Finally, there was his collaboration with Dax Vance. That matter was so critical that he would never have told an outsider. Dax Vance even told him. He had brought over 100 men from Southport via a man named Cole Miller. He didn't expect them to fail before even beginning their mission. The more Marcus thought, the deeper the dread in his heart grew. His phone hit the ground with a loud thud. What exactly are you? Why do you know everything? This is impossible. It's absolutely impossible. Did you plant a bug on me or something?" The elders, who were just scrambling to pledge loyalty, now fell into deep thought as well. Yes, when they thought about it carefully, it seemed Marcus Vance had been well prepared. Yet I had seen through him with ease, and those young men in white, from the Azure Dragon Hall, many of them now looked very familiar. This meant I had been setting the stage long ago, just waiting for Marcus Vance to walk into the trap today. Hiss. What kind of calculation was this? What kind of terrifying foresight? Or could she actually see the future? An unspeakable sense of dread crept into the hearts of every Unity Society executive. This woman was far too dangerous. Right then, I moved. I didn't look at the broken, kneeling Marcus Vance again, nor did I pay any mind to the varying expressions of the Unity Society elders. I walked directly toward the center of the hall, toward the seat that symbolized the supreme power of the society. The dragon-head chair. Was she really going to sit there? The thought exploded in everyone's minds. Everyone's eyes followed me involuntarily, watching me step by step toward the heart of the Unity Society's power. That was a seat they had all once coveted, a position they had once fantasized about occupying. But now, as they watched me approach it, envy was the last thing they felt. Instead, it was an overwhelming sense of fear and submission. That seat had always belonged to me. I reached the dragon-head chair. The entire council chamber was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Every heart was in every throat, waiting for me to sit down. However, I didn't sit down. I slowly turned around. My calm gaze swept across every single face below. Wherever my eyes landed, no one dared meet my gaze. They all instinctively lowered their heads. Immediately following, my cold, clear voice rang out. Now, it is time to have a serious talk about the future of the Unity Society. I hadn't sat in the chair, but that didn't matter anymore. From the moment I touched that seat, the leadership of the Unity Society had already shifted. It announced the dawn of a new era. They were left with only two choices: submit or be crushed. Ronald couldn't keep his composure. He couldn't help but ask, "Young lady, are you truly Boss Leo Miller's daughter?" It had always been a rumor, but no one had ever confirmed it until now. Does it matter? I didn't answer directly. Instead, I beckoned to Claire Grant, who was watching from the side. "Come here." At that moment, everyone in the room instinctively turned their eyes toward the short-haired woman who had been following me, like a shadow. Ronald, in particular, stared at the short-haired woman's face. After a moment, his pupils contracted sharply. This face, even though years had passed, the familiar features, especially those stubborn and sharp eyes, inherited from Leo Miller. It was an uncanny resemblance. He hadn't been entirely sure when looking at me, but looking at Claire Grant, it became far more obvious. Aside from the facial structure, Claire Grant naturally preferred short hair, which made the likeness even more striking. Sometimes, a person's style and dress can affect their perceived appearance. With my long hair, it wasn't as apparent on me, but none of that mattered anymore. What mattered was that I had called this woman sister. With a thud, Ronald dropped to one knee. "Young lady, from this day forward, you are the boss of our Unity Society." His kneeling was like pushing over the final domino. Thud, thud, thud. The other elders and executives all knelt in unison. "Our respects to the young lady." "Welcome home, young lady." I waved my hand. "Stand up." The crowd rose. Ronald immediately stepped forward, looking quite eager. "Young lady, since you have returned to lead the Unity Society, what about the Grand Apex Alliance?" Ronald might have submitted to Vanessa Miller on the surface, but he had his own agenda. What he truly wanted to see wasn't just Vanessa's return, but a merger with the Grand Apex Alliance. He saw it as a chance for him to one day lead an even more powerful new Unity Society. This old fox kept talking about supporting the young lady's claim to power, but his ambition was the largest in the room. I didn't answer Ronald's question. Instead, I whispered to Claire Grant, whose expression was complex. "How are you feeling?" Claire Grant said to me, "Are you really going to take over the Unity Society? You'll regret it." She had been in the Unity Society long enough to know exactly what went on. Like the casinos, for instance, if I truly became the boss of the Unity Society, it would only drag me into the mud, and eventually I'd be arrested too. I smiled. "Sister, you underestimate me. I never touch illegal or dirty businesses. It just so happens that I have a major gift for you, sister." Before Claire could ask what it was, I spoke directly to the crowd. "You all want me to lead the Unity Society. I've received the message. However, trust isn't something built on words alone. So, if you want me to believe in your loyalty, you'll have to show me some sincerity. For instance, every single one of you must provide me with a blunt pledge." Someone couldn't help but speak up. "Young lady, what kind of pledge do you want?" "It's simple. To prevent any of you from betraying me, please give me a crystal clear and detailed account of every single business under your management, whether legitimate or underground. Lay it all out for me, especially those operations that can't see the light of day, and all the dirty deeds you've done in the past. I want everything, the times, the locations, and every single participant involved. I'll have my people record the entire confession." As soon as those words left my mouth, the hall erupted in an uproar. Ronald and the others saw their faces turn deathly pale. Even Scar, who had been the fastest to kneel earlier, looked shaken. This wasn't just a pledge of loyalty. This was a demand for them to hand over their own lifelines, evidence of crimes significant enough to make them rot in prison for the rest of their lives, directly into my hands. Claire Grant was also stunned. Among everyone present, she was the only one who truly understood my ultimate goal. This move completely shattered her perspective on how things could be done. Who knew evidence could be collected this way? It was too dominant, too direct. It made her own role as an undercover agent feel like a complete joke. The Unity Society was, after all, an old-school organization in Pearl City. God only knows how much filth was hidden inside. If these people actually confessed everything, the amount of credit she would receive would be astronomical. She had worked so hard undercover for so long, yet she hadn't managed to gather much concrete evidence against these men. Even if she knew they ran casinos, they could always find some lackey to take the fall and pay a small fine. Often, they wouldn't even have to step foot inside a jail cell. It had taken her an enormous amount of time just to scratch the surface of that information. That was the primary reason she hadn't decided to report upward and close the net yet. She simply hadn't found any explosive evidence. But looking at my methods now, she realized this might be the only time in her life she would ever see someone collect evidence like this. This heavy gift was certainly substantial. I took in the shock and resistance on everyone's faces. With a faint smile, I continued, "My request isn't that unreasonable, is it? After all, I'm just a woman. A weak woman who was nearly hunted down and killed by you all. I need some means of self-preservation, don't I?" Very quickly, someone reached their breaking point. They jumped out to oppose me. "Impossible. I won't do it. Me neither. Young lady, this is going too far. Everyone in this life has their secrets. What exactly are you trying to pull? We can't provide this kind of pledge. If we hand this over, how can we ever hold our heads up in the underworld again? Hallmaster, say something. Can we really agree to this? This is basically asking us to hand over our lives." Ronald's face darkened as well. "Young lady, your request is indeed pushing us into a corner. The brothers have risked their lives for this organization, just to have a place where they can belong and survive. If you force everyone to air out all their dirty laundry, how can anyone work with peace of mind from now on?" "Exactly. The organization has its rules. You just got here and you're already trying to break them. The brothers won't stand for it. This is nothing but a joke. Do you want to disband the Unity Society today? Speak up, everyone. Are we going to hand over this pledge or not?" "No. Hell no. Hell no. I wouldn't do it even if you killed me. Let her play her games by herself. I'm done with this shit." Their reactions were incredibly violent. Every one of them looked ready to go for broke. However, I didn't panic at all. I cast a casual glance at Scar. Scar's entire body shuddered. He immediately thought back to what had happened in Foddy Creek. He stepped forward instantly, pointing at me with a face full of pained indignation. "This is too much. We've already knelt to you. And yet you still want to force us like this? I'm going to be a real man today and fight you to the end." With that, he snatched up the stun baton Marcus Vance had dropped and charged toward me, looking like he was ready to throw his life away. When the other Unity Society executives and elders saw this, their spirits were lifted. A wave of guilt washed over their hearts. "Scar, we all misjudged you. Originally, we all thought you were just a cowardly, spineless rat. But it turns out you're the only real man among us. The rest of us just shout slogans. But you're the only one brave enough to actually make a move. Well done. You're a true warrior." Even Ronald was left stunned and uncertain. He never expected a fair-weather friend like Scar to be so fiercely defiant. It was completely out of character. Could it be that they had truly underestimated the man? Before they could think further, a group of young men in white suits swarmed around Scar, blocking him from the other's view. Lance directly drew a short blade. With a flash of cold steel, slash, 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 Scar's charging figure suddenly jerked to a halt. The expression of pained heroism on his face instantly froze. He looked down at his own body. In an instant, over a dozen wounds erupted across his torso. Blood sprayed out violently, as if it cost nothing at all. Scar let out a short, sharp scream, and then he collapsed with a heavy thud. He twitched a few times and then went completely still. The entire process, from Scar's charge to his sudden death, took only a matter of seconds. The Unity Society executives and elders, who had been so full of righteous fury just moments ago, now saw every bit of color drain from their faces. Claire Grant was also completely dazed. Driven by her professional instincts, she subconsciously wanted to step forward and check the body, but I stopped her with a subtle squeeze of her hand. I then stepped forward a few paces. I slowly and methodically pulled a handkerchief from my pocket. With elegant movements, I wiped the blood splatters from Lance's face. "Next time, try to be a bit gentler. It's such a hassle to clean up when you make a mess like this." Lance nodded. "Understood." Young lady, this cold-blooded scene made the scalps of the Unity Society elders crawl with terror. Was this woman a demon? I then turned to face them. "Does anyone else still think my request is unreasonable?" Step forward. This move of mine was undeniably ruthless. It instantly intimidated every high-ranking member and elder of the Unity Society into submission. If this had been years ago, when they were young, hungry, and ready to fight, they might not have been this terrified. But time had long since smoothed over the sharp edges of these old veterans. After all, they were no longer the lone wolves they once were, with nothing to lose but a miserable life. They were far past the age where they would fight anyone who crossed them, without a second thought for their own survival. They all had families and careers now, sons and daughters, and substantial bank accounts. At this stage, their primary concern was accumulating more wealth, to enjoy their final years, and to leave a legacy for their children. They were far more afraid of death now than they had been in their youth. Consequently, when I staged this little performance, killing the chicken to warn the monkeys, some of them were already trembling with fear. Of course, I owed a lot to Scar for being so cooperative, and for his truly impressive acting skills. It was clear that Big Cane had trained him remarkably well. As for where the blood came from, it was perfectly reasonable for Grand Apex members to carry fake blood packets, right? It was only practical. Before they could even voice their decision on the pledge, an even more desperate scene unfolded before them. The sound of sirens suddenly wailed from outside. Immediately after, 7 or 8 police officers burst into the room. Leading the group was the district director, Gary Reed, Ronald, and the others. Especially Marcus Vance saw the sudden arrival of the police and became instantly agitated. He pointed at me and shouted, "Officer! Her! It was her! She committed murder in broad daylight. Arrest her now!" In the past, they would have avoided the police at all costs, knowing that an officer showing up never meant anything good. But, with the officers appearing now, they suddenly felt that the boys in blue were actually quite kind and approachable, radiating a wonderful sense of security. Bloodstains still covered the floor, and Scar's corpse hadn't been moved yet. With so many witnesses present, and the evidence so clear, it was enough to put her away for life, right? Marcus Vance finally saw a glimmer of hope for revenge. The others also felt they wouldn't have to provide those blood pledges anymore. Unfortunately, they were all destined for disappointment. The man leading the squad, who held a rank equivalent to a district director, walked over to Scar. He crouched down and checked for a pulse. He did this to confirm the truth for himself, even though he knew I would never leave such a massive liability for him to deal with. It was always better to be cautious. And as expected, there were no surprises. Just as everyone thought the case was closed, and I was about to be hauled off, Marcus Vance, who had been kneeling, scrambled to his feet with impatient glee. He pointed at me and burst into a fit of wild laughter, gloating with pure malice. "Vanessa Miller, you calculated everything, but you didn't expect the cops to show up, did you? You thought you were the winner, but you're nothing but a pathetic clown. Vanessa Miller, you're finished." Ha ha ha. Gary Reed casually waved his hand. "Take him in," he ordered. Hearing the director finally give the order to arrest someone, Marcus laughed even more hysterically. "Vanessa Miller, when they line you up for the firing squad, I'll be sure to come and watch." Before he could finish his sentence, he felt a cold weight snap around his wrists. He froze instantly. "Hey, wait! What are you doing? Why are you arresting me? You've got the wrong person. I didn't kill him. It was her. It was Vanessa Miller. This isn't fair." But the officers didn't bother explaining anything to him. They simply dragged him away by force. Ronald and the other Unity Society executives and elders were completely dumbfounded. Wait, Vanessa Miller really did kill that man. We all saw it with our own eyes. Why are you arresting Marcus Vance? Even though I had previously accused Marcus of being the killer who targeted boss Patrick Hale, I had also admitted there was no proof. Without evidence, wouldn't my credibility be in question? They were more inclined to believe that it was all a frame-up by Vanessa Miller to eliminate Marcus as a rival for the leadership position, but they would soon understand the real reason. The head of the police squad turned to me. "Don't make it so bloody next time," he said. "It's easy for people to get the wrong idea." His meaning was clear. The act was good enough, but don't make it look so realistic. His men had nearly drawn their service weapons. I nodded obediently. "Uncle Gary, we'll be more careful from now on." "Good. Clean up this mess yourselves." Gary Reed glanced at Claire Grant standing beside me, then turned to his subordinates and said, "We're out of here." And just like that, the officers left. They left as quickly as a passing breeze. Except they took Marcus Vance with them. Ronald and the others were so shocked they couldn't speak. Are they not even going to pretend anymore? A man is dead. Even if there's collusion between you, you should at least put on a show. Has the world really become this absurd? But regardless of what they thought, all they felt right now was a deep, bone-chilling fear. No wonder I was able to grow the Grand Apex Alliance so large in such a short amount of time. Everything made sense now. She had people on the inside, and those connections were ironclad. It wasn't that they hadn't dealt with officials or police officers before, but at most, they could only pull off some subtle favors, and the officials wouldn't necessarily even acknowledge the dead. Furthermore, even back when they were young and reckless, they never would have dared to leave a corpse in front of the police. And yet, look at me. My methods had completely shattered their worldview. I had bypassed every limit they knew. Arrogant wasn't even the word for this girl anymore. She was simply untouchable and above the law. The corpse was still lying on the floor, and the police didn't even give it a second look. Actually, they did give it one look. Then they grabbed a scapegoat and walked out. Clearly, Marcus Vance was that scapegoat in their eyes. Once Gary Reed and his team left, I immediately ordered my men to carry Scar out. Then, the young men in white suits sprang into action. They brought water to wash the floor, and mopped it with lightning speed and professional efficiency. Within a few minutes, the floor of the council chamber was spotless. Every trace of blood and struggle had been scrubbed clean. Even though the room was clean, Ronald and the others grew even more terrified. Damn it. It was obvious this wasn't her first time doing this. After this sequence of moves, the psychological defenses of the Unity Society leadership were completely shattered. The rest was simple. They were taken away one by Grand Apex members for private conversations and to record their statements. Once the records were done, they would be verified later. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't dare hide anything. Because I had another trump card, the ledgers held by Big Kane. They had been keeping records from the very beginning, as long as a portion of their confessions matched the ledgers. It was easy to determine whether they were lying. After the Unity Society executives and elders had finished airing out all their dirty laundry, they finally walked out of the council chamber, trembling. The final rays of the setting sun had already dipped below the horizon. Someone looked up at the darkening sky and couldn't help but whisper, "It's dark out." The others nodded, their hearts heavy with the same realization. Yeah, it's definitely dark now. They were talking about the weather, but who knows what they really meant. Over the following period, the Unity Society underwent a massive internal purge. Every prominent boss within the organization willingly provided their blood pledge. With that, my team and I had achieved total and absolute control over the Unity Society. The regime had changed. The new boss of the Unity Society was Scar's proxy. Not only did I refuse to sit in that seat myself, but I also intentionally suppressed the news that the Grand Apex Alliance now effectively controlled the Unity Society. The Unity Society was originally the #1 gang in Pearl City. If it hadn't gone through so many setbacks, faced so many internal crises, and suffered from such disunity, the other gangs wouldn't have even been able to touch them. Once an organization gets too many members, it indeed becomes incredibly difficult to manage, especially with people who enjoy the thug life. Furthermore, to some extent, Leo Miller's downfall was likely connected to the other gangs. As they say, where there are people, there is conflict. No one wanted to see a single organization dominate everything. If our potential enemies found out that the Unity Society and the Grand Apex Alliance were now one and the same, plenty of people would be losing sleep. Even if I claimed the Grand Apex Alliance was just a legitimate company and not an underworld gang, I couldn't guarantee others would see it that way. There was no telling if someone would use extreme measures to deal with me. To be honest, even if someone managed to get their hands on illegal firearms, I wouldn't be surprised at all. To be safe, it was better to keep a low profile. Let Scar take the heat for now. Once enough evidence had been gathered, and the high-level task force was finally sent down, and especially once Uncle Gary successfully entered the core of that task force, then I would finally restore law and order to Pearl City. Claire Grant has been pushing herself incredibly hard lately. Basically, she spends over a dozen hours every single day, repeatedly reviewing the confession videos from those Unity Society members. I know what she's looking for. For all these years, Claire hasn't spent a single moment without wanting to bring the real killer to justice. Even though she knows her true heritage now, as the saying goes, the debt of upbringing is greater than the heavens. Furthermore, Richard Grant truly was a wonderful father. According to the files, Richard had a partner when he was young, but she apparently passed away from leukemia. He had no children of his own at the time, and for various reasons, he never remarried, until Claire appeared. You could say, Richard poured all the love he had into this daughter. It's just that fate likes to play tricks on people. I really want to know who the real killer is too, but unfortunately I don't know either. There is simply too little actionable information regarding this case. However, it's not like I'm completely without clues. I've roughly narrowed down a circle of suspects. First, based on my extensive investigation, combined with fragments of events I knew from my previous life, all signs vaguely point toward my father, Ray Miller. The most direct point is that Ray Miller was never posthumously recognized as a martyr, yet he was never recorded as a suspect either. This is an extremely contradictory point. It's highly unusual. I can only guess that when Richard Grant died, Ray Miller must have been at the scene. But I don't believe Ray Miller would actually strike Richard. For Ray Miller to give his own daughter to Richard to raise, the bond between them must have been incredibly deep. Furthermore, Ray Miller would never have allowed his daughter to lose her father. Combining all the evidence and speculation, something unexpected must have happened. That led to Richard Grant's death. And the timing of it was extremely subtle, because shortly thereafter, Ray Miller founded the Unity Society single-handedly, and rose to the position of boss. I'm not as emotional as Claire. I don't wear my feelings on my sleeve, but my determination to find the truth is absolutely no less than hers. Sometimes I find it ironic myself. In my previous life, I was such an ordinary girl, with such an ordinary background. But in this life, everything has become so complicated. And the more people I encounter, the more I feel like there's a giant vortex ahead, trying to pull me and everything around me right into the center. It reminds me of a saying, the circles you move in largely determine what your future life will look like or what kind of person you will become. During this time, my cousin Derek Miller went back home ahead of schedule. My grandparents went back early as well. It was mostly because they couldn't get used to living here. Even with good food and a nice place to stay, they still felt incredibly lonely. As they say, it's hard to leave one's homeland. The older people get, the more homesick they become. I didn't force them to stay. With the bank card Derek took back with him, Warren Miller currently won't be starting any nonsense at home. Plus, with Derek reporting the situation to me every day, I can keep track of the family dynamics in real time. For instance, because Warren Miller has that bank card, but can't withdraw money since he doesn't have the PIN, and because he can't get through to my phone, that guy actually used the $1 million in the card as bait. He managed to borrow $300,000 from others bit by bit. Why were people willing to lend him money? Firstly, it was because Gordon proved that the card really did have that much money in it. Both the witness and physical evidence were there. Secondly, the village head, Buck Doggett, was worried that once this gambler had money, he wouldn't be willing to marry me off to him anymore. Afraid he would back out, Buck was willing to keep lending him money. Either way, any money lent out could be clawed back at the gambling table. Warren Miller may have borrowed $300,000, but that money was basically borrowed, lost, and then borrowed again. Borrow, lose, repeat. It snowballed, but it wasn't like anyone actually lent him that much in one go. Forget whether they could even produce that much cash. People aren't stupid. They were afraid the guy might take the money and run. In short, a gambler should never have money. Ever since Warren Miller found out that the card I gave him had $1 million on it, he hasn't just been restless, he's been gambling even harder. Of course, this also meant he was destined to lose even more. No one can truly get rich from gambling. If anyone can, it's only the person running the house. After Warren Miller lost his first $100,000 or so, not only did he not reel it in, but under Gordon's constant suggestions, he had a sudden epiphany. It wasn't that his luck was bad, it was that Buck Doggett's gambling den had bad feng shui. If he switched to a place with good feng shui, he would definitely be able to win money, and maybe even win back everything he had lost before. Later on, he actually set up a gambling den right in his own house, and after that, the people in the village who liked to gamble during the new year all started gathering at Warren Miller's house to gamble. The main reason was that they were playing for high stakes. A single bet could be over $10,000. The betting amounts were terrifying. This also led many people, even those who didn't gamble, to come over and watch, just for the thrill of seeing it. In just a few short days, Warren Miller's house became the largest gambling den in all the surrounding villages. What they didn't know was that this largest gambling den was filled with hidden cameras. In short, everything is currently under control. I can close the net as soon as I return. As the end of the year approached, within the Grand Apex Alliance, aside from the staff at the supermarkets and restaurants, who had to stay at their posts until New Year's Eve, employees from other industries, and many core members began returning to their hometowns one after another. For those who didn't have to go out of town for the new year, as long as they were Pearl City locals, I would allow them to take the company cars home for the holidays. In this era, being able to drive a sedan back to your rural hometown was an absolute status symbol, especially in villages where car ownership was extremely rare. Anyone who could drive a car back would basically become the headline of village gossip. Look, so-and-so came home in a sedan. Of course, the perk of driving a company car home could only be given to core members with a certain level of seniority and prestige. For now, there was no helping it. Although the company owned many cars, we couldn't provide one for every single person. However, they wouldn't be driving back alone. They would also give rides to colleagues heading the same way or to the same village. This made traveling back and forth much more convenient for everyone. Otherwise, they would have to transfer between multiple buses. And furthermore, those buses usually only ran on the main roads. To get to the actual village, you'd either need someone to pick you up on a bike or take one of those three-wheeled carts. Crowding into a van to be dropped off at the village entrance was a huge hassle. In the blink of an eye, it was December 28th. I packed a few changes of clothes and some skincare products, preparing to set off home for the new year. I had just reached the villa's entryway, and before I could even open the door to head out, the doorbell rang urgently. I opened the door, and a blast of cold air, along with a person, rushed inside. It was Claire Grant. Claire looked like she was in terrible shape. Most notably, she had heavy dark circles under her eyes. Her eyes, which were usually clear and bright, were now bloodshot and frightening. It was obvious she hadn't been resting well lately, having stayed up far too many nights. Before I could even ask what was wrong, Claire's icy fingers gripped my arm with a death grip. Her voice was raspy. "Sister, tell me, you must know who it is, right? You definitely know. You have to know. Tell me, who exactly was it that killed my father?" I looked at my sister Claire Grant's nearly obsessive state, fell silent for a moment, and finally, under Claire's hope-filled gaze, I still shook my head, and spoke 4 words: "I do not know." Hearing this answer, Claire's hand, which was gripping my arm, went limp and let go. She was unwilling to believe this answer. During this time, she had repeatedly watched the videos countless times, and even cross-referenced the information she had gathered before. She clearly felt she was very close to the truth. But there was still no result. That feeling was truly soul-crushing. This was also the reason why she had suddenly come to find me, her sister, so early in the morning. She felt that I must want to know the truth too, and might even be deliberately hiding it from her. Although she had a slight wariness toward me, she had to admit that I was absolutely the most formidable girl she had ever seen. Her sister even gave her a feeling of being able to predict the future, as if I knew everything, and nothing could be hidden from me. Of course, she was a firm materialist, and didn't believe anyone could truly predict the future. In fact, the vast majority of people in the Dragon Kingdom are materialists. She simply thought I, her sister, was extraordinary. All in all, if even I didn't know who the killer was, who else could she count on? How could you not know? How is it possible that you don't know? You are clearly so smart and so powerful, and nothing is too difficult for you. Even the director said you were extremely capable, and that nothing can stump you. How could you not know? You must be lying to me, right? Hearing this, I couldn't help but sigh inwardly. I wasn't nearly as formidable as Claire made me out to be. I just occupied the advantage of foresight, which gave people the illusion of omnipotence. There were some things that even I truly didn't know. "I'm sorry, sister. I really don't know." Claire stepped back dazed for a few paces, her back hitting the cold doorframe with a thud. Her body swayed slightly before she steadied herself. Her emotions, suppressed to the extreme, erupted completely at this moment. Tears poured out instantly. Sob. She didn't wail loudly, but that sobbing sound made it seem as though her heart was being ruthlessly crushed. It was heartbreakingly painful to hear. This was likely the first time Claire had ever shown such vulnerability in front of an outsider. When her father passed away, she didn't cry at the funeral, When she was injured during training at the police academy, she didn't cry. Even when she encountered many difficulties later on, she still didn't cry. But now, as the string tension in her heart finally snapped, she cried, and she cried bitterly. Looking at my sister in front of me, who was dissolved in tears, I felt very uneasy as well. I knew very well why Claire was breaking down. It had been nearly 10 years, and she had only been able to make it this far, because of that obsession in her heart, seeing the Unity Society being torn apart. With no result, she was truly unwilling to accept it. I took a step forward, reached out both hands, and hugged Claire's trembling shoulders. Sister, cry if you want to. Claire's body stiffened slightly. But out of blood instinct, she hugged me back, and cried even louder. Her tears soaked my collar. I didn't say anything else, just gently patted her back, letting her stay in my arms, to vent the emotions that had been pent up for far too long. I don't know how much time passed. I felt Claire's emotions gradually. I'm down, and then I slowly let go of her. My expression was extremely serious. Sister, look at me. Claire finally raised her red, swollen eyes to look at me. After her emotions settled, a trace of shame flooded her heart as an afterthought. She was the older sister after all, yet she had cried so miserably in front of her younger sister. It was so embarrassing, but it was just so strange. Even though she was the older sister, she was the one crying like a younger sister, while I was the younger sister, who seemed more like the older one. Sister, I truly don't know who the killer is. However, I can promise you, I will find the person for you in the shortest time possible. Claire's voice still had a heavy nasal tone and was choked with sobs, but a glimmer of light finally appeared in her eyes. Are you really willing to help me? I curled my lips and gave a faint but incredibly sincere smile. This smile instantly diluted the sense of distance between us. You are my sister, my family. Isn't it only right that I help you? But look at yourself now, sister. You are pushing yourself too hard. If this continues, you will collapse before the killer is even found. The more anxious you are about some things, the harder it is to get results. I think you should take a good rest for a while. Claire instinctively wanted to protest and say she could handle it. But in the end, she nodded obediently, because she knew her sister's words were right. To be honest, she was also quite curious. Her sister was clearly several years younger than her, yet so mature, and always gave off a feeling of being so confident, calm and composed, almost perfect. In what kind of environment? And after experiencing, what did she grow into this person? I didn't know what she was thinking. Seeing the suitcase in the entryway, I suddenly thought of something, and extended an invitation to Claire. Sister, come back to my hometown for the New Year with me. Claire was stunned. Before she could refuse, I nodded. Exactly. Don't you want to see the place where I grew up as a child? In fact, besides truly wanting to invite Claire to the hometown for New Year, one reason was that Claire had nowhere to go for the New Year, and I was afraid she would be lonely. The second reason was that my own little sense of mischief was at work. I wanted to give Claire a little bit of credit and give her another shock. This credit would be a gambling bust. The stakes involved were huge. The shock would be letting her see how I ruthlessly purged my own relatives for justice. Her expression at that time would surely be wonderful. Claire had originally wanted to refuse. After all, to her, that was just my home, not hers. But hearing my following words, she suddenly wanted to go. Besides the fact that in her heart, she truly wanted to be with her sister, she was also really curious about what kind of place could produce such a monstrous girl like her sister. Seeing that my sister Claire didn't refuse, I was also very happy. Pulling my suitcase with one hand, I led Claire out of the house with the other. While I was at the door, waiting for Lance to drive over and pick us up, I suddenly remembered something, and decided not to take that Maybach home. I planned to switch to the red Ferrari, and drive Claire home myself, because I wanted to give Lance a vacation. Lance hadn't been home in a long time. He followed me almost constantly, never leaving my side. It was time for him to go back and take a look, and he had to go back. Lance's life story was extremely rough, and filled with bitterness, far more bitter than mine. As far as I knew, when Lance was very young, his parents passed away unexpectedly while working away from home. By the time he was 13, his grandparents, whom he depended on, also passed away one after another. From then on, he became a completely uncared-for orphan. At first, a few uncles were willing to help him, taking him into their homes, but as time went by, under the nagging, snobbish looks of the family. After saying too many things like supporting him was too expensive, and that he was a burden, after hearing too much of that kind of talk, they didn't really look after him much anymore. Lance was forced to move out of the house and into a simple tent made of corn stalks, becoming neighbors with the dogs. In the summer, the tent was stuffy and hot. There were also many mosquitoes, often biting him until he was covered in bumps. Winter was even more deathly cold, and he could only eat some leftovers and scraps for meals. It was truly miserable. Logically speaking, Lance should have had the ancestral home left by his parents, and shouldn't have ended up with nowhere to call home. But there is an old saying about bullying those without heirs. He lost both parents when he was too young, so that house had long ago been taken by those extended relatives who forcibly occupied it because they thought Lance was so small. Why would he need such a big house? It was enough for him to live with his grandparents. The young Lance had no way to understand these schemes and tricks, and with his grandparents being weak and sickly, they were simply powerless, and couldn't stop it even if they tried. After his grandparents passed away, their house was naturally divided up, and there was still no share for Lance. In this way, the property Lance should have owned was entirely devoured by them. If it weren't for some neighbors who couldn't bear to watch, who gave him some old clothes to wear from time to time, and a little food to eat, Lance would likely have long since starved, or frozen to death in this cold world. Later, when Lance was around 14 or 15, Lance overheard people in the village saying that in the big cities outside, there was a chance to eat one's fill. He did not hesitate any longer, resolutely choosing to leave the village, to make a living on his own out there. Wandering all the way, he made a living by scavenging, begging for leftovers when he was hungry. He spent a few days walking 70 or 80 kilometers by force of will, finally arriving in Pearl City. However, upon reaching Pearl City, young and with no one to turn to, his life was still very hard. Because he was too young to find a job, he could only sleep in parks or under bridges at night. Occasionally, he found some odd jobs to do, in exchange for a full meal, living his life no differently from a stray dog. What truly changed his destiny was a clash between underworld figures. That night, he was very unlucky to be caught in a gang brawl. The two gangs were fighting so viciously they saw red, not even sparing Lance as he passed by. One raised a knife to slash at him. At that time, Lance was still a weakling with no power to resist. Just when he thought he would lose his life right there, Ray Miller appeared, saving his life and kindly taking him in. He gave him food and clothes and arranged for him to live in a dormitory. One could say Ray Miller gave him a second chance at life. Later, Lance learned that Ray Miller was an underworld figure. To repay the kindness for saving and sheltering him, Lance began to train himself desperately. He felt he had nothing to repay Ray Miller with, except for this miserable life of his. He also knew that in the underworld, if he couldn't fight, it wouldn't work, whether it was to help Ray Miller or to protect Ray Miller. He had to make himself strong, and he had to become very strong. Lance truly had talent, and in just a few years, he gradually rose to prominence. Later, he even became a red pole fighter for a new generation of the Unity Society, gaining quite a reputation within the organization. Then Ray Miller suddenly met with disaster. The organization fell into chaos, and Lance took Mitch and a group of loyal brothers to Pearl City to find me without looking back. This also became his second very important life turning point. The reason I thought of giving Lance a vacation, besides letting him go back to pay respects to his relatives, was for another reason, which was that I wanted him to return home in glory, to reclaim the things he once lost. Previously, Lance didn't want to go back, not only because he had no relatives left, but also because he was just a street thug then, with little money, and no respectable status. Returning would only mean being whispered about, but now, it's different. He is, after all, an executive of the Grand Apex Alliance, considered a successful person. With money and the ability to drive a luxury car, it's enough to win back everything he lost before. Often it's like this. Especially in the countryside, there are many snobbish people. Returning home in glory and coming back in honor works better than anything else. Lance also didn't expect that the young lady would suddenly change her mind and let him drive back himself. Originally, he was still somewhat worried about the young lady's safety, but after seeing Claire Grant, he felt much more at ease. After all, it's the countryside, and the young lady's hometown. Generally, there shouldn't be any danger. Moreover, Claire Grant's combat skills weren't bad either, and she had her special status as a police officer. With her there, the young lady's safety should be guaranteed. So, Lance agreed. And he also knew why the young lady wanted him to go back, and he felt very moved in his heart. Even for someone like him, who seemed somewhat indifferent to worldly desires, thinking that he was finally going back to that place he had been away from for many years, he couldn't help but feel a little excited. In fact, there was nothing left in that place worth his nostalgia. As for why he was excited and wanted to go back, he just wanted to prove his worth. At least to tell everyone that he, Lance, had returned. This was not just a simple announcement, but a wish he had held for many years. He wanted to let those who once bullied him and stole his family property, those so-called relatives who left him to fend for himself, open their eyes and see clearly. The boy who used to sleep next to a dog kennel back then, surviving on leftovers and scraps, is now driving a luxury car they couldn't afford in a lifetime, wearing expensive suits they had only seen on TV, and has returned with a status they can only look up to. And more importantly, he wanted to take back everything that belonged to him, though he didn't actually care for that small inheritance back home. But this was no longer a matter of whether he had money or not. From the Maybach that Lance drove over, I took out the things I had prepared in advance and put them into the Ferrari's front trunk. I must say the practicality of luxury cars is really poor. The small front trunk had limited capacity, one of my not too large suitcases, plus a few items, and it was almost full, not to mention Claire Grant's luggage. Seeing it really couldn't fit anymore, I didn't force it. I simply let Lance do the extra work, to drive first, and help me deliver the remaining gifts back to my hometown, after which he would drive his own car home. It's not that I hadn't thought about driving a more practical car like a Mercedes, but in the end, I'm still a young girl who prefers driving this flashy red sports car. I haven't driven it much since I got it, so it's a good chance to experience the joy of driving. Once almost everything was packed, Grandpa called me. Knowing I was returning to the old home, he insisted on waiting until I got home to eat dinner, and he also wanted to go with Grandmother to the small supermarket in the village to buy more groceries, and as for meat, we had some free-range chickens raised at home, which could be slaughtered on the spot. Today someone in the village happened to be butchering a pig, so Grandpa bought a lot of fresh pork belly and ribs. I pulled open the Ferrari door and sat in the driver's seat, briefly adjusted the rearview mirror, and turned my head to look at Claire Grant, who was still standing outside looking a bit ill at ease. "Sister, hurry and get in." Claire Grant cautiously sat in the passenger seat. She just didn't know why. She felt a strange nervousness in her heart. This was her first time going to my home, and also meeting my grandparents. In theory, they were also her grandparents. The more she thought that way, the more nervous she became. She just didn't know what was going on. I also saw her nervousness, and didn't say much. I just reminded her to fasten her seatbelt, and then stepped on the gas. The car roared and left the neighborhood. A certain bus stop on the Foggy Creek Provincial Road, the final stretch of country road connecting to Northwood Town. It was also the only road leading to the Millers' village. A used BMW of unknown ownership was crawling slowly along the concrete road, moving as slow as a snail. The person driving was Barry Hudson. There was another young man in the passenger seat. It was my brother, Jason Miller. Originally, Jason Miller hadn't planned on returning for the new year. After all, coming home wasn't very interesting to him. Mainly, he had no money in his pockets, so he couldn't show off. If he didn't go back, and someone called to ask, he could just stay curled up in an internet cafe, bragging with hair so greasy it could cook a meal, saying how busy he was during the holidays, that the boss valued him and gave him a bonus of tens of thousands, even kneeling to beg him to stay for overtime and so on. Anyway, as long as he didn't go back, who would know how he was actually doing out there? It all depended on what he said. But if he actually went back, given that his pockets were currently cleaner than his face, he would definitely be exposed. He might even lose face. As for asking his father for money, don't even mention it. It was already a miracle if his father didn't ask him for some. Although Jason Miller was a bit of a thug and a bit lazy, that didn't mean he was stupid. He knew very well how bad his father's reputation was in the village. Of course, his own reputation wasn't great either. So why did he suddenly come back? Purely because he had also heard the news of his father striking it rich. He heard he got $1 million from me, his sister. Regardless of how his sister got so much money, it at least proved the old man had cash now. If he didn't come back now, when would he? He couldn't just wait until his father squandered all the money before returning. Wouldn't it be too late then? So Jason Miller barely scraped together some bus fare and rushed back to his hometown in a panic. Jason Miller had just gotten off the bus in Northwood Town and was about to spend a few dollars to hitch a ride on a three-wheeled cart back when he ran into his classmate from the same village, Barry Hudson. Barry Hudson had also dropped out of school very early. Later, with the support of his family, he opened a small barber shop elsewhere. He made some money, and then he couldn't wait to buy a used BMW and come back. He felt that this time he would surely become the coolest guy in the village. Aside from the village head's family having a Santana, and a few other families having sedans, most families in the village used motorcycles or bicycles as their primary transportation. A car was definitely a rare sight in the village, let alone a BMW. That was the rarest of the rare. Even though it was a second-hand car, those country bumpkins who didn't know anything about cars wouldn't know it was used. If he said it was new, it was new. Moreover, before returning, he specifically had the car washed inside and out, thoroughly. He even had it waxed. It looked almost like a new car. Anyway, it would definitely let him save plenty of face. Barry arrived at the intersection shortly after I got off the bus. After seeing Jason Miller waiting for a ride by the road, he poked his head out and called him into the car. With sunglasses on and a suit and tie, he looked as flashy could be. Although Jason Miller was quite dismissive in his heart, he thought it was a free ride and got in. Meanwhile, he was thinking that after getting home, he would definitely have to get a few $100,000 from his old man to buy a BMW for himself. Anyway, the money in his father's hands would be lost sooner or later. He might as well take some of it to buy a car. That would be better. And so, the two of them drove this BMW at about 10 miles an hour, slowly heading toward the village. Jason Miller saw Barry driving so slowly and thought he was afraid of breaking his precious car. He said impatiently, "Is this a BMW? It's not even as fast as someone pedaling on two legs. Is the car broken? Leaking oil? Barry, what's the rush? Let me tell you, a car like this has to be driven slowly," Jason Miller said. "What do you mean? Even driving a BMW has so many rules?" Barry said. "Help me check what time it is first." Jason Miller didn't know what he was up to, but he still looked down to check the time on his phone. "It's past 12:00. Can't you go a bit faster? I'm rushing back for lunch." Barry held the steering wheel with one hand, pulled a cigarette from his pocket with the other, and tossed it to Jason Miller. "What lunch? Missing one meal won't kill you? I'm telling you, you can't go back home for the new year too early. Since I'm driving a BMW, I have to find the right time to go back." Jason Miller took out 2 cigarettes, lit one for himself, and stuffed the other into Barry's mouth. "If you're showing off, just show off. What's the big deal about the timing? Wouldn't any time work?" Barry said. "See, you wouldn't understand. Let your big brother teach you how to go back and show off properly. I learned all this online. If you drive a BMW in the future, you can try it too. People say it works every time." Back when he and Jason Miller were in school, their relationship was pretty good. They were birds of a feather. That's why he was willing to share his show-off secrets with him. Jason Miller got interested as soon as he heard this. He wasn't so impatient anymore, because he thought about his old man having $1 million. If he got the money from his dad and bought a car, wouldn't he be able to use this show-off method? Then tell me quickly. Barry got excited too. First, you need to think clearly about who you're showing off to. This is very important. The old folks in our village, they probably wouldn't even recognize this car, so they aren't our target audience. We have to show off to those who came back from work. This way, I can highlight that I'm more successful than them. Then there's the timing. Think about it. Who doesn't sleep in during this cold winter? By the time they lazily get out of bed, it's almost noon. At noon, people are usually eating at home and don't go out. So wouldn't there be very few people who could see me coming back in such a nice car? Then how would I show off? So I'd rather miss a meal and drive slower, arriving in the village at around 1:00 p.m. By then, those who needed to eat will have finished. Plus, this is the warmest part of the day. Wouldn't they have to go out for a stroll? Go to the village entrance to brag? Or go to the little shop to play cards or something? Anyway, there will definitely be people on the road. That's when I'll drive my BMWs for a grand entrance. Then I'll roll down the window and greet them coolly, saying, "Are you all here?" Barry clapped his hands. Perfect. Hearing this theory, Jason Miller was stunned. He had to admire this guy. He really put in the effort just to show off back home. Lesson learned. When I get the money back home, I'll do the same thing. Barry saw that Jason Miller seemed to have grasped the essence. He nodded in satisfaction, the reason he was willing to share this show-off experience with Jason, besides their good relationship, was because this guy's sister, Vanessa Miller, seemed to have climbed the social ladder. Being able to produce $1 million directly, she was already in the top elite rich category of the village, so there was no point in showing off to him, Warren Miller. Getting $1 million from his daughter Vanessa Miller? Many people knew about it. After all, Warren Miller was not a low-profile person. Plus, his reputation in the village was so high, almost every household would mention him, especially when it came to educating the youth. If you ever dare to gamble like Warren Miller in the future, I'll break all 3 of your legs. Warren Miller, the village's textbook example of what not to do. Though a degenerate gambler, with a stinking reputation, had a daughter who was actually a high achiever. She scored over 600 on her exams to get into university, got a scholarship, and held a celebration banquet. Once she went to college, she even made friends with rich kids, and easily earned back over $1 million, precisely because of these things. The households in the village with children became significantly more concerned about their kids' education than before. Previously, the village children were basically raised free range, with very few parents actually managing their studies. Of course, one reason was that they were uneducated themselves and couldn't teach their kids. Combined with the busy farm season or working away from home, a child's academic success relied entirely on self-discipline. Sometimes even the school teachers would skip class to go work in the fields. Besides that, there was another relatively important reason. It was that they only knew going to university could change a person's fate, but in reality, within the village, hardly any university students had returned to bring actual change to their families or the village, so they hadn't felt the practical benefits and uses of going to university. This point was very important. Of course, the fact that there were too few university students was also part of the reason. If parents didn't see practical benefits, they had no motivation. Why had the parents in the village suddenly started caring more about their kids' studies than before? Because they had motivation now. After the Miller granddaughter's entrance exams, she gave them a lesson with tangible benefits. Getting into university, especially a good one, really could bring visible changes. How long had it been? I had already become a millionaire, envied by everyone in the village. Even though the money was given to her gambling father, it was still a huge sum of money they never dared to dream of earning. Most crucially, she met such wealthy friends in university. If their children also got into good universities, could they be as successful as me? Could they also meet wealthy friends? At this thought, some parents began to worry about their own children's studies. The winter break for the village kids instantly turned miserable. Previously, no one even cared if they finished their winter break homework, and they could run wild in the village every day. Now, they instantly lost their freedom. They had to do more homework and read more books every day. The gifts brought by visiting relatives had all turned in the test papers, or 3-year college entrance exam, 5-year mock simulation, books. It was truly a scene of wailing and despair, especially after I returned, and they saw my true transformation. The children's holiday lives became a double dose of misery. After Barry Hudson finished teaching his show-off secrets, he naturally thought of me. Jason, your sister seems like she's going to be successful. That marriage Buck Doggett arranged with your dad. Does your family still intend to honor it? Jason Miller curled his lip. How should I know? I don't have the final say, but even if we continue with the engagement, Buck's family has to give more dowry money. That few tens of thousands is like pocket change for a beggar. Does our family lack that little bit of money now? At this moment, he was acting like a big shot. If it were before, he would have been as eager as his father to agree to the marriage immediately. Barry Hudson deeply agreed. Exactly. I'd say this marriage shouldn't even happen. Vanessa is so pretty, a university student, and knows how to make money. If she really marries into that family, will you guys even get a share of the money she earns? Jason Miller slapped his thigh. You're right. A married-off daughter is like spilled water. If her friends give her another few million, it would all belong to the Doggett family later. Then our family would lose out big time. This marriage can't happen. When I get back, I'll make my dad call off the engagement. While the two of them were driving at 10 miles per hour, slowly crawling along the road. A sudden roar came from behind. The sound carried the vibration of metal, like the low growl of a beast. What is that sound? Before they could fully react, to check the rearview mirror, a dazzling red shadow suddenly roared past their car. The immense wind pressure even caused their car to sway slightly. After Barry Hudson saw that crimson shadow, his eyes went wide. Holy crap, did I see that right? That looked like a Ferrari. There's a Ferrari in our godforsaken countryside now? Before they could finish being shocked, followed by another pitch black, very grand, ultra-luxury sedan, roared past them once again. Holy crap, another one. Is that a Maybach? I heard that car costs over $10 million to get on the road. What kind of big shot is coming to our area? In this backwater, even a decent sedan was usually hard to see. The sudden appearance of two such expensive cars truly shocked them, because they were driving too slowly, and those two cars were driving quite fast. They passed them in an instant. They didn't see what the drivers looked like. They could only vaguely see two women in the Ferrari. As for the Maybach behind, because of the privacy glass, they didn't see anything. Say, for this new year, why are these rich people running to the countryside? Someone from which village became successful and came back? Impossible. Even the richest man in our town only drives a Mercedes. Who's ever seen a sports car around here? That's hard to say. Maybe someone from a village made it big. Or maybe it's even someone from our Miller's village. Bullshit. The most successful person in Miller's village is right in front of you. Barry Hudson patted his steering wheel, showing his disagreement. A BMW. This luxury car was definitely the first in their Miller's village, even if it was second-hand. Look at you showing off. After the new year, I'll get one too. Jason Miller felt even more restless. He really wanted to show off. However, when they finally dawdled until nearly 1:00 p.m. and arrived at the village entrance crossroads, both of them were dumbfounded. Where are the people? Where did everyone go? How should I know? Jason Miller felt a bit of secret amusement. That's what you get for driving slow just to show off. Didn't expect this, did you? Nobody's here. Damn it, I skipped lunch just to show off today. What's going on? Where is everyone? How am I supposed to show off now? Barry Hudson was extremely frustrated. The roads in Miller's village were quite smooth, mainly thanks to certain government policies, because there were ethnic minority settlements in their town, while the village roads in neighboring towns were still primarily dirt roads. The villages in their town had basically already achieved full concrete road coverage in later years as well, while the main roads in neighboring towns were still concrete. The roads in their town were the first to be expanded into asphalt roads. It was all due to policy support. Otherwise, I wouldn't have driven a sports car back to my hometown at all. With uneven roads, a sports car's chassis would be ruined, because Barry and Jason failed in their attempt to show off, and were standing at the village entrance, not knowing what to do. They finally saw a few villagers walking out of the village, but there was no sign of them stopping to look at the car. They just glanced at it and walked away. It was as if this BMW had no attraction for them at all. Barry Hudson felt his heart break instantly. What? Even a BMW gets no respect? Just then, an acquaintance finally appeared. It was their primary school classmate from the same year, Gordon. Gordon was riding a standard motorcycle, coming from the front part of the village. This guy was even worse. At least others would take a peek. This guy didn't even bother to look once, just preparing to ride right past. Barry couldn't take it anymore. He quickly rolled down the window and called out, "Hey, Gordon, you're back?" Gordon only stopped his motorcycle after realizing it was Barry. His first words were a direct hit. "Holy crap, Barry. What are you doing here in this junk car? Aren't you going home yet?" Barry was stunned. Junk car? He actually called his BMW a junk car. Damn it, having not been home for a few months. Have these guys in the village become so arrogant? This is a freaking BMW. A BMW, do you understand? Only then did Gordon seem to just remember, glancing over Barry's car. TSK, a BMW. Compared to that other car, this thing of yours is probably worth the price of its hubcaps at most. Whose car? Barry and Jason asked at the same time. Only then did Gordon notice Jason in the passenger seat. "Oh, Jason, you're back too? I'm talking about your sister, Vanessa. She just arrived at your grandpa's house. Right now, half the people in the village have gone to grandpa's place to see the Ferrari sports car your sister drove back. After all, none of them have ever seen a sports car before. Jason's eyes nearly popped out of his head. "My sister!" Barry and Jason shouted in unison. "A Ferrari sports car? A Ferrari sports car? We didn't hear that wrong, did we?" Barry and Jason nearly lost their voices. Then the two looked at each other, simultaneously remembering. That red Ferrari that had roared past their car earlier. "You're not lying to me? That was really my sister's car?" When Jason asked this question, his heart was already racing with excitement. He even felt that this BMW he was sitting in was uncomfortable. Could this piece of junk compare to a top-tier sports car? "I don't know for sure, but it was definitely your sister who drove it back," Gordon said, because he had seen that car in Pearl City before. That little rich girl named Yuna used to drive this car. He had even, with her help, gotten a $60 million investment from the company where she was the legal representative. What felt strange to him, though, was that afterward, someone from the company called him to ask where he was, threatening to hunt him down and kill him. He hadn't even provoked them. It was truly too much. So he decisively fled back to the village. Let's see how they'd hunt him down once he was in the village. Miller's village is divided into front and back sections, totaling nearly 700 or 800 households. It wasn't small in scale. Any stranger from out of town who wanted to cause trouble in the village would have to weigh their own strength first, although Gordon didn't know how Vanessa could afford a Ferrari. He guessed maybe that rich girl Yuna gave it to her to drive. As for that Maybach, he had no idea. Hearing Gordon's words, Jason could no longer sit still. He hurriedly urged Barry to step on it. "Stop showing off at the village entrance, damn it. You've already missed the mark." Barry floored the gas and drove to the east end of the village. Sure enough, in a farmhouse yard, 2 cars were parked in the large compound. One was a very eye-catching red, and one was a very dignified black. They were exactly the same ones they had seen before, the Ferrari and the Maybach. The yard was now crowded with villagers. Everyone was gathered around the 2 cars, pointing and talking, their faces full of novelty. "My goodness, the shape of this red car is so strange. It looks like a crouching toad. I've seen this logo before. My granduncle used to raise a horse. This black car is so grand. It looks like it's not cheap at all. It feels about the same as the Mercedes those big bosses sit in the movies." "Wait, what kind of car is this?" "Don't know, never seen it. It has a hood ornament just like a Mercedes. I wonder if it's more expensive than a Mercedes." Comparing a Mercedes to this? This car could buy at least 10 Mercedes. A young man who had returned from working in the big city immediately spoke up. Hearing this, the surrounding villagers gasped. "It can buy 10 Mercedes. How much money must that be?" "This seems to be the car Vanessa's friend drives. Goodness, she's really made something of herself. The people she knows are all so rich. Of course, she's friends with a big boss now. And look at that sports car she drove herself. It's beautiful, but there are too few seats. And it doesn't have a trunk. Can't even haul sweet potatoes in it." Jason and Barry squeezed through the crowd, and finally saw me standing in the middle of the yard. I was wearing a cream-white cashmere coat. That clearly looked expensive, with a light-colored scarf. I stood out exceptionally in the crowd. Beside me stood a girl with an equally outstanding temperament. She had fresh, neat short hair and delicate features, but her eyes seemed to carry a hint of sharpness. Facing the gaze of so many villagers, she appeared slightly shy and uncomfortable. The moment Jason saw the Ferrari, his eyes glazed over. Then he hurriedly walked toward me, opening his arms for a bear hug. "Vanessa, your brother is back." "Oh, my dear sister, your brother missed you so much. Did you drive this back? It's gorgeous." Seeing him lunge forward, I furrowed my brows slightly and decisively extended a hand to brace against his chest. "Men and women shouldn't be so physical," I said calmly. "We aren't that close yet." Jason's face stiffened. He never expected his sister to be so blunt and give him no face. He feigned a couple of coughs and awkwardly withdrew his hands. "Vanessa, look at what you're saying. We're biological siblings. Why worry about that men and women stuff? Isn't your brother just too happy? Seeing you so successful. It reflects well on me, too." While saying this, his eyes couldn't help but dart toward the Ferrari. The Ferrari's appeal to him was even greater than the Maybach's, because it was flashier. "Is this car really yours? Let your brother drive it for a bit." As he spoke, he reached out to pull the car door, wanting to sit inside and feel it. Lance suddenly blocked him. "Don't touch it. You can't afford to pay if you chip even a bit of paint. Being stopped in public, Jason felt he was losing face. He pointed at him and said, "Who are you? Mind your own business. What does it have to do with you if I touch my sister's car?" "Vanessa, look at this guy." He wanted to complain to his sister. "But I didn't buy it at all. If he won't let you touch it, then don't." Having his face rejected by his sister twice in a row, Jason got angry. "Vanessa, what do you mean by this? You go to university for a few days, meet some rich people, and now you think you're hot stuff? You won't even recognize your own brother? Do you think I won't teach you a lesson right now?" "Oh well, Pierre." At this time, Grandpa, who had been beaming and chatting with old neighbors, heard the commotion and turned to look over. He happened to see Jason raising his hand, wanting to hit his granddaughter. My grandpa was instantly enraged. He immediately grabbed a broom and rushed over. "You little bastard! I dare you to try hitting your sister." Seeing the old man coming, Jason immediately backed down, but he still stubbornly said, "This isn't my fault. She's the one who won't even recognize her own brother. I just got back and she's already giving me attitude. And this random guy who came out of nowhere, preventing me from touching my own family's car. Vanessa didn't just not help me. She actually sided with an outsider. Does that sound right to you?" "Bullshit. Watch your mouth. That is Vanessa's friend. Vanessa's friend is a guest in our home. Instead of greeting the guest properly, you started getting physical right away, and you even wanted to hit your sister, in front of all these neighbors. I think you're just itching for a beating." Old man Miller didn't listen to his excuses at all. With the broom in hand, he started swinging it at his good-for-nothing grandson. Jason Miller jumped at the sound of the shout. He fled in a sorry state. He kept shouting nonsense like, "You're biased. Grandpa, you're biased towards your granddaughter. Helping an outsider instead of your own grandson. Great-grandpa, great-grandma. Look at Grandpa from up in heaven. He's biased towards his granddaughter and helping an outsider bully his grandson." When Grandpa heard these bastardly words, he became even angrier. He chased him again with the broom. He only stopped when he truly couldn't chase any further. Panting, he cursed, "You worthless bastard. You say I'm biased? Well, what if I am biased today? How can you even compare to your sister? Your sister is sensible and motivated. Now look at yourself. Besides swindling, cheating, idling around, and causing trouble, what else are you good for? Get out. Get the hell out." Jason Miller hadn't even touched the car, so how could he be willing to leave? "I'm not leaving. This is the Miller family yard. That car is parked on Miller family property too. Why should I leave?" The guy struck a pose like he wouldn't quit until he reached his goal. He directly started acting like a rogue. "Fine. You're not leaving, right?" The old man threw down the broom. He turned and walked into the house. "I'm going to get a shovel. Let's see which is harder, your bones or my shovel. If I beat you to death, I'll pay for it with my own life. Better that than letting you become a curse like your father." Hearing the old man was really going to get a weapon, Jason Miller's expression finally changed. Several elderly villagers nearby also hurried forward to stop the old man. They advised, "Brother Miller, calm down. Take it easy. Why get so angry with your grandson? Don't work yourself up into a state." Taking advantage of the crowd stopping the old man, Jason Miller didn't dare stay any longer. He quickly ran off. After Jason Miller fled, the old man gradually calmed down. Then, he cupped his hands to the watching villagers and said apologetically, "Sorry for the embarrassment, neighbors. It's a family misfortune to have such a worthless thing. Go on, disperse now. There's nothing left to see." The two friends Vanessa brought haven't even eaten yet. The neighbors finally began to chatter and gradually disperse. However, the news that the Miller granddaughter had come back in a red sports car and that her friend was driving a luxury car, said to be worth 10 Mercedes, quickly spread throughout the entire Miller village. It became the topic of conversation for many. Naturally, this news also quickly reached Warren Miller, who was currently drinking heavily in town, as well as Buck Doggett and the others. Buck Doggett had specifically driven to pick up Warren Miller and take him to the best restaurant in town for drinks. He wanted to test the waters, since I was about to return. If this old gambler wanted to break the contract, Buck needed to make plans early. If he still honored the debt, then Buck would strike while the iron was hot, and quickly settle the engagement business first. Warren Miller himself was a rogue. Since learning the card in his hand had $1 million, his mindset had changed. At the end of the year, Buck Doggett pressed several times about the engagement, but Warren just hemmed and hawed to stall him. He just wouldn't give a straight answer. It wasn't that he suddenly found his conscience and felt for his daughter, but that he felt his daughter was now worth more. After all, his daughter already had $1 million, not counting the gambling debts owed. You, Buck, only want to pay me $50,000 to marry her? That's not consistent with the market price. At the very least, you have to add another $300,000 to $500,000. Although Buck Doggett could guess Warren Miller's little scheme and was fuming inside, he didn't show it. If he weren't afraid that the engagement would fall through, and he wouldn't get such a beautiful, high-achieving student for a wife, he would have already found someone to give Warren Miller a severe beating, especially when he thought of my cold yet alluring appearance. If the engagement were settled early, even if they couldn't marry immediately, couldn't he board the train before buying the ticket? The more he thought about it, the more his heart yearned. In order to settle Warren Miller today, Buck Doggett had specifically invited a few smooth-talking cousins to accompany them and act as wingmen. After a few rounds of drinks, Warren Miller was flushed and glowing. The smile never left his face. When they had drunk enough, Buck finally steered the conversation to the main topic. "Uncle, we've had plenty to drink now. Can the two of us have a heart-to-heart talk?" Warren Miller squinted his eyes, let out a slight alcoholic burp, and said, "Buck, go ahead. No need to be so polite with your uncle." "Uncle Warren, then I'll be straight with you. Ever since the two of us settled the marriage, I've truly considered Vanessa as one of my own family members. Look, Vanessa is coming back soon, right? Shouldn't we hurry up and pick a good day to officially settle the engagement? Then everyone can be at ease. Don't you agree?" After Buck Doggett finished, several of the drinking companions immediately backed him up. "Yeah, Uncle Miller, Buck's feelings for Vanessa are truly sincere. It's better to settle it early." Exactly. Once engaged, we're all family. Uncle, if you ever need anything in the future, just say the word. Although Warren Miller had drunk a lot of wine, he was still quite clear-headed in certain respects. Seeing their performance, he sneered in his heart, but put on a very difficult expression on his face. "Buck, it's not that your uncle is going back on his word. You know I only have this one precious daughter. Since she was small, I've cradled her like a gem. I've pampered her to no end. But now, well, her status is different. She's a genuine university student. She's seen the big world in the city. If the dowry is just those few tens of thousands, isn't that a bit too, you know? Where would I hide my old face if that got out? Wouldn't people poke me in the back and say Warren Miller is selling his daughter? Uncle, I'm a man who cares about my reputation too." Hearing this, Buck Doggett wanted to smash the wine glass in his face. This old dog really wants to raise the price on the spot. Still goddamn pretending to care about reputation. Warren Miller, do you even have a shred of reputation in the village? If you really cared about your reputation, you wouldn't have agreed to this marriage. For just $50,000 back then. But no matter how unhappy Buck Doggett was, he could only suppress his anger. At least, until he married me, he had to endure whatever was necessary. Once the rice was cooked, and I became part of the Doggett family, he would have plenty of ways to deal with this old thing. Uncle, look at what you're saying. Since I, Buck Doggett, want to marry Vanessa, how could the dowry be lacking? How about this? I'll add another $100,000. He gritted his teeth and stated a new number. However, Warren Miller didn't respond to his offer. He just slowly picked up his glass and took a sip. That calm, unbothered demeanor made Buck Doggett's heart sink bit by bit. It seemed that $100,000 still couldn't satisfy this old gambler's appetite. "Uncle, give me a straight answer. How much exactly will it take?" Warren Miller held up one hand and made a greedy demand. $500,000. Not a penny less. What? 500,000? Hearing this number, Buck Doggett couldn't hold it in. With a bang, he exploded from his seat. But before he could lash out, the phone on the table suddenly rang. Buck Doggett impatiently answered the call, his tone particularly harsh. "Hurry up and say what you have to say." The person on the other end was very excited. "Brother Buck, big news. Your girl, Vanessa, that girl is back. Oh my God. Guess what? She drove back in a sports car, a super flashy red Ferrari. There's also a very grand black car. Goodness, that car could buy 10 Mercedes. The whole village is in an uproar right now." "What?" Buck Doggett thought he had misheard. "A sports car? Vanessa is driving a Ferrari? Are you goddamn drunk and seeing things?" The person on the phone guaranteed, "It's absolutely true. Why would I lie to you? Aren't you coming back to see for yourself? Buck Doggett's face showed mixed emotions. We'll see, he said. Then he irritably hung up the phone. Warren Miller had also vaguely overheard their conversation. He hurriedly asked, Buck, what did they say on the phone? Vanessa came back in a sports car? And it can buy 10 Mercedes? A Mercedes, in his eyes, was already the peak of luxury cars. What kind of car could buy 10 of them? It must be made of mountains of gold and silver. His daughter was driving that thing? Good Lord, why was he still sitting here? Wasting time with Buck Doggett? Buck, I'm just about finished with this meal. I'll be heading back first. Take your time eating. Warren Miller couldn't wait any longer. He hurriedly left the restaurant. Besides wanting to see what kind of car his daughter was actually driving, he also wanted to get the bank card PIN to fully unfreeze that $1 million. Buck Doggett watched Warren Miller's impatient figure as he hurried away. His face turned so dark it was practically dripping. Immediately after, he made a phone call. His tone was cold. Hey, it's Buck. I'm setting up a game tonight. Bring more cash over. We need at least $1 million. If you don't have that much, borrow some. Yeah, it's just to put on a show. Right. There's a fat pig ready to be slaughtered. After hanging up the phone, Buck Doggett sneered. Warren Miller, you greedy piece of trash, huh? Fine. I'll make you lose everything tonight. I'll make you cough up your daughter and those 2 cars. Every goddamn thing. Although, he felt those 2 cars probably didn't belong to Vanessa. It didn't matter. He wanted the money, and he wanted her too. Lance was worried about returning too late. Plus, the weather forecast said it might snow in the afternoon. For safety's sake, he didn't stay for dinner. He drove away first. For lunch, it was just Grandpa, Grandma, plus Claire and me, 4 people in total. The lunch Grandpa and Grandma prepared was very lavish. It was all authentic country food. There was braised rooster, braised ribs, vinegar-glazed cabbage, and a dish of homemade bean cakes, with roast pork and Grandma's specialty sour soup. Bean cakes are a specialty of my hometown. Grandma makes them by hand every year. Once dried, the bean cakes can be stored for a long time. Used in cooking, they soak up the broth and become soft, savory, and fragrant. They are incredibly delicious. Eat up, Claire. Don't be shy. Right. Being here is just like being in your own home. Please, don't feel formal. The 2 elderly people were making polite, small talk while constantly adding food to Claire's bowl. In the past, only I enjoyed this treatment. Now Claire was receiving it too. Of course, this was also because they treated Claire as a guest who was an employee. It was Claire's first time at Grandpa and Grandma's house. She was a bit stiff and found it hard to refuse. Only when the 2 elderly people weren't paying attention did she whisper to me, "Go for a run with me this afternoon." Without even thinking, I refused my sister. I didn't eat much, so I won't run. In the middle of winter, I really didn't want to run outdoors. My usual exercise was in my own office, or the training room downstairs. Claire didn't force me upon hearing that. She just silently added more food to my bowl, and it was all meat dishes. Before I could cover my bowl, she immediately delivered a blow. Sister, you're too thin now. You need to eat more meat. Don't you agree? Grandpa and Grandma? Hearing her say this, Grandpa and Grandma nodded. That's right. Vanessa, you really are too thin. You should eat more meat. From the elderly couple's perspective, they naturally wanted their granddaughter to be a bit plumper. My figure, at around 90 pounds, looked very thin to them and unhealthy. Claire, having received their approval, said to me smugly, "Hear that? Even Grandpa says you need to eat more meat." As she spoke, she reached out with one hand, ignoring my threatening gaze, and pried away the hand protecting my bowl. Then she added, several pieces of fatty braised pork belly. I felt like a string of numbers appeared before my eyes. 300K, 300K, 300K. I pay attention to exercise and fitness. Basically, I can tell the calories of a piece of meat at a glance, roughly how many calories it is. According to the size of the pieces Grandma cut, one piece was about 300 calories. Now that so much meat had appeared in my bowl, the calories were about to explode. Sister, please stop adding more. I'll go with you, okay? Claire was satisfied. Fine. Ben, it's a deal. But at that moment, Grandpa gave a perfect assist. Grandpa saw Claire putting food in my bowl, and couldn't help but chime in. Vanessa, look at how well Claire treats you. She's even giving you food. She's still a guest. Why aren't you giving her any? He said this purely out of politeness. In one's own home, letting the guest serve the host is impolite. Claire's expression changed instantly upon hearing that. She hurriedly reached out, wanting to refuse. I wasn't about to give her the chance. I immediately picked up my chopsticks and said with a sweet smile, following Grandpa's lead, "Sister, it's your first time at our home. How could I not serve you some food? Come on, eat plenty of meat." Then I began aggressively piling food into Claire's bowl. It was almost entirely fatty braised pork belly. The scene changed completely. "Sister, eat more meat. Let me add some more for you." "You're too thin. Sister, you eat more too. You're also too thin. Come, eat meat." The two of us traded piece for piece, calling each other sister affectionately on the surface, while in reality, each of us was being more ruthless than the other. After a while, all the meat on the platter was gone. No rice could be seen in either of our bowls anymore. All you could see was a mountain of meat, piled high. In her competition with me, Claire gradually became less formal. Seeing the pork was gone, she aimed for a large chicken drumstick with the skin on, and slammed it onto the meat mountain in my bowl. Luckily, the bowls used in the country are quite large, and could hold it. "Sister, eat the drumstick. This drumstick is the most nourishing. Especially the skin. It's been stewed until it's tender. All the essence is in there. You absolutely must eat the skin first." I looked at that large chicken drumstick with the skin on. As it flew into my bowl, I was almost suffocating. "Very well. Then don't blame me for playing dirty." I immediately began to counterattack, a look of total sincerity on my face. "Sister, it's your first time here. Grandpa and Grandma said we have to treat you well. Come, let me get you some soup for your rice." As I spoke, I directly picked up the soup, ladle and scooped a large portion from the bottom of the bean cake dish. It was so thick it was almost stringy. I poured the glistening, oily gravy over Claire's bowl. Claire nearly cracked her molars from gritting them. "Thank you, sister. You really are so thoughtful." I also said with a smile, "Don't mention it, sister. It's only right." Grandpa and Grandma saw these two girls trading blows, smiling while they served each other food, and they laughed along cheerfully. Young people these days, their relationship is just so good. Yes, it's heartwarming to see. Grandpa then poured himself half a jug of wine. This was the mutai I brought. It was the kind I specifically had someone buy. A vintage mutai that had been aged for years. A single bottle had a market value of tens of thousands. It was specifically for Grandpa to drink. Grandpa sipped his wine, while watching Claire and me eating. The more he watched, the more he felt these sisters hit it off. The more he watched, the more he liked it. Especially the constant sister back and forth. It was very pleasant to hear. After taking a shallow sip of wine, he asked curiously, "Vanessa, I see the two of you calling each other sisters. Is that how young people address each other now?" What he meant was that under normal circumstances, if they weren't actual sisters, shouldn't there be a surname or a given name used? Like Sister Claire or Sister Vanessa, yet you two just use the titles? Grandpa's question came very suddenly. The two of them were stunned at the same time. For a moment, Claire Grant didn't know how to answer. I put down my chopsticks and decided to be honest. "Grandpa, Grandma, if you suddenly discovered one day that you had two granddaughters, would you be happy?" Grandpa didn't even think before saying, "Happy, of course. How could we not be happy?" But very quickly, he sensed that something was off. From the moment Claire arrived at their house, he felt that this girl looked quite a bit like his own granddaughter. He hadn't thought much of it at the time, and the two of them had been calling each other sister the entire time. Combined with the seemingly random thing I just said, suddenly, a startling thought appeared in his mind. Could it actually be true? Grandma asked me, completely confused, "Vanessa, what kind of nonsense are you talking about? I only have you as a granddaughter. Where would a second one come from?" I nodded with certainty. "Grandpa, Grandma, would I lie to you about something like this? I had a DNA test done. We are indeed related by blood." Hearing this, the grandparents' heads were buzzing. They became somewhat incoherent. How exactly did this happen? It was a lot of information to process. An older granddaughter had appeared out of thin air. For a moment they couldn't wrap their heads around it. "Grandpa, Grandma, the past doesn't matter. What matters is that you have an extra granddaughter. Aren't you happy? By the way, my sister is even a cop who graduated from the police academy." I didn't intend to explain the details to them, because some things are better left unexplained. Regardless, I was still their biological granddaughter, and that was a fact no one could change. Besides, by not explaining, They would definitely assume Warren Miller was the one who did it. They'd think he kept it from them and sold his older daughter or gave her away. In those days, that sort of thing was common, and it mostly happened to girls. Sure enough, the grandparents really did start thinking in that direction. Grandpa, in particular, slammed his hand on the table in a rage and cursed, "That unfilial son. That unfilial son. If he dares to show his face today, I'll skin him alive." Right then, Warren Miller happened to come rushing back from town. He pushed open the door and walked into the yard. Vaguely overhearing his father's words, he chimed in naturally, "Dad, what do you want to wrap?" "I'll help you wrap it. I'm actually quite good at that." Warren Miller's attitude today was significantly better than before. He was extremely eager. "Dad, whatever you want to wrap, just ask me. I'll wrap it." Hey, Dad, why are you grabbing a knife?" "I didn't do anything." "Dad, calm down. Just calm down. Even a tiger wouldn't eat its own cub." Murder. A father's killing his son. Warren Miller had just stepped through his father's front door for less than a minute before he went scrambling and crawling out of the yard. Once he had run a good distance, he looked back. Seeing that his old man wasn't chasing him, he leaned against a tree, gasping for breath. Holy Mother of God. Is that old man on some kind of medication? Or has he gone senile? He's actually trying to hack his own son. It must be that brat Vanessa causing trouble again. If she hadn't said something bad about me, would the old man be this furious? Warren Miller immediately blamed the whole thing on his daughter Vanessa. Little brat with no conscience, Warren was just about to keep cursing when he suddenly received a call from one of his gambling buddies. The man said a friend had just returned and wanted to set up a game, adding that the guy was a total mark. He was rich, but the stakes would be a bit high, so he wanted the two of them to partner up and pool their money to clean the guy out. How could a degenerate gambler like Warren Miller resist such a temptation? He agreed without even thinking. The time was set for tonight, and the location was his own house. After hanging up, Warren Miller walked toward his own bungalow, planning to take a nap to recharge his energy, so he could go all out tonight. Having seen his daughter driving a car worth millions, regardless of whether it was hers or not, it was as good as his now. When the time came, he'd just say the car belonged to his family. Even if he ran out of cash, using it as collateral should get him a massive loan. Besides, he still had $1 million on his card. That was the source of his confidence to bet big. At that thought, Warren slapped his own head. He forgot to ask for the bank card, PIN, although he desperately wanted to get his hands on that huge sum, and, thinking about his father's murderous expression earlier, he decided to let it go for now. He'd ask for the PIN a bit later. On the other side, Grandpa walked up to Claire Grant and compared her carefully with me. They really do look alike. Grandma gripped Claire's hand, unwilling to let go. With tears in her eyes, she said, "My child, oh my child, oh my child. You've suffered so much out there all alone. You've suffered. It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. From now on, this is your home." Claire Grant was completely stunned, but looking at the two elderly people who genuinely cared for her from the bottom of their hearts, she felt a surge of emotion sting her nose. Her eyes couldn't help but turn red. "Grandpa, Grandma, I've lived quite well these past few years. You don't need to worry about me." Looking at this touching reunion scene, I was truly happy. This was a decision I had pondered for a long time. Since I was their granddaughter, why couldn't Claire be one too? Furthermore, Claire's status was enough to make the two of them proud. "Grandma, Grandpa, my sister just got back." Let her adjust slowly. "Now that we're all together, we should be happy." Right. Grandma hurriedly wiped her tears with her sleeve. "Look at me. I'm just crying. Old man, go make a bed for our oldest granddaughter. She'll be staying here from now on. Our little granddaughter is home, and she's not going anywhere." Originally, they thought Claire was just visiting, and that a guest might leave the same day, but things were different now. They wouldn't let her leave for anything. "Grandma, no need for all that trouble. Just add a quilt to the bed in my room. My sister and I can just share a bed." Essentially, Grandpa and Grandma's house was just a regular bungalow. There were only 3 rooms. One was the grandparents' bedroom. One was mine. And the third was the central hall. Adding an extra bed wouldn't be easy. I also felt that it was time to renovate their house. Tear it down and rebuild it. Even if they didn't want to live in the city, they could live more comfortably in the village. And there really were too few rooms. There was nowhere for guests to stay. In the past, whenever relatives visited, they had to sleep on the floor. Grandma nodded repeatedly. Good. I'll go right now. And bring over the new cotton quilt I had made this year. After that, the atmosphere became much more relaxed. Grandpa's face had lost the anger he showed. When he saw his son and grandson earlier, he couldn't stop smiling. One granddaughter got into a top university and became a big boss in business. Either one was enough to make him stand tall. In the afternoon, I took Claire for a walk around the village. To aid digestion, we had eaten a bit too much at lunch and needed to walk it off. During the walk, Claire couldn't help but ask, "Why did you say those things earlier? You are my sister. You admit that much, right? Then that's that. What's there to worry about?" My point was very clear. My grandparents are now your grandparents too, aren't they? Claire Grant had nothing to say to that. Thinking it over, it did seem to make sense. Afterward, I took the initiative to talk to Claire about my childhood. I basically didn't hide anything. Claire Grant hadn't expected that her younger sister, Vanessa Miller, had grown up in such an oppressive environment, especially knowing that Vanessa's current father, selling her off to be someone's wife for just a few tens of thousands of dollars. It was truly shocking to her. At the same time, it highlighted just how formidable Vanessa Miller was. Even if she was a little ruthless, Claire asked herself, and she knew for a fact, she could never achieve what her sister Vanessa had. She couldn't even manage a tenth or even a percent of it. When the two of them wandered to a crossroads, on the west side of the village, the sound of deafening DJ music drifted over from the distance. 7 or 8 young people in their late teens, both boys and girls, were holding phones playing high-energy songs as they walked toward them in a grand procession. Although the functions of phones back then weren't great, the volume of those speakers absolutely crushed the phones of later generations, and they were even flashier, with racing lights built into the bezels. During the New Year period, seeing a group of young people like this, walking the streets, playing music, and chatting, was a very common sight in the village. They were basically small groups, made up of people from the same school year. One could also see that, in an era before smartphones were truly smart, the frequency of social interaction was clearly much higher. Vanessa and Claire, as a pair of sisters, had the highest head-turn rate among the street-walking groups. It was mainly because their looks and aura were simply too good. During their walk, they also ran into some of Vanessa's old schoolmates, and they made plans to meet after dinner by the main road near the elementary school to light a bonfire and release sky lanterns. This was considered an essential program for them every New Year. Claire really enjoyed this atmosphere, watching the stars and chatting and singing around a bonfire. They played until about 9:30 p.m. I took Claire's arm as we walked home. "How are you feeling today? Are you happy? It's been quite nice. Then I'll take you to play something even more exciting." Even more exciting? Claire thought we were going back to the grandparents' house to rest, but just as we were almost there, I suddenly took a turn with her and headed toward a bungalow to the south. She recognized this house from earlier in the day. It was my father's house. However, what seemed strange to her was that, late at night, in front of my father's door, several sedans and motorcycles had appeared. Clearly, quite a few people had come over. "Why are there so many people at your house so late at night?" Claire was a bit curious. She had wandered around the village a few times today, and had basically seen very few sedans, let alone luxury cars. Yet in front of my father's house, 4 sedans were parked. 2 of them were luxury cars. One was a BMW, and the other was an Audi. There were also quite a few motorcycles. However, as soon as she heard the noise coming from inside, she immediately guessed what was going on. "Are you bringing me here to gamble on New Year's?" "But I don't know how to gamble." Claire didn't think too deeply about it at the moment. After all, in the countryside, gambling during the New Year period was a very common phenomenon. Generally, people just played mahjong or pai gow. As long as the stakes weren't high, usually no one would specifically bother with it. During the New Year, a bit of entertainment and recreation was perfectly normal. It was just like how many small shops had people playing cards. They had seen that during the day as well. "I don't know how to gamble either," Claire asked. "Then why did you bring me here? Didn't I say it already? I'm bringing you to play something exciting." As I spoke, I had already reached the door. Before Claire could ask what exactly was so exciting, I violently pushed open the main door to the hall. Because of the excessive force, the men in the gambling den were startled by this sudden noise. "Damn it, who?" When they saw it was me, the curses some of them were about to shout were forced back down their throats, leaving aside that I had driven a sports car back, meaning my status was now different. There was also the fact that this girl was, after all, the daughter of the master of this house. How inappropriate would it be to curse out someone's daughter? Warren, your daughter is here. Niece, come on in and warm up. My, this girl just keeps getting prettier. I heard Warren's daughter even drove a sports car back. University students really are different, truly successful. Warren, you're going to have a blessed life from now on. That's right. Warren, don't forget your old brothers when you make it big. Get out of here with that making it big talk. Warren Miller said this, but the expression on his face was very smug. No matter how much money she has, she's still my daughter. As he spoke, he continued to organize the pai gow tiles on the table. Come on, don't stop. Whose turn is it? Keep going, keep going. After changing the subject, the group of gamblers quickly began their noisy betting again. To them, gambling was the only thing that mattered. Even if the Miller girl was beautiful and had an aura, she still wasn't as attractive as the tiles on the table, and that pile of cash, especially when a stranger poured a massive pile of cash out of a bag, totaling $1 million. Everyone present burst into shocked cries. Warren Miller's eyes went straight. Right then, a fellow gambler from the same village secretly gave him a look. Warren understood immediately, and then announced that the bets would be increased. The minimum bet was set at $1,000. Originally, those who could play with $100 now suddenly saw it jump to $1,000 in an instant. The more timid people present didn't dare to follow. However, even if they didn't place bets, their enthusiasm didn't wane at all. A high-stakes gamble of this level was a first in their lives. You have to realize that for most of them, an entire year's income might only be $10,000 or $20,000. Income from farming at home was even less. They had never seen this much cash before. Even just watching today would be a thrill. When Claire saw that much money being placed on the gambling table, she was also shocked. She started to reach into her pocket for her credentials, only to realize she didn't have them. She had left them at the grandmother's house. Beside her, I produced Claire's credentials, like a magic trick. After all, having the credentials ready would make it easier to explain things to the officers when they arrived. Claire took the credentials and was about to step forward when I stopped her. Sister, don't be in such a hurry. I pulled her to the side, found 2 old wooden chairs to sit on, and watched the group gamble. What are you doing? Gambling is illegal. Why are you stopping me? There are so many of them, you can't stop them alone. Wait for the backup to arrive. I've already called for people. I made a telephone gesture to her. Claire finally suppressed that impulse of professional instinct. She had realized it by now. Her sister was planning to purge her own relatives for justice, reporting her own father for gambling in his own home. If that wasn't purging a relative for justice, what was? As expected, she was still the same young lady she knew. Her heart was ruthless enough. Doing something like purging one's father for justice, at least for now, would definitely not earn her a good reputation in the village. Reporting your own father for gambling in the village, even if you were in the right, would definitely bring labels like unfilial and heartless. Unless it was a truly abhorrent act, like arson, murder, or robbery, where everyone would be afraid and thus feel you did well to eliminate him. Furthermore, New Year gambling for entertainment existed everywhere and was very common. If you called the police and got your own father arrested, that would be one thing, but you'd also get so many people in the village arrested. You'd definitely be cursed and have your back poked by those family members. When the time came, they would come to your house to cause a scene and fabricate nasty rumors about you. Your reputation would probably be completely ruined. Don't you care about your reputation at all? Claire glanced at Vanessa Miller. She really didn't seem to care. Right then, I pulled out a small handful of sunflower seeds from somewhere and began peeling them leisurely. I even shared some with Claire. Even though Claire was a bit anxious in her heart, she could only suppress her impatience. Peeling sunflower seeds while waiting for the support. Over at the gambling table, as the money being bet increased, the atmosphere was getting more and more intense. Damn, I don't believe in this bad luck. A middle-aged man with bloodshot eyes slapped all his money onto the table. Haha, old Joe, this isn't enough money. Forget it. I'll chip in $200 for you. Just pay me back later. Warren Miller said very generously, mainly because his luck was fantastic right now. He had won over $10,000 in just a few rounds. Then he glanced at the pile of money in front of that sucker of a young man. He said, "Boss, don't hold back. If you bet big this round, you might win big." The strange young man seemed provoked by these words. Uncle Warren is right. Playing for pennies is indeed boring. Then, he casually picked up 5 stacks of cash from the pile. He pushed them forward abruptly. 50,000 on the gate of heaven. The sound of gasping echoed through the room. 50,000. That was almost an ordinary family's savings for several years. This guy just bet it all. However, once the young man bet so much money, the other gamblers became even more excited. They all cheered for Warren Miller to match it. Warren's partner from the same village nudged him secretly. Uncle Warren, follow him. What's there to fear with your luck today? The boss is being bold. We can't be cowards. Right. Match him, Warren. You're so rich now. Does this little bit matter? Warren Miller, egged on by the crowd, also became overconfident. He slapped the table hard. Fine, I'm going all out. 50,000 it is. Then he threw 50,000 in and called to reveal the tiles. After the call to reveal the tiles, everyone's eyes were focused on the hands of these 2 men. Warren Miller grabbed his 2 tiles. He took a deep breath and flipped them over. Heavenly gongs. It's heavenly gongs, someone shouted in shock. Holy crap. Warren, you're on fire today. You won 50,000 in one go. Everyone expressed their envy. Ha ha ha. My luck is indeed incredible today. Even if the god of gamblers came, I'd dare to take him on. Warren Miller pulled the pile of money on the table toward himself. He said arrogantly, so far, I've won nearly $70,000. This was definitely the luckiest he had been in a long time. Your father's luck is quite good. Claire Grant looked at Warren Miller, who was beaming with success. No matter how good it is, he can't take this money with him, right? I continued peeling seeds calmly. Exactly. According to the rules, all this money will be confiscated. Then, that's that. The higher he jumps now, the harder he'll fall later. I hope he turns over a new leaf after learning this lesson. Sister, do you think I'm being particularly heartless right now? But I want to tell you, I do have some empathy. At the very least, I've already found a lawyer for him. Claire Grant was slightly startled. A lawyer? Sister. Vanessa Miller had even prepared that in advance. It seemed this purge of her relative was definitely not a spur-of-the-moment thing, but that was just like her style. She seems to arrange everything before she does anything. Then, she lets people fall into the trap she set, step by step. Claire looked at my calm and steady profile. Though from her perspective she supported justice, actually witnessing Vanessa Miller so calmly setting up her own father, technically her adoptive father, still made her feel a bit uneasy. If she ever made Vanessa unhappy, or stood in her way, would she also be purged for justice? Honestly, given the young lady's personality, it was truly possible. While the 2 of them were peeling seeds with different thoughts, watching the gamblers, Buck Doggett stepped away from the gambling table. He came over to me with a fawning look. Vanessa, you didn't even come by my house after you got back. I really missed you. Though I felt nauseous inside, I still said, I wouldn't dare visit your house. I'm afraid your dad would hack me with a knife. Buck Doggett waved his hands quickly. How could that happen? Our families are about to get engaged. When my old man found out about this, he was beyond happy, and he promised to have a grand celebration in the future. He'll throw a 100-table banquet, ensuring it's an experience you'll never forget. I sneered. Buck Doggett, this engagement you discussed privately with my dad. I never agreed to it. Also, I think it's necessary to educate you a bit. In this day and age, the old ways of parents' commands don't work anymore. The law dictates freedom of marriage. Forced or arranged marriages are prohibited, as is treating marriage like a transaction, and other acts that interfere with marital freedom. Did you know that? But then again, I've always been a filial daughter. Since my dad made the decision, it's not like I can't consider it just a little bit. Buck Doggett's heart sank at the first half of my words, but when he heard the end, that I would consider it, he became ecstatic. He actually wasn't worried about Warren Miller backing out. He had plenty of ways to handle that old man. What he was most worried about was my reaction. If I absolutely refused, it would be easy for things to get messy. But now, it seemed, I really was as filial as people said. Is that for real? Is everything you just said true? I nodded. Buck, don't say I never gave you a chance. How about tomorrow? If you can show up at my front door tomorrow, I'll accept this marriage. Buck Doggett was instantly overjoyed. Vanessa, it seems you're even more eager than I am. Then, it's a deal. He suddenly wanted to tell the dealer to go easy. He wanted to let the old man Warren celebrate a bit before midnight. But that thought lasted less than a second before he dismissed it. Better to let the old man lose everything. That way he could better manipulate him. He needed to control Vanessa Miller to prevent her from backing out. Claire Grant watched the entire conversation. Her understanding of my dark humor reached a new height. This girl knows the guy is going to the slammer, yet she's still leading him on. By the way, with stakes this high, aren't you afraid of being caught by the police? Claire Grant asked suddenly. Buck Doggett felt a flicker of suspicion toward this strange girl. There was something undefinable about her. It made him feel uncomfortable. Like a mouse seeing a cat. Very strange. I chimed in to smooth things over. Buck, let me introduce you. This is my sister. Buck Doggett heard me say this. Only then did he drop his guard. Instantly changed his expression. Since you're Vanessa's sister, then we're all family. And family shouldn't keep secrets. I'm not bragging. But I, Buck Doggett, have some pull around here. Not just in the village. But I have people in town, and even in the county. If the cops come for a raid, I'll definitely get the word in advance. So you both can rest easy. Claire Grant nodded. It seems Buck is quite capable, knowing people even at the county level. I'll have to rely on you if anything happens in the future. Buck Doggett said, Miss, you've come to the right person. Given your relationship with Vanessa, I can settle anything for you. My dad knows some people in the county too. I even have a cousin who's even more powerful. He's a big player in Foggy Creek. Very influential. There's an underground king in Foggy Creek, Mr. Ching. I don't know if you've heard of him. He's on friendly terms with my cousin. Anyway, whether it's legal or illegal, I can find someone. So, don't you worry. Tonight, even if the King of Heaven came, he couldn't stop us. I won't let my uncle get caught. Besides, my uncle's luck is really good tonight. He's already won nearly 100,000. Claire Grant, at this moment, noted the underground king, Buck mentioned. He had won nearly $100,000 already. Claire Grant, at this moment, was curious about the underground king, Buck mentioned. Claire became interested. Old Man Ching, the underground king, that sounds incredibly powerful. Is this guy really that formidable? Mentioning the topic of the underworld, Buck Doggett leaned in closer. See, you wouldn't understand. In Foggy Creek, Old Man Ching is absolutely a presence no one dares to provoke. I heard that. He has a big shot with godlike influence backing him. With just a flick of the wrist, they wiped out the former local king, Bullard. So, with my cousin's connection, girl, if you go to town, just give me a shout. Absolutely no one will dare to bully you. Then would it be possible for me to meet Mr. Ching too? Of course, no problem at all. Listening to Buck Doggett's words, I thought to myself that I really needed someone to investigate the situation in Foggy Creek. Since when did Mr. Ching become the underground king? Could it be that he's getting a big head now too? If that's really the case, then I wouldn't mind sending another big achievement to my sister Claire Grant. Claire's thoughts were much the same. Daring to call himself the underground king, he must be a villain committed to endless crimes, a tyrannical cancer on society. She felt it was necessary to report this to Director Reed. After all, Foggy Creek was a place where Director Reed had previously served. Also, so much time had passed, and according to my sister Vanessa Miller's words, the town security team should have arrived long ago. Why wasn't there any movement yet? But she quickly figured out the reason. Buck Doggett was a local thug after all. His father was the village head. It wasn't impossible that someone had tipped him off. Furthermore, the town's security team had limited manpower. There might only be 1 or 2 people on duty late at night. It would be hard to control so many gamblers. It would actually be better to dispatch police from the county. Time ticked by. Buck Doggett eventually returned to the gambling table, feeling fully satisfied, and the stakes became even larger. Betting 100,000 a round was occasionally normal. Warren Miller's luck also began to turn sour. Before long, he had not only lost his winnings back, but had also lost over 500,000. Of course, he didn't have that much money on him, but there were people willing to lend it to him. Just as Warren Miller's eyes were turning bloodshot, the piercing sound of police sirens suddenly came from outside. The gamblers currently playing instantly went into an uproar. Their first reaction was to run. Buck Doggett also panicked. His father did have some connections, that was true. Even if he got caught, he could be bailed out. But the situation was different now. He had prepared $1 million. That money was all borrowed from others. If he didn't take it and it was confiscated, then he would be finished. Quick, take the money and run. I'll tell my men to block those cops. Buck shouted loudly, reminded by him, those gamblers. All pounced toward the gambling table to grab the money. Once they grabbed the cash, they tried to bolt. Just as the first gambler was about to rush out of the room to escape, Claire Grant suddenly stood up and blocked the door. She kicked the man right back inside. Before they could even react, Claire directly pulled out her badge and shouted at the top of her lungs, "Police!" Nobody moved. Time seemed to freeze for a second. The gamblers who were fighting for bills just a second ago suddenly froze mid-motion. Their faces were all filled with expressions of disbelief. They all recognized this girl by now. Wasn't she the friend of Warren Miller's daughter? How could she be a police officer? But they didn't have time to think too much. Right now, escaping was what mattered. Damn, there really are cops. Run. After Claire revealed her status as a police officer, the group still chose to force their way out. Claire, being alone, really couldn't stop so many gamblers. However, with her initial interference, she still managed to stall their escape. This allowed the police outside to successfully surround the house. In the end, not a single participant in the gambling escaped. They were all pinned down. Having watched the show the whole time, I, unhurriedly, popped the last sunflower seed kernel into my mouth, lightly brushed the crumbs off my hands, and walked out. I walked up to this group of gamblers who were holding their heads. These gamblers saw me, their eyes fixed intently on me. All of them were filled with intense fury. They all knew this policewoman was my friend. Reporting the gambling must have been their doing. I ignored their glares and walked up to my father, Warren Miller. I said with feigned innocence, "Dad, I already asked the police officers for you. In an illegal gambling game like this, all the money is considered gambling stakes. According to regulations, it all must be confiscated. Weren't you worried and unable to sleep because of gambling debts? Constantly stressed and afraid you couldn't pay Buck Doggett back for the money he and the others lent you? Well, everything is fine now. The law has solved it for you. You don't have to pay back a single cent. Your debts are completely cleared. Aren't you happy?" As soon as these words were spoken, the way Buck Doggett and the others looked at Warren Miller instantly changed. Each of them looked like they wanted to eat him alive. Oh well, Warren Miller, you bastard, what a deep scheme. To avoid paying, you actually had your daughter call the cops. Warren Miller, damn your ancestors. With my reminder, those pinned down gamblers instantly shifted all their hatred onto Warren Miller. It was all on him now. One by one, they started cursing him. "You piece of trash. You goddamn planned this all along, didn't you? Warren Miller, I didn't think you'd be so calculating. Having your daughter bring a cop back to set a trap, just to drag us down with you. Are you even goddamn human? That was the hard-earned money I slaved for all year. It's all gone. You have to pay me back. Warren Miller, you'd better not run into me in the village again." Warren Miller was completely dumbfounded. He waved his hands frantically. "It wasn't me. It really wasn't me. When did I ever call the police? She's slandering me. She's slandering me," he said, pointing at me. But the gamblers in the village didn't believe him at all. Damn it, they were family. What daughter reports her own father to the police? Wouldn't that be an act of ultimate betrayal? If this were the old days, and a daughter did something like this, she might have been beaten to death by her elders. Furthermore, Warren Miller's reputation in the village was already trash. He was also buried under a mountain of gambling debt. It was only natural that everyone thought he had instructed his daughter to do it. It made perfect sense. This was the reputation he had built up. Right at that moment, I delivered another assist. "Dad, I already found the lawyer you wanted. It's a top-tier attorney brought in from Pearl City, so you can rest easy." As soon as those words were out, those people became even more furious. "You old dog. You goddamn found a lawyer in advance. You really did plan this long ago. Warren Miller, you bastard. I really couldn't tell. You usually act so spineless. But you got a whole system for playing dirty." Warren Miller now had no way to defend himself. "It really wasn't me. When did I ever ask for a lawyer? I don't have a lawyer. I took the opportunity to ask, Dad, do you not want a lawyer anymore? If you don't, I'll call them right now and tell them not to come. Anyway, the evidence is ironclad now. The court will sentence you to however many years they see fit. I'll also save myself from paying the legal fees." Hearing me say that, Warren Miller immediately panicked. "Wait, no, don't call. Don't make that call. I want one." Though Warren Miller wasn't well educated, he still knew that having a lawyer and not having one were two different things. With a lawyer, he might spend a few fewer years in jail and get out early. If he didn't have one, then however long the judge wanted to sentence him, that's how long he would serve. Warren Miller didn't know that even if I hadn't found a lawyer for him, the court would have simply assigned a public defender. But even if he had known, he would have still felt a free lawyer is never as good as one you pay for. So, even though he hates you all right now, he has no choice but to accept it. The police soon loaded them all into vehicles and took them away. Also taken away were a large number of video recordings provided by Derek Miller. Naturally, these videos were first handed over to Claire Grant. They contained recordings of the time leading up to the new year, showing them gambling. The footage covered every angle with no blind spots. One could even see the exact amount of gambling funds in each round. On this way, aside from how many years they would get, whether the gambling funds would be recovered depended on the officers. A light snow began to fall that night. By the time Warren Miller and the others arrived at the county station, it was already very late. However, Theodore Vance had been waiting at the station for a long time. Because the young lady had alerted him in advance, he was here early, waiting for the people to be delivered. Not long after, as the police cars from the gambling bust returned, Theodore Vance found Warren Miller. He pulled out 2 documents. One was a representation agreement. The other was a severance of the father-daughter relationship. In fact, even if Warren Miller didn't sign this severance, I could still dissolve the relationship through the court. It would just be a bit more troublesome. When Warren Miller saw that document to sever their relationship, the old gambler, for some unknown reason, shed tears for the first time. Whether it was genuine remorse or something else, no one knew. My daughter, is she really this heartless? She even wants to cut off the title of father and daughter? Theodore Vance said with a calm expression. Mr. Miller, to have reached this point today, you should really ask yourself, if you had, in all these years, fulfilled even a shred of your responsibility as a father, or shown any true concern for Ms. Miller, I don't think the situation would have turned out like this. Really, not even a single chance anymore? Warren Miller still refused to give up hope. Theodore Vance shook his head. Mr. Miller, this is just like your gambling. You had countless opportunities to stop and quit, but you didn't grasp a single one of them. You should just sign it. This is better for both you and Ms. Miller. Warren Miller suddenly slapped the table in anger. Sign? I'm her father. I raised her. If she wants to sever ties, she can just sever them. Dream on. Tell her to come see me herself. The world's gone mad, daring to sever ties with her own father. Theodore Vance said, Mr. Miller, don't get excited and don't get emotional. The law won't change because of your personal feelings. My representation agreement and Ms. Miller's severance document are bundled together. Ms. Miller's intent is very clear. You sign the severance document, she pays the fees, and I provide you with defense services. If you don't sign this severance document, then this representation agreement automatically becomes void. I will leave immediately and will no longer take your case. You should be clear about your situation, shouldn't you? You opened a gambling den and organized mass gambling. The amount of money involved is exceptionally large. The circumstances are very severe, combined with the ironclad evidence, and both witness and physical evidence being complete. Without the defense of a professional lawyer like me, based on past precedents and existing evidence, the prison sentence you face, by a conservative estimate, will not be less than 3 years. Hearing this, Warren Miller's heart nearly jumped out. What? I have to go in for 3 years? You're kidding me, right? Why would it take that long? It's not like we haven't been caught gambling before. Wasn't it just a small fine and a few days of detention? Theodore Vance continued. Mr. Miller, you must trust my professional expertise. The amount of money in your case is far too large. The 3 years I mentioned might even be conservative. Pushed the severance document toward Warren Miller again. He placed a pen beside it. Sign it. Mr. Miller, this is currently your only option, as your representative lawyer. I will certainly do my best to defend you in court, and strive for a lighter sentence. Seeing Warren Miller still hesitating, Theodore Vance lost his patience. He stood up directly. He began to pack the documents on the table with a cold face, preparing to leave. Warren Miller completely panicked. He hurriedly said, I'll sign, okay? 3 years. He really didn't want to stay in that long. Then, following Theodore's instructions, he signed his name on the contract. Theodore Vance carefully checked it for errors, tucked the 2 contracts away, organized his briefcase, and got up to leave. Just as he turned and reached the door, Warren Miller suddenly called out, Wait! Theodore Vance turned around. Mr. Miller, is there anything else you wish to say? Warren Miller asked. Well, I just wanted to ask. You said normally it's a 3-year sentence. Now that I have you, how much longer do I have to stay in before I get out? Theodore thought for a moment and held up one hand. 5 years. After saying that, he left decisively. 5 years? Warren Miller was stunned. His brain didn't seem to have fully processed the information just yet. Then, he instinctively lowered his head, held out his right hand, spread his thumb, and began to fold his fingers down, counting them one by one. 1, 2, 3, 4. Then he switched to his left hand, held up 3 fingers, and counted again. 1, 2, 3. 3 years is this much. Then he looked at his right hand again. Suddenly, his eyes went wide. It was like he had been struck by lightning. 5 years is 2 more than 3. Shouldn't it be less? How did it get longer after hiring a lawyer? Mr. Vance, did you make a mistake? Hey, come back. This isn't right. The next day, Miller's village was like a boiling pot. So many police cars appeared last night for the gambling bust, taking so many people in. It immediately became the headline news in the village. Hey, have you all heard? So many police cars came last night. They arrested so many people. I saw it. They were all taken away. It was at Warren Miller's house. Both people and money were taken in one go. About 20-some people were arrested, right? This new year is really going to be lively. Old Man Joe's son Pockmark, Buck Doggett, and Warren Miller, not one of them escaped. At the village entrance, at the entrance to the village convenience store, anywhere villagers like to gather, was now crowded. Villagers were all talking about the gambling bust last night. No one expected that. With the new year just a few days away, such a major incident would occur. The families of those arrested villagers must feel like the sky is falling right now. The money the family earned was not only confiscated, but they also faced fines and detention. Who could handle that? Then came the desperate attempts to find connections. Looking for the village head, looking for the team leader. The entire village was in chaos. Village head Doggett, open the door. Uncle Warren, you have to do something. My husband was taken away. What are we going to do? Warren, you have to go to the county and get them back. The new year is right around the corner. What's going to happen to us? Village head Warren Doggett was also at his wit's end. His own son was in there too, and he hasn't been able to get him out yet. How could he have the energy to care about these people's business? Ever since he learned his son was arrested last night, he started calling around to find help. He even called his connections in the county, but the results were not very optimistic. However, they did bring him a piece of important news. That was that this gambling bust was likely premeditated, because the chain of evidence obtained by the police was too complete. It even included video evidence from several previous gambling sessions. This evidence was very unfavorable for Buck Doggett and the others. The contact also analyzed that the mastermind was unlikely to be Warren Miller. Doing this was purely a suicide mission. He himself would have to go in for several years. It was completely not worth the loss. So the prime suspect was, that is Warren Miller's daughter Vanessa Miller. Who in their right mind would install so many hidden cameras in their own home, especially in an old house in the country? Warren Miller wouldn't have the skills to pull that off. Warren Doggett was also flustered and annoyed by his own family's trouble. He walked to the door and shouted irritably at the relatives crowded at his entrance. What's the use of looking for me? Those people were arrested by the police. It was a county-level operation. I'm just a lowly village head. How could I have the power to go to the county and demand their release? That's illegal. Don't you people understand? Stop making a scene at my door. Go on, disperse. Everyone was unhappy to hear that. But you can't just ignore this. You're our village head. If something happens, who else are we supposed to look for? Exactly. This happened in the village, so it's your job. Yeah, and your son was involved in it too. Aren't you going to do something? Warren Doggett grew even angrier. How am I supposed to handle it? I make broadcast announcements every day and post notices telling them not to gamble, but do they listen? A dog can't stop eating filth. Am I supposed to tie them all up? Now that something's happened, you're blaming me. Besides, if I really had that kind of power, my own son wouldn't be locked up. If you want to find someone, go find Warren Miller's good daughter. She's the one who called the police. She's the one who recorded the videos too. Every debt has its debtor. What's the point of blocking my door? While you're at it, Help me ask her something. She makes such a huge scene the moment she gets back. Does she even respect me as the village head anymore? Does she even care about the residents of our village? Warren Doggett's barbed words shifted the blame directly onto me. In any case, there was no way he was going to want this future daughter-in-law anymore. His family wasn't that lucky. Sure enough, under Warren Doggett's guidance, the villagers all felt that. Every debt has its debtor. Let's go find that little brat. Plenty of people gamble in the village. She's just the type who likes to meddle, reporting her own father, and getting people from the village arrested. This girl is too heartless. Let's go find her, and make her go to the station to get them released. Let's go. Everyone, to Old Man Leonard's house. The families were like a swarm of angry hornets, aggressively turning around, and heading toward my grandparents' house. At my grandparents' house, Grandpa already knew about what happened last night, but he didn't criticize Claire and me. Claire had stepped forward first to take responsibility. As a police officer, she couldn't witness gambling, especially such high-stakes gambling, and do nothing. Instead, Grandpa fully supported her actions, precisely because Claire was now his granddaughter. He had to support her even more. He was an extremely principled person. Since his eldest granddaughter was a police officer, he naturally wanted her to do her job and uphold the law fairly. He couldn't just turn a blind eye, simply because they had a degenerate gambler in the family, or cover for him and let him get away with it. Since he broke the law, he had to be ready to get caught. You two don't worry about this. Even if people come here to cause trouble, I'll handle it. Grandpa, I was about to say I could handle it, but Grandpa cut me off. I've lived in this village my whole life. I still have a little respect here. Go inside and don't worry about what's happening outside. Just then, shouting could be heard from outside, although they were cursing quite harshly earlier. Once they actually reached Leonard Miller's doorstep, they clearly restrained themselves. The villagers still had a lot of respect for Leonard Miller, the old accountant. Accountant Miller, are you home? Uncle, open the door. We have something to ask Vanessa. Accountant Miller. You have to give us an explanation. Soon, the courtyard door opened. Leonard Miller was wearing a faded mouse suit as he appeared before the villagers who were shouting to open the door. At Warren Doggett's house earlier, demanding an explanation, fell silent immediately. The Leonard Miller before them was no longer the normally affable, slow-walking old accountant. Now, his posture was as straight as a pine, and his gaze was sharp as a hawk, like a sharp blade that had been silent for years, carrying a sense of pressure. It even gave the villagers an illusion. Leonard Miller seemed to have turned back into the tough guy who took a shotgun, entered a bandit's den alone, and rescued the villagers from desperate criminals. Leonard Miller was also a veteran who had been demobilized from the army in his youth. Shortly after he returned to the village to be a village official, he encountered several bandits with murder records who had made their way to the village. At that time, those bandits also took villagers as hostages. While everyone was in a state of panic, Leonard Miller took his shotgun from home and took out those murderers. He successfully rescued the hostages. This incident was a sensation in the surrounding area back then. Afterward, Leonard Miller worked diligently as an accountant for several decades, managing the books his entire life. Not only did he never embezzle a cent, but he also never made a mistake. He was deeply respected by the villagers, so when everyone saw him, they instinctively suppressed the resentment and hostility in their hearts. Leonard Miller scanned the crowd, and then spoke authoritatively. I know what you want to do. Even if we talk until the cows come home today, facts are facts. This is all their own doing. My granddaughter did the right thing. I, Leonard Miller, am standing right here today. Which of you wants to settle the score? I'll take you on. Seeing Leonard Miller's tough attitude, the villagers clearly didn't dare to go too far. After all, the old man was indeed not to be trifled with. One villager, who was usually reasonable, spoke up timidly. Accountant Miller, we aren't here to cause trouble. We just want to ask about Vanessa's father, and about my husband being arrested. What's there to ask? Ask why they were arrested. Or ask why my granddaughter called the police. A woman nearby named Martha Lee couldn't help but speak urgently. Accountant Miller, you can't put it like that. Yes, gambling is wrong, and it should be handled. But tell me, is this really such a big deal? Which man in the village doesn't dabble in this a bit? But now New Year is right around the corner, and my husband has been taken away. There's just me and the kids left at home. How are we supposed to spend the holidays? Also, Accountant Miller, you should know my husband Bill. Although he gambles, he's never played for high stakes. At most, he plays for fun where you only win or lose a few dozen dollars. He didn't even take any money with him last night. He was just joining in the fun. But now he's been arrested too. I heard he'll be locked up for a few days at least, and he has to pay several thousand in fines to get out. Isn't that too unfair? Several villagers in a similar situation to Martha Lee also chimed in. Accountant Miller, we aren't here to point fingers. My husband was just joining in the fun too. Forget being locked up for a few days. But adding a fine of several $1,000s, even if our family sells everything we have, we won't be able to scrape together that much money. Yeah, Accountant Miller. My husband too. He just likes the excitement and went in to watch. He really didn't bet much. Accountant Miller, you're an elder of the village, highly respected. You have to think of a way, right? I'm begging you. Yeah, Accountant Miller, they really have no other choice now. They didn't dare to pressure Leonard Miller, so they started playing the emotional card. What some of them said was indeed the truth. Among those arrested, a portion were indeed just joining the fun. Even if they usually gambled, it was small time. It shouldn't have reached the point of being arrested. Of course, that also depended on the police reviewing the video, to distinguish who was really gambling and who wasn't. The final determination of the results. However, Leonard Miller wouldn't help them pay this money. Of all the places to join a crowd, why did they have to join the one at that degenerate's house? It can only be said they got what they deserved. Just as he was about to open his mouth to say more, I walked out from behind him. Uncles, aunts, and neighbors. If it's truly as you say, and your family members were wrongfully arrested, I will pay all the fines myself. Leonard Miller saw me suddenly appear. He hurriedly said, Vanessa, why did you come out? Didn't I tell you not to come out? I put my grandfather at ease. Grandpa, I'm not a child anymore. They won't dare to do anything to me. But Leonard Miller's thoughts weren't in that direction. I'm not afraid of what these villagers might do to you. I'm afraid of what you might do to them. The reason he didn't want them to come out earlier, besides wanting to help his granddaughter, was that he was afraid his granddaughter would get provoked and do something irrational. Although he believed his granddaughter was righteous, those employees under her command looked incredibly tough no matter how you viewed them. Those villagers currently knew nothing about my background. When they heard I was willing to pay, their attitudes visibly improved. Really? You're truly willing to help us pay the fines? You're not lying to us, are you? I nodded. I've always been a woman of my word, but the premise is that they are indeed as we described, and truly were somewhat wronged. If the police check and find they weren't wronged, then I'm sorry, I won't pay a single cent. Also, every debt has its debtor. If you want to find someone, find Warren Miller. He was the one running the illegal gambling den, and he is the main person responsible. Since something happened, you should look for him. It has nothing to do with me. In fact, I didn't have to deal with these relatives at all. I wasn't afraid of them making trouble either, because I had plenty of ways to shut them up. But Grandpa and Grandma still had to live in the village. If relations with the villagers were ruined, it wouldn't be good for them. In a village where you see everyone every day, no one likes being talked about behind their back. If spending a bit of money could solve it, he would rather spend the money. Furthermore, if these people were reasonable and didn't make trouble out of nothing, then he wouldn't mind supporting the development of his hometown. This was also something I had planned long ago, whether out of social responsibility to give back to my home, or to ensure Grandpa and Grandma are respected by the village, so they can spend the rest of their lives proud and happy. I had to do this. While walking through the village yesterday, Claire and I both saw villagers hauling load after load of cabbage to feed the pigs, and they also learned from those villagers that this cabbage was given away for free. Because the vegetables couldn't be sold and were hard to store, hiring people to harvest would cost more than it was worth. They could only bear the pain of giving it away or feeding pigs to reduce losses. Claire and I also discovered that more than one family in the village was like this. There were villagers in the village who built greenhouses to grow vegetables, purely wanting to make some more money. But because the planting scale was too small, varieties were scattered, and they lacked stable sales channels. They ended up losing everything. Of course, many people in the village lost money on vegetable planting, but there were also those who profited from it. The village had focused on rice and wheat for decades. In recent years, a vegetable planting trend suddenly arose, along with the trend of planting other crops. Someone was pushing things along behind the scenes, with the goal of leasing land at low prices. I was very clear that future agriculture must move toward large scale. farming operations. Because as time progresses, rural labor will inevitably shift toward the cities in large numbers, leading to a sharp drop in agricultural labor. After many villagers with land could no longer farm, added to the fact their children were all developing in cities, last would naturally be leased out to those contractors. Miller's village was already showing signs of this, and the village head's family was the first to take the plunge. His son, Buck Doggett, had leased at least 100 acres of land under his name. However, the leasing price this guy gave was extremely low. He only gave people $300 per acre. One must know that the terrain of Miller's village was flat and basically consisted of high-quality farmland. Normally leasing to others, the rent wouldn't be lower than $800. So how were they able to get such a low rental price? It was simple, because they scanned the villagers. The village head secretly found people to pose as distributors, tricking villagers into thinking there was policy support, and that vegetables could be bought at high prices. They induced them to borrow money to build greenhouses and grow crops to get rich, spawning. Villagers were uneducated, rough men. After being tricked like this, they began borrowing money one after another to build greenhouses and grow vegetables. The result was what we saw. A tragic situation. Forget earning back the money invested in greenhouses. Even just selling the vegetables was a problem. The villagers who lost money were eventually driven to a corner and could only look to the village head for a solution. How the problem was handled? The village head was considered their main pillar. Who else would they look for if not him? And in the village, only the village head had the connections to produce so much cash. The final result was that after the villagers got the money, they paid off the debts they had borrowed previously, then packed their bags to go work in the city. It was impossible to farm the land. As far as I knew, the village head relied on tricking the villagers step by step like this, allowing his son to lease nearly 1,000 acres of land, earning a lot of money. Furthermore, he used his position to apply for subsidies. In the original timeline, the first person in Miller's village worth over $10 million was Buck Doggett. I stepped forward and promised to pay the fines for those innocent villagers. Added to the fact that Claire also came out later, showed her credentials, and stated that she would directly arrest anyone who made trouble without reason. Those villagers dared not cause more trouble. They dispersed on their own, probably rushing to get home for the new year. The processing speed at the county station was very fast. Because the evidence was complete enough, a portion of those involved were released very quickly, and they didn't even need to pay any fines. There were also several whose involvement wasn't large. After paying their fines, they could also leave. I was a woman of my word. I arranged for people to wait at the station in advance, paying the fines directly for those villagers. I handled this very generously. The villagers' families were all incredibly grateful to me. Before they took their people back, everyone originally thought this gambling bust incident had finally quieted down for now. The villagers actually had their own sense of fairness and knew that I had done more than enough. Furthermore, they also learned the truth from those released villagers' mouths. The culprit behind all of this was Warren Miller. It was indeed this guy who didn't want to pay his gambling debts and thought of such a mutually destructive, dirty move. Vanessa Miller was just a university student. Oh, simple-minded. How could she know so many schemes and tricks? Isn't there a word used to describe university students? Cheater. Furthermore, Warren Miller had always been bad to his daughter. Everyone in the village knew that he forced his own daughter to do this, which was also within reason. This was all based on reputation. Those who were released were fine now. But for those who weren't released, those deeply involved gamblers, it was tragic. Not only were their gambling funds confiscated, but they also had to pay fines. Even more deadly was that the gambling funds identified in the videos also needed to be recovered. Added together, the loss would be massive. Especially for Buck Doggett. He actually had to have over $700,000 in gambling funds recovered. Counting the roughly $1 million confiscated, he was about to lose nearly $2 million in one go. Even if his family was considered one of the best in the village, and his parents had even leased 100 acres of land. Looking at the current situation, it was impossible for his family to produce that much money. Village head Warren Doggett was so angry he smashed countless dishes at home. Fine, that brat from the Miller family. She really wants to bankrupt my family. Warren Doggett flipped the table in a rage. Then, no one gets to live. Let's all die together. He had used many connections over the past 2 days, but he couldn't get his son out. Instead, the police came to his door to inform him that over $700,000 in gambling funds had to be recovered. They even said they had complete evidence. Only then did Warren Doggett find out that his son had actually borrowed $1 million from outside. Adding it all up, more than $1.7 million were going to be lost. It would be a miracle if he could stay calm. The money he had pocketed using his authority over the years wasn't enough to fill this massive hole, so he had to find someone to foot the bill for him. That person could only be Vanessa Miller. Warren Doggett knew more details than the villagers. This gambling bust, there was no way Warren Miller could have come up with it. It must have been that girl, Vanessa Miller. He then began to calculate how he could make me hand over the money. Although he shouted about everyone dying together, it was just an emotional outburst. He realized those shouted words couldn't be taken seriously. $0.7 million was a lot. But as long as he remained the village head, was he afraid he couldn't get more money in the future? When the rural road was originally planned to be straight, he managed to make it curve past his own front door. $1.7 million was just a matter of time. It was just a bit tricky for him right now. While Warren Doggett was at his wit's end, another annoying matter came to his door. A large portion of the land rent for the land he leased in his son's name hadn't been paid to the villagers yet. He had made a guarantee before the end of the year that it would be settled in full before the spring festival. Now people were coming to his door to collect the debt. Warren Doggett had no money at all right now. His son Buck had squandered all the money. Where would he have any spare cash, since that brat Vanessa Miller wouldn't let his family have a good life? Then she shouldn't blame him. Those villagers who leased out their land were relying on that rent money for the new year. If it was suddenly gone, there would definitely be trouble in the village. Even if you owed someone $1, people would talk about you behind your back for a long time, let alone such a large amount of rent. Warren Doggett was still quite capable. If he wasn't, he wouldn't have remained village head. He wouldn't have been able to trick the villagers into circles and get them to lease land to his son at low prices. Finally, relying on his silver tongue, he shifted the conflict onto the Miller family again. He first questioned how a little girl just starting college could possibly earn so much money. It must have been through scams and fraud. Then he said the gambling bust was a trap set by the Miller father and daughter, specifically to cheat the villagers out of their hard-earned money. He claimed his own family had also lost everything. That money was originally meant to be paid to them. Now that he had no money, they should go find Vanessa Miller. Surprisingly, the villagers actually believed his words. A group of them gathered once again to find me. Warren Doggett never expected that the lie he worked so hard to fabricate, and the villagers' rage he carefully incited, would be ruined by me with just one sentence. Since village head Doggett can't afford your land anymore, then I'll lease it. I can pay the money up front. I'll give you $600 per acre. The rent suddenly jumped from $300 to $600, literally doubling. One can imagine what the villagers chose. They not only cursed the village head for being shameless, but also went back one after another to tell him they weren't leasing their land to him anymore. They told him to keep the old rent for now, and they'd come back for it when he had money. They gave Warren Doggett no room for negotiation at all. Furthermore, the villagers who originally leased to his younger brother weren't willing to renew their leases either. This brat is jinxing me. Warren Doggett smashed several more plates in a rage. He was almost out of pots and pans to smash. This matter absolutely could not end like this. As village head, he couldn't openly suppress the Miller family or bully that girl. That night, Warren Doggett called 7 or 8 notorious village thugs who hung out with his son to his house for drinks. Especially those notorious village bullies. Especially one guy named Calvin. Even the village head himself didn't dare to provoke him casually in the village. Calvin was not only tall and burly, but also a skilled fighter. Crucially, he was ruthless and hot-headed. He had actually hacked someone in the village before. Over a single verbal spat, he stabbed a man over a dozen times. Not a single villager dared to stop him. The guy who got stabbed was lucky, not being hit in any vital organs. He barely survived. Later, Calvin fled to the outside world to join gangs. Later, it was said he caused trouble in another province and fled back to Foggy Creek. Now, by relying on his willingness to fight, he was doing quite well for himself. One of Buck Doggett's cousins hung out with him. Devout almosts. He had also made connections with some underworld figures in Foggy Creek. The fact that Calvin could return home years later, without being arrested, was largely due to Warren Doggett's help. He had mediated and settled the old grievance, one could say. Calvin owed Warren Doggett a huge favor. The reason Buck Doggett could act like a tyrant in the village, and even few in town dared to provoke him, was because he had Calvin backing him. Calvin was a notorious thug in town too. Both of the only 2 internet cafes in town were owned by him. It's not that no one else had tried to open one, but they were all beaten into submission by Calvin. No one dared to compete with him. Furthermore, with Warren Doggett's support, he also ran a grain collection business. He made a lot of money every year. Warren Doggett didn't help him for nothing. Every time it came to electing the village head, Warren Doggett only had to call Calvin over, and basically no one would challenge him for the position. After all, when Calvin got ruthless, he was truly terrifying. No one in the village wasn't afraid of him. "Uncle, I understand everything, but can that little brat really have money? I also originally thought she had no money, and that sports car was rented or borrowed from a friend. Now it seems that might not be the case. But how did this girl earn money? It doesn't make sense, Uncle, if you're asking me. All the ways I know to get rich are in the criminal code. My friends in the city all say that easy money is never clean." "What do you mean? You think that girl is also in the underworld?" "Definitely not. With her small frame, what kind of underworld life could she have? Wait, Uncle. This girl's looks could indeed catch the eye of some rich people. I suspect that car was given to her by her sugar daddy." Warren Doggett slapped his thigh. "We're thinking the same thing. It's not that our village hasn't produced college students before. How many can earn money like her? It's a good thing my family didn't marry her. Otherwise, our family reputation would be ruined. My son wouldn't even know he'd been cheated on," Calvin said while eating a large piece of flatbread. "Whatever. Uncle, just leave this to me. I guarantee those villagers won't dare lease their land to her again." Warren Doggett nodded. "I trust your work. It's just that the girl's friend seems to be a police officer. You should be careful about that." Calvin said dismissively, "What the hell is there to fear? Back when I was making a name for myself in the underworld. It's not like I haven't dealt with cops before. If that girl knows what's good for her, she'll get lost soon. Otherwise, I'll make her regret it." On the day of New Year's Eve, the village was exceptionally lively. Every household woke up early to start making paste, and then pasted bright red couplets onto their main gates. It was a scene of joy and harmony. Claire Grant and I were also in high spirits, helping Grandpa and Grandma put up the couplets. At the same time, Calvin led a few lackeys, carrying a bucket of paint, and began making warm visits to households across the village. They specifically targeted those villagers who had chosen to lease their land to me. Armed with red paint, they tore down the couplets people had just finished pasting. The villagers were furious, but didn't dare to speak out. Calvin made even more outrageous claims. "Anyone who leases their land to Vanessa Miller is picking a fight with me." He even used extremely malicious and vulgar words to fabricate rumors, saying that I had sold my body to latch on to a sugar daddy. Otherwise, as a mere student, how could I possibly earn so much money? And drive a sports car? In truth, it wasn't as if no one in the village had thought about this. Outsiders were a bit better, but especially those relatives, behind my back. Who knows how many times they had wagged their tongues. There's a good saying: the people who despise you for being poor aren't necessarily those close to you, but the people who fear you getting rich are definitely the ones closest to you. The more they are related to you, the harder it is for them to accept you suddenly making big money and becoming wealthier than them. That's human nature. It's just that no one had said it openly. Now that Calvin was doing this, it was like he was triggering the latent envy in everyone's hearts. More and more people discussed the matter, and the exaggerated gossip became increasingly ugly. Claire Grant and I had just finished pasting the last couplet, and Grandpa and Grandma were in the kitchen cooking. The next-door neighbor, Mrs. Lee, ran over in a panic. "Vanessa, dear, this is bad. Calvin, that godforsaken man, is leading men all over the village splashing red paint. He's targeting everyone who leased land to you and tearing down their couplets. He's even saying that you're a sugar baby kept by a rich man." Mrs. Lee didn't finish her sentence, but Claire Grant and I understood the meaning instantly, especially me. The smile on my face froze instantly. My fingers holding the bowl of paste tightened sharply. Claire Grant was also livid. She said angrily, "Spreading rumors is illegal. I'm going to find him." Before she could even step out of the courtyard, Calvin brought several village thugs along, swaggering over while carrying a bucket. "Yo, Isn't this our village's university student? And this police friend from the city, you look quite dashing for New Year's. My face was cold. I set down the bowl of paste and walked up to him. I asked coldly, "It's New Year's Eve. What have you been doing in the village?" "What have I been doing?" Calvin pointed at the red paint in the bucket with a brush. "Isn't this just bringing some festive cheer to the neighbors? It's New Year's, isn't it great to have everything bright red? And by the way, I'm giving some people a reminder. Don't think that just because you got some money from a man, you can act all high and mighty in the village." Then he looked at the car in the courtyard. That red Ferrari. "I have to say, this car is pretty nice. Borrowed it from some sugar daddy in the city, didn't you? Driving a sports car and latching onto a rich guy. Tricking the village idiots into circles. You really think you're some kind of golden phoenix? I spit on that. Everyone, open your eyes and take a look. A little girl who's still in school, where would she get that kind of money? Driving a sports car and trying to be a leader. Leasing all the land in our village. Do you really believe her? I, Calvin, have spent so many years in southern cities, and I've never seen anything so ridiculous. Unless the money was earned lying down, then it certainly comes fast." Ha ha ha, the thugs behind Calvin also burst into raucous laughter. Exactly, exactly. Stop pretending to be so pure. I might not have money. Otherwise, I'd book a session too. By the way, Vanessa, do you support daily rates? If you do, I might consider supporting your business too. Ha ha ha. Claire Grant's face was flushed with rage. She stepped forward and warned, "I am warning you all. If anyone else dares to talk nonsense and spread rumors, I will arrest you immediately for defamation." Arrest me? Calvin acted like he had heard the funniest joke in the world. He clutched his stomach exaggeratedly. "Oh my, I'm so scared. Officer, do you think this is your city? Who are you trying to scare with the law? When I was out there making a name for myself, you were still in diapers. Let me tell you, in this village, I am the law. No one can do a damn thing to me." He dared to be so arrogant, purely because of his past experiences. After all, he had hacked someone in the village back then, yet he was fine when he came back. Even the guy he hacked knew he was back, but didn't even dare to report it to the police. He had been in gangs in the South. Since returning, he was not only the boss of Northwood Town, but also had a bit of a reputation in Foggy Creek. You could say he was doing quite well. How could he possibly be afraid of a female officer? If you two know what's good for you, get the hell out of here. Don't be an eyesore in the village, and don't even think about leasing any land. Otherwise, I'll make sure you regret it. Before he could finish his threat, suddenly I moved. I didn't step back. Instead, I lunged forward. In the moment, Calvin was completely unguarded. I locked my hands onto his right wrist. Then I twisted with sudden force. Calvin felt a sharp pain in his wrist. His body instantly went limp and weak. The bucket of red paint in his hand fell with a clang, slipping from his grip and smashing onto the ground. The red paint inside even splashed all over his pant legs. Just as he recovered and wanted to strike back, Claire Grant moved as well. She lunged forward in one stride, grabbed his other arm, and twisted it downward violently. Simultaneously, her right knee slammed hard into Calvin's abdomen. Finally, the two of us kicked out at the same time. Calvin let out another miserable scream as he fell to the ground. Because his arms were dislocated at the joints, he rolled on the ground in agony. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. The thugs behind Calvin were stunned. Their boss usually walked tall in the village, yet he was taken down by two girls in a single encounter. By the time they snapped out of it and started howling to rush forward and help, Claire Grant and I each executed a beautiful, spinning sidekick. The two thugs in the front were sent flying backward and slammed heavily onto the ground. Our movements were almost perfectly synchronized. It was incredibly badass. Intimidated by this display, the others didn't dare to step up anymore. I ignored them and walked over to Calvin. Like dragging a dead dog, I dragged him over to the pool of red paint. Calvin's main issue now was that both his arms were dislocated. He couldn't resist at all. He never expected that these two little girls would be such good fighters. Of course, it was mainly because he had underestimated the enemy. He hadn't respected either of them from the start, which was why he was suffering so much now. I'm warning you. Call an ambulance for me right now. Otherwise, when I'm recovered, I definitely won't let you off. Ethan now. Calvin was still being stubborn. Slap, slap. I slapped him hard twice. You dare hit me? Slap, slap. 2 more slaps. But this time, it was Claire Grant who did it. You're a cop, and you're hitting people too? I'm going to report you. Slap, slap. This time, they hit him together. One from the left, one from the right. You're teaming up to bully me. Slap, slap. Damn it. I'm going to kill you. Slap, slap. Stop hitting me, ladies. I was wrong, okay? Slap, slap. I already admitted I was wrong. Why are you still hitting me? Calvin started crying. My hand slipped, I explained. I stood up and looked down at him. Calvin, I'm giving you 1 hour. The red paint you splashed on people's doors today? Lick it off, bit by bit, until it's clean. This is not a negotiation. Calvin, accompanied by several underlings, returned in a sorry state to the village clinic. He had someone reset his joints. Once he had completely recovered his breath, he recalled my gaze from earlier, and the more he thought about it, the more flustered he felt. How could a girl have such a terrifying gaze? Boss Calvin, what do we do now? Should we go back and reclaim our dignity? An underling asked nearby. Reclaim our dignity? Dignity my foot. Calvin slammed the table beside him violently, giving the doctor at the clinic a fright. Idiot, didn't you see those 2 women's moves? They're trained fighters. You want to go get beaten up again? Calvin had been in the underworld for so many years. Whether he could win a fight or not, he still had a good eye for it. He could naturally tell that those 2 girls were not simple. Take Vanessa, for instance. The way she grabbed his wrist and used that specific technique to dislocate the joint. She was obviously professionally trained. And then there was that cop. Why does a female officer learn fighting so well, instead of sitting in an office at a computer? The world is really going downhill. Now even delicate-looking young girls are more violent than the last. How are we men supposed to make a living anymore? No man will ever dare to want those 2 girls in the future. But Boss Calvin, are we just gonna let it go? How can we show our faces in the village after this? Maybe we should call for backup. Call more brothers from town. There's no way we can't handle the 2 of them. Yeah, Boss Calvin, we have to get our face back. This is too embarrassing. Didn't you see those villagers were laughing at us? Calvin was having a real headache now. Let me think about it first. Although he really wanted to get revenge immediately, that girl named Claire Grant had an identity that was just too sensitive. Forget what he said earlier at the village head. Warren Doggett's house while drinking and bragging. Things like, I've dealt with cops back when I was out there. I don't care about the police. But if he really moved against a cop, the nature of the situation would change. Not to mention, he already had a record. If he was investigated and caught, he really wouldn't be spending this new year at home. The best way would be to lure the female cop away, and then they could properly deal with that Vanessa Miller girl. Sly. Do you guys have any ideas on how to lure that cop away? Calvin thought for a moment and asked. Lure her away? How? Boss Calvin, do you have a plan? The underlings asked back. Calvin gave the nearest underling a slap. If I had a plan, would I need to ask you blockheads? Think for me. Whoever thinks of a good idea, I'll reward them handsomely. The underling clutched his head and racked his brain to come up with a way. After thinking for a long time, someone finally spoke. Boss Calvin, how about we find someone to seduce her? Like a honey trap? Hearing this, another underling immediately volunteered and raised his hand. Boss Calvin, what do you think of me? I'll go seduce her. As he spoke, he even flicked his side-swept bangs that covered one eye, thinking he looked very suave. Calvin gave him a backhanded slap to the back of his head. Are you even as handsome as I am? Hurry up and think of something else. Whoever comes up with a good idea, I'll bring back the Doggett girl from the village entrance to be your sister-in-law. There must be brave men under heavy rewards. The underling who was slapped earlier excitedly raised his hand again. Boss Calvin, I thought of something. Let's just find a plan to go in front of that cop and pretend to have a heart attack. When she rushes to take the person to the hospital, won't she be lured away? Will that work? Calvin thought this method was still unreliable. That girl is a cop, wouldn't she see through it? Besides, where are we going to find a plant? Are you going? Do you have heart disease? The underling said confidently. I think I can do it. I'll just eat a pound of lard mixed with spicy sauce. I guarantee I'll fall ill within 3 minutes. It'll look more like a heart attack than a real one. Calvin didn't expect to have such talent among his men. He asked again, is this lard-eating method really feasible? The underling guaranteed again, it'll definitely work. Boss Calvin, when the time comes, if that cop really stands by and does nothing, we'll splash dirty water on her, saying the police are maliciously retaliating. and then report her. Calvin really couldn't think of a better way right now. He could only nod in agreement. Fine, then we'll do as you said. Hurry up and go get the lard and spicy sauce now. You have to make it look realistic for me when the time comes. I'll call my men over directly. I'll give that Vanessa Miller girl a grand New Year's greeting on the first day. He had to handle this matter well. Otherwise, if Warren Doggett couldn't hold on, then even his own business would go under. The loss wouldn't be small. Warren Doggett had told him a few days ago that next year he would apply for a batch of funds from above to build a large-scale granary in the village. As the village head, Warren Doggett could know some agricultural support policies in advance. Once this granary is built, then they would have a place to store grain. They wouldn't be like before, having to sell the freshly harvested grain at a cheaper price just because the storage space was too small. They had to sell it directly at a low price. With a granary, in the future, they could wait for a suitable price before gradually releasing the stock. The profit would be much higher. They could even expand the scale a bit more, buy some machinery, and directly process the grain into finished products for sale. Not only could they increase their income, but they could also apply for more policy subsidies. In short, for the sake of future wealth, they had to take care of me no matter what. Otherwise, if she continues to lease land at double their price, how will they be able to lease land in the future? How could they save on costs right from the source? That's a significant amount of money. Just as Calvin finished making the call to gather his men, on the other side, Warren Doggett at the village head's house received more bad news. His troublesome son, Buck Doggett, had somehow signed a representation contract with a lawyer from Pearl City named Theodore Vance. At first, he thought it was a good thing, but he didn't expect that after checking he found Theodore Vance's track record was actually quite absurd. Buck might even get an extra 2 or 3 years because of it. More importantly, that lawyer had been recommended by Warren Miller. That piece of trash said the lawyer was very reliable. Buck Doggett had never dealt with a lawyer before. People in the countryside, even someone like the village head Warren Doggett, had almost never dealt with lawyers. Country folk have their own way of doing things, and Buck Doggett also didn't know how to choose a lawyer. And then, Warren Miller, who was locked in the same cell as him, introduced his own lawyer to him. At the time, Warren Miller even beat his chest and guaranteed that this lawyer had been found by his daughter, Vanessa Miller, and was absolutely legitimate, absolutely professional. He said that Theodore Vance had personally said that any case he handled would have a sentencing result 100% different from anyone else's. It would definitely be effective. He also said that no money would be collected before the sentencing, and the payment would be settled after the judgment was finalized. It was just that the liquidated damages in the contract were a bit high. Buck Doggett was tempted as soon as he heard that. If he could spend a few fewer years in the slammer, spending some money wouldn't matter. Besides, they said there would be no fee if it wasn't effective. Where could you find such a good deal? So, he also signed a contract with Theodore Vance. After signing the contract, he also asked the same question Warren Miller had asked, and then Warren Miller was taken by the officers outside for medical treatment. Buck Doggett, because he beat someone in a cell, and even caused a fracture, faced an additional charge of intentional assault, making his release from the slammer feel like it was far off in the future. After Warren Doggett heard this bad news, his mental state was exactly as one could imagine. Not even mentioning that the money was gone. He was also up to his ears in debt. His son hadn't been gotten out, and instead, things had gotten a whole lot worse. If he could swallow this bitter pill, then he wouldn't be able to show his face in the village anymore. This time, he had to reclaim his dignity and make me pay the price, while using an iron fist to tell those villagers that this village was still Warren Doggett's domain, and that anyone who opposed him would meet a bad end. In a remote village under the jurisdiction of Pearl City, inside a somewhat dilapidated tiled house, after Lance finished putting up the couplets, he carried a basin of water and a rag and began carefully wiping down the room. This old residence that originally belonged to him was finally reclaimed, along with the occupied land being taken back. The process was very smooth. Almost no effort was needed, and those uncles and aunts scrambled to return the house and the land. When Lance first returned, it even alerted the local town leaders, because this place was simply too poor, far from the county seat, and even farther from the city. It felt like a godforsaken backwater. Most of the village roads were still dirt. If it happened to rain, the Maybach Lance drove there might not even be able to move. Therefore, the town leaders were extremely desperate for investment, now suddenly learning that someone had returned in a Maybach worth 10 million. Those leaders immediately took notice and hurried over for a meeting. The result was that some people were going to be unlucky. Occupying someone else's land and house for years made the leaders quite angry. They immediately ordered the village head to oversee the return of the ancestral home and land, and also to cough up the land rental money from all these years and hand it over. As a way of giving back, Lance reached into his own pocket to donate $300,000 to the local town elementary school to improve the teaching environment. Even without receiving a promise of investment, those leaders still left happily. No matter what, this was a great start. Over the next few days, Lance was basically busy socializing. Until today, New Year's Eve, did he finally manage to find a bit of peace? While Lance was cleaning the old residence, those uncles and aunts with even the slightest connection queued up to invite him to their homes for lunch. In the Pearl City area, the New Year's Eve meal is a big lunch as the main feast, and dumplings are usually eaten in the evening. Lance turned them all down, planning to just make a bowl of instant noodles for himself. And for some reason, even though he was back, had reclaimed the old home and gotten back everything that belonged to him, even the relatives who used to look down on him were now subservient to him and full of flattery. The feeling of triumphant satisfaction he expected didn't actually appear. Instead, his heart felt empty, and he felt particularly uneasy. Not knowing how long he had been busy, Lance finally finished cleaning the old residence by himself. Then he picked up his phone and realized it was already after 4:00 p.m. He had even forgotten to eat lunch. Opening the phone, the screen showed a pop-up notification for an unread message. It was a New Year's greeting from the young lady. Although the first day is the official start of the spring festival, they weren't that strict about it here. Many people started exchanging greetings on New Year's Eve. After reading this message, Lance suddenly remembered he hadn't sent a greeting to the young lady yet. Just as he was preparing to draft a text to send the young lady a New Year's greeting, a car horn suddenly sounded from the village entrance. Several cars, 3 or 4 black sedans, slowly drove into the village, and finally, all parked in front of Lance's old residence. The first to get out was Mitch. Behind him, another dozen or so young men in black suits got out. All of them were core members of the Grand Apex Alliance. Brother Lance, Happy New Year. Mitch was the first to call out a greeting. Lance was somewhat surprised. What are you all doing here? Mitch chuckled. Coming to bring you New Year's greetings, of course. We even brought dumplings. Oh, come. Bring all the dumplings over. The group of people, carrying various types of homemade dumplings, set them down on the wooden table in the central hall. Mitch looked around the room, then walked to the front and picked up incense, offering 3 sticks to the ancestral tablet. The others followed suit, all lighting incense to pay their respects. When it was over, Lance asked again, You still haven't answered me. What are you doing all the way out here? Aren't you spending New Year's with your families? After finishing the incense, Mitch dusted the ash off his hands and looked around the house, which was very clean, but still seemed dilapidated and lonely. Finally, his gaze landed on Lance. Brother Lance, look at what you're saying. What are brothers? Brothers are family. Look at you on New Year's Eve, alone in this old residence, ready to settle for instant noodles at an empty table. How can we brothers just watch that happen? So, we all decided together to come find you. As he spoke, he turned to the others. What are you all standing around for? Get the dumplings in the pot. Let Brother Lance taste the skills of our family's cooking. You got it, Brother Mitch. The dozen young men in black suits immediately sprang into action, heading to the kitchen to find the stove and boil water. While the brothers were busy boiling dumplings, Mitch pulled over a stool and sat down beside Lance, handing him a cigarette, and revealed his true purpose. Brother Lance, I don't know what it is. Going home for the New Year was fine for the first 2 days, eating big meals and driving around to show off to relatives. But after a couple of days, I got bored. The guys in my village, all they do is brag or gamble. It's not interesting at all. It's not like in the city, where working for the young lady is much more satisfying. Plus, we haven't seen the young lady for several days now. I actually really miss her. So, us brothers talked it over, and decided to get up early tomorrow to go bring her New Year's greetings. Lance was stunned. Go find the young lady? Mitch nodded. Yeah. Brother Lance, are you in? Then he pulled out his phone and opened a text, pointing at it. Brother Lance, see for yourself. The young lady didn't forget about us at all. She sent each of us a New Year's greeting. So we definitely have to show our appreciation. Anyway, driving there will only take about 3 hours. 1 day is plenty for a round trip. As for the brothers who are farther away, I won't make them go through the hassle. Brother Lance, give me a straight answer. You going or not? Just then, a shout came from the kitchen. Dumplings are ready. Several young men carrying steaming hot dumplings walked out and set them on the wooden table. The aroma of various fillings immediately filled the air. At the same time, someone brought in a crate of mutai from the car. Mitch stood up immediately, eagerly bringing a bowl and chopsticks to Lance. Brother Lance, taste the handiwork of the brothers' families. After we eat, us brothers will stay up with you for the new year, ensuring this old house has the liveliest new year ever. Then he quickly opened a bottle of mutai and filled the glass in front of Lance. They didn't plan on driving back tonight, so having some alcohol was fine. As for where to stay for the night, they had already figured that out. Aren't there a few haystacks outside the neighboring yard? We'll just have those uncles and aunts of yours make do there for a night. I'm sure they won't have any objections. Lance looked at the steaming dumplings before him, then at the brothers sitting and standing around him. The brothers, each holding a bowl of dumplings, suddenly discovered that the hearts they once felt were empty, were very quickly filled with something again. They were just like him. In the depths of every person's heart, the same name was deeply imprinted. Just the thought of this name was enough to fill a person with strength and a sense of belonging. Lance picked up the glass of mutai that Mitch had poured and stood up. Tomorrow, we go together. Everyone raised their glasses in unison. They shouted together, a toast to the young lady. A toast to our brothers of the Grand Apex Alliance. The Spring Festival, which was also the first day of the New Year, the first day of the Lunar New Year. Vanessa Miller and Claire Grant got out of bed early. We couldn't even sleep in on the first day of the New Year, because Miller's village still maintained a certain custom, visiting early to deliver New Year's greetings. However, these visits weren't made by the adults. Instead, it was the village children. The first day of every New Year was always the happiest day for the village kids, because it was a day of bountiful harvest for them. Every child from every household would carry a burlap sack today. That's right, a burlap sack, as they went door to door for early greetings. People would start arriving one after another starting at 4 a.m. So you had to ensure that before then, the main gate of the house was wide open. Someone also had to be sitting in the house, waiting to pay the kids their dues. Generally speaking, after a child did a full round of the village, their burlap sack would basically be filled to the brim. Today, Claire Grant and I took on the role of those in charge, of handing out the candy and fruit. Neither of us even put on makeup. We just wrapped ourselves in the military overcoats Grandpa bought at the market and sat in the main hall, waiting for the village children to arrive. It was still pitch black outside the window, with only the occasional sound of a few scattered firecrackers in the distance. Claire Grant yawned and complained, "This custom of yours is way too hardcore. It's only 4 a.m. The sun isn't even up yet." I rubbed my eyes and laughed. I can't help it. It's an old tradition of ours. I remember doing this myself when I was little. I thought it was so much fun back then. I didn't even feel tired dragging that big burlap sack around. I didn't think it would be my turn to sit here and hand out treats so soon. The two of us just chatted like that, waiting for the children to arrive. Before long, the light of flashlights appeared outside. This was followed by the sound of small footsteps and excited chattering. A few children in a group walked in, carrying their sacks. "Happy New Year, sister." "Happy New Year, sister. Wishing you prosperity." "Where's the red envelope?" "No, wait. Hand over the candy." Smiles appeared on Claire Grant's and my faces. Our drowsiness was dispelled by these voices. "Happy New Year. Come, come, there's enough for everyone." The two of us began grabbing handfuls of candy for the kids. I also gave each of them a $10 red envelope. It wasn't that I was stingy, but if I gave them too much, the kids would just have to hand it over to their parents. Giving $10 was just enough for them to buy some firecrackers. Plus, at this point in time, the New Year's money given to children here was usually $10 or $5, unlike later generations where it started at $200. What was supposed to be a happy holiday had gradually become more and more about calculating. Those kids' eyes went wide when they saw the red envelopes. Their little faces were filled with surprise. "It's a red envelope. Thank you, sister." The group of children chimed in with their thanks. Their voices were even louder and clearer then. when they shouted, "Happy New Year," upon entering. As the first batch of children left with their loot, they were immediately followed by a second batch, then a third and a fourth. Claire, Grant, and I handed out treats from 4 a.m. until 9 a.m. After 5 hours, the number of people finally decreased significantly. After all, Miller's village was considered a relatively large settlement. There were indeed many children, which was why we had been handing things out for so long. When 9 a.m. arrived, the job of handing out fruit was handed over to Grandpa. After the two of us briefly tidied ourselves up, we began helping Grandma cook. My cousin Derek Miller's family also came over at this time, bringing their kitchen knives and cutting boards as equipment. On New Year's Eve, they had cooked and eaten at their own house. For New Year's Day, they decided it would be livelier to eat together. Just as the large family was busy working in full swing, several uninvited guests arrived at the door. 2 middle-aged people and 2 young people about the same age as me, 1 male and 1 female. Grandpa was sitting in the main hall. When he saw these people, he said in a lukewarm tone, "Oh, what wind blew you all here? What rare guests." When that middle-aged man heard this, his footsteps visibly faltered, but he still walked over carrying 2 crates of milk, and called out, "Dad." This person was none other than my eldest uncle, Lawrence Miller. Leonard Miller sat in his chair, with no intention of standing up to greet them. "You've got the wrong person. Is your dad in the county seat?" Lawrence Miller suddenly didn't know how to speak. Beside him, his son and daughter, Brandon Young and Ashley Young, took the initiative to say hello. Grandpa. Meanwhile, their eyes kept drifting toward the sports car in the courtyard. Clearly, they were amazed that there was a sports car at Grandpa's house. It seemed Grandpa's house wasn't as poor as their mother had said. Grandpa Leonard Miller didn't seem to care much for these 2 grandchildren either. He only gave a faint grunt in response. On the other hand, Grandma heard the commotion from the kitchen and ran out when she saw Lawrence Miller and the 2 grandchildren. Her instinct was to step forward and speak, but after thinking about it, because of past unpleasantness, she still didn't open her mouth. Just then, my Aunt Brenda Miller started making sarcastic remarks. "See, I told you. What was the point of coming back? They don't care about having you as a son at all now. Coming back is just embarrassing yourself." Lawrence Miller felt he was losing face. He whispered to Brenda Miller, "Can't you just say a few less words?" It was a habit of hers. Brenda Miller became unhappy. "Hey, you're getting bold, aren't you? Lawrence Miller, have you forgotten what you came here to do today? If it weren't for your niece Vanessa Miller, would I bother coming back to this dump of a village with you? Just to get disrespected and deal with this frustration? After being scolded by his wife like that?" Lawrence Miller immediately turned into a coward. He ducked his head and didn't dare to make a sound. Grandpa Leonard Miller gave a cold laugh. Looking at his son's cowardly appearance, he said, "I was wondering why." The sun was rising in the west. "To think you'd actually remember to give New Year's greetings to this old man. It turns out you've come because you need something. From what I'm hearing, you've come to cause trouble for my granddaughter." I had just finished washing the vegetables in the kitchen and walked out wearing an apron. I just heard someone calling my name. "Is there something you need?" As soon as she saw me, Brenda Miller couldn't control her emotions. "Vanessa Miller, you little..." Just as the curse was at the tip of her tongue, I coldly interrupted her. "If you dare to let a single dirty word slip out of your mouth today, I guarantee you'll never be able to speak again." That cold gaze and forceful tone forcefully choked back the words that were about to burst out from Brenda Miller's mouth. She was indeed somewhat afraid of this niece. On the other hand, Brandon Young, my cousin in name, was enraged by my words. He walked straight over. "How dare you speak to my mother like that?" I looked at this unfamiliar face. "Who are you?" "I'm Brandon Young." "I'm your cousin. You're being far too impolite. My mother is your elder no matter how you look at it. How can you speak to her like that?" I replied sarcastically, "Cousin, you must be mistaken. Your surname is Young, and mine is Miller. How could we be related? As for the politeness you mentioned, one naturally uses a matching attitude for a matching person. Just because a dog wants to bark at me, doesn't mean I can't muzzle it." "You!" Brandon Young's face turned red from embarrassment. He had grown up in the county seat since childhood, although his family background wasn't necessarily prominent, but he considered himself a city person and superior. When had he ever been mocked to his face by a country girl? Especially the look in her eyes as she watched him. It made him feel particularly uncomfortable. It felt like he was being treated like a bumbling clown. In a fit of shame and anger, he blurted out recklessly, "Vanessa Miller, your dad is in the slammer, and your mom ran away. You're just a wild girl." Slap. An extremely crisp sound of a slap echoed through the courtyard. Brandon Young clutched his stinging cheek, looking somewhat in disbelief. He had actually been slapped hard, by this cousin he hadn't seen in years. "You little brat, you dare hit my son. I'll kill you." Brenda Miller was the first to react, screaming, rushing forward like a tiger protecting her cub, who evidently forgot the lesson she learned last time in the hotel. In Foggy Creek, the result was, as one could imagine, before she could even get close, I kicked her onto the ground. Brandon Young saw his mother getting hit, and his eyes turned red. He hadn't fought back immediately earlier. 1, because it happened so suddenly he didn't react, and 2, his subconscious felt it wasn't right to hit a woman. But now, he didn't care about that anymore. However, as he was about to make a move in anger, Claire Grant happened to walk out of the kitchen as well. Seeing this, she immediately stopped him. "Go ahead and try it. If you touch her, I'll throw you in the precinct to cool off for a few days." Brandon Young froze instantly. "A cop?" Claire Grant came to my side. She nodded. "That's right. If you don't believe me, I can show you my badge." Since she put it that way, Brandon Young had to believe her. He didn't dare make another move. But he didn't forget to report me. "Officer, she just hit my mother. And she hit me too." "What about that?" Claire Grant shrugged. "I didn't see it. She wasn't lying. She was just burying sweet potatoes under the stove. If she hadn't been afraid of them burning, she would have come out sooner." Brandon Young said, "What do you mean?" Claire Grant spread her hands. "I didn't see it. How can I arrest anyone?" "Doesn't there need to be evidence?" Brandon Young said, "I saw it. We all saw it. Isn't that enough?" Derek Miller was the first to speak up. "Brandon Young, don't talk nonsense." "My parents and I didn't see anything." Claire Grant nodded, putting on a professional, just doing business look. "See, it's not that I don't want to make an arrest, but you all have different stories. I can't judge who is lying, but you and your mother seem fine. So why don't we just let it go? From now on, no one is allowed to fight. Otherwise, I won't be polite." Hearing Claire Grant's attempt to smooth things over, Brandon Young understood. This female cop and I were clearly on the same side. It was blatant favoritism. Grandpa Leonard Miller, who had been watching coldly, finally stood up. He issued an ultimatum. "You've made your New Year's visit, so go home now. Don't stay here anymore." He wanted to live his remaining years in peace. His eldest son had married out. His youngest son had been arrested. If his 2 granddaughters weren't so outstanding, giving him some comfort. Who knows what state he'd be in right now. Brenda Miller grew anxious hearing this. Approaching her husband and pinching his arm, she whispered urgently, "What are you dallying for? Hurry up and get to the point." Lawrence Miller shivered in pain, rubbing his side as he hurriedly stepped forward. "Dad, we know we were wrong. We didn't do things right. We came here today not just for New Year's, but also because we need to talk to Vanessa." I already guessed what was going on. "Go ahead. What do you want from me?" Lawrence Miller directly told the truth. "Vanessa, I want to ask you, do you know Mr. Ching in Foggy Creek? He suddenly stopped doing business with us. Everything was going fine before, but the suppliers seem to have colluded. They've all cut ties with us. Our little business can barely survive now. The warehouse is full of stock, and we can't even pay the workers. Vanessa, if you really know Mr. Ching, could you put in a good word for us?" Brenda Miller listened from the side, feeling incredibly humiliated in her heart, but thinking of how their business had plummeted, and was on the verge of bankruptcy. She could only endure it. Ever since the conflict with me at the hotel last year, Mr. Ching had even stopped caring about the face of her father-in-law. He directly cut off everything with them. No more business dealings. The elder of the Young family swallowed his pride, and visited many times to ask about it. Plus, the elder indeed had done favors for Mr. Ching in the past. Mr. Ching barely revealed a hint that it was related to their niece. At that time, when Mr. Ching apologized to me in the hotel, Brenda Miller and the others were on the scene. But because they heard Mr. Ching was going to investigate who was using his name to cause trouble, they had secretly slipped away first, trying to bribe the hotel in advance, telling the front desk not to mention them, so they hadn't seen what happened afterward. They only saw the police arrive, saying they had caught a murderer. Otherwise, they probably would have apologized to me immediately and backed down. Later, Mr. Ching, considering the past relationship between the families, did not actually cause them trouble, but he completely cut off all business ties. The elder of the young family personally stepped in, asking multiple times before he got the reason. This was why Brenda Miller's family, on New Year's Day, thick-skinnedly ran over for a New Year's visit. But in their eyes, I was just lucky enough to have glommed onto Mr. Ching. However, my response caught them off guard. Old man Ching? I don't know him. Brenda Miller grew anxious. How could you not know him? When you had your graduation banquet, Old man Ching was hosting an event in the hall next to you. I said coldly, why should I know him? And what does your business failing have to do with me? Just then, a person suddenly ran over from outside. It was the neighbor, Mrs. Lee. This is bad, this is bad. Vanessa dear. A bunch of motorcycles appeared at the village entrance, and a lot of thugs have arrived. Calvin called them here. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. Lawrence Miller and his family had no idea what was happening. Why were thugs coming to the village on New Year's? But Claire Grant and I knew the reason. Mrs. Lee, are you sure? Mrs. Lee nodded. I just went to the shop to buy crackers. My family was short one string. Then I saw Calvin at the crossroads, handing out cigarettes to those thugs. By the way, besides the motorcycles, several cars have arrived too. Some of them are Mercedes. They seem like thugs too. I don't know where they came from, but they parked in front of the village head's house. Vanessa dear, maybe you should hide for a bit. I feel like those people are coming for you. Claire Grant furrowed her brows. I'm here. Let's see if they dare. At this moment, Brenda Miller, who was full of anger, couldn't help but laugh in schadenfreude. Ha ha ha. You brat, I didn't think you'd offended so many people. Go ahead and be arrogant now. Look at what happened. You've provoked thugs. Let's see how you die. Heaven has eyes. Mom, say less. We're here to ask for a favor. Ashley Young whispered a warning. Brenda Miller said, favor my foot. Didn't she say it? She doesn't know Mr. Ching. And just now she hit your mother. Retribution has finally arrived. I had no time to deal with this madwoman. Furrowing my brows, I quickly walked out of the courtyard. Claire Grant followed as well. Don't worry. With me here, they won't dare do anything reckless. A moment later, 7 or 8 motorcycles appeared in front of them. 7 or 8 thugs carrying weapons got off. Calvin got off the back of one of the motorcycles and jumped down. When he saw Claire Grant was still beside me, he immediately grabbed the collar of a lackey next to him and asked, what's going on? Why is she still here? The lackey shrunk his neck and with a bitter smile said, Boss Calvin, I really couldn't eat a whole pound of lard. Useless trash, get lost. Calvin kicked him in a fit of rage, but he couldn't care about much now. He had already called everyone here. There was no reason to give up halfway, especially since at the village head's house, a group of big shots from the county had arrived. Even if the opponent was a cop, they could still handle it. Calvin became arrogant again, pointing at the brothers behind him. Vanessa Miller. Happy New Year, sister. I specifically brought my brothers here today to give the two of you a beating. Just as Calvin arrogantly shouted this, he took 2 steps forward with ill intent. Immediately following that familiar crisp crack sounded again. And this time, the sound was even clearer than before. For the second time in the same spot, on the same arm by the same person, using the same technique, the joint was dislocated again. Holy crap, it hurts. Calvin instantly fell to his knees with a thud. This time, he truly gave me a proper New Year's greeting. His right arm, which had just been reset not long ago, hung limp once again. The thugs behind Calvin, whom he had called over, saw this and were about to raise their weapons to act. But I directly grabbed Calvin's other arm. Calvin shouted in fear, Don't move. All right, don't move. The thugs were held at bay, fearing for his safety. They just stared at me intently, ready to rush up at any moment. Grandma, I was wrong. I was truly wrong. I'll never dare to do it again. Calvin wailed miserably. It should be said, I was too goddamn unethical. He hadn't even made a move, yet this woman just suddenly attacked and ambushed him. This time, the arm suffered secondary damage. It hurt even more. Brenda Miller, who was ready to watch the show, saw me directly break the arm of the thug leader. Actually, it was just dislocated, but she was startled too. She hadn't expected this girl to be so capable and so ruthless. However, when she saw those thugs didn't dare move, she grew anxious too. Her mind was screaming, kill her. Your boss's arm was just broken by someone. Why are you being so cowardly? A bunch of useless trash. She just wanted to see me get taught a lesson, so her heart could be at ease. But reality disappointed her. This group of aggressive-looking thugs on motorcycles hadn't been off their bikes for even a minute before their leader was kneeling and begging for mercy. They were absolutely losing face. Brenda Miller noticed that female cop whose name she didn't know actually hadn't done anything. Her eyes darted around, and she immediately shouted out, "Officer! She hit someone! She hit someone! She even broke someone's arm! You saw it this time, right? Why aren't you arresting her? She broke the law. Do you intend to protect her?" Brandon Young also immediately backed her up. "Right, officer. You saw it with your own eyes this time. They came to give New Year's greetings, but she broke his arm. She must be arrested and thrown into the slammer." Kneeling on the ground, Calvin heard this mother and son's words, and his eyes also lit up. He was originally worried about how to handle the policewoman, but now he had a reason. Then, enduring the pain, he said, "Yes, yes. Officer, make her let go of me quickly. She illegally hit someone. I just came to give a greeting, and she dislocated my arm. If you don't arrest her, I'll call the police. I'll report you for perverting the course of justice and harboring a criminal." Hearing them actually using this reason to pressure her, Vanessa smiled and said to Claire, "Sister, did I break the law?" Claire Grant didn't answer me directly, but walked over to Calvin instead. In front of everyone, she suddenly acted. Crack. Another crisp sound of a bone being dislocated. Calvin let out another miserable scream from the pain. Tears were actually falling. These two women were too much. This was the second time dislocating his arm, and it was the goddamn same one. Now everyone understood Claire Grant's attitude. She was dead set on siding with me. And then Claire Grant's next words made them feel it was even more outrageous. Not only was it favoritism, but she wanted to turn black into white. "You all were wrong just now. My sister didn't break the law. On the contrary, they were the ones breaking the law." She was telling the truth. The group of underlings behind Calvin were all carrying weapons. This was already a signal of intent to commit illegal harm. When facing such a situation, any hesitation could cause irreparable consequences. So she and I decisively acted first. To control the leader. There was absolutely no problem with that. But in the eyes of someone like Brenda Miller who didn't know the law, this was blatant perversion of justice. You are covering for her, in front of so many people. You, a cop, are actually helping a criminal hit people. Is there no law anymore? I'm going to call the police and report you right now. I'll have you stripped of your badge," Brenda Miller said as she took out her phone to call. Claire Grant and I had no intention of stopping her. Instead, it was Calvin kneeling on the ground, grimacing in pain. "Damn it, slap her for me. Make her stop meddling in other people's business." The thugs, who were originally a bit lost, heard Calvin's words and immediately went in front of Brenda Miller. They gave Brenda Miller several hard slaps. Then they even threw her phone into a nearby small ditch. Brenda Miller was slapped into a daze. Wailing, she cried out, "Why are you hitting me? I'm helping you guys. Is something wrong with your brains?" She was simply beside herself with grievance. She was, clearly, helping this group of thugs accuse me and Claire. Why was she the one getting beaten instead? She didn't know. Although Calvin was shouting about perversion of justice earlier, if she really called the police, he really wouldn't dare face them. After all, he truly had a guilty conscience, because he had a criminal record. Calvin heard Brenda Miller still wailing, and cursed in a fit of rage, "Helping my ass. You bitch, did I ask you to open your mouth? Did I goddamn ask you to call the police? Get the hell away from me. If you dare say another word, I'll have them throw you in the manure pit to soak." Brenda Miller was frightened by Calvin's ferocious look. She clutched her face and didn't dare to make another sound. Only then did Calvin look at me and Claire to beg for mercy. "Ladies, please. I was wrong. I was truly wrong. Just let me go. My arm is about to break. I promise I'll never trouble you again. Just treat me like a fart and let me go." I asked, "Then tell me, what kind of people came to the village head's house?" Calvin's eyes darted around. "They're just bosses from the county here to talk business. The village head wanted to find a place for a granary and was looking for investors. They aren't here to look for trouble with you." He still told a lie that was half true. These people indeed wanted to invest. But it wasn't a granary. It was road construction. Northwood Town was close to the neighboring county. There was a plan to build a large bridge to fully connect with the neighboring city and county. That bridge Site was at the southernmost riverside of Northwood Town. At that time, a new road would be built to connect to the bridge. Just happened that a part of Miller's Village was within the scope of this line. It would involve the demolition of some houses at the edge of the village. The other party was preparing to bid for the construction project of this road. Finding Warren Doggett was also to learn about the demolition, compensation, and other situations in advance. If they could figure out there was profit to be made, then they could take on this project. Of course, originally, the other party wouldn't have bothered to chat about this. It was only that it happened that the village head, Warren Doggett, needed a favor from them. He had promised benefits, so he would be bringing people over. Calvin had his arm dislocated twice by me and my group, losing face twice. If he let them off just like that, then he would have suffered those 2 humiliations for nothing. Once he got his arm reset, he was definitely going to bring more men back to avenge his pride. I asked again, "I'm asking you who they are. If you talk more nonsense, I won't be polite." Calvin quickly answered, "Julian Hale." Yes, the leader is named Julian Hale, a boss from the county. He didn't think I would know the man. After all, how could a mere student like me know? The son of the underground king of Pearl City, Mr. Ching? When I heard it was Julian Hale, I was slightly taken aback. It was a bit unexpected. Is this guy doing engineering projects now? Since I knew it was Julian Hale, there was no need to call for backup. However, a guy like Calvin is the type to seek revenge for even a glare. I still needed to deal with him once and for all. Get lost. I let him go once again. After Calvin escaped, his instinct was to immediately order his men to retaliate. But his arm was hurting so badly now, so he decided to go to town first, and then bring back even more men to teach them a lesson. I knew he wouldn't let it rest. I whispered something to Claire Grant. A flash of surprise crossed Claire's face. Then she nodded. She called Mrs. Lee and left. Derek Miller came to my side carrying a hoe. Lav, that dog is definitely going to come back to cause you trouble. What should we do? Should we give Brother Mitch and the others a call? I shook my head. No need. It's the new year. Let them enjoy it. Afterward, I spoke to my grandparents and said some things to put their minds at ease. I told them to go about their business. I could handle things here. Then, with perfect composure, I moved a stool to the main entrance and sat down. I was clearly waiting for people to arrive. My eldest uncle's family still hadn't left, because they seemed to see a glimmer of hope again. They knew Julian Hale. Originally, they had quite a bit of contact with the Hale family. It was only after the hotel incident last year that the 2 families broke off contact. Regardless, as long as they could see me get taught a lesson, the malice in Brenda Miller's heart could be released. Only then would she feel satisfied and relieved. Seeing them still stubbornly hanging around, I didn't bother with them any longer. Just now, I had Claire Grant follow Mrs. Lee, so Mrs. Lee could take Claire to find the family that was hacked by Calvin in the past. No matter how you look at it, that was a very serious criminal case. It wouldn't be right if Calvin didn't spend a few years in the slammer. Besides that, in my previous life, I heard the villagers talk about how Calvin, during the years he fled south, had also hacked and injured several people. One of them even ended up with a permanent disability. That was why he had secretly fled back to his hometown. Nowadays, the surveillance system wasn't comprehensive yet. Sometimes, it really wasn't that easy to catch a criminal. Many people were only caught later after technology improved, only then being apprehended one by one. Combined with the fact that the village head, Warren Doggett, was pulling strings for him. Could Calvin really keep living as a free man? His good days were coming to an end today. That included the village head, Warren Doggett. I sat there waiting with total composure. My completely fearless appearance made my uncle's family start to wonder again. Why does this girl feel a bit eerie? Then Derek Miller's father, Richard Miller, walked over. Seeing his cousin's family still standing there, he couldn't help but pull his cousin Lawrence Miller to the side and began saying something. Although Richard Miller was only Lawrence Miller's cousin, he still wanted to advise his older brother. Why must the family be so stubborn? Could their attitude toward the elders and their niece be a bit better? I knew my uncle meant well, but I still spoke up and interrupted him. Uncle, do you want to run for village head? Richard Miller was considered highly educated for his generation. In an era when most people only knew a few characters, he at least had a high school education. He had also practiced a beautiful style of calligraphy. Many people in the village asked him to write their New Year couplets. More importantly, he was indeed qualified to run for office. It was just that the pressure at home was too great. His wife was sick, and combined with Warren Doggett's powerful clan influence and forceful style, there was simply no way for outsiders like them to run. Although the village was called Miller's Village, and there were indeed many people with the surname Miller, the largest clan was actually the Doggett family. To say the least, just in this back half of the village, in Buck Doggett's generation, the cousins who were distantly related numbered more than 30. Warren Doggett's generation had even more. Under these circumstances, no one could compete with Warren Doggett for village head, unless someone from his own clan came out to compete. Richard Miller was stunned for a moment. Vanessa, stop joking. I don't have the ability to be village head. Besides, the next election isn't until next year. I replied, Uncle, I'm afraid it won't wait until next year. In a couple of days, the village will likely take advantage of the new year, when everyone is home, to hold an early election. Although, I didn't have direct evidence of Warren Doggett's crimes in my hands right now. Some people in the village definitely did. However, the single fact that he harbored the criminal Calvin was enough to take him down. Once he fell, the villagers who previously didn't dare to report him, and those he had cheated, would surely kick him while he was down. Those illegal activities of his behind the scenes would certainly come to light. Richard Miller still shook his head. Stop joking. Even if I wanted to run, no one in the village would vote for me. Besides, your aunt's health isn't great. I still need to look after her. Let's forget it, I said in a serious tone. Uncle, I'm serious. Auntie's illness can definitely be cured. Rest assured of that. I've already had someone contact a hospital for her. Uncle, you must run. Otherwise, when I lease so much land later to grow vegetables and grain, if someone else becomes village head, I won't feel at ease. I can't stay at home forever, right? Hearing this, Richard Miller also fell into deep thought. He naturally knew that his niece was very capable. Her business in the city was huge, so she couldn't always be running back to the village. Since his niece had put it that way, it really wouldn't be right to shrink back anymore. Fine, I can run. But will Warren Doggett be willing to step down? A cold smirk curled at the corner of my mouth. That won't be up to him. Richard Miller felt a jolt in his heart. He didn't expect that his niece actually wanted to drag Warren Doggett down directly. Brenda Miller, who was nearby, also heard their conversation. She couldn't help but burst into laughter. Oh my! Young people nowadays, players. Each one is better at bragging than the last, as if you could actually do anything to your village head. What a joke. Just try not to cry when they bring their people over later. I looked at her. I don't know if I'll cry, but your tongue is likely not going to be safe. Hearing this, Brenda Miller immediately took a step back. She didn't dare to make any more sarcastic comments, but she was waiting. When the people arrived, she would surely get her revenge tenfold and make this brat pay. Just then, a group of figures appeared on the road in the distance. A group of people who looked a bit like thugs were charging this way. At first glance, they really did look quite aggressive, carrying the scent of trouble. The village head and Calvin, who had just had his arm reset, were behind a young man with a patch of dyed yellow hair, gasping for breath, while at the same time thinking, what kind of quirk does this young master from the county seat have? He has a car but refuses to use it, insisting on running here instead. Although the distance from his house to the Miller house, it was only a little over a kilometer, but running at such a high speed was exhausting. Of course, they just assumed young Master Hale was loyal. They had only mentioned it once. Unexpectedly, he didn't say a word. He was just anxious to lead his men, to help them teach the Miller girl a lesson. It felt like he was more anxious than they were. Brenda Miller saw Julian Hale at the very front. Running past quickly. Was the expression on his face ferocious? In truth, he was exhausted and just holding on, so his expression looked a bit fierce. Plus, he had a group of underlings following behind him. It really did look like they were seeking revenge. Brenda Miller was instantly pumped up like she was on adrenaline. She started showing off again. Oh my! They're finally here. Young Master Hale personally brought his men. Ha ha ha! Vanessa Miller, you're finished. Your good days are over. Do you see that? Young Master Hale personally brought men to deal with you. You brat, if I don't skin you alive today, I'll take your last name. Ha ha ha. Calvin and the village head, Warren Doggett, also finally ran up to them. Although both were out of breath, they were both very arrogant. Vanessa Miller, young Master Hale is here in person. You dead meat. Young Master Hale, it's her. This is the girl who hit me. She also said, if you dared to come, she'd hit you too. And she'd even make you eat crap. Calvin even deliberately added fuel to the fire. Warren Doggett gasped for air beside him while backing him up. Right. Young Master Hale, this girl is too lawless. She must be taught a proper lesson. Furthermore, their house is exactly on the demolition path for the road. Teaching her a lesson can also save us a fortune, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Vanessa Miller, you're finished. Brenda Miller, Calvin, and Warren Doggett. At this moment, they displayed their villainous, smug faces. To the fullest extent, they all seemed to see the miserable sight of me kneeling and begging for mercy. However, just when everyone thought Julian Hale would immediately give the order to attack and teach me a lesson, Julian Hale suddenly, with an incredibly smooth and elegant posture, slid right in front of the wooden chair I was sitting on. He said excitedly, Aunt Vanessa, Happy New Year! Your nephew Julian is here to pay his respects. Brenda Miller, Calvin, Warren Doggett, and the others were all shocked and stood rooted to the spot. They hadn't heard wrong, had they? Julian Hale, who was the son of the local king of Foggy Creek, Mr. Ching, actually called Vanessa Miller Aunt. Was there some kind of relationship between them? Brenda Miller's mouth hung wide open. She even forgot the pain in her swollen face. Only shock and horror remained. After all, she had dealt with the Hale family for so many years, but she had never heard that they had any connection with the Miller family. Also, why did Vanessa deliberately say she didn't know him earlier? Could she have been deliberately playing with them? The arrogant expression on Calvin's face instantly froze. Only one thought remained in his mind. This time, I've really hit a steel wall. And it's the red-hot kind. Warren Doggett was relatively calmer. After all, this was his territory, no matter how you looked at it. It was just that he found it somewhat impossible to accept this outcome. Then, the verbal agreement he had reached with Julian Hale, wouldn't it be completely ruined? His son wouldn't be easy to get out either. While they were collectively stunned, and their brains were somewhat crashing, Julian Hale's next action once again shattered their worldview. Julian Hale, still maintaining that smooth kneeling posture, looked up with a face wearing a smile, even more affectionate than if he'd seen his own ancestor. Are you sitting here sunbathing? Is this chair hard? How about I have someone go to the Doggett's house and snatch a sofa for you? Immediately after, he turned around and shouted at the group of equally confused underlings behind him. What are you all standing around for? Are you blind? This is my aunt. My own aunt. Hurry up and greet her. Although the underlings' brains hadn't fully wrapped around it yet, they all immediately bowed to me in unison. They shouted respectfully, Aunt, Happy New Year. Julian Hale finally nodded with satisfaction. He turned back and continued to butter me up. He looked exactly like a filial nephew trying to please an elder. Aunt, I came in a bit of a hurry for the new year. I forgot to bring a gift. Wait, I'll send someone to buy one right now. What do you want to eat? Buddha jumps over the wall, lobster or abalone. I'll buy whatever you want to eat. Oh, right. Julian Hale seemed to suddenly remember something. He hurriedly took out a very thick red envelope from his pocket. This was what Warren Doggett had given him earlier. He said it was for good luck upon meeting. So, he didn't decline. Now it just happened to come in handy. Julian Hale held the red envelope with both hands. He handed it to me respectfully. Aunt, may the new year be auspicious. This is a small token of my appreciation. Please don't despise it. I wish you a prosperous new year. May everything go your way, even more so than my father's. I was left speechless by Julian Hale's series of actions. Fine, stand up. Stop kneeling. The ground is cold. Thank you, Aunt. Julian Hale stood up happily. Then he turned to look at Calvin. Calvin, right? You goddamn dare to ask me to deal with my aunt? You've got some nerve. Calvin fell to his knees with a thud in fear. He knelt faster and more precisely than when he greeted me earlier. Young Master Hale, it's a misunderstanding. It's really a misunderstanding. If I had known she was yours, even if I had eaten a lion's heart or a leopard's gall, I wouldn't have dared to be disrespectful to our aunt. Oh, right, it was all Warren Doggett. It was him. He instigated me. Quit your goddamn excuses. Julian Hale kicked Calvin hard in the shoulder. He kicked him onto the ground. You piece of trash? Do you think I'll let you off just because you're shifting the blame? Immediately after, he looked at Warren Doggett. Village head Doggett. You old thing, you're something else, aren't you? Bullying my aunt, no less. No less. Our previous cooperation ends here. As for that nonsense with your son, don't count on my father helping at all. Finally, he asked me respectfully again. Aunt, how do you want to handle these two blind pieces of trash? Should I break their legs and throw them in the river to feed the fish? Aunt, I'll do whatever you say. I finally stood up unhurriedly. I patted my clothes. I need to go to the kitchen to help Grandma. I didn't see anything. After saying that, I left. The smile on Julian Hale's face completely vanished the moment I turned around. In its place was a look of ruthlessness. Shortly after, outside the courtyard, at an empty straw hut space, about dozens of meters away, the faint sounds of Calvin and the others letting out intermittent screams could be heard. When it was the village head Warren Doggett's turn, sweat was breaking out on Warren's forehead. Young Master Hale, it's all a misunderstanding. Listen to my explanation. Julian Hale didn't give him a chance at all. Explain what? You goddamn had designs on my aunt. How else are you going to explain it? Go get him. Give this old thing a good beating. Warren Doggett held out a hand. Wait. Young Master Hale, are you sure you want to move against me? Did you forget something? Julian Hale narrowed his eyes. What do you want to say? Warren Doggett, I don't know. What exactly your relationship is with the Miller girl, or why you're helping her. But this is Miller's village. This is my, Warren Doggett's, turf. Forget about dealing with Calvin and his men. If you dare to touch me, I'm afraid you won't make it out of this village. Warren Doggett was now going all out. Now that he had already completely offended the man, if they were going to have a falling out, then so be it. Although his reputation as village head wasn't exactly good in the village, for a few outsiders to want to beat him up, it wouldn't be that easy. Then he made a phone call. Those members of the Doggett clan in the village, the younger generation, and so on, a huge crowd came rushing over. The number of people directly crushed the group Julian Hale had brought. Furthermore, after the villagers arrived, they immediately split into two groups, blocking the two exits out of the village. If Warren Doggett wanted his own relatives to deal with the Miller family, or bully other villagers with different surnames, these Doggett clan members might not necessarily help him. Besides themselves, the clan concept here wasn't as strong as it was in the South, and the Miller family and those with other surnames were, after all, fellow villagers. Everyone saw each other every day, and Leonard Miller's prestige was also a factor. They were even less likely to casually help the village head. However, if outsiders wanted to mess with someone from their village, especially the village head, they would definitely help out. Plus, it was currently the New Year period, so almost all the young, able-bodied Doggett men were at home. They would come over as soon as they were called. It could be said that this was the exact moment when Warren Doggett's power was at its peak. As a large number of young Doggett men gathered around, the ruthless look on Julian Hale's face gradually froze. The underlings he brought along began to look nervous. Warren Doggett looked at the changes on the faces of Julian and his men, and started laughing. Julian Hale, do you see clearly now? This is Miller's village, a place where I, Warren Doggett, have the final say. You thought those few stray fish you brought could mess with me? Keep dreaming, Julian Hale said. Warren Doggett, do you no longer care about your son's life? Have you thought through the consequences of making a move against me? Warren Doggett replied, I originally invited you here today because I wanted to cooperate with you, and I even showed my sincerity for that cooperation. But what about you? You insisted on getting mixed up with this girl from the Miller family. What kind of aunt is she to you anyway? That you're so desperate to suck up to her? Since you've thrown my respect back in my face, don't blame me for being ruthless. Go. Show these blind outsiders a good time. Let them understand once and for all that Miller's village isn't a place where outsiders can run wild. Seeing that a massive fight was about to break out, Julian Hale's underlings instinctively huddled toward him, their eyes filled with unease. Fighting to the death would definitely be suicide, unless their numbers had the advantage, which was clearly impossible in this village. The other side had at least 50 or 60 people, while they didn't even have 20, just as Julian Hale was caught in a dilemma, and Warren Doggett thought he controlled the whole situation. A soft, mocking giggle pierced through the explosive atmosphere. Everyone instinctively looked toward the source. At the entrance of the Miller family's small yard, I had walked out without anyone noticing. I was still wearing my grandmother's old apron, and holding a potato in my hand, unhurriedly peeling it with a small knife. Village head Doggett, did you just say this is your turf? When Warren Doggett was met with my gaze, his heart skipped a beat for some reason. but relying on the large number of his clansmen, he still said forcefully, "That's right. This is Warren Doggett's turf." You have a problem with that, Miller girl? Or do you actually think you can turn this village upside down by relying on this young Master Hale from out of town? Rely on him? I peeled off another slice of potato skin. My bright eyes looked toward Julian Hale. Julian, do you think I need to rely on you? Rely on me? Julian Hale hurriedly shook his head and said, "Aunt, your words are truly too much for me to bear." What kind of person am I, Julian Hale? In front of you, I'm not even worth a damn. His words were completely from the heart. He understood the weight of the aunt before him all too well. Forget about him. Even if his father, Mr. Ching, were in front of her, he would have to bow respectfully while speaking, although Warren Doggett and the others had seen earlier that Julian Hale was somewhat sucking up to me. Hearing him say those words again now still felt like a thunderbolt to them. It was impossible for Warren Doggett not to know what kind of power Mr. Ching possessed in Foggy Creek to make Julian Hale, the son of Foggy Creek's local king, personally say such humble words, and with such a lowly attitude. What did that imply? It implied that my status was likely truly not simple. Otherwise, there was truly no way to explain Julian Hale's attitude toward me. I walked up to those Doggett clansmen, holding various farm tools. Everyone, today is New Year's Day, a day that should be for family reunions. You're gathered here with weapons. Are you prepared to stand up for Warren Doggett, this incompetent parasite who harms the villagers? Are you going to help him commit a crime? Even though you are all from Warren Doggett's clan, I believe you all have a sense of fairness in your hearts. In all these years that Warren Doggett has been village head, how many practical things has he actually done for the village? For example, that bumpy main road on the south side of the village. Did he fix it? The reason he didn't fix it was because that road doesn't pass in front of Warren Doggett's own house, so he didn't care about it. And what about dredging the irrigation canals for the farmland? He shouts about it every year and delays it every year. Did he ever handle it? Out of the poverty alleviation funds and various subsidies sent from above, how much actually ended up in the hands of our struggling households? How much reached you relatives of his? Do you truly not know the answer in your hearts? Hearing my words, muttering gradually broke out among the crowd. Warren Doggett had been lining his own pockets for years. Everyone felt it more or less. It was just that because he was the head of their clan and colluded with thugs like Calvin, they had always been angry but didn't dare to speak out. Seeing that they were wavering, I immediately pressed my advantage. I, Vanessa Miller, solemnly declare here, I resolutely oppose Warren Doggett continuing as village head. He is not fit for it. What Miller's village needs is a good head who truly thinks for the villagers, who can lead everyone out of poverty to wealth, and who can do solid work for the village. Not a parasite like him who only knows how to suck blood and embezzle the welfare and hard-earned money of the villagers. As long as you all disperse today, this matter ends here. I guarantee I won't hold any grudges. Everyone can go celebrate the new year and have your reunions. When the village head is re-elected later, everyone will have the chance to vote for a leader who truly seeks welfare for you. Furthermore, I personally will fund the repair of the village roads, and I will also invest in developing agriculture in our village to lead everyone to prosperity together. These words of mine were a mix of carrot and stick. I pointed out Warren Doggett's incompetence, breaking down the other side's clan cohesion, and then gave a solid promise of benefits. Many Doggett clansmen who didn't want to get involved in this mess anyway, especially those living near that road to the south, began to quietly back away. Clearly, they didn't plan to meddle in this business anymore. In the end, people are realistic. Even if you're of the same clan and lineage, if you don't bring them any benefits, that bit of blood relation won't sustain things for long. When greater interests and a future were placed before them, that sense of clan loyalty instantly collapsed. Warren Doggett saw the people he had gathered being broken down by a few sentences from me, and he instantly became frantic. Don't listen to her. She's talking nonsense. How could a little girl have that kind of ability? She's just a liar. Kill them. Get them. Kill them all. To every person who acts today, I will give $10,000 in cash. If anyone can kill or maim this brat, I, Warren Doggett, will give him 100,000. If the sky falls, I'll take the fall for it. There must be brave men under heavy rewards. A portion of the Doggetts who were closer to Warren heard about that much money, and their eyes began to gleam. My gaze suddenly turned cold. I hadn't expected that Warren Doggett would be so crazed as to publicly offer a bounty, and go to the extent of ordering a lethal attack. Julian Hale immediately blocked the way in front of me, anxiously shouting, "Aunt, get back in the yard and close the door. We'll hold them off for you. I've already notified my father." At this time, Leonard Miller also walked out. "Warren Doggett, I advise you to rein in your horse at the edge of the cliff. Don't bring ruin upon yourself. Otherwise, you won't be able to bear the consequences." Warren Doggett had clearly gone a bit mad. "Old man Miller, go say those words to your granddaughter instead. She's the one who almost brought my family to ruin. She brought this on herself." Then he waved his hand violently. "Men of the Doggetts, filming, attack."